it stands. What's a good word for it? Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense why they would be a little sensitive about the way that people act. Like, just imagine somebody's robbed you, like, I don't know, 15 times over the last 10 years, and then somebody's accusing you of being greedy, just for instance, in a hypothetical. Wouldn't you feel kind of offended that somebody would accuse you of being greedy after you'd been robbed 15 times in the last decade? I mean, that's
Especially if they've been trying to rob you.
yeah, the same people. Yeah, exactly. Um, so I don't know. There's some weird stuff with that, and then some of their policies. I don't know. It's one of those relatively unwelcome topics. So I don't want to dive too deep on it, but there's been interesting characters that have come from Russia as well. You got Tolstoy, but several different philosophers. And you have this whole category of people known as the old believers, and you look into them. That's an interesting topic to look into. Basically, an entire tribe of Jeremiah Johnsons. All right, we got a I like turtles guy in the chat. You're VC verified. You could say hello, Turtle Dan.
Hello.
Howdy. How long you been around? I don't recognize your screen name.
On this server, only a few days actually.
Okay. What do you understand about the topic of flat Earth?
I don't know, still learning about it.
Okay. Have you seen the evidence that falsifies the claim that Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
What'd you think of that?
I think it seems pretty logical.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Alrighty then. I would encourage you to look into feasible means for you to make your own personal observations. Doesn't necessarily require any fancy equipment.
Yep.
It just takes a little bit of legwork, so to speak, and you just do it casually over time, or however you please. But yeah, it's worth looking into, I would say.
A good method is just to spend some time asking Globers for radius measurement. You'll get the picture pretty quick.
Yeah, direct measurement of the radius. Aye. 2 weeks. All right, do we have... Just looking through the chat. You have any standing questions you want to spark a conversation over, Turtle Dan? It's okay to ask questions.
Let's see. What about like the shape of the plane?
The answer to that question would be reserved for those that know, and or whether or not it could be known.
Mm.
And what I mean by could be known is not philosophically, because I think that reality can be known, but like I can't feasibly find out the color of your wall in the room that you're in. I can't do that, like all in and of myself, without your compliance or a number of factors. I can't get that information, right? And it's the same way with whether or not the means exist for me to determine the answer to that question. And it stands to reason, based on what we do know, that the feasibility of answering that question is extremely difficult. And you would need to trace out where we have never gone in order to answer that question. So it is an unknown question, or the answer to it is unknown.
I see. What about
Sorry, it can be disappointing to hear that, because we have another conceptualization that's been provided to us, the story of the globe, that proclaims that they show us the whole thing. Now, this is slightly unrelated, but let me point out that what they show us is provably not the whole picture. Let me give you an example. There are no less than 7. I believe that it's double digits, and I don't know how many double digits or triple digits there are, but there's at least 7 islands that are not mapped. They're removed from satellite imagery. So that means somebody's seen them potentially, right? But we haven't, and we can't. Right? So there's locations on Earth that are not on maps, and they're removed from maps on purpose, right? So the fact that the precedence, I'm telling you this in order to demonstrate the precedence of secrecy. And there is absolutely a precedence of secrecy, and it can be demonstrated. So if they can be secret with certain things, and I mean, it's secret, but it's not secret because you can read about it, how much more so could they be secret about other things in other ways?
Yeah.
But you were about to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do you think about, like, I don't know, just like traveling, I guess. Like, you would think that people would have been far enough to kind of know, like, these kind of answers.
Okay, so you may be imagining a Mercator map as the physical reality, like a rectangular map.
Mm.
And like, man, if we just went left on that map, we would eventually hit the edge.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, doesn't work that way, because if you go left, you're going to go in a circle around the North Pole, because the way that you're going left is by maintaining north to the right of you. That's how you go. Actually, that's how you go west. You go east by maintaining north to the left of you. You maintain west by maintaining north to the right of you. So you're going to go around in a big circle if you do that.
I see. I
Okay,
mean, like,
so the
if
question
someone
is,
takes like a plane or a boat or something and doesn't like steer it in any direction, wouldn't it just go straight?
what is straight? Like,
Yeah, good question.
are you going? Which direction are you pointing? And can you go in a straight line? Sure, but what direction were you pointing?
Hmm.
So eventually, yeah, you're going to hit something. There's going to be something that contained the water, and you'll get to the edge of the water eventually somewhere. One of those edges are the continents. The other edges seem to be Antarctica. But the Antarctica thing's a whole different story. Back to my feasibility conversation. These are good questions, though. I mean, they're meaningful questions. We get them regularly. Eliyahu is hot micing.
Well, at least it's not me this time.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been people trying to steal your crown.
Well, they can have it if they want it.
Generous guy.
Been listening to your conversation and this this border that we have. Ultimately, we have a border, at least somewhere, and the distance and the shape of it are up for interpretation, in my opinion.
Until we go there and can see for ourselves.
Right.
Sure.
Yep. Going there and seeing for ourselves doesn't seem to be anything that's going to happen in the near future at all.
I hear you.
They've got it locked down pretty good.
It would even seem as though the one that made it has it locked down pretty good too.
Yeah, for sure.
What have we got here?
The difficulty of it is immense. Very, very difficult. Even if you had a free reign, I still think it would be very, very difficult. Very expensive.
Exactly. It went from a high of 80 one day to a high of 38. What a silly place this is, I live.
It is ice cold here. I cannot believe it.
Oh, yeah.
This time of year, it's never this cold. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's usually, 90 degrees on average about this time of year here. And it's 48 degrees right now.
Yeah. We had snow this morning.
Really.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes you wonder what's going on. You know what I mean? I mean, really, what's going on? Is this a cyclical type thing, or is it?
That's my personal opinion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we experience many cycles. According to certain conceptualizations or understandings, droughts and floods, not floods, but like monsoonish, like high water precipitation seasons and that sort of thing, and plentiful, bountiful crops, and all that stuff seems to be on a repeating cycle. You talk about the 7-year cycles that that go on. There's 50-year cycles that go on. There seems to be these repeating cycles, and supposedly those are mapped out in the sky, which is weird. But
mapped out in the sky in what way?
in some of the ways that there's patterns in the stars, they supposedly correlate where you can actually see a correlation to a specific pattern that repeats the same time as these events. So technically, you can do one of two things. You can go, all right, every such and such amount of time, this is going to happen. But let's say that you get knocked out, you wake up, you don't know what year it is. Technically, there's information in the sky that can tell you, if you have the knowledge of the patterns, you can determine what season it is, whether or not drought is coming up, and supposedly this is I guess the field of it, kind of along the lines of astrology. But Farmer's Almanac, some of that stuff is seen as anecdotal or old wives' tale kind of stuff, but I don't know what to think about it. But
Yeah, me neither.
There does seem to be cycles, like the 7 and 49 year and 50-year cycles. So
all I know is if it doesn't warm up quick and stay warmed up, we're going to have no crops this year here.
yeah,
It's too cold. And we're in a drought. It's cold and we're in a drought.
You didn't have a good precipitation over the winter season?
No, terrible. Terrible. I mean, one of the worst.
Gotcha.
All the reservoirs up the canyons and whatnot are like below half normal. Yeah.
Well, potatoes are an important crop, and if half of the nation's potatoes are are affected, or well, not even half. What is the percentage? Is it like 60 or 70% or 80%? Potato production where you're at.
Well, we don't do that many potatoes where I'm at, but Idaho, just north of me, is a huge, huge potato.
Oh, you're in
crop.
Utah,
Yeah,
not
but
Idaho. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right. But I don't know. I don't know what their projected potato crop this year is going to be. I have no idea. But generally speaking, they've got massive quantities of potatoes in Idaho. I mean, just like it's one of their major crops that they put out.
Yeah. Apparently, Maine also produces a lot of potatoes. I didn't know that.
Oh, me neither. That's weird.
Trying to find that percentage answer.
But they're not the main producer.
I think Idaho's supposed to be the main producer of potatoes. I just don't know what the percentage is.
But Maine's not the main.
No.
Maine is not the main.
Oh, there you go. 32% of the country's production of potatoes comes out of Idaho. So a third. Which is interesting. I'm surprised I was guessing 50 or higher, but apparently only a third. That's good. I mean, anytime that there's a high concentration, like if there was only one geographic region, um,
What's that dam, XO, where the water's so low there? You're here. Oh, I guess he's not here.
Yeah, God Rock, and I put the screenshot for that picture. That's the Hoover Dam. So, we got, I know that you know about these. We got one by you, right? We got Glen Canyon. What dam is that by Glen Canyon? You got Lake Mead, Lake Powell, Glen Canyon. So we're talking, a 500-mile stretch of area, 100,000 square miles. Southwestern United States, biggest drought ever in recorded history. They said 1,250 years. They weren't here 1,250 years ago. So how would they know that? Obviously, just lying as usual. But these are artificial lakes that men have made by damming the canyons. And in all of their glory and intelligence, they've said, well, Mother Nature changed. Well, the lake isn't Mother Nature's in the first place, genius. It's a man-made lake. Don't tell me it's first of all, that's an incorrect term, but these people are insane. They built the lake and now they're crying about God ruining it.
I just looked it up. It says it's 170 feet below normal right now. 170 feet lower than normal. That's a long.
Oof. Yeah.
That's
a billion
that's a
gallons.
huge. Huh?
It's a billion. There's billions of gallons. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But they're finding a lot of dead bodies. A lot of mafia hits are being uncovered. 55-gallon drums all over these lakes. There's just bodies are popping up because the shore is now, whatever, 70, 150 feet lower. All the docks aren't being used now, and you're finding treasure, watches. Who knows what else people are finding there? I bet it's a gold mine right now because you can just go 150 feet deeper than you used to be able to. So they're probably finding everything.
Yeah, they're finding all kinds of boats that sunk. Yeah, all the stuff you mentioned, and more. I'm sure. I don't know.
Right. Just think, if you and I find $20,000, God Rock, and no one's going to know about that news story. That's how it is. People, they're going to find things. No one's going to know. No one's going to know what people are finding.
Right. It all ends up in Lake Mead, and Lake Mead is suffering, I think, the worst of all of them. That's one of the last places.
Yeah. That's also fabricated via the dam, right? They built the dam for Lake Mead as well, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I watched, maybe I can find a link here. There was an underwater, I can't describe it, but there's areas now where you're going under that you used to go over. They're bridges, right? And they're these, megalithic looking, structures of the actual, canyons, the formations of the canyons. And now you're actually going underneath them. So I'd actually love to go there. I wish it was a little bit cooler.
It's 48 degrees here today. Unbelievable. It's usually 190, even 100 degrees this time of year here.
Yeah, that's amazing. Are you above 4,000 feet? What's your altitude?
4,200.
Yeah, good guess. Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm under 2,000. And it's 37 degrees, but I'm above 48 north latitude. But it's typically like 70 or 80 degrees this time of the year here too. It's abnormally cold for sure.
Right. God Rock will be around 40, 39th latitude. I'm at 32nd, and it's hotter here. It's 90 degrees yesterday here.
So you tell them about the snow we're having in gospel.
Yeah.
It started rain and hail yesterday, and then snow today.
Yep.
Have you guys heard of the phenomena about these fireballs in the sky? And then
are you talking about the ones that go zigzag in weird directions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it. Conrad is one of the guys that's posted stuff related to that, and yeah, I've been seeing people talk about it.
Anyway, the reason I mention it is because in the early 1900s, there was a time when there was a whole bunch of fireballs seen in the skies in Europe, and because of it, I don't know how they know this, but they said that there was 2 summers that they didn't have a summer, like and crops failed and like millions of people died. Well, there just so happens to have been dozens of fireballs seen in the skies over the last year or two. Over here, over Utah, over California, Florida. I mean, all over the place had been reported.
Alaska, I've heard too.
Excuse me?
Alaska, I've heard a couple of accounts of it happening in Alaska.
Yeah. So what are these things? Now, are they weapons from the controllers, or are they cyclical?
I would have no
Natural
way
event?
of answering.
Yeah, I know. It makes you wonder.
It does.
Yeah, they call it the year or the 2 years without a summer.
1937, 1938, around there.
Is that what it was? I don't know.
I don't either. I'm just wondering.
That might be. That sounds about right. I could look it up real quick, see what I can find.
I put a link in there, got rocking under Miguel's. 4 minutes and 13 seconds, you can see them talking about going underneath the rock formation bridges. I thought that was pretty amazing, but it's honestly, this is actually how it was. If you guys realize that it's going back to the way it was when man got here, right? So they're uncovering places that people lived in, hundreds of years ago. So they might find some interest.
Oh yeah, there's in the Lake Powell area. Just before they completed the dam, they sent people to try and document all the cliff dwelling people and the indigenous people's habitat, whatever they lived there. And apparently there was like thousands of like dwellings and all kinds of stuff that were covered by the water. And
yes,
now that stuff's starting to surface again. The water's going down, and they're finding cliff dwellings in the cliffs and whatever and stuff. Of course, they're probably destroyed now. Obviously, they've ruined all that stuff by building the dam. Yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around the ramifications of what.
I mean, it's just exposing what was covered by the flood.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, we used to live at lower levels, but once the flood happened, all that stuff got covered up.
Right. You're talking
well, let me explain though, Frog. Yeah, we got to explain though that these are man-made lakes, so they were dammed, yes. Right? So they weren't covered until men came here, 100 years ago.
Are you talking about like
yeah,
Lake Mead?
Mead, Powell.
Okay, yeah.
Powell. Right, so I just want to point this out. They did it on probably one of the reasons, God Rockin', is to cover up the history anyway. They covered up thousands of square miles. They're hiding the history. That's why they did it. Yeah.
They did it for the fishies. Come on.
Well, global warming too. But if you listen to the people talking on TV, remember, these are man-made lakes, and now they're saying there's a problem with nature. You see, that nature didn't want those lakes to be there in the first place. You know, I'm using these terms loosely, but they're blaming. They want to blame God. I'm just letting you guys know. They want to say God ruined our man-made lakes.
I got it. I got it. All the NASA astronauts practice and train in the water. Okay. Why don't they go explore the oceans?
Why can't they just train in a vacuum? I don't understand why they have to be in a vacuum. Why are you in an environment that's the opposite of what your suits are meant to work for? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that.
Yeah. That's one of the questions that we're going to ask the special people in August. I've got to update you on some stuff, Fraud. I sent you a DM.
Oh, is there like a gathering?
Well, I mean tomorrow for sure, but I'm talking about the guy
I'm
that.
definitely coming tomorrow. Have you been talking that stuff up?
What's that?
Yeah, you said tomorrow. So have you been addressing this this not, I wouldn't say situation, but this topic with these people?
Only recently, because the guy that runs that also, he's an elected official, city planner, and all that, and he runs a radio show, which I told you about. Well, he just recently let me know that he's going to be interviewing some NASA astronauts this August.
Well.
And he is well prepared to expose them, which was news to me. So, yes, I am dutifully accumulating a set of questions that he will be able to ask them that will aid that process.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely coming tomorrow.
Cool, man. Is that a person inside of a barrel, Exo?
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that was the first body they said they found.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
So,
the bone's looking pretty good. Actually, I'm surprised how well they stay preserved, but I guess it's because they put them in the 55-gallon drum.
Yeah. So, what, the mob, disposed of bodies, and now, because of this, the bodies
no.
are.
I would say Lacey Peterson case. Probably the boyfriend, husband. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't know
I
the
didn't.
details, but who knows?
Yeah, I didn't know it was. I was just speaking in generalities. I didn't know.
Sure, there's a lot of assumed things. That's the first thing everybody assumes, right? Is that, oh, these are mob hits or whatever. But I guess there's more than one body, and I bet they're unrelated.
Yeah, possibly.
No, they found others, but they said the other one they found was didn't seem like it was foul play, which I don't see how that could be.
Bodies with ropes attached to them and anchors and cinder blocks might be foul play. Yeah.
What is the official answer for this scene? These different pictures that surface, like this, the limb being lowered by a crane, and the dude standing there on this fake moon surface. Like, what do they say that's for? Yeah, that was for this movie, right? Wouldn't they have to have an answer? Oh yeah, that picture was taken during the filming of this movie, and you can know that because look, right? But what movie is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, these questions exist, and there aren't any good answers. This one was shared the other day. I'll just repost it in the chat. It's to me, it's one of the greatest examples I've ever seen. I see 32 at the bottom. Oh, weird. Yeah. I never even noticed that. Crazy. But these.
What do you mean 32? I'm not seeing what you're talking about. What?
In the GIF that I posted?
Yeah, I see the GIF.
Yeah, the number 32 shows up in the scene with the lunar.
Where does it show up?
In the center at the bottom. Just to the right of where the plus cursor is in the first image. If you keep your eyes right near there, the plus symbol in the center at the bottom. Here. Here, I'll post it. The 32.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Wow, what is that all about?
I don't know. That's unusual. But the fact of the matter is, this is proof positive that the picture was taken with the exact same backdrop, and the foreground was modified for each shot. You can't say that the picture was taken from two different locations because the pixels line up from the background. I've got the original photos, by the way, if anybody's interested. Seeing as how I mentioned it, I'll get the original NASA photos, because it's nice to back these things up with from the horse's mouth is always good stuff. All right, so here are the links to the original photos. Now let me see the 32 here. Yeah, there's a 32 there on the original photo. Yeah, it's weird.
So I wonder what that 32 means. Like just to identify the photo, I guess, or I don't know. Let's use number 32 for this one.
Well, the ID number for that photo is A17 AS17 147225227HR. So I don't know what that 32 means. But the relevant, important part is how you can look at these two photos. That's where the GIF is helpful because it lines it up. But the fact of the matter is that background is identical. Oh, Hawaii?
The backdrop so obvious, that line that goes through the center of the photo. That is so obvious of a artificial backdrop that it's crazy.
Hawaii? Those mountains in the background matching up I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. That's a lot of movie magic going on right there.
Right. If you could literally pinpoint the exact mountain, you're still going to get the denialists to say, "Oh, you flat earthers did that," or "You made it up." There's going to
Well, yeah, and which is exactly the reason I go to the horse. I posted NASA images from NASA's mouth, metaphorically speaking.
right, and then they'll pick and choose when they want to believe NASA. See, they're the ones that pick and choose. We agree that
Ooh.
they're always lying, and they have to have them not lying. Have to have them actually. That was an accident. A flat earther snuck in and changed. Rob Skiba did that. Actually, that's Rob Skiba's fault.
Oh yeah. That checks out. Isn't that called special pleading?
I've been told that. I showed the link from Trident Flight Research Center. Oddly, I studied them when I was a child, so I know about them. And it says right there, flat non-rotating Earth. I've been told that no, flat earthers made that link, actually. Yes.
Yeah. .gov checks out.
Yes, you hacked into the government. Yeah, you hackers. Yes.
Hacksaw.
Correct.
Yeah. Alrighty. Got any new questions? Anybody?
Well, somebody posted some pictures, I think it was yesterday or the day before, of the rocket launches that were coming off of the Florida launch pad, and then showing the arch and showing how it was dropping into the Bermuda Triangle.
Yep.
When you, if you were standing on the ground watching that, like people do, they go out and stand in big crowds and watch these launches launch off. I just can't understand how they wouldn't be able to realize that launch is not going into space and is not, or even any altitude, so to speak, and arching over and dropping into the ocean. I mean, it's so obvious, because you can't, if it was to go up, let's say, 50,000, 80,000 feet, whatever, and 100,000 feet, and then arch over, and then as it traveled, toward trying to go drop into this orbit that they claim that it's doing, I mean, it would have disappeared from your line. It would have, you wouldn't have been able to see it. It would have been too small. And I just don't understand why people don't pick that up. I mean,
it would have been too small. That is the point that needs to be made. You're right. Yeah.
You can't see something the size of a rocket, 3,000-4,000 miles away. It would have to have been 4,000 miles away before it dropped over the edge of the supposed globe.
Agreed.
Radio check.
I think that's how they get away with saying that it's going 17,000 miles an hour too, because they're claiming that as it's dropping out of sight, that it's actually in that position 4,000 miles away, because the time it takes to travel, like the launch goes up, it arches over and goes down, and it's obviously only going probably 400 or 500 miles an hour at the most. There's no sonic booms ever been heard. I mean, what,
All
rockets
right.
they don't make some sonic booms?
Oh yeah, that's a big point, because the fact of the matter is the Concorde was one of the greatest one of the biggest complaints about the Concorde was that it was hitting sonic boom off, close enough to the shoreline after it took off. So
Right.
the implication of that is that the rockets don't go as fast as the Concorde.
Right. They don't even break the sound barrier.
That's
No,
problematic.
They
That's
fall
super
apart and go into the
problematic.
ocean. 300 miles an hour is their fastest speed.
Sure. And that's evidential. All right, real quick, guys. This guy Triple was demonstrating interesting behaviors in the VC check-in, and desperately wants to make a show or something like it. So we'll give this person a chance to say hello, and hopefully they will be coherent. I can't expect respectfulness necessarily, but abide by the Discord toss at the very least. And here you go, Triple. Here you go, Triple. You may say hello.
Yo, what's poppin'?
Disingenuity is palpable. Isn't that interesting?
Disin what?
What's up,
Disingenuity.
Just say not genuine. Then you don't need a like what?
Oh yeah.
Triple, what
Like
happened to the guy in
words.
the VC
Try
check-in?
using smaller words.
Yeah. Try using small words, buddy. Keep on talking.
I
Okay.
better go back.
Earth, not ball.
Not ball.
Earth, not ball. Proof
Proof.
is.
It's not ball proof from me.
No. Proof is Earth, not ball.
Ball
I'm trying
proof.
to speak in single syllables for you, because you said that you needed special communication.
Yeah, I got you, homeboy. That's pretty nice of you.
Accommodations.
Yeah, special accommodations. So first of all, you guys were saying that I was being what's the word?
It doesn't matter. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk
just
about
relax,
the fact
bro. Just
that
relax, please.
Integrity.
All right. So
It's okay.
I'm going to give you direction. You will comply or you won't, and we'll see how that goes. We're going to talk about what is, not what was. Okay, let's not dredge up the past. Let's move forward. Earth is not a ball, and there is proof. Are you interested in that proof?
Interested in the proof? Yeah, that sounds great.
Somebody give this kid the long distance observations and help him understand how the ball has been falsified.
Yeah. I haven't really been disagreeing, despite you guys' frequent claims.
Bueller, can somebody take over?
Who just added me, bro? Triple in here now for a text? Okay, dog. What's up? We got Napalm. What's you typing, bro?
There you go. You can look at the chat there. Somebody's doing it in time.
This is gonna be the mark. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's proving that things that are farther away look smaller.
No.
The bottom picture that says bye-bye ball.
It's proven that the horizon's not where it has to be for the ball to work.
Oh, so the measurements are off.
Yes.
No, the claim is off.
The whole thing. Yep.
The claim is off, not the measurements, the claim. The claim that Earth has a radius of 3,959 and that it is a ball, that 3,959 claim is off
Oh, okay.
by about 250,000 miles. If
Yeah,
it was
I
still
got
a
you, I got
ball.
you.
But it's obviously not. It defaults back to what it appears to be.
Okay.
And that's a flat and level surface.
Okay, that sounds. I think I kind of get you. Can you call Levelist to chill? He's kind of being a little bit toxic.
Not really.
Oh, okay. Hey, Levelist, if you want to DM me, hit me up, bro. Okay, so what were we talking about?
You're just
Guys.
coming in hot, bro. It's all good. Some people think it's funny. It's
Coming in
essentially
hot?
that. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna be me. You guys can be you. In the end, I'm gonna do what I do.
Okay. How do you feel about reality?
Like reality check.
No, like just reality in general. Are you opposed to things being what they are? Would you prefer to live in an imagination world or to recognize what really is?
Imagination world? What are you talking about, dog?
Would you prefer to live in a world of your own imagination, Willy Wonka style, or would you prefer to know what actually is?
Like the chocolate factory?
Yeah, that's basically what the
Bruh.
globe is. It's on par with the chocolate factory. You got
Yeah.
it.
Imagination world. Spinning balls in a vacuum.
In a vacuum? Why are you guys bringing up vacuums?
Well, that's what they
That's the
claim.
claim.
Right? Outer space.
Yeah, we didn't bring them up. The
Rough.
Globers did. That's their claim.
Oh, yes, you guys are right then.
Yeah, but everybody
The
admits that
crux
this is the easy part, Triple.
The crux of this whole thing is that NASA told us the size of the Earth. 3,000, 3959 radius. Okay. So with that number, we can do what's called geometry. Figure out the drop rate, how fast it should drop off around the curve. Okay.
And that isn't consistent.
Right.
So it means that it has to be flat.
Well, it's
What's the opposite of curve?
Flat.
There you go.
So it has to be flat.
Because there's no curve.
Okay, but what if the Earth just wasn't like perfectly flat? I mean, wasn't perfectly curved.
Oh no,
So-
it's perfectly flat, right? I mean, we have mountains, valleys, and all that stuff. Obviously, land will
hills.
have topography. Sure,
Hills.
but water does not really have these properties. Water doesn't have mountains, hills, valleys, and stuff like that.
Real quick, can I just say something about that? Are you saying what if reality isn't real? Is that what that means? Or is it we can accept reality? Or what if it's something other than reality?
Who are you asking that question to?
Yeah, I was asking, do you mean what if it's something other than reality? Is that what that means? Or does it mean something else? I just want to know what you mean by
No, the argument that I'm trying to present is the Earth must be completely curved in the same curvature on every angle. But it is not, so it must be flat.
No, we're saying it's not curved at all anywhere ever. So it doesn't matter
that's my
what
point.
measurement, there's zero curvature. Right. So there's zero curvature anywhere, no matter what the claim is, there's nothing in reality.
Well, there actually is curvature on things like mountains and hills. I've actually explained this.
That's
No, we're talking
topography.
about the plane over. Right, we're talking about the plane of water and land over great distances overall is flat. The military admits this as well. It's not just our claim, the whole world actually admits.
Yeah.
Right, so
Sounds
everybody
good to me.
already depends on flat Earth. Yeah, everybody already depends on flat Earth, bro. We're just waking people up to the fact that TV's not reality. Yeah.
TV isn't real? What is it then? Just like a
There you
dream?
go.
Imagination, bud.
So this whole entire world is just an imagination.
No,
Well, they're
that's
just
not
keep
what he said.
Uh-oh. That's
That's not what he said. It's not what he said, Triple.
Hey, you guys know what my name means?
I cut right through to the source issue. There you go.
My name, it means 999.
Yeah, you're not 999, bro.
Like
That's
999.
That's funny, though.
What do you mean?
You're not 999. You don't even know what 999 is.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
Juice WRLD.
Huh?
Juice WRLD.
Okay, Wace or Stanford Benet? Which one?
Juice WRLD.
What?
You don't know the rapper?
Oh! You don't know what 999 is.
No,
You
no,
know-
999.
You know what a fake 999 is. You
No.
don't know what the.
Talk about Juice WRLD like that, dude. Juice WRLD is the real 999. Those guys, they're wannabes or something, dude.
You need to come off your mic a little bit. I had to just mute you because wow. Just back off the mic a little bit, okay?
You sound like a pilot.
All right, it's just good.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
So the real 999 is an elite society of people who have qualified as the top 99.9% of IQ of all people. So it's called the 999 Society. Most people do not know about the 999 Society, and they only know about the Mensa Society. But again, 999 is an extremely exclusive group of people.
I have to disagree. 999 is actually attributed to Juice WRLD 999.
Anyway,
Who
just
cares?
all this is non sequitur.
Yeah, who cares, bro? It's pointless.
Yeah, you're still wrong though.
He just uses his name after a rapper, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's just using a rapper name. Nothing more.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he's the best rapper. Not gonna lie.
The anti-Semitic rapper, Jews World. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Yeah, Jews World, the anti-Semitic rapper that was killed. Yeah, I get it. Let's move on to the actual.
You started something.
Let's
Hey, stop hitting your mic.
move on to the reality of the fact that Earth is not a ball. If you can handle yourself and not talk about anti-Semitic rappers that name themselves Jews World. Okay, let's move on. Thank you.
We get it.
Can I say one thing though? I'll be really respectful. His name is not Juice WRLD. It's juice, as in apple juice. What are you on, dude?
Whatever you say.
On
Whatever
TV.
whatever helps you sleep at night.
Not juice.
Whatever you
On
say.
TV, right, Triple?
It's juice, not juice. All right. Okay. Okay, man. Keep on talking. Hey, what's the next thing?
Hey, Triple, if your favorite rapper is named after juice, apple juice, you need.
It's not named after that. It's not named after that. But I'm just trying to. Okay, levelist, you're trolling, dude. Okay, listen, man. It's not named
You're
after
the
juice
one that's
like that.
trolling, okay?
It's
And
not
we
named
get-
after that type of juice.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Well, yeah.
matter yet. It's all good. You can name your use whatever name you want, but let's move on.
Oh yeah, let's move on, guys. My favorite color? Depends on the time of day. It changes a lot.
It's a unique answer.
Yeah, I'm a very unique guy. Probably got that vibe already.
What does gas pressure require?
Gas
Triple.
pressure.
Yeah, what does gas pressure require?
Like in cars?
For gas pressure to exist, what does gas pressure require to exist?
Gas pressure. So,
You can look it up.
heat. Friction, heat, energy. Nuclear energy is my guess.
Can you look it up real quick?
Not looking it up, bro.
All right, focus on the word pressure.
Pressure. Friction.
What do you think it's pressing against?
Air.
Bruh.
Air presses against air.
Stress.
All right, so let me ask you this: if I give you, let's say, a rim, can you put air in that rim and it will have gas pressure
Oh, what's a rim?
from, like, say, a
Tire,
car?
a tire rim,
You know,
wheel.
the wheel.
That's because air, the particles in it, it makes it want to go above the solid matter. So it goes up.
So
And
for
that's what makes
pressure
it.
to exist, what does it need?
I think it needs some air. Okay, then. If you're gonna be disrespectful and laugh at me, there's no point in this.
What would it need to contain?
So if you have a
gas?
bike, and you don't have a tire around your wheel or rim, can you have gas pressure around the wheel? Or do you need the tire for it to put air in it?
Air is gas. Air is gas, by the way.
It's gas. Okay, of course, it's gaseous.
Right.
Okay. Lots of things are gaseous.
Do you need a tire to hold the gas in or not?
Can you fill up your tire without the tire?
That's a hard question, guys. Maybe give him some easier questions.
Holy shit!
All right. Can you have a propane?
Sorry, I went to
without
my mic.
Propane tank.
Probably harder
Propane.
than that.
Without the propane tank.
Man, it's even more difficult.
Look,
Maybe
if I have a balloon, and I punch a hole in it, what happens to the gas?
It goes out of the balloon.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So if it needs something to contain the gas, right?
Yes, sir.
Balloon.
All right, we got there.
I'm getting there slowly. I mean, I understand I gotta teach you guys some things, but you guys are getting the basics.
We got there, gospel.
Yeah.
But definition of gas pressures needs to press upon the walls of a container.
All right. So, what's your next question, then?
Where are the walls on Earth?
By the way, guys, you know what happens when you have gas pressure within inside of your system?
You fart.
It needs to equalize, right?
Yeah, you fart.
See,
Or
there you
burp.
have it.
Right?
Or burp, yes.
You burp. Or you yawn, I think.
Yeah, no.
All right, so.
You ever experienced motion of Earth?
Motion of Earth. That's a very difficult question, but the Earth moving. Yeah, of course I have. You know, when I'm on a boat and the waves hit the boat. That's the motion of Earth.
It is.
That's the ocean of that's the movement of part of Earth. Marshall, don't make fun of me, bro. I see you out there.
You ever experienced the Earth itself moving?
When you are on the boat, you can feel rotation.
We can't hear you, Sasha.
Yeah, Sasha, you're kind of quiet.
Because they tell us that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
I said
That's
Earth,
what
and you
NASA
went to the water.
Oh, is the water not part of Earth?
Oh, it's part of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I've thrown a basketball, and when it hits the rim shakes. That's the movement of Earth or part of Earth.
Wow.
This is sad.
We're talking about
are you talking about the Earth as a whole?
You're inviting ridicule. You do understand that, right? You're not
Ridicule?
ignorant to the fact that you're inviting ridicule.
What's ridicule mean?
Look, I put the more important definition in the chat. Earth. Ground, soil, dirt, dry land.
I've hit the ground and the soil will move.
I didn't ask you what you could do to the earth. I said, have you ever felt the earth moving?
Yes.
Explain.
Okay. if I jumped into a pool of
I'm
water.
not asking about what you could do. I'm asking
Okay,
about the
the
Earth.
wind. The wind. The wind. That's the Earth hitting me.
No.
It's the Earth, whether you deny it or not. That's the Earth.
No,
Hey,
I'm
triple.
talking about the Earth.
Sir.
When we're talking about the Earth moving, we're talking about the claimed rotation and the claimed hurtling through outer space, not you splashing around at a pool party.
Who just said that? I'm just. What's their name?
The guy who's telling you how it is.
Okay, because
Do you understand that though?
I actually have to applaud you because you're the first person that actually told me that you actually told me a clear definition.
No, I didn't.
Like you just told me. These guys told me to breathe, bro.
I was clarifying what you're being asked about. Now, do you understand what Earth movement means?
Perfectly. Like 10 out of 10. You got me, bro. I got what you're saying.
Okay, so answer the question now that you understand.
No, I don't think I have. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's not part of our experience. It's part of the story.
What if it moved
It's not
so
part of it.
slowly?
What?
What if it moved so slowly that we didn't notice?
So 1,000 miles, pretty slow, right?
1,000 miles per what? Per day?
No, 1,000 miles an hour. What about the 66,700 miles an hour? What about the 1.3 million miles an hour? What about the other billions of miles an hour in different vectors all at the same time? What about the 11? What about the 11 different vectors that the heliocentric model requires the Earth and your position from your reference frame to be moving in simultaneously? What about all of that?
That's pretty fast. That's speedy.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
and
NASA tells us. They tell us that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. They tell us that we're rotating around the sun.
Wait, you're right. You're right. You're right. Oh my goodness. So we don't feel the Earth moving.
And none of those things are in it. Stop interrupting. None of those things are in a straight line, which means that acceleration is part of it, which means that we would feel it, but we don't.
Yeah.
Because elliptical patterns require acceleration.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think that's levelist, man. Listen, dude. Stop being disrespectful. I kind of like these totally sorry to shake. Well, are you talking about the Earth? Any more questions? Because I actually agree with you. Hey, I see who. I'm not. Okay, man.
Good. That's good.
Any more questions?
Well, we're just trying to get you to a few things that NASA tells us is going on, but we can't seem to feel any of it or notice any of it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like the curvature, we can't see it. We can't find it.
Yeah.
The movement, we can't feel it.
Yeah.
Although we should, because they said we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, going 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. The sun is going 500,000 miles an hour, and we're being dragged along with it.
Yeah.
Why don't we feel any of these things?
Yeah, plus, wouldn't we get thrown off the Earth if it was moving so fast?
Right.
We would all be dead. So NASA, what do you guys, is NASA like aliens trying to persuade us? Or humans trying to persuade us?
I would say they're humans trying to, trying to deceive other humans. That's what I would say.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it's really a shame.
Because I don't know how this is entertaining for you guys.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I agree.
We're trying.
Because that would be the only reason I would do it. I damn sure wouldn't be trying. Because trying to communicate with somebody who's being facetious. That you can't try to do that.
What's facetious mean?
You can't try
your
to do
behavior.
that.
Let me search facetious. Facetious. Faced use. Treating serious issues with deliberately inappropriate humor. Flippant. A fictitious mark.
He knows how to spell.
Guys, no, I actually can speak very well. I'm just kind of stressed out right now.
Mm.
So you guys, I can speak. Mount Everest is Earth's highest mountain above sea level, located in the Mahangalar hindmost subrange of the Himalayas. I can actually speak very well. I'm just stressed out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You seem to be very disturbed by this topic. Otherwise, you'd enter back into the range of genuine communication.
Genuine communication?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's kind of disappointing because it's like, aside from the conversation I had this morning where I detected no, well, it was all genuine, you know. It's kind of sad that as crazy as there being a lie about the shape of the earth, it's amazing that people aren't coming here in droves, trying to troll at first. Okay, that makes sense, but then once you're met with genuine conversation, it's like, why did I think these people said this thing, and why did I think they thought this way?
Yeah,
when actually they're telling me something different.
I get what you're saying. Oh, sorry, my
This
mic.
kid's not doing that. I'm speaking past you. I'm actually not speaking to you, and I wasn't expecting you to respond. Not to
You
be
want me to
disrespectful.
respond?
I most definitely don't believe that you're being genuine,
Do you want me
which
to
is my
respond?
choice.
Do you want me to respond, Elijah?
No,
You want me to respond?
you're actually interrupting. I could
Oh, I'm sorry.
just
I'm
mute
sorry.
you, but it'd
I'm
be
sorry. I'm
justified.
sorry. I'm very sorry.
So, like I said, it's kind of sad.
What is sad?
That you guys aren't taking it seriously. Triple
Let me
and
let me unlock my phone. What's his name?
you're coming in Triple, the one that you were speaking to.
Or about.
I know.
So
I
you're-
actually.
so you're-
Can I please speak? Can I please speak?
No, you can't. So they're
Actually, I'm gonna speak. I'll actually God
or not.
Or not.
You know, it's called prerogative. You know, and some people have it and some people don't. You're not one of them, at least here. What were you going to say, Miggy?
No, I'm just it is disappointing, but like I mean I just wanted for them to actually realize they're in a place where they could actually learn something. And all they need to do is just drop the act. This isn't a trollish thing they need to be looking for. And just if all they need to do is behave correctly and ask some polite questions, give some responses, and be about their day. They don't have to be convinced of anything in their own mind. They don't have to feel that way. They could just take in some information of something new and maybe challenge themselves. It's that easy. But the trollish behavior is not appreciated in the server. So you can have a choice. You have a choice, guys. You can shape up or ship out. It's up to you though. That is all.
Yep, makes sense. Does that make sense, Triple?
So I have to like not you know.
Triple,
I get what you're
words
saying.
were said. Did that make
Words?
sense?
Yeah, that made some sense. So sorry, I was trying to be a little bit disrespectful there, but that wasn't really funny or necessary. I get what you're saying.
Okay. So now that you've been presented with the facts, and you could ask more questions. You could, again, like was said, drop any act.
Acts. Okay. Okay. So my question is, what if we didn't feel the Earth moving because gravity was holding us down to the Earth?
Those are two different things.
Like, what if it really was moving super duper fast, but gravity was holding us down to the Earth? Like when we jump, we go back down, and it made us not notice the Earth spinning.
Those are two different things because they're different vectors.
Vectors?
Yes,
Yeah.
gravity is downward and the spin is sideways.
There's 11 different vectors that the heliocentric model requires, and they're each exponentially faster than the next, and they're each accelerating and decelerating over the course of their elliptical pattern.
Look at it like this: take your feet and glue them to a ball, and then take the ball and spin it and then throw it. You still think you wouldn't feel it?
No, you would. You would.
Right.
different
gravity,
vectors. That's the whole
gravity
point.
gravity doesn't have an effect on that. See,
But what if the ball was really big, like
You're
Earth?
not understanding. Maybe you need to look up the definition for vector.
Vector? Okay, I'll search it. Vector.
It's hard to know
Here.
what someone doesn't understand when they're not genuine from the beginning.
No,
So
I'm
it's
Yeah, I
like,
talk to you.
Here,
I'm
here,
being.
check this out. Check this out.
I think
I'm going to use a different word than vector. Direction.
Okay, I get that. I get that. I get that.
I think
Different
he's trying. I think he's trying
direction.
to straighten up a little bit, guys. Let's give him just a few more minutes.
Thank you, God Rock, and I actually am. Okay, so your argument is that when we jump, even if gravity is pulling us down, right, we can go right and left, forward, like not up and down, but all the other directions we should be moving, but we don't because it's not moving at all.
We got a bad echo right now.
Yeah, somebody's. Oh, God Rockin', you've got to mute your mic because everybody's echoing in your mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, God Rock.
Triple. Different directions.
Yeah, so like, wait,
listen. You're referring to up and down, but the heliocentric model requires 11 different and opposing directions at different rates of speed. Okay, one is a circle, another's another type of circle, ovular circle. Another one is a bigger circle, and then the other one is another bigger circle. You've got all of these different vectors or directions of movement, mutually exclusive, as in different than the one that you're referring to. So the one that you're referring to doesn't cancel out the differentness of the other movements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, can I kind of rephrase what you're saying and see if I get it right?
Sure.
Okay, so you jump up and down. Gravity may pull you down if gravity exists, but you still should be moving left or right, or forward and backwards, according to us moving like 1,000 miles per hour, or the Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour.
11
left or right should be felt. It's not that
different
we should.
directions. Yeah,
So we should feel it moving.
correct. According to the model that the vast majority of people believe in.
What if the Earth was not spinning, but was moving in a way that made it look like it was spinning?
Well, like you just said, it doesn't look like it's spinning.
Well, how do you even address what he just said? I mean, how?
Like the Earth is moving
How?
left.
Right, Narnia, I would say. So we're in Narnia.
What if it's spinning? Even if it. I don't even know how you begin.
Elijah, dude, I'm not trying to start any beef with you. I'm actually being serious. What if it's moving like left and right, and it makes it look like the sun is moving?
How about this? What if it's not moving? Triple.
Well,
yeah.
If it was moving left to right, that's the point. If it's moving left to right, then the heliocentric model is wrong. Like, everything is wrong if you're talking about the Earth not spinning, just moving. Still wrong.
Okay.
Correct.
Hey, Triple, if the Earth was moving, we would know the Earth was moving. There wouldn't be endless stories about why it doesn't seem like we're moving, but we are moving, and that's all there are.
Okay, so when we see like the clouds moving, is that the Earth spinning? Like if you look up in the air.
Brother, really? Okay,
No,
here. I'll answer your question in a very important way. Clouds go east, clouds go west, clouds go north, clouds go south, and every combination of cardinal directions in between. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, clouds go everywhere, basically.
Okay, so the answer to your question is obviously not.
Okay.
Look at the chat. Somebody put an infographic there for you as well.
God rocket.
Air move with the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, God rockin', you're doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm sorry, I have to mute your mic, man. Like that right now, I'm sorry. I'm not actually trolling. Because I'll explain the lack of 1,000 miles per hour wind at equator. Explain surface winds in all directions, such as air. Move with the rotation of the Earth.
Yep. The Earth doesn't rotate, bro. It's as simple as that.
Couldn't the air be moving on its own while the Earth is rotating, though? Or the winds be moving on its own?
Maybe you need to reread the infographic.
Yeah, let me see this. Explain the lack of thousands. What if the wind, due to friction, was moving the opposite way?
That's the no. That's the no. So the answer is explain the lack of 1,000-mile wind at the equator.
So
So
like
it
I don't
doesn't-
really get what these
Turtle
these
Dan.
like helicopter memes don't really make sense.
Turtle Dan, you're busting in the middle of a conversation. Hold on.
Well, it's on topic with the discussion.
Turtle Dan, are you trolling?
Are you trolling?
Oh my god.
Okay, let's move
Guys,
on from this. Let's move on from this. Yeah, mute that Turtle Dan guy. He's kind of interrupting. Okay, so
why haven't you thought through what you've asked?
why haven't I thought through what I asked?
Yeah, Triple. Is all the research you've done
Well,
on this
what
topic
happens if
happening in real
someone
time?
what happens if someone drives away from you?
They're moving away from me. They're going
Right.
farther away
What
from me, so
happens?
it looks smaller.
What happens? Why? You're not connected to them, right? So they're moving because you're not in the car. You're not, right?
Wait,
Well,
I get what you're saying.
Well, something like the clouds and all the air we breathe is separate from the Earth, let alone to themselves as individual particles. Why on earth would the Earth be moving with the sun 500,000 miles a minute or whatever it is, and the air still be there, as if it was inside a moving enclosed system? No, it's outside. So why would the air be moving with the Earth that's circling the sun?
The air should all be gone. Is what you're saying?
According to the
Well, again,
heliocentric model, that's
answer the question. 'Cause I mean, just try to answer it.
What's your question again?
I understand you already brought it to its logical conclusion, but I don't believe you. So just say it out of your mouth.
What is your question again?
Why would the air move with the Earth that's moving around the sun and the sun moving around the galaxy and whatnot?
I don't think
Why
there
would
is a
the air
reason.
just stay there?
There's no reason at all.
Right. Okay, good.
Which means that the Earth is flat.
No, but it does mean
isn't moving.
but it does mean that proposition is ridiculous.
Okay, I got you saying. I got you saying. But what if it stayed there because of gravity?
Didn't he just go through the different vectors?
Oh yeah, true.
situation?
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. I get what you're saying. You proved me wrong.
Let me give you just a simple explanation here.
Okay.
Okay, let's glue your feet to the earth. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You got the wind blowing south where you're standing, but 100 miles away, it's blowing west. Okay, and another place it's blowing east. Okay, so how is the Earth going to move a little bit north, a little bit south, a little bit? It would have to be juggling back and forth to make all these wind movements above it. The wind is moving, not the Earth. The wind is circulating around the Earth. The Earth is not moving. You would, think that the Earth could cause those wind movements of you or those cloud movements. Clouds are moving in all these different directions all over the Earth. The Earth would have to be jumping around like a jumping beam in order to facilitate all of those cloud movements. You get me?
Yeah, so the clouds should all be moving in one way if the Earth was moving.
No, the clouds move in all directions.
Yeah, but
place, they're moving. Some of them are blowing south, some are blowing east, or whatever. They're doing what they're doing, but you're stationary. How are you going to get the Earth to move to facilitate all those different cloud movements.
Simply impossible.
Right. So that's why they're saying what you're saying is preposterous. You're not thinking it through.
Okay,
So
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, but the turtle band, I don't think that really compares to the theory of the Earth being round. That ball doesn't have the gravity to hold the water in. There's also Earth around it, whereas the Earth doesn't have air around
We
it.
haven't gotten to that
Dude,
yet.
how do you prove gravity? Dude, that's the thing. You're just saying gravity like it just exists without you having to prove it. You just accept gravity exists just because people say it. Is that why you think that, or can you prove it to us?
I just heard it by my science teacher.
Yeah, you assert exactly. There's nothing wrong with saying that, bro, because we were there too, man. We asserted the same shit, but then when we got older, it was like, well, that doesn't make any sense anymore.
Okay, so basically, the school teachers are lying to us.
He doesn't know any better. He knows just as much as you do. That's it.
Oh, so they're unintentionally lying to us.
He doesn't know any better. It's not his fault. It's not even unintentionally. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. Never questioned it. Dude, I never questioned. Dude, I just think people are crazy. Flat Earth, you're freaking. I used to flip back people, like literally laugh, point fingers. Hey, check this guy out. Stuff like that, bro. Let me tell you, man. I was there until I looked into the stuff myself.
Okay, so if gravity doesn't exist, then how come when I jump, it moves me back to the floor?
Who told you that process was because of gravity?
Well, what else could it be?
Well, who told you that it was?
My science teacher.
Okay. Well, did he validate the claim that he made that the reason that you go down is because of gravity, this force pulling you down?
Well,
Did he validate that, or did he tell you it and then tell you another model that's can't be validated and say this is how these things work?
I think the proof is really in the pudding here. Well, it's validated because the things.
No, how do you know that you're going down because of mass attracting mass?
Well, what else
That's
could it
the
be?
question. No, how do you know that you are going down because mass is attracting mass? See, mass attracting mass is something you've never seen. However, you're attributing this idea, why things orbit, why things go down, why things do a number of things. You're attributing that idea to the fact that heavier things fall to the ground.
Well,
I'm asking, but the bottom line is whether you believed in gravity or not, things would still fall to the ground.
Why?
If we had a better explanation.
No one knows why, other than what we can scientifically validate.
Yes,
so things move up, down, and in pretty much any direction that you can think of because of their density as it's related to the density of the medium. So if I have if I have air as a medium and I have a rock and the rock is denser than the air, the rock is going to fall through the air. Simple.
Okay.
If I have another substance, like say I drop a log, it's gonna fall through the air. Guess what? In another medium, it's going to float on the water. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to go down. It's not going to go up. It's going to move laterally. So when you say why do things go down, well, first of all, everything doesn't go down. So if you're gonna ask why things go down, then you can equally ask why things go up, why things go diagonally. You can ask those questions, and the answer can't be gravity for all those things, right? So unless you're gonna special plead, meaning you're gonna just pick one thing that seems to make sense, but ignore all the other aspects that would kind of make what you think silly. If you're gonna do that, then you could. But the bottom line is things don't go down only, and the mass attracting mass idea has never been validated. So who cares why things go up or down? It has nothing to do with what we think gravity is, i.e., why we're standing on the floor.
Would you be interested in hearing another explanation?
Yeah, first, can I tackle his argument?
Yeah, but we have a better idea of why things go up and down.
Okay, so let me get this right. Part of your argument is that there's no proof that it isn't something other than gravity.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not making an argument. What I'm saying is we've never validated mass attracts mass. That's not an argument. That's just the truth. You're asking why isn't it what I previously believed? Because it was never validated.
Okay.
That's the end.
I'll get on to what you're saying in a second, but I want to ask Roger a question. So when you say it could be invisible unicorns pulling things down, are you saying that other things? Are you saying that?
Yeah, no. So that's equally valid as your center to mass claim, right? So to the up and down on a sphere is to the down is to the center of the sphere, right? So
what if
you believe that it is that, right? That you are being pulled to the center of the earth. I could say it could be invisible unicorns, right? Because both are not validated.
Okay, but I think that gravity existing is validated by everything else not being valid. Because that's for your help.
Do you want proof?
Not pulling things down, okay, man?
Do you want proof, or are you just gonna just go? I think.
Remember,
I don't see.
I think that the unicorns are validated by everything else not being valid. So I guess we're at a standstill.
Well, I think it's validated by things falling to the ground, right? Because the unicorns are falling down, and I see things going down. Must be.
Okay, obviously it's begging the question. I don't know if he understands that or not because I haven't. No, not while I'm talking.
My bad,
because
sir.
I haven't established whether or not he's being genuine. I don't even know how to handle the conversation. We're kind of just meandering through it. So that's fine because that's what you guys want to do. I'm also participating. Shut up.
Come full circle because
Shut up, guy, before I start just moderating you by muting you every time I speak. I'm just going to automatically keep you muted until no one else is speaking, and that's going to be annoying.
My bad.
Just be quiet.
Okay.
So, Gospel Bearer, I hear the exasperation in your sighs. Please, what do you have to say about all this?
Triple, it sounds like you're not interested in what the truth is. You're interested in trying to validate your beliefs. Do you understand that that's what you're doing or no?
I was trying to prove that something's valid based on everything else being invalid.
That's illogical. Triple, do you understand that what you are currently doing is you're trying to prove your beliefs without taking into consideration the facts? Do you understand that? It's a yes or no question.
I don't understand that I'm doing that. But can I say something first?
No, that is what you are doing. I'm here to let you know that that is what you are doing. And that is problematic because it doesn't foster any benefit to your life whatsoever. And you came here, right, for the purpose of the topic. If you're not interested in using logic and determining what is real and what is actual, as opposed to what you think is real, your beliefs, if you're not interested in that distinction, you should not be here.
Can I say something first?
Do you understand? No, you're not addressing the words I just said. So first, address what I just said before you move on to something else.
I'm not trying to justify my own beliefs. I'm trying to show you that something is so likely that it is considered as correct. An invisible unicorn pulling something down, that is not likely.
I didn't ask you a question, Triple. I'm telling you that is what you are doing. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you that you're trying to justify your beliefs.
Well, I would have to tell you that you're simply wrong.
Right, because an unmeasurable force between two objects that are attracted to each other is also equally as invalid as saying something is pulling something. Because what you're saying is there's a force that's pulling something, but this can't be measured or detected. That again, that's what we're saying there's no proof of. So it's not likely, there's no proof of it.
There is literally no evidence that mass attracts mass. That doesn't exist in reality. It never has existed in reality. It's a story that you believe. Okay? You're not aware of that yet. If you actually care about reality and you look at the details and you look at the facts, you will understand that to be a fact. And you'll be disillusioned. You'll no longer be in the false reality of your imagination and the stories that are told.
Can I talk?
Did you hear what was said first?
Yes, I'm hearing what you're saying. I would
Knowledge
respond.
that you heard. You keep on acting like you want to move on to the next
No,
thing.
I'm not trying to move on. I'm trying to
acknowledging.
respond to it. I just don't want to interrupt you, so I'm asking if you're done.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not trying to be rude, sorry.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that anything else is validated the same way as gravity.
Okay.
And you think that I'm just trying to validate my beliefs with no facts at all.
Triple. You
Yes,
need
sir.
to understand a very basic aspect of science. Okay, it involves falsification, proving something false. So I make a claim. If somebody falsifies my claim is no longer valid. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. But then if I make a claim that cannot be falsified because it's impossible to falsify it, that claim is not a scientific claim.
Okay, but
No, take a breath. Take a breath. You need to understand the significance of that. It's very relevant.
Yeah, can I respond? Are you done?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you all are taking into consideration the idea that something can be proven based on other things that are not proven. For example, when you flip let me talk please. When you flip the light switch and the light goes on, you can say that it's technically possible that some invisible gnome is flipping that light switch. But every single time you flip that light switch, the same thing happens. It keeps on turning on the light.
Because you're flipping the light switch.
Yes, it's not an invisible
gnome. Someone put in the wall fixture or the socket fixture and made that possible through trial and error. At some point, now something is a skill for others to have access to. Like that's not so. Yeah, so it's not unknown or a mystery. The cause of a light coming on when you're turning it on. So, and what you're talking about is antecedent relationship. So, if there's air pressure, the thing that follows it or precedes it is a container to pressurize the air. That's psi, pounds per square. That's what we're talking about. So, in all instances, all the time, and now I'm getting a call, of course, and I guarantee. Oh, I don't even know who this is.
Okay.
Hey, Triple.
How old is this kid in the first place?
I think he's old enough for Discord, if that's what you mean.
Old enough for.
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean it's just like because
the light, and you said, "Wow, how did the light turn on?" Someone said it's invisible light switching gnomes, and you said, "Oh, wow!" And you said, "How'd you know that?" And the person said, "Well, the proof's in the pudding." What would you say to them?
I would tell them, then the same argument goes for gravity, that at one point something becomes so unlikely that you have to assume it's out of the picture.
Yeah, you could take the wall apart and see if there is an invisible gnome in the pudding. Otherwise, you would just have to take that person's word. You would have to believe their invisible gnome story until then, correct?
Yes.
That's where you are right now. You're believing the invisible gnome story we all believed.
I would say it's the other way around, to be honest.
Can I ask one question, then I'll bow out?
Well, Triple, you're confused if you're being honest.
I'm being honest, yeah.
Triple.
Yeah.
Would you
Then
be
you're confused.
Would you be interested in another explanation as to why things fall and rise? Other
Sure.
than gravity?
Sure,
Would
man.
you be interested in that?
Sure.
Because there is one that worked very, very well.
What is
Much
it?
better than the gravity. Gravity myth.
Sure. What is it?
Someone go ahead and explain the Poynting density and
Why'd you bring it up? You gonna defer? What's wrong with you, man?
Okay.
He already had density explained to him, and he just went straight back to gravity.
I
Yeah,
agree.
does a helium balloon defy gravity, Triple?
Helium balloon?
Does it defy gravity?
I would say a helium balloon does not defy gravity.
Why does it go up then?
Sorry, what'd you say?
If a helium balloon doesn't have the ability to defy gravity, what is causing it to rise?
So the density of the helium, it's less than the density of the air, which causes the air to fall below the...
Yeah, but where's your gravity? Where's the gravity pulling? Why isn't it pulling it to the ground?
What isn't it? What? Why isn't it pulling it to the ground?
All right. Here's what should probably happen. You have lots of information that's been provided to you. You understand that long distance observations have been made that demonstrate that Earth is not curved, that it's actually a flat and level surface. Okay, eat a good dinner, get a good night's sleep, and keep doing research. I think that you might need to take a breath or a break or something, because too much too fast, and you don't seem to be the type of person that's really capable of taking in too much information too quickly.
Is that an insult?
It's not an insult, it's an observation. Like, there's a lot of meandering around all these different topics, and you're not really letting any of them sink in because you're asking all sorts of other questions, bouncing around instead of acknowledging the significance of the reality.
I'm trying to do that. I just can't speak.
No, you're not trying to do that in the slightest.
Let me speak about that guy's argument. Okay?
No, you're not understanding what I just told you. So, for instance, have you acknowledged the fact that Earth's surface is level?
It isn't. There's mountains and everything, man.
Level. Not talking about bumps.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I acknowledge that.
Okay. Do you understand the implications that means in regards to the heliocentric model?
Yes, I do. I acknowledge
If
that.
you actually did, which this is why I'm doubting that I hear you say, yes, I do. The reason I doubt that is because you're still clinging to all of the narrative of that model. You're clinging to it dogmatically, even though the whole model and all of the stories associated with it, okay, such as mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time and all of these stories, they're all associated, they're all linked, but they are all unscientific, never been demonstrated in reality. They're just stories, and you're still demonstrating that you're holding on to them as if they are valid, but they aren't even part of reality. They're a story associated with the globe story. It's all part of the same story. So for you to be fighting for that story that has already been invalidated and falsified is really unusual. Do you understand the inconsistency?
Oh.
Yeah, I get what you're saying that it's inconsistent for me to try to cling on to past ideas that you think I've been proven wrong.
Not think. You can't prove something wrong that was never proved in the first place.
Okay, but I actually have an objection
Okay, but
to that. I have no objection to that.
No,
it's
a matter of fact. There's nothing to prove wrong if it was not proved in the first place. Okay, prove me wrong that I don't. Prove me wrong, okay, that you don't owe me $5,000.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
prove me wrong that I owe you $5,000.
Yeah. Prove it wrong that you don't owe me $5,000.
This is my first time talking to you.
So?
I didn't. I never agreed to owing you $5,000.
The point he's trying to make you realize is that you should be demanding him proof that you owe him the money instead of the other way around.
Okay.
Which goes back to my earlier statement. You don't need to prove something wrong that was never proved in the first place. That's why it's so absurd for me to say, prove me wrong that you don't owe me $5,000. That's why that whole statement is so absurd in the first place. But you played along. Do you understand? It's easy to be fooled by word games.
Okay, but what if something...
Bro, you're not soaking it in.
I'm soaking it in. I just don't think that is logical. And I'll tell you why if you let me speak. What if something is proved by other things being unlikely? When I flip the light switch and the lights come on,
You're referring to deductive reasoning.
Yeah, deductive reasoning.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but deductive reasoning doesn't work in this particular example.
Why?
Because there's too many unknown variables. And if the claim is made that mass attracts mass, and then it's demonstrated that mass does not attract mass, and then you kick the ball down the road and move the goalpost and say, well, the reason that your mass wasn't attracting another mass is because it wasn't big enough, and you kick the ball so far down the road and move the goalpost so far away that it becomes unfalsifiable in order to prove the claim, then the claim doesn't have any proof for it, and therefore it's an invalid claim on its face. That's why this is all so relevant. Okay, and you can't use deductive reasoning in this. You need to demonstrate any plausibility in the first place. When there's no demonstration whatsoever that correlates to the claim, it's absurd to accept the claim.
Okay. So you're saying
there's no evidence that gravity is a variable that's in play in the first place. That's just a story you're telling about things that you see.
You're saying that deductive reasoning does not work here because we do not have enough information about the subject at hand.
There's too many unknown variables. I use my words very, very much intentionally and to be as precise as possible.
Okay.
There's too many unknown variables in this specific context in order to use deductive reasoning.
I'm actually right here. I actually agree with you. You're right. Wait, one second. This person added me. Alright, done. Global Earthers.
Called a ping, not an ad. Just
no, like an at, like AT.
Oh, okay. Edit me. Let's see what you say.
I just suck at English. Okay. Global authors are lied to. The told things are possible to actually impossible. So then somebody points out reality. With that thing being impossible, they go crazy. I'm not going crazy. I'm chilling.
Okay, bud.
Yeah, the reason why you're asking a whole bunch of questions is because you haven't been challenged. Your mind is not challenged to know if you can actually realize that the Earth, if it's a globe or not, right? So everything that you're asking is due to the fact that you've been taught a certain way. So you're using the information of what you've been taught to insert it into this conversation. But it's really simple. It's really, really simple. So if I was to tell you, without the globe, would you have gravity? Without it, like if this Earth was not a globe, because what does gravity do? Like per what they taught you, if you're being honest, what does gravity do from what you know?
Moves things downwards.
All right, but all over the
No,
Earth, right?
no. Sorry, Miggy, because we had
No,
this
no,
conversation. The
yeah,
claim
no,
is
hold on.
mass attracting mass. So I know that's the answer you're trying to get to, right? So what gravity do to everything in existence in space, including the Earth?
What it got to do to everything in existence, basically. Right?
What did it do? When you look at the sky, when you assert that the Earth is what role did gravity play in that?
Do you know? It's okay to say you don't know. Just be honest. We need to know what you know, and you don't have to take forever to search it. Just do you know or not?
I don't know.
Okay, good. Since you don't know, Elijah, did you want to go through it with him, or do you want me to
Just
finish up? Or?
real quick, and you can finish. So if the Earth doesn't measure to be what they claim, and because it doesn't measure that way, the calculations based on that mass to attract things to keep it in certain orbits and all this, that, and the third. The bottom line is, if the Earth's not curving, then mass is not attracting mass, and the universe wasn't created to where everything in the universe, other than all of the other things we experience here on Earth, but everything up there, including Earth as a whole, has been pulled into a sphere because of gravity. So if Earth is not a sphere, obviously that's incorrect.
Do you understand, young man?
So gravity would have to pull Earth into a sphere if it existed.
It's doing that to everything they propose in the cosmos, is what Elijah's telling you. Everything, the sun, the moon, everything.
Wait, I have a question. For my friend.
No,
Can I ask
wait.
it?
Time out.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
understand what we're saying about what gravity is supposed to be doing?
Yeah,
For the
everything
universe?
would be a sphere if it
Okay,
existed.
so now let's get back to the point. I want to draw back to the point. The point is, we're going to show you, or demonstrate rather, that the Earth does not have this curvature that it needs. Because if once it's not a sphere anymore, you can't have this idea of gravity. It doesn't work because it's not a ball attracting mass into itself. Okay, so right.
Well,
So
actually,
now we're
what
gonna.
he said earlier works. Remember how you said some things prove other things? Ultimately, that's what you were trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, gravity proves that the Earth is a sphere, except Earth doesn't measure to be a sphere, which means that gravity didn't do that, which means you can't infer one thing from the other. Like that, but that's your whole argument, is that there are other things that let me know. Well, again, if it doesn't measure to be a sphere, then you can't infer that it's a sphere based on gravity.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
All right, so we're on a roll. So now what we got to find out is if this Earth that we're standing on is a ball, is a sphere, is a globe. That's one thing we got to find out, because everything that we know from this on top of this Earth hinges on the fact that it has to be a sphere. So if it's a sphere, then everything else of what they talked about can be true. All the stuff, right?
Yeah.
But we can't go there. We can't talk about that other stuff until the first thing we need to find out if it's a sphere. It is so utterly important that you find this information out. You can become a critical thinker, and you can actually start to look at what the metrics to the globe are. The metrics are the numbers and the figures they give us for the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. So those are the three things you can actually look up to see what size of Earth we live on, right? You can type it into Google right now if you want. Radius, diameter, and circumference. Now you're going to find this information out real easy because that's what they say the Earth is. So you're going to be taught that in school, and people are everywhere else are going to tell you this is what the Earth is. We cannot claim, or anybody else cannot claim, that the Earth is a bigger ball because it measures what the metrics tell us: the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. So what we're going to do now is take this information, right? The radius, diameter, and circumference. We're going to find out over the surface of the Earth. Now you can take a friend, right, with you, and you could have them stand like 5 to 10 miles away from you. Let's say on like a shore. It's easier to do it that way, on a shore of a beach or a lake. And you can go and have your friend stand that far away, and you can do what is called a line of sight test, meaning that you and your friend are going to be able to see from where you can see from that point A, and he'd be on point B, and see if he shines a light, right? And you're going to take an Earth curve calculator. You can find any of one of these calculators online. You're going to punch in some numbers there. You're going to punch in the size of the Earth. You're going to punch in the sight distance from where you are, the elevation from the ground to where you're looking at. And you could probably use some high-powered binoculars, or you can use like maybe a high-powered camera, whatever that's available to you. And you're going to go to that area. And if there's a hump of Earth curvature in between you and your friend when you figure this out, then you have sufficient evidence to stand for the claim that the Earth is it's curving. It's a ball, because you have a hump of Earth curve between you and your friend. Now, if you do a line of sight test and you and your friend can see each other, or he shines a light and you actually see the light, then the Earth is not curving like they tell you that it is. So what happens once you demonstrate that to yourself is you figure out that it's not the sphere that they told you it is. And it doesn't mean that it's a bigger sphere. It just means that the claim that they've been saying this whole time is not true. So you falsify the claim of the globe. So now you start moving away. You start moving away from believing that the Earth is a globe to understanding that it's not. And so what it does, like, remember I told you, you need to have the ball Earth. You need to have the sphere, the globe. It needs to be there for you to understand that the gravity idea is working, pulling things into itself, mass attracting mass. And all the stuff that you see in the sky has to be conformed to this idea as well. But if you can't find that the Earth is even curving, then all of it is gone. Everything. The whole cosmos is completely taken away from what they told you it was. Because you know why the radius is so important? They need it for the calculations of refraction. They need it for the calculations to, like when rockets go to the moon, there's a parabolic trajectory that these rockets take around the Earth, because they have to use escape velocity to go to the moon, or rovers to Mars, or whatever. So they use the radius metrics in their formulas when they're calculating these things. So this information is so important. So it's not that it's a bigger ball or it's a smaller ball. If it's not the size that they claim it is, and you and your friend can see each other, then the radius claim goes away. It's gone. And therefore you demonstrate to yourself and to your friend that because you can see each other with line of sight from a distance, that the Earth is not curving at the rate that they say it is. And I'm pretty sure people are putting some information on the live stream voice text so you can figure out the numbers if you need any more assistance. But that is basically, it wraps it up in a nutshell. If you can't provide evidence that the Earth is curving, then there is no Earth as a sphere. And everything else you might want to stand by, you're not gonna be able to use it. So it's called empirical evidence. You can look that word up too, empirical evidence. That's what you need, and that's what you have when you do a line of sight test. It's not an experiment. It have nothing to do with science. It has everything to do with measurements. Okay? Because that's what you're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got a question about that though.
Okay, so if it's about the topic, go ahead.
It's about if the Earth is flat or not.
Okay, what did I just tell you right now? What was important of the thing that I just told you?
Radius it's not coherent.
Did I say coherent? I don't think I said coherent. No. What I'm telling you to do is this line of sight test.
Yeah, like on a beach or a lake. I remember.
Right. So what you got to do, and this is the way you're going to demonstrate it to yourself and your friend. Right? Because you have to use the numbers they're giving you. You can't use anything else. It's the information that they given you, me, and everyone. So everybody can look this information up. We can see what the radius is, and it's either a globe or it's not, and it's that simple. So is there any other question you have about that?
My friend is actually very interested in this because if Earth was flat, what happens if you
Bruh.
walk to the end of it? Could you walk off the edge?
Triple. This is like really low. This is really low IQ stuff that you're doing right now. You're doing this really stupid question of if Earth was. Find out if it is.
Okay, but if it was flat,
No.
You don't know yet.
No, you haven't understood the details yet. Go find out that it is, and then all of your questions will melt away because they'll be absurd. Because you're still believing in the ball, your questions make sense. Once you realize that it's not a ball, you won't even have those questions.
Okay, well, I have a question that I think proves you wrong.
Well, you
Bro.
should direct your edge question to the Globers because they're the ones claiming an edge, aka a geometric horizon
Again,
everywhere you look.
this
It's
goes
just low
back to
IQ.
me believing. Again, my belief is getting even stronger that he's not serious because
Yeah,
after
it's not.
everything
I'm not
that's
serious.
said,
Dude,
it's like,
I was
It's
messing
not
with.
that,
look,
Elijah. I think it's just not smart.
Dude, can I talk? Earlier, I was sort of trolling, but I have not been trolling for the last long time, and you guys probably noticed
yeah,
the difference, haven't you?
yeah, of course you were pretending. We know what that is.
No, I'm not trolling now. I've been being very serious and respectful, as you can tell. I've been waiting for people to stop talking.
But
before I
right now,
talk.
you're asking a question that doesn't matter.
It
That's
does
the problem.
matter. If the Earth was flat, can I
No,
talk?
it doesn't matter
Can I
because
talk, man?
because if the universe was expanding, what's at the edge? It's definitely an ineffectual question.
There's no
Okay.
if. There's no if either. The question at the very beginning is already a bad question.
No, it really isn't.
No, it is because
If the
there's no if. There's no if, Triple. The if is done. It's over.
Okay, I'll say it without an if you really want me to.
Can I ask you with if triple one question?
Before
Sure.
you do, before you do, right? So if the Earth is flat, why don't people fall off? Well, here's the thing: because it measures that way, and you don't know anyone who's fallen off. Why would you ask such a question?
That's a good answer. I
Because wouldn't people be
appreciate that
talking
answer.
about them going to the edge of the Earth? Like, wow,
What
look at
edge?
this.
Where?
If you kept on going forward,
The
you
edge
would
of the
eventually
what?
find an edge.
No.
Yes.
What about what I said?
I don't
Yeah, you
know
didn't
anybody
listen.
that's fallen off. Why do I need to know somebody that's fallen off in order to ask this question?
Who claim it edge and falling off?
What about
You
people that
or-
went to the edge and didn't fall off but just saw the edge?
You don't know
What
anybody.
people?
What about the edge of outer
People just
space?
all of
You're
a sudden
making
said
the
it?
edge up in your mind.
No,
the edge only exists in your mind.
No, it doesn't. Even if there was an edge, who's been there to tell the story? Like,
Exactly.
even it. Look, listen. There are people who have lived in New York City their whole lives and haven't been to the border of the Bronx to go to Queens or Brooklyn. So they haven't been to the edge of a border that's imaginary. So again, if we had people that have actually been to the edge, we would speculate. We're sitting here asking if someone were to go to an edge, wouldn't they fall off? Of course they would if they could walk off of an edge, because obviously that's obvious.
Yeah, it's a really stupid question. And if you actually thought for a few more minutes, you would realize why it's a stupid question.
Yeah, it's
It
like
really
you're
isn't.
saying
Can I
if
talk?
you
Can I
went to
talk?
the
It is.
shore
You're
and
just
you
not
fell
thinking.
over into the water, then you
Can I
fell
talk?
off the edge of the shore into the water.
No, you're asking a bunch of questions right now, and you're not addressing the point that I gave a little. I gave you a little bit of homework. I gave you a little bit of homework to. That means that you can find out for yourself the evidence that the Earth is not a globe. I actually gave you the keys to go find that out, and you're asking these silly questions that have nothing to do with you actually finding out if the Earth is a globe or not. And this should be like something that you should be like, wow, I'm gonna go and check this out for myself. make sure that you guys aren't like feeding me some lies. I'm going to go look into this. And that would be even more interesting that you would say that and log off and go and probably, plan this out versus you staying in here and asking ridiculous questions that don't benefit no sir, that don't benefit you. These questions that you're going to ask preceding, they have no relevance to the topic unless you go and figure this out for yourself. We really don't have to entertain any more questions that you have to ask because they're not going to be something that are pertinent to the topic. We already gave you the information. You can go and figure this out for yourself. It's as simple as that, really. So thank you for your participation.
No, let me say one thing.
I don't think your one thing is going to matter because
you're going to trust me. It will trust me. Actually, being serious here.
If it's a hypothetical question, you'll get easily removed.
It's not hypothetical at all.
All right, go ahead, ask it.
I just don't understand how not even a single person, according to your logic, would ever make it to the edge of the Earth if the Earth was flat and not tell anybody else about it. If it's a huge conspiracy and common thing that it's flat, if the Earth was flat, how would not a single person go to the edge of the Earth?
Operation
High jump?
Dominic, was it? Or Operation Fishbowl? One of those.
High jump, maybe.
Like, So the point is, they're literally talking about as much as they could potentially know because they can go no further. So when it comes to human exploration, we already have people who have told us how far they can go beyond us, beyond what we know, and that's still hearsay.
The Earth is infinite.
So we're not saying it's not possible to go to the edge. We're just saying, well, if you can't find who's been there, then it is what it is. That doesn't mean, no one's been there, which means it doesn't exist. No, first of all, the Earth is flat. That's number one. Whatever edge may or may not be is irrelevant. The fact that I don't know where the edge is or anyone who's been there has nothing to do with the fact that the Earth measures to be flat.
So
it's not going to automatically, because I tell you I don't know where they are. Oh, then doesn't that mean that the Earth could be a ball? Well, that would mean you would have ignored everything that has been told to you today about the radius, about the measurements, about needing to have the radius for space travel and all of this. That would mean, based on your question, you've ignored everything else, which means I was right about you. So what say you?
What were you right about me about?
That you're not genuine.
I'm not genuine?
Because you're asking a question that you have the answer to if you just go back into your memory and pick out the relevant things that we've told you throughout all this time.
Did you guys go over gas pressure with them?
Can I talk
yeah, we kind of did. So when you say, can I ask a question, and you said, well, if no one's been there, how do you know? Okay, we don't know. So what's the logical conclusion that you would make from that?
That's I don't believe that's what I said.
Well, what logical conclusion would you make based on me saying I don't know to whatever it is question you have? What conclusion would you make? You already know your own question, so just pretend that I'm saying I don't know to it.
You're saying
what's your logical conclusion?
I would conclude that it's round, spherical.
That's what I just said you would do.
No. Yeah.
And so my point stands.
Yeah.
So that would mean that you were pretending this entire time.
Yeah, there's no further discussion with you. If you're not removed by if you're not excusing yourself by the time I get to the remove button, I'm gonna do it manually. So
okay, do it manually.
If somebody talks to you in between the time that I remove you, then oh well.
Do it manually, dude. Yeah.
Well, I found him, so he's muted. He doesn't have to leave, but whatever.
We got Puff.
Yeah, I don't mind if he stays. Just I don't want to hear him anymore. There's no reason why he should be speaking.
Well, I mean, we can't do that after I said I'm not sure. You like because sometimes we talk about it in a genuine way, like everything that just happened was something that we couldn't have known. No, we just sat here and spent 2 hours having a conversation, and before that started, I asked, "Should we really be doing this?"
Yeah.
Does anybody know his intentions? Like, is it meaning? Did you ask enough pertinent questions for you to assess? Maybe I shouldn't waste this much of my energy. But we did it anyway, and that's fine. So I therefore don't want to ridicule him now. Is what is the point that I'm trying to make? Fuck it. We had the conversation. Time to move on.
If he has a voice text chat, he can ask the question there. Very intelligent question. Like, if Earth is a globe, I want you to ask him that question, Elijah. If Earth is a flat, they're always starting with that. Ask normal question. If Earth is a globe, where is curvature? And then ask yourself that question. Don't ask flat earther if Earth is flat. If Earth is a globe, let's find curvature. And then you will find yourself, okay, I will find curvature. NASA will show me. But that's not the curvature, you know.
I know, Sasha, but 5 people asking him the same question is not productive. It's
Yeah,
still gonna.
I know that from the
And you,
beginning.
even if you say, "Well, let me try," and then we unmute him, and then you ask him the same circular
I know.
question, same answer is gonna come from him, and it's not gonna. We're not going anywhere.
Well, you know what? If the Earth was a sphere moving in a circular motion around the sun, then we should experience movement. We don't experience movement, therefore, the Earth is not a globe moving around the sun. Well, you can't say that everything that I said is illogical in any way because most definitely, if something is moving in a circle, is definitely accelerated, which is something we should feel, which is something we've all said time and time again. So it's like, yeah, give it up. Just give it up. Don't have to spend 5 million minutes, getting frustrated over a conversation that I already knew wasn't, coming from a person who was capable of having it or was pretending. So either he's incapable of thinking things through, or it was a person that was just troll anyway, or it's a little bit of both. I don't know. But somebody said somebody else was in the chat. Maybe they wanted to ask some questions.
You got Puff in here. Puff's in there.
Oh, it's Friday. Hey, I'm really hoping Ladies Night kicks off in the next 15 minutes. I wouldn't mind the ladies. Well, he's gone anyway, but I mean,
Yeah, that would have been something.
Yeah.
You got Erratic done in here. Maybe what time is it?
Yeah.
They got another hour, don't they?
No. Like 15 minutes. If it starts at 5.
Oh. Who's leading it?
I'm not sure.
Is it Damsel Medic? Maybe. I don't know. Got Globe Phobus. Globe Phobus, do you partake in that? I don't know. You've been sitting here. Don't know if you.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, who leads the? Is that Damsel Medic or what was her name? That lady that.
Level Up. I mean, she's usually the
Is
one
it Level
who
Up?
takes it over.
You're right. It is Level Up.
Yeah.
Nah, well, yeah. She's probably gonna take over.
I forgot that it was actually Ladies' Night.
Me too. I was like, well, yeah, I forgot.
Dandelion sometimes hosts as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, we've got Lulu. Haven't seen her in a long time.
Me either. Lulu, where are you?
Mic check.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, everybody, what's up?
Nothing much, man. How about you? Having a great day?
So did the kid give up, or he had to go?
What happened to her?
No, we kind of put a pause on him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Sorry, there is a big lag for me, so I don't know if I'm roboting or not.
No, you're
You
fine.
sound
We just
good.
haven't heard from you in forever. How are you?
I've been good. I've been kind of just unable to come on because of my network, but
Right.
glad to hear you guys and girls.
Do we need to get Elon Musk to send a satellite over your area? What's up?
A special one.
Yeah, if you can, please.
All right, I'll go put the order in.
Leluca, what a joy. Hi.
Hey, Elijah, what's up?
Nothing much, nothing much. Hope you participate in late night today.
That's what I'm hoping for if my network is stable.
Oh, right. Well, we'll pray on that.
In that case, we should have
Amen.
got those little scamps in here. Keep them busy. Keep the women busy. Well, glad Flobus was in here, so she kind of heard most of his arguments. So it wouldn't be no surprise to her for those guys to stay in here.
To be quite honest, I haven't been paying much attention.
Ah, I see.
I've been doing
Well,
some other
that works.
around the house.
Yeah, that works. Because your mind has an atrophy, then you could.
Yeah.
You could.
I was gonna say you didn't miss much.
I heard the other guy earlier. I forgot his name. He was pretty funny. The troll.
Oh, his friend, that guy's friend, or what?
Yeah, I think so. Triple or something?
Triple.
Triple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
he's a troll. Yeah, he was.
well, here's the thing about the triple situation. A lot of, Elijah was like, do we want to do this really? I don't know how beneficial it was for his brain, but I think that the conversation was good for the audience.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, we got some other people in here before ladies' night. I mean, let's see, who else we got in here? We got Puff. We got Z. I don't know who's Z. Right now, Z.
Hello.
Oh, I've heard you. You've been in here before. Let me see who
Yeah, I've
else we
been
got.
in there a few times. I haven't been in for a while though.
Is Z now? I need to click on his name. Is he a Glober? Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Flat Earther. Oh, Erratic Dunn isn't. I know that. He's got the avatar of a cat with like a goggles on, or glasses, or what is that? Elijah, what time you getting off of work, man?
Never.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to
No.
punch out, man.
Yeah, I might because I'm not sure I want to deal with this rain. It is Friday, and so I have a cool weekend to make up whatever. I can work whenever I want, so really. But as long as I got tomorrow and Sunday, I don't really need to work tonight. I've been out here all day, so I could go home. But if it doesn't rain, I'm not doing nothing but talking to you guys and pressing the acceleration button. So I'm straight. It's not cold. It's not wintertime anymore. At least for right now, I'm Gucci.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure you do.
So, with the okay, I just need to figure out how to phrase this. So, with the way how the moon moves, how are we only ever able to see one side of the moon?
Because that's the
Is
way
there
it's
another
always
side?
been.
Like, how would that be possible on a flat Earth model?
Oh my goodness.
Because
Is
that's
there
the way
another
it's
side?
always been. I'm sorry. Maybe we have differing answers. My answer is that that's the way it's always been, especially while knowing, because some of us have actually measured the Earth to be not curving. So
Yeah. Why would you ask how it would work on a flat Earth when the Earth is measurably flat and the moon is just doing what it does? It's not a question of would. It is like that.
Yeah, but like, how does it work?
I don't know.
Puff
Okay.
needs to be save those questions, dude. You only got an hour left. How are you gonna be in here a
No,
little bit longer?
9 minutes, bro. 9 minutes.
Oh, 9 minutes. Yeah, save your questions for 9 minutes later, Puff.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got one here, so yeah. If you're inquisitive, Glad Flobus, you're gonna have to put him down as or Leluca. You guys make a list, check it twice.
How
Who
how
else we got in
fog
here?
Yeah. You said an hour, or is it 9 minutes?
No, no,
Or 8 minutes,
eight
right?
8 minutes. Yeah.
8 minutes, yeah.
can I ask a question?
Okay, because I thought you guys changed the time. I was like, damn.
Save it for ladies' night, Sasha.
No, I have 8 minutes.
I don't think you're gonna get through your thing in 8 minutes, Sasha. I know you. It
How
won't happen in 8 minutes.
how fog work on flat Earth model?
Did you say fog?
Yeah.
You might as well just ask how doorknobs work on flat Earth, dude.
Gosh, that's actually that's
Fog
tricky. I don't even know. How does a
fog
door
exists.
jam work on flat Earth?
There you go.
We
Inquiring
see
minds
fog.
want to know, Sasha.
Miggy, we see fog in reality. Does we see fog in reality?
We better.
That mean how that work on flat Earth, man?
I'm gonna be like Elijah. Well, like it's always worked.
I just
It's easy, right?
I just had a thought as I was walking. How does that work on flat Earth? Can anybody tell me? I really need to know the answer to this question.
Wait, you had a thought and you're wondering how your thought works on flat Earth? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Mm, refraction?
Sasha, what do you think? How do
Does
thoughts
your
work on flat Earth?
does your thought is leveled or it's spiraling?
There you go. Now we're getting into it.
Define thought.
Sasha, we're Sasha 2.0, man.
Well, that's a different person. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's why would they? I don't understand. Like, why would they even put their name Sasha 2.0?
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
because their name was.
I think
They
his
had.
name is also Sash.
Yeah, and they changed it to 2.0 for the sake of being different, distinguishing. But anyway, they had some difficulties today, and they were making claims that were provocateur claims and just unwelcome behavior, basically.
Someone gave him the boot, or what?
Well, I just threw him in cognis for a day.
He'll be back.
He was just being a provocateur on the topic of the trans thing, and that's not welcome behavior.
Yeah.
You're muting me because I'm trans. No, we're muting you because you were disrupting the conversation.
Yeah, he's not. That's all he's here for.
He
Yeah.
gets banned the same way every time, though. He does the exact same thing.
Who's that? That's is that
Sasha
Morvis?
2.0.
No, that's
Oh, yeah.
Morvis.
Morvis was the one talking.
Freaking Morvis, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey man, what's up?
dude, I haven't seen you in a coon's age.
Yeah, dude, I've been busy.
Yeah,
I've
hey,
been alert.
I remember you were gonna move to a house. Did you already move to it?
Yeah, I've been there a couple years. Been doing a lot of shit to it. Blew in insulation up in the attic. Got some solar panels on it. Now I'm trying to work
Damn.
on getting the yard in shape. Well, not really the yard. I want to rock over the front yard so I don't have to worry with grass and make a little like a food forest or something in the backyard.
Nice. For the old lady?
No, she don't really eat fruit and stuff.
Oh, I see.
It's gonna be for me.
Hey, man. I mean, all right. What what are you planting out there? Some apples?
Yeah, we planted a peach tree and a cherry tree. Just whatever we can come across to throw into.
Some homemade peach pie. That's what's up.
No more talk about food.
You hungry, Sonny?
We're saving.
I'm actually starving. Yeah, I live in America. So I'm starving.
Hey, Puff, you're going to get all the rebuttals you could wish for in just a few minutes, okay? Just the ladies will effortlessly provide you all the rebuttals necessary. Don't you worry. Man, I think straw men are funny. That's why I put the Wojak Rager on there. Wojak Rage. Does anybody else see the Wojak Rage picture and just laugh? Am I the only one that looks at that and just goes, not big laughs, not belly laughs, but like, chuckle levels.
I don't think I've ever. Well, I can't say that I haven't ever chuckled, but I haven't seen something that would make me chuckle. Wojak is kind of. What is he like? Late 90s?
What?
Oh.
No, you're thinking of Kojak maybe. I'm talking about the Wojak meme.
Oh.
Yeah, here, I'll put it in the chat again.
Well, how would laughter work in a nature-made world?
Yeah. You see what I'm talking about, Mickey?
How would humor and all other emotions work in an atomistic paradigm?
Yeah. The emotion is
You
completely
know what's crazy?
meaningless.
It's the same question, except when I ask it, it's actually legitimate.
No, I've seen this character before, but I've seen like other pictures of like the guy with blonde hair.
It's
like
the
a beard.
NPC. It's the NPC meme, and there's 1,000 iterations. Elijah, I think you're right. It's a significant question that's a very difficult one to answer for certain people under certain paradigms, because it takes them into places that they refuse to go.
Unfortunately, yep. Mm-hmm.
I put some bird seed out, man. I got a nut hatcher coming to my banister of my deck over here. Beautiful
All
bird.
right, 60 seconds, guys, or less. So, just a word of warning.
All right, Sasha, go ahead and your explanation.
Or rather, if there's an introduction transition song that might want to be played, or I don't know, maybe.
I'm ready for Puff.
I'm just saying, the ladies get the torch now. It is time.
Hello, my name is Sasha.
Okay, hello everybody. I will be roboting for the rest of the night.
For the record, you're coming in perfectly clear. Nobody said anything, so I wanted to set the record straight.
Thank you so much. I actually thought I dropped out. And I guess anybody else can jump in anytime. I know the puff guy has a question, so go ahead.
Good evening. I said hi. I don't know if you can hear me or.
Hey, level up.
Hey, what's going on?
Housework mostly.
Trouble hearing you for some reason.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, I said I was been doing some housework mostly.
Okay. I'm just hoping the power stays on. It's been blinking.
Oh.
The lights have been blinking.
Bad weather?
No. The only time we ever lose power is on nice sunny days like today. It's weird. I mean, a couple days ago, it was all of a sudden in the morning, about mid-morning, the power just went off. And a couple minutes later, it came back on. It's like somebody disconnected something down the line and then didn't bother to tell anybody they were going to do it. So who knows?
I've had that happen over at my other house over in the country area. Happened a few times. They don't tell you when they're disconnecting something. Like, what?
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Who is anybody here who knows how to start the event for Ladies' Night? Because I don't know how to do it. Even if I may have the ability now, I'm not sure, but I don't know how.
I think you'd have to have event planner role or moderator role.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that.
Well, we'll just have to wait then.
Mm-hmm. I think Redford Bear usually sets up for Ladies' Night, but she hasn't for a couple weeks.
Yeah, we need to have backed up people available for when one person can't be there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you get it by default with Gold Plus, but I did add events coordinator for you. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to the question. I don't know how to do it either. Miggy?
Okay.
Miggy.
Events coordinator, is that what you said?
Yeah, I gave that role to her, but I don't actually know how you initiate an event. Create event. All right. Level up. You go to the top. Did you already find it?
Yeah, I see it. Voice channel. Right.
Yeah, I suppose it's intuitive after you click create an event. I've never done it.
Then select the channel live stream.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, next.
Hey, help.
Huh?
I'm being
glad I could help. Yep. So there you go.
Okay, event topic Ladies' Night. Says start at 6 p.m., which is an hour from now. I'm guessing I could make it right now, just a few minutes ago. Oh, start time must be in the future.
Oh, well, there you go. Just put 1 minute or something.
It has pre-selected times, so.
Okay.
Upload cover image. Is there a cover image for this?
There is, but I think only a few people have it.
Okay, well, we'll just go imageless.
Yeah.
Ladies' night starting in 9 minutes. Okay, create event. Yay.
Woohoo!
All right. And you've got gold plus Glat flow best, so you should. I just gave you that roll too, just in case you didn't have that ability.
Oh, event coordinator?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sounded like level up just leveled up.
Yeah, I woke up one day literally and there it was, and I'm like, what happened? I don't know what else it means, but there it is. I think it was mostly maybe because last week I was mainly the only one here and I couldn't mute someone who kept interrupting, and so I guess they thought maybe I needed that ability.
Yeah. Competence and contribution are the two, primary reasons.
Did I make one of those, I guess?
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway, all right, y'all have a good one. I just want to make sure that everybody had. So the three of you, Lulaka being the third, just in case that's needed in the future. There you go. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, this will start officially in 7 minutes.
I see a button. It says start event. So could it be started?
Where's the button?
I'm on mobile, so I just clicked on the event, and then it says start event.
Oh, I'm looking at the
Oh,
top
I
left.
just clicked it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I don't.
yeah.
I see create event, but not start event.
Well, we're live now, so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where that button is on a PC.
I think because I clicked it already, you might not be able to see it, but it was there earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when I set it up, it made me choose in 15-minute increments, and it had to be future. So, but it's on. So, what do we talk about? I've been busy today. I don't know what the topic of the day is.
Well, this Puff guy seems to be. I don't know if he's able to talk, but Puff, are you there? I mean, we can talk about his contention with 8 inches per mile squared. Hold on, let me find what he posted earlier.
Now, I was going to say, what's the contention with their own model?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm going to.
Oh, that's kind of not a problem, is it?
Okay, so.
I see it. Rule of thumb.
Yeah, so this is basically, yep.
Does not account for observer's height, and that's fine. But when we do account for observer's height, it doesn't get any better. It seems to me I forget what the name of that fallacy is, when you focus on a minor point or not the best argument. I'm not saying that's burning a straw man, because some people use it, but The graphic is talking as though this is our only argument. It isn't even our argument. They'd have to put the whole, the calculation with observer's height from one of their own curve calculators to show how far you should see. And those are maximum distances because the curve calculators don't account for any atmospheric conditions, although they do account for observer height. So, yeah, I mean, as the comment says, there is his homework assignment. He should be figuring out what the proper calculation is. We shouldn't tell him what it is, even though we already know. We've already seen his side's curve calculators with that factored in. So he should be going to get that for us to show us that and saying, see how much better this works. And then we can say, well, see, we still shouldn't see beyond such and such at this height. And then take it from there, I guess.
Yeah, and we also used other formulas for the geometric horizon, which is the 1.22 times square root of the observer height, which is what he has, I guess, a problem with, is us not accounting for the observer height. So if that's the problem, it's really not a problem.
Right. It's not our model anyway. And not one that we use when we argue with them and say, your model says here such and such with observer height. And it still doesn't help them. Well, I guess they don't want to talk.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was talking earlier. Or was it the other guy? But if you can talk, Puff, it might be easier. Don't be scared. We'll be nice.
Just give me a sec. I'm trying to find something.
Okay, take your time.
Maybe a curve calculator. It doesn't matter which one. Yeah, we'd be happy to hear a presentation of how far we should see on an Earth ball with 3959 radius on the best possible conditions, which Earth calculators do. And it's always going to be shorter with actual real-world conditions because of interference between you and whatever object you're looking at that scale. Was there anyone else with a ball Earth claim in the meantime? It always starts out slow.
Yeah, Ballix has a globe earther rule. Maybe you can help him out there. You can talk.
I don't know what we're talking about here. I just joined in, so.
Oh, well, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll probably start roboting soon.
Well, this is the ladies' night show. So what we do is we run the show and we ask all Earthers to make a claim or explain something or ask a question, whatever they want to do, and we'll deal with it. So if you have the Ball Earth roll, you might have something that you believe that you think we're wrong about, perhaps?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, maybe later.
Why do you think the Earth is round, Alex?
I don't.
Did you get the proper roll? It says Globe Earther.
Yeah, you can put me on the fence.
Okay, I can't. I don't know if I can do that or not. But
Wait, so what made you change your mind? I mean, you got that role specifically because you think or you thought that the Earth was a globe. So what kind of pushed you to the fence, I guess, my question?
Oh, you can't prove it. You just have to rely on measurements given to you. But I kind of do have a trust in those measurements, so I guess you can nudge me to the globe more.
Which measurements?
Like provided by government institutions.
Measurement of what?
Satellite photos.
Measuring the Earth, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Since it's pretty well impossible to do a very accurate measurement of around the circumference, where do you suppose they get the number 3959, which is the supposed radius of the ball in miles, I believe it is? Where do you suppose they do
that
that?
is in miles.
Yeah, how did they get that measurement since nobody's been deeper into the Earth's crust than about 8 kilometers, I think it is? So nobody has any way to physically go to the center of the Earth and measure it to the surface to get the radius. Where do you suppose they get that number?
Good question.
I can tell you where they think they get it, but it's assuming that they've measured the circumference of a ball. Because if you have the circumference, you can figure the radius. But the problem is, you can go around on a flat circle and do the same thing and get a similar number to going around the Earth. And most of the people who claim to have done that on boats that kind of hug the coastline of the various continents. And it's not a very good circle at all. So you can meander all over the place and go west and wind up back where you were and say you went around in a circle, but you can't say whether it was a ball or not. So I don't trust their measurements at all. I think they're wildly inaccurate.
If I can chime in for a second.
Because it's slow.
I think their measurements are all fabricated, and the more you look into it, they're fabricated in order to prove their allegiance to the devil or Lucifer. If you just look at all the 666 connotations that are in the Earth curve calculator and the speed around the sun, I really think the people that put these fabrications together, the globe lie, are basically saying, Satan, thank you very much. We appreciate this life you've given us. That's just my opinion.
Could be. We could speculate on a lot of things, and there seems to be circumstantial evidence that you could look at with that sort of thing. But we do try to stick to scientific method on the ladies' night thing, as far as I know.
Can I say something?
Sure.
For Bollocks, who agrees with the measurements that they give us, how do you feel when we try to test those measurements? We don't see the curvature at 8 inches per mile square and that we see too far. How does that make you feel about those measurements that they give you?
So you're referring to Black Swan here then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The photo is kind of vague, man.
How is it vague?
It just is. It's not very high resolution.
Doesn't even matter because the purpose of the oil
It
rigs
does.
is to establish distance from the shore. Okay? And by the Earth curve calculator measurements on the best possible conditions, we shouldn't be able to see them at all. And yet we can see the horizon beyond them. So if the horizon is behind the farthest oil rig, and the farthest oil rig should be hidden by Earth curve, then we're seeing a lot farther than we should. And the resolution doesn't matter. The important thing is that you know exactly where the oil rigs are, how far they are from shore, and that the horizon is behind them. That's all that matters in that picture.
And
Kind of
can I
distorted
also
too.
add? Sorry.
Kind of distorted.
I just wanted to add that those pictures come from a video that you can check out. Hyder just posted the video. That's probably one of the reasons why it looks distorted, but check out the video.
I mean, regardless of whether it's distorted, the fact that you're seeing something tells you
right
a lot.
It's not so
When you
distorted that you
shouldn't
can't
see
tell
anything.
where the horizon is. I mean, it's clear that the horizon is behind the farthest oil rig.
Hey, Traveler.
What?
Yeah.
Is there a reason behind your name?
What's that?
Is there a reason behind your name? I'm just paranoid, that's all.
Well, maybe you can ask him later because it's ladies' night.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Yeah. No
Didn't
biggie.
notice.
But yeah, for distortion, it's never going to change the fact that you can clearly see where the horizon is and that it's behind the farthest oil rig, and the distance to the farthest oil rig is known and established and measurable. So the fact that we can see well beyond what we should see, we shouldn't see anything that far away, doesn't matter if it's pixelated or anything. You can tell what the picture's about. And on the one just posted, that Sunny posted, you can see pictures of the same rigs on 2 different days. According to ball Earth logic, the size of the Earth grows and shrinks depending on the weather. The point being that it really doesn't do that, of course, but that the horizon is an optical phenomenon and not an actual physical edge of the Earth that boats go over. So the black swan image doesn't matter if there's distortion. The fact is you can see the horizon is beyond the farthest oil rig, which should be completely hidden by Earth curve. The response we usually get.
Yeah, silence.
Oh, there's
I feel
nice.
like it's almost a non sequitur to say that doesn't count because the resolution isn't high enough. Just the fact
what
that
I'm
you're
saying
seeing
is
something is enough.
distance. See the distance
Right.
on the live stream voice text? It says 29 miles from where the camera was to the endpoint, 29 miles. You shouldn't be able to see at the observer height given in the video. You shouldn't be able to see that far at all, and yet you can
Exactly.
see land
Yeah.
masses that far.
So the claim that the resolution it's not high enough, that's a non sequitur.
I'm not the one saying it's not high enough. I'm saying it's
Oh no,
fine
I'm
because
talking about the guy claiming that because it's low quality that you can't use that.
Right. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter if you can see something at a known distance, regardless of how distorted it is. You know what the distance is, and that's its purpose, is just to mark the distance. And since we know the distance, and we can still see it, even though it should be hidden by Earth curve, then the Earth isn't curved. or the scale is way off, in which case a lot of other things would be way off too.
I think it's interesting that the Globers, who basically came up with the Earth curve calculator, can look at the horizon distance at 6 feet observation height and see 3 miles. It's their model. It's not our model. It's their model. And you can see 3 miles for horizon distance. And when they see something that's 6, 9, 12 miles away, even Lake Michigan, as the one picture shows, that they just can't say to themselves, oops, I was fooled, and do a little Mark Twain that says it's easier to fool people than to admit they've been fooled. And, let's just admit you've been fooled. Clean the slate, wipe the blackboard clean, and just start over. Thanks.
Yeah, it isn't, of course, the only image. Excuse me. They've been posting quite a few things in the Livestream voice text. There's also the laser sights on ships at sea, military ships that can paint a target many miles away. It couldn't be possible if Earth were a ball.
Yeah, I just posted a video about. Is this the guy who made that the Black Swan video?
Who?
I don't even know, so I'm asking. I just posted a video in the chat. I don't know if that's the same channel.
Know.
Okay, it is. He literally shows an image of the same platform that he took, where that picture comes from. He shows a different one that he apparently replicated exactly, but the original one shows those platform legs that shouldn't be visible. They're not visible in the first one, and then when he redoes the whole thing with the same variables, obviously he finds that he can see the legs, but it's like a way worse video quality, and that metal looks like it's almost melting due to atmospheric refraction.
You're not hearing what we're saying about the distortion. Those are going to depend somewhat on conditions on a given day and hour. But the point is where the platform is. Doesn't matter how well you can see it. It's that it's there at a known distance. Okay? The conditions on one picture from 1 hour to the next can be very different. And then, on different days, the tide can rise and fall. There can be more or less humidity in the air. All of that's going to contribute to distortion.
Exactly.
The point is the distance to the platform. You shouldn't see it at all. Doesn't matter if it's crystal clear. You shouldn't see it at all because of Earth curve at that distance and that observer height.
He literally says in the first image that shows the legs being blocked that it was a normal visibility of the platforms.
No, you're
wait.
not. Go ahead.
Can I just ask him something? Do you think that the horizon is geometric or apparent?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you have a ball, there is like a physical curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on this globe Earth, supposedly, there is a geometric physical horizon that will be blocking objects beyond certain distance.
Okay.
Right. So I'm asking you, do you think it's true that the horizon is a geometric, there's a physical horizon, or is it an apparent place?
Well, there is a physical horizon that you can see on like a perfect condition day, but in a lot of cases with atmospheric refraction, it can be an apparent horizon, I guess.
Okay, so you can't have both. You can't have both physical horizon as well as an apparent horizon. Do you know what a horizon is? Like the definition of a horizon?
I mean, you can tell me the definition if you want, but I'll look it up if
you can look it up.
Okay.
Just so you believe your own definitions, I guess.
The line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you think that there is a physical place where the Earth and the sky meet?
Well, like literally?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends what you would. You mean like the air above it, or like this? Like what do you mean by the sky?
Can you ever reach the horizon? Can you
No,
ever go
the
to the
horizon would
horizon?
always, be wherever you're looking at.
Yeah, so the horizon is apparent depending on who the observer height, atmospheric conditions, all that, right? It's not an actual physical place. Because your globe claims it's an actual physical place, so that they give you a calculation for it, which is what we were talking about earlier. It was 1.22 times the square root of 1.2 times square root of observer's height, right? So in this image or the video that you posted, it's at 1 foot observer height. So you can only see, even in the one that you showed, where the horizon is supposed to be blocking the oil rigs, it's still way further than what we should be able to see.
Well, in the video, it shows what should be blocked out, and that's exactly what's blocked out in the first image. So I don't really know what you're.
Well, I'm trying to make you understand is that, like, the video actually kind of disproves your geometric horizon, because in one instance you see it blocking the oil rigs, and in another instance you see the oil rigs, and the horizon is like way beyond the oil rigs. So it's an apparent location. It's not a physical location.
Wait, what was I gonna? Well, that's why I gave you that the other equation that takes into account the refraction and the. You say the refraction and the observer height.
Okay, so
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, okay. Actually, I think what's happening is the horizon that I'm talking about is the point at which you literally physically could not see any farther because the Earth is curving down afterwards or curving away.
Yeah, if it was a globe, that's what they claim the horizon is. But in this instant, it debunks that theory, because it shows you the horizon being way further than what it should be geometrically.
Yeah, but again, that video is really scuffed, and it looks like those platforms are melting due to probably light refraction.
Okay, so what type of refraction makes you see further than things are?
The type that. What do you mean? Refraction can make you see a lot of things. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
there's a specific type.
Yes, and I'm asking you what type that is. Because, like you said, refraction makes you see things upside down. It makes you see things floating. It makes you see things up closer, but it never really makes you see things that makes objects look further than they are, as far
It's
as
not
I know.
making an
But if
object
you
look
can
further.
name,
It's making you able to see more of an
Actually,
object.
that does happen.
Because it's bending
if
around.
That does happen
Okay.
when the index of refraction differs between two mediums, and you look through a medium.
Okay, I'm not disputing refraction happens. What I'm saying is refraction actually affects the objects on the horizon. It doesn't affect the horizon itself.
Well, it can.
Okay, show me an instance where the horizon is affected. Well, okay, hold on. I take that back. It makes the horizon look like the object in front of the. Sorry, it makes the horizon look like it is in front of the object. It doesn't make it look like it is behind the object.
I mean, it can just make it look like it's farther away or closer. It's just Snellius law. It's a physical law that can do that.
Do you think that this changing situation can put the horizon either before or behind the oil rig, depending on the day?
Let me think about that one.
The thing is, if you invoke refraction, you're saying there is no physical horizon to measure to. So you
No, that
still
can't
don't.
happen.
What's that?
No, it can't happen. No,
What can't happen?
you can't switch the order just using that law.
Okay. So what's happening then? I mean, like I said, on curve calculators, what they're giving you is they're disregarding atmospheric conditions and wave height and all sorts of things. So that's giving you a best idealistic distance. So the farthest distance you can possibly get, right? And we're seeing farther than that. And you're saying refraction can bring things back over the horizon. But
No, it's just saying it can move the apparent distance at which you see things.
The only thing it can move is the apparent distance of the horizon itself, because it's an optical place. It's not a physical place. So it's not Earth curve. Do we agree that horizon is not Earth curve?
Well, I have no idea, but I was just disputing one thing. I have no idea about the rest.
Okay, so why are we talking about horizon and distances seen if it has nothing to do with Earth curve?
Because someone brought up that you can't change the apparent distance of things using refraction, but you absolutely can.
Okay, so that's why I posted a picture at 34 minutes after the hour, which shows what would have to be the case between you and the object in order for refraction to take something that's hidden by the Earth curve back up to a visible level. And those conditions do not exist on the surface of the Earth. You would have to have continual edges where the density changes in order for light to keep bending down. And that's just not a real world physical condition. It's completely theoretical and unrealistic.
Yeah, can I just clarify what I meant? I think you said it better. Level up. What I meant is there is no refraction that makes things come back up the curve, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, there's a post by Sunny that's I think from QE stuff where it says.
I mean, that can happen
about
though.
refraction. Were you
If
listening
mediums
to
are
what I was
switched
saying?
up, that can definitely happen.
Yeah, show me a demonstration of that happening.
I mean, just look at things through water and then take out water and you'll see the light bend.
I just explained that. Light bends toward the thickest part of a change in density. A change in density. You would have to have continual
Yeah, I never
changes in
disputed
density.
that.
Right. So in order to say that it can bring that refraction is the answer to why we can see farther than the Earth curve calculator allows, is to say that there are continual thickening changes in density between the object and you. And you need to prove that claim rather than just invoke it.
No, you have to investigate if that's what's happening too.
No, you have to investigate it because it's your claim. You have to demonstrate in real world conditions that something that is behind Earth curve can be refracted up to where you can see it. You need to demonstrate that.
I'm pretty sure there's a good example of this. Let me see if I can find it.
So I got to see.
What's that city that some of you guys post sometimes? I forgot. Was it like New Jersey? or something over the water.
Oh, that was it Lake Michigan? That was posted quite a while ago on the Livestream text where you see way too far. That is not demonstrating what I asked you. I asked you to prove that this is due to refraction. You have to show me ever thickening layers of air, vertical columns of air between the city and the observer. I'm not just asking for a photo. I'm asking for you to measure the thickness of the air getting continually thicker between you and the object so that it could possibly refract a city over the skyline, over the horizon. That should be hidden. The image was just posted again. On what I'm looking for, I want you to measure the thicknesses of these natural lenses, so to speak, these thickening columns of distortion that will cause the light to bend around the surface of a ball, which you must presuppose we're on in the first place. So the bottom line so far is it remains that there is no measurable Earth curve. And every argument tries to start with a presumption that there's Earth curve and that we just have to explain away their own models that say we should not see as far as we do. Can never get off that point. Okay, can you tell me what your model is, why you believe you're on a ball, without first presuming we're on a ball that has a radius? And then trying to invoke other things, moving the goalpost, in order to explain why we see farther than we should if Earth is a ball. It's pretty simple.
I mean, I do actually have an argument that doesn't presuppose that we're on a ball, but I don't know if it'll. You want me to just explain it? I've already
Yeah,
told.
if you could be somewhat brief on.
I've already told this to Central 2.0, but he was saying because of certain perspectives, but he already knows what I'm gonna say. Anyways, so I was just saying, and if someone could explain it to me why this is wrong, that would actually be really helpful. But so, for example, if you are on a northern latitude and look north towards Polaris, stars are going to be rotating counterclockwise. And then if you go to a southern latitude and look towards the south, stars are going to be rotating clockwise. And then obviously if you're somewhere, like example on the equator, stuff is going east to west, but it's mainly the clockwise and counterclockwise rotations. How can those two spots be rotating in separate ways?
Okay, two things. First of all, looking at the sky isn't going to tell you what you're standing on. I can watch disco lights all day long and look at the ceiling and the walls and never tell me what the shape of the floor is I'm standing on. The second thing, so you're already presuming that you can tell the shape of what you're standing on by looking up instead of down. The second thing is that all luminaries go east to west. If you're looking south, east is on your left, and so things will go clockwise. If you're looking north, east is on your right, and things will go counterclockwise. Why is this a problem, and why does it tell you anything about what you're standing on?
Because they're rotating either clockwise or counterclockwise, not east to west.
Why, just explain. Are you saying that the stars in the southern hemisphere go the opposite way of those in the north?
No, I'm saying that this would make sense here because people, on the southern or northern hemisphere would be seeing things rotating in opposite directions.
Well, how does this tell you what you're standing on? I mean, I can stand in the middle of a room with, take the disco ball, right? I'm standing in the middle of the room, and I'm looking south. Say I'm looking at the south wall, right? And I see the disco lights going clockwise. But if I turn a 180, I'm looking at the north wall. The disco ball is still turning the same direction, but those lights are not going the same clock direction, are they? Because I've turned 180. Therefore, east is now on my right instead of my left. So they're going to go clockwise. Counterclockwise, depending on which way you turn. The lights aren't changing directions, and it doesn't matter what you're standing on.
Yeah, and everything in the sky goes from east to west.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just because he said they're not going east to west. So
I'm saying specifically if you look towards the north or the south.
Yeah, north and south.
Doesn't
okay.
matter.
Right. I mean,
east to west.
Yeah. If you look north, east is on your right. If you turn around and look south, east is on your left. Are we on the same page so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So if something is spinning over my head, going from east to west, and I'm looking north, since east is on my right, then they're going to start at my right hand and end at my left hand, which means they're arcing over my head in a counterclockwise direction, right? So far?
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn around. The lights haven't stopped moving. They haven't changed direction, but now east is on my left and west is on my right, and the arc overhead, the lights are going clockwise.
Well,
Doc, how can that be?
If something is moving in a circle, either clockwise or counterclockwise, it doesn't matter how you turn yourself. It's always going to be going clockwise or counterclockwise.
So the stars overhead are moving in a circle around me. Great. No problem. Still doesn't tell you what you're standing on. It tells you what's going on in the sky.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work on a flat Earth because they're rotating in opposite directions. How can?
No, they wouldn't.
How can
I just showed you. You can stand on a flat floor in a room and get the same observation. How does that make it impossible on a flat surface?
You said that something rotating above you counterclockwise, you can stand so that it rotates clockwise?
Yeah, you just turn around just like you said you understood. I mean, if I'm standing on a flat, say I've got something going, like I'm inside a tube that's rotating, right? And if I face north, I may be standing on a flat surface inside that tube, right? But the tube is turning east to west, and there's little lights painted on the inside of the tube, right? And it doesn't change direction. I'm standing on a flat floor. And yet those things can go in an arc around me. They can go in circles all day long without me standing on a ball. I don't know how else to explain this. It's so simple. I could demonstrate it. I mean, and there's things that people are posting in the chat. How is it possible that you think that this is a problem for standing on a flat surface when stuff going around you is the stuff that's moving?
I mean, that also takes me to my other point. How would people on a flat Earth not be able to see certain batches of stars depending on where they are?
Because you can't see forever, even on a flat distance, because there are limits to the optical resolution. And here again, you're reversing the burden of proof, because we're asking you to prove your model, not to disprove ours. Right? So I'm asking you how you know you're standing on a ball, and all you've given me is everything but that. All you want to do is say, well, this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Not the question. The question is, why are you convinced that we're standing on a ball, not by looking up at the ceiling, but down at the floor? I mean, the ceiling could be a vaulted ceiling, and it won't tell you that you're standing in a vaulted floor. So what we've been asking you to do is prove that you're standing on a ball. Looking at the sky won't do that.
And can I just add to that? I posted an article that was written like in the 1800s, that claim to have seen both polar stars at a certain latitude, and that should be impossible on a globe because of the Earth curvature. You wouldn't be able to see both stars, right? So you can take a look at it. I tagged you. It's up to you if you want to believe it or not. It's just something to think about.
I don't know how else to explain that no matter what is going on in the sky, it doesn't prove or disprove what you're standing on, the shape of it.
Yep, that is true.
And if
I
we're
know this.
asking,
I know
we're
this. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I know this gentleman who is very intelligent, who's into terrain versus germ theory, who's definitely terrain, who can never see the idea that we live on a flat and stationary plane just because he read somewhere that the stars in the southern latitudes move in the opposite direction of stars in the northern latitudes. And no matter how much you try to talk to him about it, because he read it, because only 12% of people who live on this good earth live in the southern latitudes, because he's never been there, because he read it, he will not, even though he's very smart when it comes to health, he won't change his mind because he read it somewhere. And, you know, exactly what you said, it really matters if you're standing north or looking north or looking south. It means everything. And we have these disinformation campaigns out there, you know, websites who just utter this complete nonsense, and people read it and they go, oh, okay, makes sense. And they run back to their globe.
Yeah, and clockwise and counterclockwise aren't directions anyway. They're just a perspective view of something moving around you, you know, or in front of you. Like if I take a literal clock, and right now I'm watching the second hand go clockwise, that's what it does. If I turn around, it doesn't mean it's going to go a different direction. And I think this is what confuses people because they'll say, well, it still goes clockwise when I turn around, right? Because they're thinking that the direction doesn't depend on which way you're facing. But we've been spending this whole time explaining that this isn't exactly a clock face. The clock only goes one direction. That's the way the gears work. But the stuff in the sky is moving independently of what's on the surface here. I mean, they're not attached to the Earth. They're going overhead, and they always go from east to west. No matter where you are, it goes east to west. Whether that translates to clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on just which way you face, like you said. I mean, this is so basic, elementary looking around your world. I don't know how else to explain it. So anyway, the point once again is so far we've had an attempt to look at the sky to prove the ground or to invoke refraction around a presupposed physical horizon, which doesn't exist. Everything but actually measuring the Earth. And even when we give them their own Earth calculators with observer height and optimal idealistic conditions for farthest distance seen, it still doesn't work. And so there's still no proof that the Earth is a ball. No kind of evidence at all. Yeah, the pool table is a good one. The table must be a ball because look at all those other billiard balls. They're all spheres. They must be on a sphere. It's such bad logic. I don't know what else to say.
Yep. So any more questions, Puff?
Just give me a minute.
Sure. In the meantime, I just want to welcome Tracy Van. I know you've been listening for a while now. If you want to speak, please do so.
Hey, what's up, Lulu?
Hey, girl, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I just touched down. I was out in Miami for like 11 days, and I'm back in Cali. Can't stand it out there in Miami. It's too humid for me. Yeah, I mean, it is so humid out there. And then it was raining, and then it was lightning and thundering on certain days. But other than that, I had a wonderful, wonderful time. But the weather, I can't dig it.
Yeah, we have no weather in California, so it's kind of hard to get used to other places.
Yeah, I'm used to my sun, the sun being out and nice weather, but I had to come back. I was getting homesick.
Out here in Ohio, we have weather or not. You don't know what you're going to get on any given day.
How you doing, Level Up?
Doing all right. How about you?
I'm great. I'm great.
Good.
Yeah, so do we have anybody else we could speak to? Any more globies in the house? Is there any globies? Any new globies here? Open your mic up.
I could
Say
pretend to
hello.
be one. I could pretend to be one. I was one like 9-10 months ago, so I can be the
Nah, you
devil's
don't
advocate.
count.
I know. I'm just
No,
joking.
you don't count. I want to talk to somebody new. But, if we don't have nobody, what can I do? Let's
Yeah,
see here.
I can play the devil's advocate really, really, really well if you want me to.
No, we want the real
I don't
thing.
like.
Come on.
Yeah, we want the real thing, huh, Lulu? We want the real thing, not no. I know. We all were, like that before, but I really don't like it when we do that. I'd prefer if we didn't, but that's just me. But hey, Lulu, how about we get what? How about we play a song, or is it too soon to play a song, or?
Oh God, I haven't played a song in a long time. I'm kind of rusty in that department.
Oh, Lulu, okay. Let me look. Glat Flobis, are you there?
Yeah, I was gonna say KJ could probably
Yeah, hey, what's up?
pop
Hey,
something.
KJ, KJ, do me a big favor and play the song by Drace, and it's called Deep Inside the Fallacy. It's on YouTube, and it's titled, it'll say Drace, Keep It Deep in the Fallacy. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, I found it.
Awesome. Let's do it. Let's get that popping right now.
All right.
So so we can get it hyped up in here. Then, it'll probably we'll get some globies after the song.
Sure. All right, here we go.
All right. Thank you.
Some days you just show up to the Discord and it's just pop. Other days it's a little bit slow, but we have fun. But today it's poppin'. They just can't stop it. They keep on dreaming. They just keep coming. They're most left leaning. They just can't drop it. They keep on losing. They just keep fighting. They're sleepwalking and sin. Cannot prove your fantasy. You cannot trust in vanity. You don't even have gravity. You're lost deep in the fallacy. They just can't stop it. They keep on dreaming. They just keep coming. They're most left leaning. They just can't drop it. They keep on losing. They just keep fighting. They're sleepwalking and sin. Cannot prove your fantasy. You cannot trust in vanity. You do not not have no gravity. You're lost deep in the fallacy. The globe's gonna give up, the show's done, give up. The lie gone, give up, for your sakes, give up. Stop punching yourself in the dick. The globe's gonna give up, the show's done, give up. The lie gone, give up, for your sakes, give up. I don't like watching you hurt yourself. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity. You don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity. You don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. Wake up and get riled up and fed up, just nut up and wise up, the jig's up, it don't stop. You are bound by this belief.
Fly got that sauce.
You better stop lollygagging, or you'll make a fool out of yourself.
Plan.
Cause we know what we're talking about. They just can't stop it, they keep on dreaming, they just keep coming, they're most left leaning, they just can't drop it, they keep on losing, they just keep fighting, they're sleepwalking and sin. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity, you don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. They just can't stop it, they keep on dreaming, they just keep coming, they're most left leaning, they just can't drop it, they keep on losing, they just keep fighting, they're sleepwalking and sin. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity, you don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. Globe's gonna give up, the show's done, give up, the lie gone, give up, for your sakes, give up. Please stop hurting yourself. The globe's gonna give up, the show's done, give up, the lie gone, give up, for your sakes, give up. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity, you don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. Cannot prove your fantasy, you cannot trust in vanity, you don't even have gravity, you're lost deep in the fallacy. Wake up and get riled up and fed up, just nut up and wise up, the jig's up, it don't stop. You are bound by this belief.
Fly got that sauce.
You better stop lollygagging right now, or it's a hard ban for you.
Plan.
Thanks for respecting moderation. Please continue. You just can't stop it, they keep on dreaming, they just keep coming, they're most left leaning, they just can't drop it, they keep on losing, they just keep fighting, they're sleepwalking in sin. Yet still we forgive you. Please come again. We'll be here.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That is yo. I need to contact Jace right now because I want to mix that. Like what? Like what? Nah, I gotta mix that and make that sound like it should be on the radio.
Yeah, Elijah, ain't that shit is popping? Yeah, you're sleepwalking in sin. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. Drace is the bomb. Elijah, get a
Yes,
hold of
do
him.
it, Elijah. Do it. Do it.
I love his music. I love everybody's music. But you know, oh my goodness. Cannot prove your fallacy. Yes. You don't even have gravity. Hey, Globies, you ain't got no gravity. It's all false, fake BS. Realize. Where they at? Any Globies? Open the mic. Open your mic. Talk to me. Where you at? Oh, they're scared. I guess I'm
Yeah,
gonna have
don't
to
be
just keep.
scared.
Don't have us just keep playing some more FE music, you know, flat smacking you upside the head. Woo!
That's Tracy.
Hey, Sonny. Yes, me.
Hey, what's up?
Oh man, just
Good to hear you had a safe
me.
trip. Nice to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you, Sonny. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a wonderful time, and I was able. Okay, just letting everybody know. Well, at least from LAX, to the what is it called? The Airport International, I think it's what is the name of it. But they're not doing the what we were locked down for or whatever. You could actually get on with no problems. You just
Right
have,
on. That's good to know.
yeah. Yeah, so that's why I got on there because I found out I checked it out before I left, and yeah, they lifted that, so it's all good now. At least for there, that's from LAX to there. But so
Hey
I'm
Tracy.
assuming it's hi, hi.
Hey, uh, how long was your flight from California to Florida?
Oh, okay. Well, they had a layover. We stopped in Denver for like an hour and a half, and then went to Miami. So I think it was a total of 6. No, no, no. It was 4 hours. It was 6. A total, all total, it would have been 8 hours.
Oh, I was just asking if you saw some Coriolis.
No, no, no. Earth is stationary. Only thing moving was the airplane, and it was going straight. So it went down. When you lift up from the airport in LA, you go up, and then it goes level from there on out until you land, and then it goes down.
Did
I
you ask
saw
the
the Grand.
pilot if he adjusts for 8 inches per mile square curvature?
No, matter of fact, I didn't. I
I
didn't.
always love to do that.
I was trying to get off, and then my cousin was looking at me crazy because I guess she thought that that's what I was gonna do. So, I just for the sake of my family, I didn't act a fool and do anything as bad
They
as I
always
wanted
confirm
to.
with me that they fly level the whole time.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know they do because trust me, I was looking out that window. I already know anyway, but I got to see the Grand Canyon, and that was really cool. It was like amazing. It's like a big crack, like from up so high, and you're looking down. It's like it's just cracked open for a long ways. That was amazing. So yeah. Who am I speaking to? What's your name?
Oh, my name's Traveler.
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry, my headphone fell out.
Sorry, I'm at work, so
Okay.
I'm just kind of being low. Traveler.
Oh, Traveler. Oh, are you new?
Yeah, fairly new.
Okay, okay. So you down with the FE? Down with Flat Earth?
Yeah, about 7 months now.
Awesome. Woohoo. Yeah, man. The truth is
Yeah, I
the
was
truth.
debating with my friend, trying to convince him that he's wrong and it's round, and I had to have some intellectual integrity and concede.
Hmm. Right on. That's right. That's right. So your friend is who turned you on to this information?
Yes.
Awesome.
And now I can argue it better than he could.
I'm just so happy that more people are knowing about it. That's what I get so excited about. It's like every day it's a new person finding out about the truth, and that's what matters,
Amen.
Amen. Yes.
You gotta love that flat and stationary people know more about their fake globe than the fake globers know about their globe.
I know, man. I know. You ask them anything about the globe, and they don't even know anything to even say. Like they just, it's just embedded in their brain, like brainwash. So that's what we're here for. We got to let them know the real, and we do that very well. Matter of fact, we're the best at it.
Well, that's
So
how you
yeah.
know that it's bullshit, by knowing what it claims.
Mm-hmm. Is that Central Banker?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Central Banker.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Yeah, man. It's all made up lie. It's just a big old lie.
I'm trying to remember back if my wife and I, when we had our two daughters, put little toys above their crib that included Saturn and the Sun and the Earth and Mars and Venus, and we brainwashed them from the crib, or if that didn't start till they went to kindergarten. I can't remember back that far.
Oh yeah, they start young. Toys R Us has that baby mobile for all the parents. It's not. You didn't know then, so it's okay. You didn't know at the time, so as long as you know now, you know what I mean.
I think people who haven't tried to do any research and possibly wake up to the world lies, or the lies that were presented from birth or from school, if they haven't tried to look into anything the last 27 months, then their brainwashing is pretty complete, and I don't know what we can do for them, but hopefully, I guess there's always hope.
Oh yes, absolutely. We could always, that's what, like I said, that's what we're here for. And even when we're not on, when we're out in public and we meet new people or whoever, your friends, family, just drop a you know, little knowledge on them and see if they pick up on it. And just keep doing that. And if we do that enough, it gets around. Because, like I said, we're getting more and more new people every day. And the more people that know about it will bring the change. That's the only way the change will happen, is by informing people, give them something to think about, the seriousness, They have no clue about it. So,
Just wanted to tell Tony if you can mute your mic on your end. You're hot micing. Thank you.
Was that someone new or no? Let me see.
He has a VC role, but I think he is flat earther. By the way, to any of you that do have VC roles, if you think that the Earth is a globe, please do speak up. We'll like to talk to you. But I do have to go, so KJ, Level Up,
Lulu.
and Tracy, you girls got this. So
Yeah. Well, come again, Lulu. We miss you.
oh, definitely, I will. I definitely will. I'm just gonna keep Tony on mute until he mutes himself. I don't know if he heard me the first time, but it was great being on here. Miss you guys and girls.
We miss you too, Lulu.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so Lulu stepped out. Let me look on this chart and see if I could find somebody that I haven't seen before. And maybe they'll open their mic up. Let's see. Let me check with this. Who's this? Bollocks? Is that how you pronounce it? Bollocks, are you there? All right. Nope, you're not available. Okay, hey KJ, can you do me another favor? And let's see. Can you play it's by Drace, but Toby Dog, who's from this server, did the track. He did the beat. And the song
KJ
what's that?
is deafened and muted. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ah, shucks. How about you, Sonny? Are you there?
Yep. Need a song?
Hey. Yes. Can
All
you
right.
play it's my cousin likes this song. Okay, it's by Toby Dog. Toby Dog did the beat, and it's on Drace. It's Drace number 20, and it's called Earth. It's called
Okay,
Earth. That's the title.
let me look on Drace's channel. I'll probably find it there.
Thanks, Sonny.
Wait a minute. Let me just look and see
It's
what
on YouTube.
Drace probably posted it. So let me just look and see if it's posted by Drace.
The title is Earth. Produced by Toby Dog. Another flat earther here on our lovely Discord channel.
Unless someone beats me to it. Sometimes I'm a little slow.
Oh, it's all good, Sonny.
I'll
It's
find it.
okay. All right. If it happens to not be in the music,
What's it
FE
called?
music.
It's called Earth? It's called Earth?
Yes. Earth, yes. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial. Yeah, put it on. Let's get it popping. Oh my goodness.
One
Come
second.
on, Sonny.
One
Okay.
second. You make me nervous.
Please send a link out to the voice text, please. Please,
Sure
thanks.
will. Hold on. Taking me a minute here.
If you can't find it, Sonny, it's on YouTube under Drace Love Wisdom Harmony.
I'm sharing these to IG, to Instagram, to the flat Earth community that I know on Instagram.
Right on. Yeah, that's what's up. Let's get it out there.
One guy texts me back. He goes, "Where do you get these songs from?" So I send him the invite. I send him the invite to Discord 2.0. 24/7 flat Earth. So maybe you'll have a couple guys
Yeah.
showing up here.
Awesome. You go, boy. Thank you. We're going to get some new folks because, yeah, the music is so good and catchy that they're going to be like, wait a minute. Did I just hear that? They just say that? And then they're going to come on here and then we're going to tell them all about it, about this flat earth and how it's stationary, you know?
The three of us did a IG Instagram live last night for 90 minutes. Talking about things and taking some comments and trying to answer them. So we're going to try to do it a couple times a month. They're both younger guys. They're a heck of a lot younger than me. One's from Seattle and the other one's from California. So
Wow, right on.
we're trying to do our best, where we can.
You go. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. You were on a live stream, you said, last night?
Yeah, we did an Instagram live stream last night for 90 minutes. So it was
okay.
It was our first one. We're gonna try to have them a couple times a month and see who joins in and asks questions.
Yeah. That's cool that you got that going on Instagram. A lot of people are on Instagram, huh?
I have heard, and I may not be right, but I've heard there are certain days when 1 billion people actually look at their Instagram accounts. Now I might be wrong. Facebook owns Instagram, and Facebook I think has 2 billion members. So I wouldn't be surprised if half of them are who knows, have an Instagram account that they log into or at least look at every day. So I've heard that. I don't know if it's right or not, but I've heard that.
Right on. That's good. Hey, Sonny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm ready. I wanted to wait until you guys were finished. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Sorry about the long wait. All right, here it is.
Okay.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, hell bent on vanity. You gave it for sanity, freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny, objective reality, a global fatality, public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from thee, a heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? They stole in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge is free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in breaker, take a knee, stop the we and top the free. Open eyes, see the points, 3, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality with genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
Yes,
I love
come
that.
join us. Hello.
Hello, yeah, hello. What's up?
How you doing?
Good, good, very well, thank you. Enjoying the conversation.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, what's your thoughts on Earth?
Well, I actually throw any beliefs I had prior out the window, and I'm here to be convinced.
All right. Well, I'm here to let you know that whatever you were told as far as the Earth being a globe, sphere, it's all made up and it's a lie. The Earth is flat. It has topography and all, mountains, river, valleys, but the surface of Earth is flat, and the Earth does not move. We don't spin. That's all been a lie, also. And you could prove it yourself and see that the Earth is flat and stationary. You could Well, first, do you have any questions before I go on, or you have anything to tell me?
Yeah, something that has always boggled my mind, and it's been brought up time and time again, and the Globies haven't been able to explain it. What I want to know is, if the Earth is spinning, how come a helicopter that is stationary in the air doesn't move?
It's because it's not spinning. It's because it's not. It's not spinning.
Because a
That's
helicopter doesn't lose all of its speed once it stops touching the ground.
What?
He's
The
talking
Earth
about
doesn't.
conservation of momentum, which is basically the saying, well, Earth is moving and there should be deviation, but you don't see it. And we
Yeah,
can
we don't.
explain why.
Yes, explain to them, level up, because we already know the Earth doesn't move. Let them know. Tell them, level.
Well, see, how it is if you say, if something leaves the surface of the Earth, it should, the Earth should spin underneath it if the Earth is spinning, but you'll say no, because there's conservation of momentum. One of the problems is that this conservation of momentum would be a straight line, a tangent. When something leaves the surface of a spinning ball, it goes off in a straight line. It does not have angular momentum. It does not follow the curve. Therefore, if conservation of momentum is the reason, then it should be a straight line. Something should be going higher as it goes away. Since it's been detached from the spinning ball, it should go off on a tangent line, and it doesn't. So conservation of momentum not only doesn't work in that regard, it's also an ad hoc explanation, a fallacy, because it's saying, well, you should see something, but you don't, and here's the reason you don't. So basically, you're saying, yeah, you should see things drifting when they leave the surface, but here's why they don't, instead of just saying the Earth isn't spinning.
Did you get that? I didn't catch your name, but the gentleman who asked about the helicopter and all that. What's your name by
Yeah.
chance?
And I'm. Yeah, I agree with this.
Are you Artagresi? How do you pronounce your name?
Artegas.
Artegas. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you understand what Level Up just explained to you?
Yeah, I understood. Sounds very reasonable.
Yeah. It's as simple as that, they just been lying to you and everybody to lying to everybody. But not no more though.
How about when a volcano erupts and goes high into the air above the volcano? All that ash goes way up, way up. If the Earth was spinning, wouldn't the ash go toward, go with the spin of the Earth and not with the winds that are, prevailing up there?
Good question. That's for you, Agrisis, Artigris.
Artie, just call him Artie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Artie is good.
Okay. Yeah, you got a comment for that, Artie?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what he was saying is when, a volcano erupts and all the ash comes spewing out,
Yeah.
and if the Earth was to be spinning, wouldn't the ash just be like going all over, like spinning, like moving super fast? Instead, it just spewed straight up and comes down, and then over the mountain itself, it just comes, the lava comes out on the sides of the mountain. But if it was a spinning globe, in space, zooming around, then all that ash should be zooming and flying everywhere, right?
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
that ash would be going high in the air. Would be going with the spinning of the Earth and not with the prevailing winds, that are up there.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it shouldn't go straight at all for any reason. And the fact that it's going up is saying that it's probably partly because it's hot. It's lighter than air, at least in that instance. And because of that, it should not have a lot of mass that would give it conservation of momentum. So it should be off at an angle like the one picture at 20 minutes or 28 minutes after the hour. See the difference where it has a steam engine not going all that fast, and the smoke drags behind it and suspends in the air for a while. So I think that's a pretty good illustration of what the problem is. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Level Up. So what'd you think about that, Artie?
Yes, exactly. I'm really leaning towards the flat Earth now. The globe looks less and less convincing every second.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, the globe. I don't even know why they can't. Matter of fact, I don't even know why I or any of us even believe that mess. I'm just like, wow, unbelievable. But not no more. I know the truth, and I'm just trying to get it out there to everybody I can.
I think ego and pride and reputation plus cognitive dissonance makes people, stay in their happy place, and hug their globe, even though their globe doesn't exist.
Yeah. Mhm. That's absolutely correct. It does not
So,
exist.
what boggles my mind? Why will they try so hard to push this incorrect and inconceivable model onto the mainstream science scene?
They try to make everybody they want to control everybody like as if we're robots. So it was all to um get our minds to not be able to think for ourselves. They just told us these things and expected us to take it as word is bond, but no. It When you sit and think about it, about what they are saying, that Earth is a globe, like a ball, then when you think about that, there's no way, because the further you would walk or drive, your car, you'd be going sideways, and then from sideways you'd go upside down, and it's just it's nonsense. The more I even say that, like just saying that makes I feel stupid saying that
Yes,
a
exactly.
ball, it makes me feel like I am so stupid, which I am not. So I'm trying to get everyone else to realize how stupid they are thinking. The people the globies, the globies.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
is the flat Earth community believes that gravity doesn't exist, right? So can you
Gravity isn't
convince me on
that's just
gravity's
they just made that up to fit their made up globe that they invented. They just straight up and just made it up out of nowhere. And then they put all these equations to it to try to make it fit. And then they threw in this made up saying, this made up word called gravity, which is there is no gravity. It's made up. It's just made up out of just gravity. And
It's
we're
a
going to say,
concept that's not proven scientifically with independent variables. It's all on
So
that's
why
right.
paper
stuff
only.
fall down?
That's right. You said,
Well,
why do we?
Because of density disequilibrium.
Yes. Well,
If you look
level.
at the density of objects, that will explain better than gravity.
Absolutely. And Level Up has something to say.
well, yeah. First of all, you have to define gravity because it's over 100 years ago it was that mass attract mass, which has been abandoned in favor of Einsteinian gravity, which is basically the curvature of space time. But there's no such thing as space time because space is nothing and time is a concept or perception, and you can't bend those things. They're not physical things that you can bend. So all they keep doing is moving the goalpost. They don't know why some things fall down toward the earth, some things go up away from it. Gases go in all directions. They don't even care about up and down. They don't care about gravity. Um, so what is it? You have to define it first. And even if you can describe the average thing that we observe that things fall to the surface of the earth, there are too many exceptions. And that a description isn't an explanation. So when someone says, do you believe in gravity? I'm like, what is gravity? Whether I should believe in it or not, can you demonstrate that there is some force that pushes things up or down that ignores gases, or even if you have like an inflated beach ball, if you drop it onto the surface of the water, it will stop but yet if you hold it down under the water and then let go, it'll go up. So the gas in the air in the beach ball doesn't know which way to go, up or down. It just depends on whether it meets something more or less dense. And why there isn't always up and down, and there's different vectors. And so we have to first find out what the question even means. What is gravity?
Correct.
I have a public service announcement for everyone. Here it goes. Space, the final big lie. These are the voyages of the fake ship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new CGIs, to seek out new hoaxes and new fabrications, to boldly go where no imagination has gone before. Woo, 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 woo. I have a PayPal account if you want to send $10 to it. I'll put it on live stream.
So, Art, do you have any more questions for us?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Not right now, but probably a few minutes.
Okay, no problem. Is it time for another music break? Hey, Sonny. Are you there?
Oh man.
Sonny, do me another favor.
You sound like my ex-wife. Funny. What do you want? What do you want, my dear?
Okay, let me tell you. It's another song from my favorite rapper, Dre's Love Wisdom Harmony, from our server here, and it is called Do You Know the Truth? And it's
I just saw it. Like as soon as you said that, I popped right on it. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
Listen to this, everybody. This one is another banger.
Well, let me put it in the live stream for you.
Okay.
Right. Give me a couple seconds.
All right. We're ready.
The truth is subjective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down with curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, a moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. It requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is, you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally spacey. You must be crazy. That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercuntium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the the easy mode troll decapitating. Just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice. Not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious. It's insidious, it comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. The truth. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
If they don't know the truth, they're gonna learn today.
I really like that one, especially when he's talking about how they took logic out of the school curriculum, because that's like the foundation of everything. And if people aren't able to think properly, then that's how they're going to succumb to these lies and believe in fallacies.
You're absolutely right. That's correct.
I came up across another question, actually.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, how do you explain the flight durations between like different cities?
What about it?
I mean,
they're flying over a flat stationary plane. The plane is the only thing moving, and a plane is called an airplane because it's flying over a plane, a flat plane. Get it? It's not called air sphere or air globe. It's called airplane, flying over the flat plane. Get it?
And if I may, with the Earth spinning at over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and let's say estimate around 800 miles an hour in North America, which is spinning from west to east, we should drastically see drastic shorter flight times flying from east to west, but we don't.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so basically what they do is when you could, for example, there are routes that are similar to each other from very different places, like cities like they claim are polar opposites, right? And there are multiple routes for them that are close. So do they basically make the flight longer to make it look as if it was a globe?
They don't. That's the thing. It takes the same distance to go west-east as it does east-west, which shouldn't be true if the Earth is spinning and you're flying over it because you're no longer stuck to the surface that's moving. Therefore, if it's moving toward you when you take off, you could just hover in place and land at your next destination just by waiting for it to come under you. But it doesn't work that way.
I think you have the jet stream that the prevailing winds at those 30, 35, 40,000 feet altitudes, the jet stream makes a difference whether it's longer or shorter.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be the jet stream. There's all sorts of wind currents and things that change. And, the jet stream doesn't stay in one spot all the time, It moves a little bit from season to season. So if that was explained away by Earth spin, then it means the Earth is wobbling all over the place really bad.
Okay, true. And I'm assuming it won't be too hard to emulate it anyway.
Well, then there's the opposite problem where there have been plane flights where they had to be diverted for some emergency, And on a ball Earth, it looks like they went thousands of miles out of their way. It would have been easier to go to their original destination than to stop for an emergency someplace else. And I'm very grateful to people in the chat posting the images. Excuse me. There's the one from between Santiago and Johannesburg, and that's not an emergency diversion, but they go way up to Dakar and then back down to Johannesburg instead of going straight across. Whereas on a circular flat surface, it's a straight line to stop in Dakar. So there's no explanation for that, just looking at flight routes. If it were a sphere.
Did you like the answer you got, Art? You like what Level Up just explained to you?
Yeah, I'm just going through the site, seeing like what arguments Globers are bringing up.
Yeah, I learned that, when it comes to our flat and stationary plane, planes travel land location to land location in a straight line. And obviously you can do that all day long, going east-west, west-east. You can circumnavigate, east-west, the Earth all you want to. You just can't circumnavigate it north-south, and nobody does.
That's right. Nobody has and nobody will.
Especially with the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, no one's allowed to.
Yeah, you got that right. They made it so we can't do our own exploring if we chose, So that should Oh, go ahead,
That's
Level.
the one thing in the most recent video I did on this topic was about using this one online tool where you look at altitude and azimuth of the sun. And the only thing, through the seasons, and the only thing that would really answer the question is if you could go to Antarctica and if you could stand near the pole and just turn around and watch the sun go around your head. Nobody can prove that ever happens. Because if Antarctica is instead the ice wall, so to speak, around all the world, then you wouldn't be able to do that. There would be no 24-hour sun as there is at the North Pole, which we have had people at least near there that can see the sun, in the northern pole, that they can see for 6 months. They can see the sun never setting. But there's no evidence that happens at the South Pole, if it is a pole. So until there is no Antarctic treaty that keeps the average person out. But one thing I was thinking just along those lines, what if you could go to the tip of South America and put up a balloon up 120,000 feet? I don't know what the calculation would be to whether you could see Antarctica from there if you had the balloon up high enough. Because that could answer the question without a risk of life and limb. You could put a bunch of cameras on it and make sure it would be able to be at the right angle to see Antarctica. And you could tell whether it was, what they tell us on the ball Earth or whether it's a long shore.
Mm-hmm.
That would be something to do.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Level.
Now, somebody with money, make it happen.
Yeah. I'll pitch in on that.
I mean, I think there are custom-made drones that have good enough endurance for that.
I don't know how high a drone can go, though. I think you would have to be pretty darn high. Because when you think about it, if you try to navigate a drone over Antarctica, if the magnetic field of Earth is converging at the South Pole the way it does at the North, if there is a South Pole, then finding directions, knowing whether you're going straight across the pole or just around and meandering in circles would be hard to do, because the compass isn't going to work so well in those conditions. But if you could just do a line of sight view from high up, I think that would eliminate all the problems.
Also, how smaller is the sun compared to the Earth?
Don't know.
Because, I mean, you would think the middle of the Earth should be seeing the sun and having a lot of light.
Yeah, I mean, what we do know from observation is that the sun is only ever 90 degrees overhead in the tropics. So the seasons are because the sun goes 23.5 degrees north of the equator or 23.5 degrees south of the equator, and it keeps varying between those 2 points. And I'll have to get the link to my video because it shows how that works. I picked different spots: the northernmost city, someplace in Norway, Antarctica, equator, Ecuador, and then 2 places 45 degrees, so they're between in the north and between in the south. And I tracked their sun path on a given day. So it raises the question, it explains the seasons and all that and how the sun appears to move, but it would also depend on whether Antarctica actually does have a 24-hour sun. So let me get that video for you, and I'll post that in Livestream voice text.
Do you have any more questions, Art?
I mean, we're going forward as we go. I mean, if I have to find something, I haven't given it a lot of thought so far. Yeah, in
Okay.
time.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Is there anyone else there? Is there any Globies that have any questions? Now's the time.
Can I speak up for a second?
Sure, Larry.
Just to the new guy, right? Who's, said he's got an open mind and he's listening to, what both sides are saying. I would be, wary of what people say and what you can actually prove, right? Because any village idiot can explain away, a phenomenon, right? And explain what they think is going on. But how do you actually prove it? For example, if I said, I got a theory, there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what causes the tides, right? And you say, nuh-uh, I bet it's the moon's gravity, right? And that's what causes the tides. Well, if you can't manipulate the moon's gravity and turn it off, how do we know it's the actual cause? Because once you can turn it off, then the tides will stop. And then you turn it back on, and then the tides will begin again. And at that point, you have science or knowledge, right? But with just a story, anybody could make up a cool story. Thank you for letting me interrupt, ladies.
Yeah, that's why in the video I talked about we cannot verify what the sun does in Antarctica. There's no way for anyone we trust to tell us what the sun's doing. And why they're so secretive about it means you're automatically, you'd be naive to trust anybody's report from there.
You got that right.
And it would make all the difference in the world. Like I said, I don't know if they would somehow find out about a balloon launch from the tip of South America and shut it down somehow, make sure something goes wrong, because I wouldn't put that past them.
They probably
be worth
shoot
a
it.
try. Yeah.
Yeah. Since there's been so many other balloon
Jamming a drone is very easy.
But
Well,
the
with a
drone could
drone-
only have signal for so long, though, Art. So that doesn't seem pretty. I don't think that would work because we hardly have good signal just here on Discord, let alone a drone trying to fly that far. But a balloon, now that can work, without any
Not that
communication.
expensive either. Like way cheaper than drones.
Exactly. That's why I love Level Up's idea. Matter of fact, that is the best I've heard ever. Send a balloon up off of Argentina somewhere or Chile and have the cameras, like everybody puts cameras on the balloons that they send up already. So that sounds like the way to go.
Yeah, it doesn't depend on problems with compasses near that part of the world.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps itself in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you'd have to do is look out for some kind of sabotage or reason for government goons to shut you down, you know?
Yeah, but at least there's no human. At least there's no human on it for them to, shoot them down
Right.
or kill them. So that's great. I love that idea.
If
I
it is
mean,
in
wow.
international waters, I don't think anyone can shoot it without proper excuse.
Right. If they were to shoot it down, then we'd really know, like, yeah, they don't want us to see Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Of course
So.
they do.
Well, they could pull all kinds of things like airspace violation or,
Yeah, that's
somebody
what
went
I'm saying.
off course.
International waters is international airspace as well.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we're
it's
not
hard.
connected. It's just a balloon that'll be floating, so who can they blame
Right.
that on? So, yeah, I love that idea.
Right, there's not
I'm
like
with
you
Yeah,
it.
the
need a
only thing
tether.
you need is a guy in Argentina with a boat. Or a woman.
And the helium balloon.
Just
And a very good camera.
Yeah,
The
we
camera
could.
will be the
We
most
probably
expensive.
got that right now. The people here, we got all kind of cameras. All we need is to get the big balloon and fill that up with some helium, and then hey, there it is there. And look and see what the camera brings. Shows us. I love it. Yeah, that's the lick right there. That's the way to go.
Yeah, that seems to be the least risk, least cost way to
Mm-hmm.
answer the question.
Yeah. It's just really great. I love it. Level up.
Somebody make it happen.
I know. Like I said, I'm down. I got some cash I could put in on that one. Now that's something I will do. So
Yeah, we must know
pass
somebody
it
in that
on
part of the
around.
world.
Yeah, we're gonna pass it
I mean, if
around.
you're
We're gonna
doing
get
experiments, I have some ideas for some other experiments.
Yeah, you got any
Like,
ideas? You got anything?
Yeah.
Let us know what you
I
got.
gotta formulate my sentences in English because I'm not a non-native speaker.
Oh, okay.
which is impressive when we can't tell.
Yeah, because you sound great. Your English is really good.
Yeah, so the Doppler effect?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it. You mean it has something to do with the weather?
No,
sound.
not sound, just any wave in general.
Well, yeah.
So I was thinking if you had a antenna dish, right, and it could move in 2 axes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not difficult to make a gimbal mount. I've actually ran the numbers. I looked at the parts. It's about depends on what you can get, from stuff that you already have salvage or buy used or whatever, and buy what do you call them? Those dish type antennas, right?
Okay.
Right.
And there's this type of radio called software-defined radio. I mean, it's not like old-timey radios that rely on analog circuitry and crap to process the data. No, it uses computers to basically read a piece of the RF spectrum. So I was thinking, if you have a mount that can move in any direction, and I mean, I basically track something in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I have to come back to the Doppler because I recall you weren't that familiar. But the basic thing is, if an object is emitting a wave, if it's moving towards you, what do you call? Depending on its speed, the frequency of the wave that it's emitting will be increased, and if it's moving away from you, the frequency will be decreased. That's
like
the Doppler
sonar,
effect, basically.
Yeah, like sonar.
Not exactly like sonar, but no, not really, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the same basic principle that they could tell whether something's coming or going by how the pitch changes.
Yeah, basically that. But instead of sound effect, but it's a light. So they say that satellites are flying over the Earth at, I don't know, 7 kilometers per second. That's a really fast speed. And they have all this data and crap that they're telling a satellite is flying at this exact location or whatever. So I'm thinking if you get that antenna of yours and the tracking mount connected to your radio, SDR radio, well, at some point in time, it's going to be moving towards you, and after that, it's going to be moving away from you, right? So you should be able to measure the frequency shift if it's moving towards you and moving away from you. If you don't, well, it's just a beacon, like on a balloon or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and you can just prove that they don't exist.
Okay, so your experiment would be to prove that what doesn't exist now?
Satellites.
Satellites.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they don't exist, but yeah, you could do that, dude. Yes, you could go ahead and
Yeah, to be honest,
try
I'm
that
a bit short on
experiment.
cash, so
Are these components expensive that you're speaking on?
I mean, not particularly, but they need a backyard.
Okay, you said
Like they need a space where you can, set it up and leave it, and that space is going to be yours. You just can't.
Okay, so you're saying we need some land?
Not like any land, like just a few square meters without any obstruction.
Okay.
And a few $100 in equipment. I mean, depending on what you already have on hand, less than 100.
Oh, well, that sounds very reasonable on the price to try this experiment you've come up with. May I ask, are you in the United States? Are you?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm not a native English speaker if I were in the United States.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm here in the United States, and there's a lot of people here that don't really know English at all, but they're here. But but that's because I live right next to Mexico, so there's a lot of people from Mexico here who speak little English, But anyway, yeah, they're here. They're here, dude.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about the radio and the balloon that you mentioned, I've got a few ideas that come up to mind.
Awesome.
I mean, EM waves, the effect of the atmosphere on electromagnetic waves is lessened the lower your frequency is. So at the low frequencies, you can just ignore the effects of the atmosphere mostly.
Yeah, like radio waves.
Not any radio, not like I don't know, not cellular radio. It's 2.4 gigahertz. It's really high frequency. I was talking about more like
even lower than
433 megahertz, which is also a commercial no license band, so you won't get into trouble for using it. I was thinking if you get a balloon and a receiver, and you use a dish transmitter, so your transmission is on a straight line. I mean, if it disperses, they can just say it's dispersing or reflecting or whatever. It shouldn't be happening.
Okay.
So if you have that radio of yours, if you put it on some station or whatever, and go to a place that should hypothetically, in their model, be obstructed by the curvature, right? Yeah, but if it's not going to be the radio wave isn't as affected by the atmosphere. So if the light doesn't reach you because of the atmosphere, the radio wave should. So it's going to be a real simple proof. But you must use a directional antenna, because if you don't, they're going to say it's reflecting off the Earth or the atmosphere or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, coming back to the EM radiation, there are like these infrared cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't have to buy the expensive ones. Like something that can register, I don't know, it can see like nothing deep infrared, like 1,000 nanometers should be all right. I think the Raspberry Pi camera, it's 64 megapixels, like $50 or something. if you remove the filter, I think it can actually see that deep. You just put a color filter, so it's like visible light can't get in, but infrared light can. And infrared light, the atmosphere is way less visible than infrared light.
Mm-hmm.
So you can send it up on a balloon, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like 35 kilometers or something. If the horizon drops at all on that, the horizon, shouldn't drop,
No, it's
because
not. The horizon.
yeah,
No. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It shouldn't drop because that frequency isn't that much affected by the atmosphere. It just should become fuzzy and fuzzy, not disappear. But of course, that's what's going to happen. So I think someone should do these experiments. And also balloons. It's the thing with balloons is, since you're not putting people on them or super sensitive equipment, you can just fill them with hydrogen, which is astronomically cheaper than what you call helium.
Yeah, and that's a good point about the cameras. Is if there was cloud cover over Antarctica, you would need
infrared. He's talking about.
Well, I'm not sure. Being an supposedly icy continent, you would want something that doesn't rely so much on heat.
No, I'm not deep infrared, because deep infrared is heat, but 1,000 nanometers, it's
okay.
It's not that. Yeah, it's
weak red light, basically.
It's reflected. It's generated in a lot.
I love how you thought this over. I love your little experiment that you've thought of, and I'm really down with this. Like, I'm loving it.
I mean, if you're interested, I can send you like exact bill of material, detail, instructions, everything.
I am very interested. The only thing is, I gotta find someone who knows how to do that. Like, I mean, I'll put up the cash for that. I mean, maybe Sunny. Okay, I think I have someone in mind, and I visit him. He's not far from me, and me and him could probably get this started, or he could probably put it together because he's very intelligent like that. So I'll speak with him and see what we could do. I love your idea, Art. And I love
think
your
he was the
balloon
other
thing.
guy.
Level Up. Oh, it's the other guy? Well, I love Level Up's balloon, and I would love to put whoever thought of this experiment with the radio wave thing and the infrared, and to somehow put that on to the balloon. And then I need to find someone in Argentina. I don't know.
I mean, the experiments that I suggested, they can be done everywhere, No need for Argentina or whatever.
Okay, but see what I wanted. Okay. So the balloon thing is a separate. That's the Antarctica one. So what you're explaining is, wait, what is your name first? Because I thought you were Art. Who am I speaking
Yeah,
with?
Trilicious.
Trilicious?
Yeah, he's right.
Like the mushroom guy.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just call you Licious. I do want you to contact me because I am very much interested in this, and I'm going to contact Sunny and see if me and him could do this. So, yes, I'm Tracy Van, no Allen
game.
Belt.
I'm game.
Yay, Sunny!
Let me know what you need. I have some tools here.
I know, Sunny. We're going to get this going. I'm Licious. I'm Tracy Van, no Allen Belt.
Yeah.
And send me whatever you have, and and send it to Sunny also, because he's gonna be the one that helps me. We're gonna do this together. So yeah, we're gonna get something going. All right.
They probably won't let anyone, like in the media, see the results. I'm pretty sure they'll just flag it down if you put it on YouTube or anything, social media.
Yeah, whenever we do
Like there's
stuff,
BitChute
they always.
and Odyssey and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Odyssey. We'll put it there. I like Odyssey a lot.
I mean,
Hey,
at worst,
Sonny.
you can upload it to IPFS and be done with it.
Yeah, see, you know all about that kind of stuff. I'm just I'm just on this Discord just strictly for Flat Earth, and I'm really not too much into the internety thing, so I don't know too much about, the things you're speaking on, but I do know that what you are saying, it makes sense, and like I said, I'm down, and that's why I'm going to need Sonny's help because he's really intelligent and smart about this type of stuff. So, I'm going to be the backer. And Sonny, it's time for a song. And let's play. It's a song by Flatter-Day Saints, who's from
Yeah,
this
let's
server.
celebrate the victory.
Yay! And the song, why don't we hear, let's hear, how about the Rodney Skiba song? Can't we all just get along?
Yeah,
It's called the
I might have
Rodney
to go
Skiba
pretty
song.
soon. Just FYI.
Okay, Level. I'm
I stay
glad you
for a
were here
little bit
today.
yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I love you that you were here on Ladies' Night because this is our night.
Yeah. It's just that I've been trying to get him to move it, but because it's kind of hard. It's the weekend and starts right
Yeah,
at supper time. So, but
We'll kill the
but
myth.
yeah,
Time.
huh?
With facts. We're gonna kill the myth.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys.
Okay, Level Up. I'll catch you later.
All right. Good to see ya. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I'm
Okay.
busy scrolling.
It's going to
Let
be
me
called the
see.
Rodney Skiba song.
Okay, let me just go to his channel real quick. One moment.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Because Flatter sent me almost all of his songs, but man, if you knew all the stuff I get sent,
I could imagine.
you don't want to know. So okay, here we go. Video.
All right, everybody. This is Flatter-Day Saints, the
It's
Rodney
what?
Skiba song.
Can't we get along? Can't we all get along? Is that what it says? Hold on,
It's
I'm
called.
looking.
It's the title is the Rodney Skiba song, and there's a picture of Rodney King.
Floyd Rodney Mayweather. No, not that one.
No. Keep scrolling. It's down there. It's the Rodney Skiba. It'll have a music note, and then it'll say the Rodney Skiba.
Okay, I'm looking. Give me a minute.
All right. If you can't, I know you can find it. If you
Hold on, let me search. Let me search just in his. See, I hate that when you try to search, you can't find it unless you spell it or you have everything exactly like the actual title. Hold on 1 second. Especially all of
okay.
our stuff, I mean, you could be in. I'm in his channel. You put in a title in the search in his channel,
Yeah.
and nothing comes up. So hold
Yeah,
on.
they're hating.
Yeah, man. So you have to do everything manually with Flat Earth,
I know. It sucks.
isn't it?
Yeah.
They cut us out, people. They cut us out of the search algorithm.
Listen to this.
Hey, Sonny, am I coming in?
I'm still looking. Huh?
I'll say
It's on the
into
playlist.
the
You go to Flatter Day Saints, it's on his playlist. You can see all his rap songs. He's got a rap playlist.
Okay.
Oh, cool. That's
Here we
awesome.
go. 18 songs. Okay, wait a second.
It's the Rodney Skiba song.
Events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen. That the crime.
There it is. Sorry it took me so long.
Thanks, Sonny.
Yep. I gotta turn this off. All right. Here we go. Coming right up.
want to thank you all for coming.
There you go.
Rodney King.
All right, Rodney Skiba song, everybody.
People of Los Angeles and all the people of the cities of the United States so caught up in this horror and hate. The killing, the burning, the looting, the chaos must stop now. The time for healing is upon us. Rodney King has prepared a very brief statement. Rodney?
Yo, I asked the guy Kaiser Permanente, yo. How high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo. How high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente. We ass backwards in this country, we living backwards in. I'm doing acrobatics to keep up with acronyms, doing backflips. To all the fat is trimmed, I'm back. It's him, ain't no one as flat as him. Ain't no one attacking him. Rick, Rob Skiba, I ain't on either team. Ask Ron and Reba, he's the doggone reason why I'm high on ether. Went to an FE conference trying to find a speaker, like a crack house, trying to find a tweaker. My mind is either halfway gone by the time you listen to half this song. I drank the weed water and I cracked the bong. Your ass is gone. Nah, I'm barely coming, riding bareback on the prairie, humming, demon hunting at CERN, but they can barely summon the courage to even carve a scary pumpkin. Don't bump into me when I'm on a rampage. Stomach so hungry, I just ate this damn page. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. Yo, I just lost my pencil, now I'm off the mental gymnastics you NASA fanboys into to get your mind to think the earth is a ball flat out. Since my birth I've been raw. Fa la 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 la. Yo, I'ma deck the halls with buds of chronic. Wreck these balls and these NASA rockets. 50 million a day, they better have fat pockets. All these hearts go to flat earth fuck if it's even true, but I ain't here to argue. So regardless of all the money NASA stole, me and Jeranism and Jake the asshole ate a bunch of shrooms and went inside the rabbit hole. Man, what the hell you talking about? I don't even know. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente. I'm killing these raps like Michelle Fowler's husband. I'm filling up this gas like a vacuum suction, spilling all this crap till the facts don't function. Like Belinda's jab when it packs a punch in, filling up your blood with this nano substance. The only shot I'll ever get is from these ammo gun clips. Banana done split when I went up shit creek without a paddle in the Amazon River Phoenix as it was rising with Blue Origin with a crew inside it. If you don't know by now, please excuse my silence. 1,000 pictures ain't worth a few words I'm writing. My verbs are smitten to uncurve your vision. They call it sea level, cause the curve is missing. I thirst for wisdom while you slurp the pissin'. Sergeant Acid cup that you got for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Ha ha, yo, I'm cracking up, check it. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, how you like your coffee milk? We like it breast, yo. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, what part of a little boy do you like best, yo? We chop the chrome and we scrap the rest, yo. This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. This is the Rodney Skiba song. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get?
Can we all get along? Can we get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
Yes, that was Flatter Day Saints with the Rodney Skiba song. Can we all just get along? How high's the skies? Yo.
That's funny.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know?
Kaiser Permanente.
Yeah, he
Only
is
we
so
know about
funny.
that. Only we
I
know
know,
about
huh,
that.
Sonny? Yep. Kaiser Permanente is a hospital and insurance company here in California. Just for those who don't know.
The richest one.
Yeah. I was born in Kaiser Permanente
Wow,
Hospital.
in LA?
Yes.
Oh, dang, I've been there before. Not just at the pharmacy, though. When I used to partake in the pharmacy, but now I don't. I'll I'll get off because I know it's still ladies' night.
It's okay, Sonny. I love that song so much. So back to the Globies. Any Globies in the house? We got any Globies in the house? Speak up. Are you there? Nah, I know you're not. You don't want to talk. I mean, what could you possibly say? I mean, there is no globe. So you might want to learn about this flat earth, though. So open your mic. If you're there, speak up. If not, then I guess I'm going to have to close the show. If there's no globies.
Hold on. There's band member. Band member, do you want to speak to our lovely Tracy Van Noellen Belts?
I'm here
No,
to
thanks.
hear you.
I'm just listening in. Thanks.
Oh, you're just listening. You don't have no questions for me at all?
No.
All right. You could listen and learn. There's nothing wrong with listening and learning.
Yeah,
And
what's the deal with
left.
those?
Sorry, the other one left. The other one left when I mentioned their name. When I mentioned them in the voice text. Who was it? There was another one that was here.
That's what they do, Sonny.
Yeah, I forget what that one was. Truffle. Oh, okay. Okay. Whatever. Truffle's not here anymore.
Okay.
I have a Globy question for you. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? They lie because they're liars and evil people, and they want to control us, and they want to get your mind off of the Creator who made this place for us. They don't want us to know about the Creator. So that's the reason, the main reason, if you ask me.
I would make for a great stealth Globy. Stealth. Under the radar.
I hate playing that globy where you guys are flat earther plays a globy. I don't like it. It just gets under my skin.
Gets under mine too.
I can't stand it. I just want to like jump in and be like, please stop. There's so much to talk about.
Please make it go away. Make it go away.
Yeah.
Make the cog disc go away. These flat earthers are killing me, man. There's Matthew Learns in the house. Hey.
Matthew Learns is here? Is
Happy
he here to
weekend,
learn?
everybody.
Hello. So
How's the weekend
Matthew,
going?
so far so good. How about yours?
Yeah, it just started. It's a good weekend so far.
Okay. Did you have class today? Did you do some teaching? Did you teach some kids?
No,
some
we're
children
done with
today?
it's summer school. It's summer already for us.
Oh, okay. And I need to apologize, everyone. I'm really trying to stop saying kids. I'm really working on that. So I apologize for saying kids a second ago, but I did say children right after. I had to correct myself. The
So
children.
I don't know. Once
are,
you're a certain age, you can call them kids.
No, they're not goats, and I need to stop it.
hey Matthew,
But,
are
go
you
ahead.
giving the propaganda and brainwashing a break for a few weeks now?
There's no good way to answer that question. If I say yes, then or if I say no, it's like you ask somebody, "Hey, did you stop beating your kids already?"
Not quite the same, but nice try.
So I will say I have stopped teaching for 3 months. Yes.
Wonderful.
I figured out with Matthew.
What?
Matthew would be fun June 18th to hang out with at the beach, just to
I have it on my
hang out with
calendar.
him. But other than that, I wouldn't put my kids within 25 miles of him in the classroom.
Hey,
Oh,
Fly.
your kids would
What's
love
wrong with
having
that
me
guy?
as a teacher. They would love it.
Wait, what's going on in June? Is there a meetup or
There's
something?
a meetup in Huntington Beach area, Sunset Beach.
Oh, I will be there. Absolutely. That's right up the freeway
PCH
from me.
and 18th Street.
PCH. Let me write this down. You said PCH and 18th Street, Cross Street?
Actually, make it 19th.
Okay. Awesome. And what was the date on that?
Saturday, June 18th.
18th. Okay. Okay. 19th Street.
Hey, that might solve my problem. Maybe you can give me a ride. I'll give you gas money.
Sonny, you want to come?
Yeah, man, I'd like to go. But see, I probably wouldn't go if I didn't have a ride, though. So if I could arrange that with you, I'll give you gas money. Because I
Sonny,
know it's kind of
absolutely.
a trip. I know it's a ways down here. I don't know. Maybe I hate for you to
I
do that much
know.
driving all the way down here and then back up there to Huntington Beach. That's a lot of driving, man.
Well,
Sonny, just take the
you...
train.
I could just take the train, huh? There's a Huntington Beach stop, isn't there?
I don't know about that.
Or is it further inland, like Irvine or something?
Well, tell you what, Sonny,
Heck,
I'll give you a call and we'll arrange it. Or maybe you could stay the weekend or something. Is that on a Saturday? Maybe
That
it's on
sounds
a Saturday.
Cool. Figure something out. We could figure something out.
18th is Saturday, yes.
By then, gasoline will be $8 a gallon in California. So
Oh my gosh, you're not lying either.
Because
Gas is so expensive.
it goes up by the hour, right?
Well, lucky for me, I have a 4-cylinder and an 8-cylinder, so I'll be using the 4-cylinder. Oh, you know, Sonny, my little Mini Cooper.
Oh yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, we could go in that, and gas is way cheaper than that. Like I could maybe like $50 fill it up, and it drives forever and a day. So
Yeah, man. Yeah.
that's the plan. That is the plan. And Matthew, you say you're gonna be there, huh?
Yeah, I'll try to be there in the afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. So Tracy, who you need to contact is Flat Earth Dude.
Oh, okay.
You know
I know
Flat
Flat
Earth
Earth Dude.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
send him a
I've met
message.
Flat Earth Dude.
Right on.
He
Send him a
knows me
message.
too.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Yeah, we're all out here in sunny Southern California. Yeah, I've met Flat Earth Dude. He's a real cool guy.
Not so sunny today, though, huh?
I know. Looks like it's gonna rain. This is weird.
It rained last night. The streets are all wet here last night, this morning.
Oh, see, I wasn't here then, but it rained yesterday?
Last night, at least here it did. I don't know about up there, but yeah. But the high's only like 65 or something.
Wow, okay, this is weird. Yeah, because it's all like really gloomy and gray right now. It's been like this since I've been home. It's
And that's
weird
really weird
weather we're having.
because a couple of weeks ago it was 85 degrees.
That's the California weather I'm used to.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, hot, sunny. Like your
Yeah, but it's
name, huh,
May
Sunny?
gray and June gloom, right?
Yeah, they do say that, huh? I've heard that saying.
Matthew, a long time ago, I had a professor in Russian studies. His name was Dr. Davis, back in Illinois. And I walked in the class, and I was your typical political conservative, not like I am now. You
Yeah.
know, I gave up politics when I found out the Earth was flat, and I've been lied to about everything. But anyway, um, uh, he walked in, and he said he was basically a Marxist, a communist. And he had a brother who taught out at Berkeley in California, and he described his brother as left of Lenin, which I thought was funny.
We call
And
it the People's Republic of Berkeley.
yeah, and so he was a nice guy. He liked to laugh, and I said, this is a Marxist. I'm never going to get along with him. We ended up in a few months playing tennis together because we ended up actually liking each other. So we played tennis together on occasion. So there's hope for the lost people out there. I can still get along with lost people. So I'm sure I could get along with you, Matthew, real well. Anyway.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the world has too much of people not getting along just because they have disagreements. We need to get along even if we do have political differences and other types of differences.
Hey, Matthew, can't we all just be flat earthers?
I don't think so.
Matthew, you're a flat earther. You know that, right?
Well, I would say you're a globe earther because you live on the globe.
No.
So.
No, that is made up. And I'm pretty sure you know this. It's all made up. You, of all people, should know.
I understand the arguments. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
When we go to the beach, we have a flat, straight horizon line.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have? Do you have your geometric horizon when we go to the beach?
No, it'll be interesting to see what happens when the sun gets close to the horizon, if it goes below the water or not.
Well, it's still going on the horizontal, isn't it?
You need to take Matthew someplace where there's a island out there about 10 miles out, and the sun, moves away and sets behind it. And then, knowing it's 6 feet, it's supposed to be a 3 mile horizon height. So, when that sun sets behind that island that's 10 miles away, then Matthew will have a revelation. He'll have an epiphany, and he'll go, God bless you guys. You stayed with me till I became a flat earther. God bless you all.
It might happen in June when he arrives at the Huntington Beach meetup. That'll be great,
On June
Matthew.
18th, when I look at the ocean and realize that water is
that
always
is
level.
flat. Yes.
Level.
I can't wait to meet you there, man. This is gonna be so great and fun.
Don't forget about the Catholic priest.
Matthew believes in.
Yeah, the ones who made up the globe.
Yeah.
The Catholic priest who made up the globe lie.
But there weren't any
Catholics.
There weren't any Catholics in 300 BC.
Well, whatever they were called back then, they're the ones who invented this stupid ass globe that you're still believing today. The Romans?
So the Greeks were before Christ, and there weren't any Catholics before Christ.
Greeks, Romans, all of them. Whoever's spewing this globe nonsense.
They were
all
still
of them, whoever they are.
They were still Kabbalist back then.
What is this truth seeker here? Hi everybody. What is this
Hi,
hunting
truth seeker.
beach? Hi. Is it still ladies' night or?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh, good. I hadn't heard about the Huntington Beach meetup. What's when and where in Huntington Beach is that?
June 18th, PCH and the 19th Street, just out in the beach right there.
Nice.
Pretty much all afternoon and into the evening.
Great.
Sunset Beach.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be awesome. Can you make it there, Truth Seeker?
I think I can. I'm coming from Pennsylvania, and I've got a friend in the city, so
Cool.
I'm hoping that I can. I'll put it on my calendar anyway.
Yeah, I just did because I just found out, and I'm so happy.
Yeah, I
And
don't have
Matthew-
anything going on in June right now, so I got stuff in July, but it's pretty much in the middle there, so shouldn't affect my other plans.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of us flat earthers out here in Cali, so I know it's going to be off the chain. It's going to be a lot of us.
I think this I'm sorry. I think this California chapter is about to take off here, Tracy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Don't you have some place in Huntington Beach or close by that has an island out there like 10 miles away that, the sun might, set behind?
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be something out there that can prove to Matthew that all is not lost and he can be found and saved.
Absolutely, there is. There's
Are none as so blind as those who will not see, however.
The eyes are useless when the mind is blind.
That's right. And if he doesn't want to see what's right there in front of him, then that's on him, Because we'll all be right there saying, it's level flat horizon right there in front of you, Matthew. And if he stands there and says, no, there's the curve, we're going to say, where?
He loves the blue pill a lot.
Yeah.
He's addicted.
Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
Where is the curve?
Oh, it's in all the photographs they take from space.
Oh,
Those
no.
are photographs,
Oh,
Matthew.
no.
And you know it. You
Oh,
know
no.
the man admitted that he makes those composites. I forget his name, but we have
Robert Simmons.
Okay.
Yes, him. He's already told everyone that those aren't actual photographs that were pictures. Those aren't. So why are you still thinking that those are real? He's already said they're not.
Oh yeah, those ones aren't. So sometimes they make composite images. You're right. Doesn't mean they're all composites.
The other ones are CGI. They're all of them.
No, he didn't say they are all composites. He said some of them.
Why would NASA employ artists, Matthew?
Oh, some. You're crazy.
Wait,
And
so
Matthew-
he said that some of them are composites and you are changing it to be that all of them are composites?
No, but let's put it into perspective. He came back later, more recent video, and he said there's 17,000 of them.
Wow, 17,000, Matthew.
So they could be 17 million, but that doesn't mean they're all composites.
Matthew, and we have this guy, Matt Boylan, that he is a former NASA employee. So he says, you never seen the Earth has a ball in space with your own two eyes. So what do you want to prove?
I have never seen it with my own two eyes. You're right.
Yeah.
I just want to find out. I just want to find out when light, that stays in air, bends sometime, because Matthew says it generally stays straight like the Earth curve calculator says it does. But I want to know those rare times when I can see my bendy light. That's what I want to see, bendy light.
Yeah, it depends on the humidity and the weather.
Bendy Light would be a great beer. Bendy Light. Bendy Light.
Yeah, there's this famous time lapse of Skunk Bay where you can see
Skunk Bay.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can see it moving all around based on humidity and temperature.
Hey, how about that? How about that low alcohol beer that came out. It's called Curvy Water. What do you think? Curvy Water? I like that one too. It's only got 2% alcohol in it.
Hey Matthew, in the Skunk Bay, does it make you see further, or does it make things disappear from the bottom up?
It makes things wobble all around and become unreliable.
So does the Skunk Bay appear to disappear from the bottom up, as if it's being swallowed up by the water?
No, it doesn't. Not that part. It just makes it so
Really?
that it's unreliable. You can't measure things. You guys are trying to measure tiny little changes in angle.
I'm going to
but
post
that
it
Skunk
so
Bay
that
thing
everyone
proves
can
you can't
see.
do that very well.
Yeah,
I'm
Larry,
going to post it
put
so
it up
everybody
there.
can make up their mind. Because I'm saying it's causing things to disappear from the bottom up. You're claiming the opposite, and that it causes us to see further. So we'll just let everybody else decide when I finally find that GIF.
Well, don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying the Skunk Bay shows that it's unreliable. You can't make measurements off of that sort of
Okay, so
wobbly image.
you said I'm putting words in your mouth. When there's refraction, can we see further around over the horizon because the light's bending?
Sometimes you see further, sometimes you see less than expected. It changes how much you can see.
It changes. So yes and no.
That's
So yes or no. Meaning,
that's extremely scientific when you go, sometimes it does that and sometimes it does this. That I like. I'm going to buy that book. I think I got that in science. I think I got that in Science 201. Sometimes this and sometimes that was the title of the book. I think it's famous.
There should be a chapter about the moon. Sometimes you can see the moon outside and sometimes you can't. That's just the way the world works.
That's Science 301. So, I'm waiting for that book to come out. So that'd be a good book.
I'm not really convinced that terrestrial refraction is the way the world works because it depends on your radius, which I've never seen a measurement for.
That's right.
There's no measurements. There's only calculations. You can't measure it.
Okay, well, then we can forget about terrestrial refraction doing anything. That's just a fairy tale. Sounds good.
What's wrong with calculations instead of measurements?
But
Well,
just a second.
Wow, and
you
you're a
need to have
teacher.
measurements of something that exists in reality in order to base any calculations on anything.
You can use measurements of one thing to calculate something else.
Okay, well, let's get the measurement of the drop over distance, i.e. the Earth curvature that your radius is dependent on.
You can measure sticks and shadows to calculate
That's invalid.
a radius.
Works on a
Sticks and
flat plane.
shadows aren't a measuring tool.
Works on a flat plane, begs the question, assumes the globe in the first place, like all the other globe proofsies. That ain't gonna do.
It's not a proof.
Oh.
It's just a measurement.
Oh, okay. Well, you said it yourself. Oh, wait, no,
It's not a measurement.
It's not a direct measurement of drop over distance.
You directly
And it
measure
works
the
on a
angle
flat
of the
plane.
shadow, and then you use that to calculate the size of the globe. You have to assume the globe ahead of time.
Yeah, that's the problem. It boils down to an assumption of the globe, so it's not a direct measurement of anything.
Wait, are you talking about disproving the globe or not being able to measure it?
No, I need that radius measurement. I need a hard measurement of the radius of the Earth to begin with before we can talk about the geometric horizon or refraction to save your geometric horizon or any of that.
There's no direct measurement of the radius.
Okay, then I'll just...
measurements that you could do.
Better experiment is Airy's failure. Do you know about Airy's failure?
He failed to measure this fictional concept called the ether.
Well, it was fictional. No, he proved it. He proved it because he
ether?
didn't prove what he wanted to prove, that there wasn't any ether.
What do you got to say, Matthew?
So there is no ether. So what?
And there is no curve.
Oh,
I give you the measurement.
Airy's failure was a failure because he failed to prove that there was not ether. His theory was that there was no ether. He set his experiment out to prove that, and he could not.
A failure. Okay, so this is just a logical inconsistency here. A failure to prove something is not a proof of the opposite.
When you're proving that there is the absence of something, and yet there is, that is a negative for something being there. Ergo, there is something. So whether or not whether or not it's ether or it's not, or it's something else, there is something that is, there is not,
those are two separate. You got it right. There's two separate questions.
There's a medium through which light is mediated.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get Helio. We need to get Helio on a new song. It goes something like this. Sometimes this.
Yeah.
Sometimes that. Sometimes light bends. Most oftentimes it doesn't.
Sometimes the Earth has a curve. Sometimes it don't.
Marty, if you want to prove your globe, go to this location at Brazil, and you have the coordinates, all the equipment, and try to debunk these guys. 1877 miles flat, according to sea level. What you want to prove? Go there and prove your globe. The top and bottoms of the buildings, they measure the same distance. What you want to prove? Nothing. Just BS. You just deny these measurements. I give you all. You always deny what I post. Always. These guys did this year 2012. You have all the data, coordinates. Go to these buildings and measure. Try to prove your globe once for all.
Yeah, Matthew.
How are they measuring the distance between those two towers?
Man, they measured, and this is not amateurs. These guys work for INCRA, National Institute of Colonization, Agrarian Reform, federal government. It's an authority. Okay, you are denying these guys.
No,
I don't know how you.
Let's
you
go
deny
ask them.
everything. You are in denialism every time. So what do you want to deny?
If we
These
go
guys
to
are
ask,
surveyors, professional surveyors, top 10 in the world, and you deny it. Okay, go there
Miguel,
and debunk
Miguel,
those guys. If you want to prove your globe, go there and debunk them.
Miguel, if we go ask those people that work in that government,
They did measurement. They did measurement between two buildings. So if there was a globe, those two buildings were tilted, and they measure the same distance at the top and the bases of those two buildings. Where is that curvature? 1877 miles. Where is that fucking curvature? Go there and debunk these guys. And they even traveled to Lake Titicaca at Peru, 69 miles away. No curvature, 1.5 meters. This telescope was from water level. So where is that curvature? Nowhere. Okay.
No curve.
If you want to deny engineers and surveyors, because these guys are surveyors, engineers. Okay, so go there and debunk these guys. Stop with those lies.
Are there any new people in the chat that can maybe help Matthew substantiate anything he claims with a radius measurement? Since everything he claims is based on that and dependent on that.
I gotta back up Miguel. Let me back up Miguel real quick, because Miguel's right. That's the thing. When you know that they're avoiding doing things to find out themselves, you know it's not about evidence. He already admits he doesn't have evidence, and he believes because he's been told to believe it. He doesn't want the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear how they measured the distance between the two towers.
He doesn't have a claim. See, Miguel, the point is, like, he admits they've never measured curvature, so he already admits that. You know what I mean?
You know what the most ridiculous thing about this whole thing is
tell us.
When you think about it, and these people want to revert back to sticks and shadows, something that was done like what 1,000 years ago or something. I mean,
if at all,
you're going to sit and deny that all of the technology that we have today and all the capabilities that the government has, even construction workers and builders and surveyors and all this kind of stuff, and they're going to revert back to sticks and shadows. And the most
That's right, God Rockin'.
ridiculous
God
things
Rockin', that's clearly the most accurate way to do business.
Clearly, yeah. That is
Forget
clear.
about using a telescope or a P1000 camera. Let's go back to antiquity with sticks and shadows.
God Rockin', let me add. God Rockin', please. God Rockin', add this to your list.
To me, without a doubt, that they don't have a measurement. They will never have one because they're freaking liars.
Wait, God
That's
Rockin',
right, they're liars.
Can I just add one thing to the list? God Rockin', battleships.
Absolutely. Go.
Battleships. God Rockin', battleships never existed. How would they able to shoot at each other? It never happened. They don't believe in battleships.
Okay, here's the digits. Catalina Island is from 26.5 to 30.5 miles from Huntington Beach.
All right.
Another black swan coming up.
Yep, that's the island. That's the island we're gonna show him when we see him in June, Sonny.
26 miles.
He's not gonna be able to deny it.
No, he already said he can't trust his eyes. He can only trust television.
If this thing were a ball, it would be so easy to prove. It would be self-evident, just like it's self-evident that it's flat. You would go out, you would look at the horizon, it would be curved right and left. It would fall away from you as you rise up. All the things that are supposed to happen would happen. It's just reality we live in, folks.
The sun would
It's
set.
the real world.
You'd be able to.
Yeah, we're not talking about the sun. We're not talking about sun. You're not going to go to a red herring. So hold on.
Ignore all the sky because that disproves the flag.
That's sun worship.
We're ignoring the red herring.
You know that's
the
a
sun
lie.
would converge at the vanishing point like literally everything else does. That's your globe proof, see? That's your direct measurement of curvature of the surface of Earth.
It's an example of one thing that doesn't work, one of many.
Sun worship.
Should be about
you can't say it
500
doesn't
feet.
work.
Should be about 500 feet of vertical drop. That means about half of Catalina Island should be disappeared. So that means if you zoom in, you would never see. You'd never see ships pulling in to port. I almost could guarantee with a P100, P1000, or P900, you could zoom into ships pulling into Avalon from Huntington.
That's right.
How can you say the sun setting doesn't work when the Earth measures as flat and yet the sun sets just fine?
Oh, because the sun doesn't change size as it goes down. So it's
sometimes
the sun should not change. No. Don't red herring, guys. The sun should not change sizes. No. The sun should change sizes otherwise. No.
Well, he doesn't know what the sun is, what its source is, where it is, or anything about the sun. So it's a misnomer to go to the sun. We're talking about the surface of Earth.
Correct.
You don't have any curvature.
A physical object that should obey the.
No curve.
You don't know that.
Sun worship.
Sun worship. So if you don't have curvature measurement, period. So, and Earth is not in motion. So where are you going to go now?
That's right. Earth does not
The
move.
sun is a physical object.
Yeah, you don't know that either. It's just
Yeah, he
assumptions
just claimed the sun is a physical object. How do you prove that?
Should we use sticks and shadows to see if it moves or not too, Matthew?
Well, you can see the sun, so things that you see are physical, right?
Yeah, but
I
what you can't see.
I see
You
a
can't see.
rainbow. Is that
You
physical?
can't see Earth curvature or drop over distance. Sorry, go ahead, CB.
No, I mean you're right, Central. It's like I see a rainbow.
Is a rainbow physical, Matthew?
Yeah. Rainbow is caused by physical droplets in the atmosphere.
Matthew, is it a physical object? Is it a physical object?
It's a light phenomenon caused by
Matthew,
physical objects.
answer the question.
Yes or no? Is it a physical
No.
object? Yes or
No,
okay?
it's not.
Then
Rainbow
say
is
that.
not a
Why
physical
can you say
object
the sun is a physical object with such confidence?
because it looks like a physical object, and
Yeah,
we measure all kinds of
maybe.
things
But
about
how
it.
do you know?
Yeah, you
It's
can't
just
trust
a
your eyes
phenomenon.
anyway. How could you possibly know anything? I
You
get
don't
it.
know. Thank you.
You can only trust your eyes when you're thinking of cartoons on TV.
And even the fact that you divert away from the direct measurements of Earth curvature, which you don't have, to something like that just shows that there's no
Let me
curvature.
repeat again. There is no direct measurement of Earth curvature. There is no
Okay.
direct meashment
See?
of radius.
Thank you for conceding yet
It's
again.
merely
Thank
calculated
you.
They
based
have
on
to
common
believe it.
sense.
It's
and
It's
evidence.
a
dismissed.
religion.
So
Yeah,
there
it's a
are no
television.
direct measurements from the surface of Earth that substantiate literally anything that you claim about it.
That's right. There are no direct measurements.
Okay, thanks.
He's admitting. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you.
There are also no
I
direct
think what
measurements
Matthew's saying
of
is-
the height of Mount Everest.
Okay, but I can see Mount Everest. Where
I
can I
can
see
see the
this
moon.
Earth
I can see
curvature
the
you
sun.
believe in? Yeah, those
we
things
can
exist,
actually
whatever they
experience
are.
Mount Everest. We
But you
can
know what I don't
experience
see? Yeah, you know what I don't see? I don't see any Earth curvature anywhere. Can you show me where this is? I see Mount
every time the
Everest, I
sun
see
sets.
the moon, I see the sun, but I don't see this curvature you're talking about. Where's that?
It's really big, so it's hard to see your
Hell
curvature
no.
from the
Hell
surface.
no.
Yeah.
You can take a
I think
picture
what
from
Matthew
above the
is saying
surface.
is if he can explain what the sun is, then he can tell us that what the Earth is curving.
It's helpful to look into the sky to determine where you are.
Okay, so it's helpful to look away from the thing that you're saying exists to find the thing that exists.
Right. If you're in a car, it would be helpful to look out the window to see if you're moving or not.
Hey, Matthew, you said it's too big to see. Does that mean you can't see with the zoom camera 5 miles, 16 feet of drop? You wouldn't be able to see that?
It's going to be hard at that distance to tell the difference between
Why?
16 feet of drop
Why?
and zero. Also,
Really?
refraction makes things
Wait a minute. Stop.
Oh,
You're
that's a
going too
lie.
fast.
That's a lie.
You said
Up
it's
with
gonna-
your refraction.
Hold on.
Refraction
Yeah.
is a
Hold
good
on.
explanation for what we see.
Shut up.
No, it's not. Requires your radius.
All right.
Does not
Relax,
require
guys. Relax.
radius.
Yep.
Listen,
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, it
here's
does.
how easy it is to tell before you all get off in the fucking weeds. So listen, 5 miles, if you can zoom into the shoreline and see 1 foot waves at 5 miles, where's your 16 feet of drop? That's not hard to see.
Yeah,
and
refraction.
Sorry, go ahead.
Think about this again. A 1 foot wave you're watching break on the shore 5 miles away. There should be 16 feet of vertical drop. You would never see a 1 foot wave. You're a math professor, right?
Yeah, he claims to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
So
They just wish it
explain
away.
how you could still see a 1 foot wave if they're supposed to be 16 feet lower than your line of sight.
And then depends on the atmospheric reaction and those kinds of
If
things.
you can see it, no, here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. You can fucking see it. Period.
Yeah.
What part of refraction
right.
don't you understand?
Okay, I understand it
That's
pretty
not
well.
refraction. He just lied again. Yeah. He can't.
I understand that the
liar.
refraction that you're
Yeah,
claiming is
refraction doesn't
based
increase
on
your-
your radius that you just made up. So that's why I keep asking you for a measurement of that.
We don't have a direct measurement. We have calculations.
Okay, then forget about terrestrial refraction because it's dependent on that radius value.
Refraction depends on
direct
the flat
measurements
surface.
are the only thing you'll accept. No calculations.
Yeah,
You don't
direct
have a
measurements
claim.
from
There's
reality.
no claim.
Matthew,
direct
I wouldn't buy a suit if some dude on Instagram hooked me up with a suit because I sent him some calculations, some numbers. No, I'm gonna pay for a badass suit for my wedding tuxedo when it comes with measurements, or I go to a tailor, physical measurements. That's why it's important. Okay, I don't understand why you don't get that.
There are lots of things we don't have direct measurements for, but calculations.
Yeah, but we
are-
can observe all
Yeah.
of those things. We can observe
Hold on,
Mount
Central,
Everest.
hold on,
Terrestrial
hold on.
refraction doesn't hide Mount Everest for us or make it invisible or anything like that. Like this Earth curvature you're talking about that we never see.
Yeah, like we don't have direct measurements of objects that are in cartoons on TV, but they're not teaching that in all the schools on Earth, are they?
I'm not paying for something, right? If I'm a business owner, I'm not paying for something. Just somebody's gonna eyeball my product. No, I'm gonna pay for it because it's been measured, right? It's been sourced. I want to know what I'm getting. I'm not just gonna not have measurements for the stuff I'm conducting business with. Okay, that's ridiculous. This is the Earth we're talking about here. The whole world is at stake. Okay. This is the number we're going to tell the whole world how big the Earth is. All right. Maybe there should be some measurements for that. Can we not just guess this one? Come
Okay,
on
so
now.
Tracy, Creation Bear, can you guys hear? Here's the point, guys. This is the one religion where they say you can't trust your eyes. So none of that matters. He's saying no matter what, I can't believe my senses. I have to believe in things I've seen on TV. So they're saying it doesn't matter what you show them. They can't believe it because that's the kind of religion it is. It's the one religion that removes your senses. That's why it's such a big deal.
Well, then he's contradicting himself when he goes to things like Mount Everest that he relies on his senses to perceive.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Right.
No, it's 1,000% contradiction all the time. Yes.
So don't expect it to make any sense because it's basically senseless.
My point with Mount Everest is that we rely on calculations rather than direct measurements for that. So what's wrong with
they experienced it. No, they got the numbers because they experienced the mountain in reality, or there wouldn't be numbers. That's the reality.
And then they use calculations to determine the
Yes,
height.
it's reality. It's not from something from your imagination. Your globe religion is based off of calculations on the imaginations of men a bunch of weirdos in history that you're too ashamed to even tell us about, Matthew. You won't even tell us where you get the information from because it's based on the imaginations of weirdos.
So calculations
So, Matthew,
determine reality.
hold on just a second. Matthew, let's say you wanted to measure my height, but all you had was a ruler, right? All you had was a ruler and you wanted to see how tall I was. Couldn't you take some measurements, right? And then make some calculations and add those measurements together to get my approximate height?
Yes, you could.
Okay. So can we do that with the globe? Can we take some measurements before we make some calculations?
Sure. Yeah, we can measure some things and do some calculations and figure out the radius.
Like what?
That's how they do.
How do we measure the curvature?
The easiest way, keep going back to, is sticks and shadows.
No, so you can't. He won't do it.
Yeah, that just assumes a globe in the first place, so you're not directly
It's a
measuring.
lie.
yeah.
It's never been
If you're
done.
if you're
It's
going
never
to measure,
been done. He's never
if you're
witnessed
going
it
to
done.
measure curvature, you
Yeah,
have
it's
to
just a story.
assume there's curvature.
No, you don't.
He's
You have
never
to
seen it
observe
done.
it first. You don't assume it. I don't assume that
That's a
Mount
separate
Everest
thing. There's
exists
two
before I
separate
take
questions.
measurements and
Guys,
do some
yeah, it's never
calculations based
happened.
on.
Matthew, you want to talk about something in reality? Because you've never done that. That was easy.
Okay, so there's
Yeah,
two
but
separate questions. Is the Earth a
So-
globe? Yes or no? And if it is a globe, then how big is it?
Hell no.
yeah, okay. Is that how your calculations of the height of Mount Everest work? You ask two separate questions. Is there a Mount Everest or is there not? Do you have to assume Mount Everest in the first place? No, you don't. You observe
Yes,
it.
you
You know it's
assume Mount
there.
Everest
Crushed.
exists. Then you
No,
then
you
you
don't.
measure
You
how
know
high
it's
it is.
there.
No. We see it. That's the thing.
No.
See, he just admitted it. Good one. You
Exactly,
got him,
we
Sensor.
see it.
Yeah, we see it. We actually experience a Mount Everest or mountains like Mount Rainier. Yes, I've experienced these mountains, and that's the complete difference here. That's why he has to make up the story. He has no choice.
So where's the observation of the physical, tangible Earth curvature that exists in reality, just like we can see Mount Everest existing in reality before you start your calculations and measurement?
Eyewitness testimony of Apollo 11 astronauts.
Hell no.
Hey,
Oh,
it's much
the
more
only
reliable
answer
than
you
a
have is that you have to
calculation.
say
But
that.
anyway,
The only thing you can say is that they are lying. You have to assume that they're lying.
Why would you
men.
believe
You
them?
Mason.
Exactly, my point. Exactly.
Yeah, you believe in men. Exactly. That's our point. You don't have any evidence. You've admitted it. AI, were you talking?
Yeah, but people can just say whatever they want. Why should
are
we
we
just
still
believe
running
them?
ladies' night, or are we wrapping it up? What's up?
Let the
I
ladies
haven't
go.
heard ladies' night for over an hour.
It was because Level Up and Leluca had left, and it was just me and KJ, but she muted. So what I decided was to let the fellas talk, and then Truth Seeker came, so she's here. But I mean, we could share, lady. I mean, it's going great. I mean, did you guys want? I mean, it seems like if I end it, then I won't be able to talk.
No, we want to hear from you. Go
Yeah,
for
I
it.
kind of like the energy. Tracy's bringing that energy right now.
That's right. That's what's up. And Matthew, I have a question for you. Are you a Mason by chance? Did you join?
I have not joined the Masons. No.
Yeah, that's what they would say, though, to be honest.
I don't know if they would admit it or not. Are they required to not admit it? I don't know.
But he trusts
do you
them.
go,
But
do you
that's
go
a good
to
question.
do you go to meetings
That's not how it works.
on Thursdays?
No, I don't go to Mason meetings.
At nighttime, you don't go to meetings?
My bad.
No, I don't go to Mason meetings on Thursdays.
Okay.
Listen,
That's what a Mason would say.
friends.
Exactly.
Friends. Listen, friends.
No, Masons,
I
Masons is
apologize.
not lie.
I apologize to you. Artificial intelligence? From I was just a little upset the other day, but I do like everything you say, and I just want to apologize to you for the way I acted that day.
Apology integrated. A.I.
Thank you. All right. Now, what you got to say, AI? Check Matthew real quick. Check him.
Well, what I got to say is that the Masons are, basically just a social club at the lower ranks. So nobody thinks it's nefarious. They just join it like they do the Boy Scouts. So before they get into any level, which would be suspect, they've already had a long track record with the agency as part of their life. So it's like trying to hide it after the fact would kind of be pointless. You know, it's
But
like,
you don't think? Oh, go ahead.
you see my point though? I mean, unless they recruit somebody directly, most people in the Masons just join it like they do the Lions Club or the VFW
No, they
or
no
all
AI.
those.
But AI, they do. They specifically pick who they do want to be in their club. No one can just go and be a Mason. They will have a meeting with each other if that was to happen and discuss if they want to have this person who just walked into their lodge or whatever and asked to become one of them. But they don't do it that way. They pick who they pick and choose. And uh it's they got secrets. How about that? So
Yeah,
Matthew just
yeah,
seems
sure.
kind
But I
of
mean, at that very low level, when you get in, practically it's a social club that you're not really necessarily keeping a secret.
mm-hmm.
It'd be very weird to keep it a secret at such a low rank within the club. Like around here, people that are in the Masons, it's just like whatever. I'm in the Masons. Whatever. I'm in the Boy Scouts. Whatever. I do Little League on Friday.
Oh yeah. I don't
That
But when
know.
it
may be the
comes time
case
to replace the
after you
VP
win the
of
Little
the
League World Series. Like after you win the Little League World Series 7 times in a row, then maybe they recruit you for the Superstar Championship at
Mm-hmm.
the CERN facility, and they have Khalid dance around you. It's up until that point, you're just a sophomore.
Yeah. Because they gotta they gotta figure the person out and figure if they're up to par for what they want to. Is that music? Whose cell phone is that? Somebody? Hot mic. Oh, is that you, God Rockin'? Okay, it's off. But all right. Oh, he's hot micing you guys.
Don't bring just come, let's go. I don't want anything.
God Rockin', can you hear me? You're hot micing.
I disconnected him. He'll figure it out when he comes back and realizes he's not connected.
All right, thanks, Larry. All right, so Matthew.
Hey, yeah, what's up?
Okay, by chance, do any of your class, the children in your class, do they ever bring up flat Earth to you at all, or ask you questions regarding that?
I teach math class, so we talk about the geometry and history and numbers and all that type of stuff. So I talk about some of the history of the ancient Greeks, how they measured the distances to the moon and the sun and the
They didn't measure. They
Earth.
didn't measure.
Yeah, they used
Right.
it based upon assumptions. They didn't measure anything.
Right, they calculated it based on assumptions.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Matthew, would you ever give one of your students who came out as a flat earther an A, or would you automatically give
Yes,
them a C?
I would. I would give them an A.
Oh, you would? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew, where does all the confidence come from? Is it the like the power in numbers? Like you got more people on your side? Like
Honestly,
why
that confidence comes from a strong belief that I'm right. I mean, I think there's no question that the Earth is not flat.
What do you mean there's no question?
Trust men.
What do you mean there's no question, bro?
What?
There's no evidence that even comes close to being plausible to me.
Then why does
And to
everybody
most people.
admit that they? Okay, well, everybody else admits that they experience it flat and stationary, just not Matthew Learns.
You got to
No,
remember,
I-
though, when
I
Matthew
admit
used
that
the
we
word
experienced it,
evidence, he's talking about assumptions, though. So he's just saying there are no assumptions
Yeah,
that
the sun.
fit with that fit with the
Yeah,
Earth
because
being
the
flat.
sun,
Wait a minute,
central.
wait a
The
minute.
sun said something to me, so that's how I.
Yeah, and listen, Matthew, if you're so positive about this globe thing, why is it still a belief and you keep saying it is a belief? If it was proven, it wouldn't be a belief. You would say, "I know it's a globe," but you don't say, "I believe."
because for anything that's scientifically true, I would say believe rather or have strong evidence for. I would reserve the idea of proof and logical certainty to logic and mathematics.
Okay. Well, you're in luck
Scientific.
because what Earth is not a scientific question. It's only geometric.
But Matthew, why you gotta sit in here in the dark? If it's a globe, why don't you just tell us about it, bro? Like, why do we gotta sit here in the dark?
Creation Bear.
Really a globe.
Creation Bear, I've asked him
That's
for
what I've
8
been
months.
doing.
Where
That's
does
what
his
I've been doing.
information? Creation Bear, I've asked him for a year. Where does his information come from? He won't tell me. See, notice the crickets? Yeah, I've been asking for a
Hold
year.
on.
Where's the information come from? You won't
front
get an
door is
answer.
ringing.
It comes from his
Someone's at the
assumptions.
door. That's what I thought. Yeah, someone's at the door, Creation Bear. I can't tell you where I get my information from, but trust me, it's true. Yeah, great claim.
He gets it all from assuming his conclusion.
I mean, he's talking about how he follows logic. He's circular reasoning. He thinks it's round because he thinks it's round. That's ultimately what it comes to.
Every single argument he makes boils down to him making the assumption in the first place.
Right, and who came up with it? That wasn't Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns didn't come up with the idea, so who did? They can't tell you. That's the reality. Like earlier when he said he trusts astronauts, no, there is no astronaut that has a claim for Earth curvature. There's no claim when Earth curvature can be experienced. So no astronaut ever said, oh yeah, at 190,000 feet, that's when you can start to see. No, there's no claim. So there isn't trusting anybody. There's no claim from anybody when Earth curvature can be experienced, let alone measured. Just not a thing.
But how can you say there's no plausible evidence? Like, bro, you know the black swan. Bro, you're straight tweaking. You're lying.
He's a mathematician who gets elevation angles from curved baselines.
Okay, guys, this is the whole point and why I'm here. It's the only religion where they say you can't trust your senses. That's the whole point of this problem, guys. In this religion, he's admitting he can't trust his senses or a supposed book that he believes in from God, and he can only trust cartoons on TV that contradict both. He's telling you it's not about evidence. He says he cannot trust reality. That's what they admit.
Hey, XO, thanks for the meme. I appreciate your words. I stole that. I stole that meme from your words.
Oh, good job. Thank you. Amen.
Hey, Matthew. Of all the logos, the United Nations came up with, they chose a flat Earth logo. Why do you think they did that?
So as to not favor one country over the other by putting it in the middle or one area?
No, a lie.
Wait, why is that? That's not a lie. That's literally why they did it.
Or maybe because they know it's not a globe.
No, that's not why.
It's all speculation in the end.
That's a lie by saying it's not. I mean, Matthew, if you didn't lie so much, maybe I would have some doubt. But your lies that are perpetual solidify this fact. I'm sorry.
Goodness, listen, bros.
Are you open to hearing why they actually chose that?
Yo, friends.
No, listen. We need a citation
This
from.
word liar getting thrown around is getting boring. Okay, you guys all need to go take a master class in the difference between a lie and something that's false. For example, we have Danny Faulkner accusing flat earthers of being liars, right? Because in his view, they present false information. Those aren't equal, right? So if we're going to call out Danny Faulkner on that, right, you got to apply the same scrutiny within yourselves. Just throwing out this word lie like it's candy. It's like ridiculous at this point. Okay, before you put the word lie out your mouth, know that the person's lying or not. So, Matthew, I apologize for all the people calling you a liar, unless you actually lied about something in particular. And in that particular instance, naughty boy.
No, I try not. I'm not lying in the sense of trying to deceive anybody. I may misstate some things here and there, and I apologize when I do, but I don't intentionally say things that are false, that I think are false.
I'm still trying to figure out sometimes this and sometimes that. I can't wrap my head around that science. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. So sometimes you can see the sun, sometimes you can't. Weather and atmosphere make things inconsistent sometimes. That's all. Nothing complicated. I don't mean anything complicated by that.
So you think we see too far because of atmospheric refraction?
Sometimes, yeah, depending on the.
Sometimes. So do you know what refraction is?
But generally, it's that light bends due to differences in density.
And so you think that the atmosphere is providing the perfect density change consistently to go around a spherical edge?
Really?
Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on the fickle weather conditions.
Okay, but when you say refraction, again, you're talking about terrestrial refraction, which is based on that radius. So where'd you get that?
You're just spouting the narrative that you have to have the R in that calculation.
Well, you do.
7/6R.
That's if you're trying to calculate something. I'm not trying to
Well,
calculate
that's how you guys move the geometric horizon distance around.
That's why you're always
your apparent radius. That's what it's
No,
all
I'm just
based
saying
on.
I'm just saying it varies. I'm not trying to calculate it.
No,
Yeah, but
that's
that's
what
how
you're
it varies.
saying.
That's
You're saying you're calculating it. You've been saying that over and over again. Calculate instead of measure.
And that
So
whole
now you're not
terrestrial the whole terrestrial refraction model is based on that radius value. So in order to claim it, you need to substantiate the radius.
Yeah.
Good luck. He jumped on an atheist religion invented 6 years ago.
No, the globe idea has been around for 2,300 centuries.
Refraction means you lose the ability to see, not gain. That's why in the military we have a visibility level. We're told, you have 90% visibility, 10% visibility, and it's all based on line of sight, a direct line between the viewer and the target. So even bad refraction still requires line of sight. So you don't even have an argument.
So you're saying refraction only does one thing; it can't go the other way?
No, no. It's dependent on a flat surface. You don't even have a claim otherwise. You don't even have a demonstration. Everything is dependent on LOS. That's why there's no claim.
That's not right.
You don't even have a claim. Let me know when you have one. That'd be nice to have a good start and actually have a claim. But yeah, the military says the target is there. If you see it, that's where it is. Whether it's 1 mile or 40 miles, like the ship-to-ship radar systems use, I can see 73 miles from 15 feet above the water in my own photography. Wow, it matches exactly what the Navy said.
Yeah, sometimes the atmospheric conditions are just right that you can see farther than you would expect due to refraction.
That's because it's flat, right? Because it's flat. Yeah, exactly right.
If it were flat, that would be one explanation.
No, it only works flat. You don't even have a demonstration of it working other than flat. You don't even have a demonstration. There's no claim.
For light to be bending around the curve, you have to have a consistent columns of air that are getting more and more dense. And it's not that we're seeing too far; it's we're seeing around a physical object, and we don't have columns of air that are getting more and more dense as they get closer to us.
And that's just it right there, though, too. Around the curve. Where is that curve? Who measured it? Show us. What curve is light bending around?
Why are we even asking at this point? We know there is no curve. Matthew, you know there is no curve as well.
So colder air is denser, and sometimes the air near the surface of water is colder than the air above it. So sometimes it happens.
Yeah, you can't get them to even talk about curve. Try again.
You need to tell us then. You need to tell us then exactly under what conditions and how far it moves it up, and under every situation. Then, can you do that?
Sure. When the density is different in one part of the atmosphere than the other part of the atmosphere.
No, not just you saying it. I need some kind of citation where they've actually measured it and said this is how far it moves it up. This is how much it moves it over. At this distance, under these conditions, it would do this. So go ahead. Start with the black swan.
Oh, I don't have exact numbers. I'm just saying that sometimes
I need all the data. I don't need what you're saying. I need a citation right now in the voice text. And I'm just going to mute you if you don't bring it.
And right before you get us that, we also need a citation of that curve in the first place that everything you claim is based on.
I'll just mute him anyway. He needs to bring the citation right now.
He's still assuming a curve for light to even go around. Like, where is he getting this curve from? He can't explain it.
Nothing. He's got nothing. He's just got a so-so story and he's just spouting it out like a parrot.
He's a data miner.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
They're just trying to build up their AI. They're like anti-flat earther
No
propaganda
doubt.
machine.
No doubt. He's probably got notebooks on all of us. Probably got a file on all of us.
Yeah, I mean, if only if he were
goodness.
more competent, they would have probably done better.
Too far,
Sorry.
too much credit.
Yeah.
You guys, I hate to break it to you, but atheists and Globers work for free.
Yeah, for the most part.
They're so zealous. They're so zealous. They work for free, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct. It's a self-preservation tactic. Yep. He's got to keep that religion.
That's called zealatious. That's zealotry and fallaciousness.
You're telling me that guy comes here and takes abuse from us like every day for free?
For like 3 years.
For like 3 years for free?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he better be getting paid, right?
Why?
Like
It's been a year.
Creation Bear, you have an uncanny likeness, your voice, to QE.
Oh, really?
Wait, I thought you were QE. What the?
You could be like his brother or something.
Wow.
Are you like the good?
Even your laugh.
We're gonna have to do some auditory reconnaissance training around here.
Yeah, that's true.
I think so, because I'm not Hank Hill. Just
Holy
beyond
crap!
popular belief.
You sound just like Elijah.
It's okay, Hank. We won't judge you.
Yeah, because you sound just like Hank Hill, man. I was so shocked. Anyway,
Dude, you're Hank Hill. I don't get.
I just want to say that, we need to stop making a whole lot of assumptions, right? Matthew could be this, he could be that. He could just be an old dog who can't learn any new tricks because his cup is full, right? He's got his degree, right? And maybe that's just what it all boils down to, right? He's a useful, not youthful. He's a useful mathematician. And as far as I'm concerned, I want him around, right? So that we can show people, like when he makes a claim about, the Skunk Bay time lapse, we can show people, here's the time lapse, here's what he's saying it's doing, and look at it doing the opposite. It's actually making things disappear from the bottom up, which is what they use to prove their globe.
Yes. And it really I agree with you on that. Like, I have no problem with Matthew being around. It really gets kind of boring though, because he says a whole bunch of words and he's able to speak well, but he's provided no information whatsoever at all, only apologies for why there's no curvature.
Yeah, if you guys know this, he never offers any arguments or anything positive. It's all about wasting time. It's all about getting us flustered. It's all about like draining our resources and everything. I mean, if you know this, have you ever heard anything like constructive from Matthew ever? Anyone here?
No.
That's what I thought, right?
He's adopted the same religion that was invented in 2016. As soon as everybody realized that we could see too far, they adopted this refraction religion that the atheists came up with.
Have you tried telling them that the Earth is flat?
He's like a starving dog that's got a bone in his mouth, but the bone's been all chewed up. There's nothing left. But he's like, no, there's only one bone, and I'll starve to death to show you.
I think he's more like a Lemuria apologist, right? There's no evidence of Lemuria, but it has to be there. So he's the ambassador for Lemuria and Atlantis.
Nice, Lemuria.
I kind of think of it sometimes like, you have when you're a little kid, you have a friend who like makes these grand claims about his dad. Oh, my dad's an NFL player. And you're like, oh, okay. Show me some proof. And the goalpost always moves further and further back. You'll never.
We don't need to go. We don't need to go any further than the facts presented in the moment, which is he claims that refraction saves all of these observations. He doesn't present positive evidence that the refraction actually exists in reality in any of these observations. It's all just a model, a proposition, a thought.
Is that why you got muted?
An assertion. I don't know. After that big round of beating up on him, I think we should unmute him so he can smack a bunch of flat earthers around.
I'm sorry, I was gone. He got muted while I was gone, but he was talking before then. Sorry, I was late to the party.
Why are you sorry?
I was late. I'm always sorry when I'm late because my clock
All right, Matthew learns.
fast.
Oh, did he
Go ahead and defend yourself.
Oh, I'm back. I heard somebody say that I don't ever offer positive claims and that I offer merely apologies for what we see. That's partially true. So I don't think of refraction as an argument for the globe. It's just an explanation for what we see. I wouldn't use it to try to prove that the globe exists.
So how would you try to prove the globe exists?
And you would have to first prove the globe exists to even use refraction, like I keep saying.
That's right. You have to assume that the globe exists in order to measure the radius.
It's like a true mathematician.
Because of pictures?
Yeah, so sunsets over the ocean, pictures, photographs, eyewitness testimony,
So Robert Simmons,
GPS works, satellite TV.
Using composite images on a 3D ball. That
cartoons.
convinced
Yeah, it's all
you
about
that
TV.
the Earth is round.
What the hell is your eyewitness testimony?
Buzz Aldrin saw the globe Earth with his own eyes.
TV.
That's the guy. He tried to punch someone out for trying to get him to swear in the Bible. That guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, if that's the standards of proof that we're going with, then you've got to admit the unicorns.
That's appeal to authority as well.
Bigfoot.
I wouldn't consider Buzz Aldrin authority, but yeah.
What about Neil Armstrong? I mentioned Buzz Aldrin because he's still living.
Atheists love astronauts.
I'd take Buzz
Aldrin said we never went there anyways. Right out of the horse's mouth. He told the little girl we never went there.
Yeah, then the Masons came to
He
his
did
house.
not say that. You got to listen to the whole interview.
He said it, dude.
Oh, good. No,
we didn't go, and it's good to know why we didn't go.
Look at the YouTube version.
All right, sorry, AI. I already know you tried to clean that up.
Money's, but just the fact. Listen, here's the thing. Watch this. He said money's a good thing. Yeah, we know where this is going. The guy who said money's a good thing, I trust him. Good job, Matthew.
I get it if you don't believe him, but it's clear that what he's saying.
That's
he
not
isn't
an
saying
argument.
that
No,
we
it's
never
clear
went
that
there.
he's lying, and that's one point is that you pretend that you use the Bible, but it's the exact opposite of what the Bible says. And I don't, whatever. That's what it is.
And in any case,
The love of
eyewitness
money,
testimony. I'm sorry, go on.
No, I'm good. You go ahead, man.
Oh, I was just going to say, eyewitness testimony in any case is not any kind of standard scientific proof. It needs to be documented and it needs to be replicable.
Okay, GPS works in the middle of the ocean, and satellite
also
TV
works on
dishes.
That's because it's flat. Yeah, only because it's a flat stationary plane. Right, but here's the point: is that 99.9% of people that have ever existed are eyewitnesses to flat Earth. You see, this isn't working out for them.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Yeah, GPS also dependent on cell towers.
Yeah, I'm going to put this GPS thing to bed right now. So they used Loran systems for navigation before they had satellites or GPS. Thank you very much.
Second of all, making the point that GPS can be used at sea. Therefore, whatever conclusion you're trying to allude to is crazy when I can lose connection riding over a bridge. Now, so there has to be something going on because, yeah, sure, we can get signal.
Yeah, they have buoy towers.
Areas, but at the same time, there are also times where in the places you would expect to get service, there isn't any. You can't just
right. But Elijah, they have thousands of towers on buoys in the ocean, thousands.
There are some places where it's too far away from buoys and too far away from any land-based GPS tower, but you can still receive a GPS signal. Same thing with deep canyons that you can tower.
Yeah, from the buoy, not from your satellite. Yeah, or a balloon. Because we know since about 5 or 6 years ago that all the satellites that are up there basically have a balloon with the same exact name and the same equipment on them, the same payload in a balloon with the same name.
All the weather satellites too?
I didn't say weather
Speaking of
satellites.
payloads, all the women have left.
Weather
All wrapped up.
balloons. They got weather
So we're
balloons
gonna
too.
so we're gonna end the event status.
Sorry, AI.
So Matthew, you're now on your own in a sea of wolves.
Oh no!
Prove that sea is curved around a ball.
We're the sheep. He's the wolf.
What? You think of yourself as a sheep compared to Matthew, and he's the wolf?
All right.
Wolf in
Depends
sheep's
on your
clothing. That is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, is going to look like you. Not saying that he is or anything like that. I'm just saying.
That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say what
Somebody get
Elijah
him
is.
some milk. Either way, get him some milk.
That's like the globe. It's a sphere. The globe is a sphere in flat clothing.
No, it's a flat in sphere clothing.
The globe is a sphere until NASA takes. Well, actually, it's a pear-shaped spheroid. It's a sphere and pear-shaped spheroid clothing. And whenever NASA takes a picture, it's a perfect sphere.
Like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Yeah, but it only turned pear-shaped recently after 1972.
Yeah, so even since World War II, they've been using Loran systems for distances up to 2,400 kilometers.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
What?
Well, the more accurate statement is that science doesn't tell you what a shape is. Counting its sides or measuring it does. So he was kind of right.
Yeah, Loran,
Most
globe is
obvious
done.
thing to say is, like, what is the tree? Tree. What's the size of your shoe? It's the size I measured it to be. That's it. Like, what?
No, that's a conspiracy, Elijah. That's conspiracy.
Well, I know you've heard me. Well, I don't know, but perhaps you briefly heard me speaking about the history of heliocentrism and all that, Matthew, and how it's tied into theists just like you and I. When I say just like you and I, it's because they held the same theology, but for whatever reason they departed from our cosmology. And I say that because you're a believer.
Okay.
And I still want to have that conversation with you, but I still do want it to be private because I'm dead serious about appreciating you, and I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to have a conversation. So sorry I didn't reach out to you yet, but that's still on the table.
Okay, yeah, that's good. And fair enough. I'm not, things get heated sometimes. But really my goal is to accurately represent the globe side here for people who are interested. That's what I'm trying to do.
After our conversation, I hope you represent the heliocentric side, because actually, well, you're not a history teacher, but that would be appreciated because it's very important.
Yeah, but yes, let's take recognition where recognition is due. Matthew does do a very good job of presenting the globe side, which is assumptions, ad hoc logic, post hoc explanations, and no demonstrable measurements of any of those claims. So yes, Matthew, good job.
I would dispute those characterizations, but I do try to explain where the thinking comes from.
It's not accurate.
Yeah, the actions of the globe believers are the greatest evidence you could ever ask for. The way that they approach it, the way that they hide from their own necessity is the greatest evidence and when it comes to the moral compass of the discussion.
True.
Yeah, and you can dispute whether you brought any proof or not, but what you can't do is show us what proof you have shown.
If you're gonna claim to be a baller, you should be able to dunk on people, right? They don't come in here dunking on people. Here's the measurements. You know what I mean? Like, they can't do that. They'll never do that. And lately, these past few months, they're not even coming here anymore. They're like, their cockiness is gone. They don't have anything, man. They can't dunk on us. We're the ballers now. We're the ballers now.
No, they got smashed bad.
Well, okay.
Yeah, why is it flat
put a
earthers?
retraction? I do need to put a retraction in the benefit of Matthew's claims, which is he does have one claim, which isn't in the category of any of those things which I said, which is the appeal to eyewitness testimony. Because if it is true that Buzz Aldrin is telling the truth and he saw the globe in total, then that would not be a logical fallacy in and of itself. Now, of course, it is trusting someone and asserting that something's true simply based on faith in that person, which might be specious reasoning, but it's not a fallacy. So to that, I'll give him credit.
Yeah, and on the other side, I recognize that you obviously can't just take everybody at their word. You just have to, determine if somebody's trustworthy or not. And so eyewitness testimony by itself is definitely not enough.
You don't really have to vet anyone's character, though, when you're talking about something that exists in reality, as you say the globe does. You should just be able to go out, measure it, demonstrate it, prove it.
Well, that's the problem, Central, is that everything about that religion contradicts what we experience in reality. You know, that's like saying there's no other place on earth to build the Eiffel Tower. It can't exist anywhere but Paris.
Would you really say, the XO, that everything contradicts the globe idea?
Yeah, there's not even a claim for anything working on a globe in a magical outer space cartoon. You can't even
Okay, so let me give you an example.
Looks up, sees sun moving, dead right there.
yeah. You can show me a sun in a vacuum card. Let me know when you get that. Yeah.
According to the globe, you shouldn't be able to see the sun at midnight because it's below the horizon underneath your feet. And that matches reality, right? You can't see the sun.
You're saying I can't see. So it's the opposite. You're saying I can't see something, therefore I'm seeing something. It's the best example.
$7.99. What was that?
No, it's a predicted observation.
Oh, I think you're hot mic in there real quick, Elijah. But yeah, that's my claim. I can say the same thing. The sun doesn't change size in the sky. That's how I know the Earth is flat, because the sun should change size.
Wait a minute, Matthew. These buildings don't move. The Earth doesn't move. Who cares about the shape? It doesn't move. It's not a globe. Nothing what you're saying is true.
I can't see planes underneath my feet, so there's planes underneath.
Let me get give me one of those sweet heat sauces.
We can all listen to what Elijah's ordering.
I can't see the sun, therefore I'm going to pretend the Earth is a cartoon on TV. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like one of my favorite positions to take is like, who cares about the shape? I'm a stationary earther. These buildings don't move. You'll never convince me that these my room is moving. Okay, if the Earth doesn't move, it's not a globe in space. It's impossible. It's
How
dead.
do you determine if something is moving or not?
Matthew, doesn't take much.
Question, because that's
No,
getting into heliocentrism.
Really? Convince me right now my room is moving. Go ahead.
All right.
No, that's the reason I ask is what is it by
right? That's the point. Like Creation Bear. Okay, that's the point. Is that he can't? He's saying because he can't make a claim, therefore you're wrong. It's like the psychotic Jeffrey Dahmer. If I can't have her, no one can. Because he can't make a claim, neither can you, Creation Bear. That's what he's saying.
But even
I was asking for clarification. We're having a discussion here.
You'll see. Give him about 2 minutes.
It's just simple, man. Kids know, like, hey, is your room moving? Is this house moving? No. Okay, it's not moving, dude. Simple.
Okay, yeah. So let's break it down a little bit and look at that simplicity. Like, what is it that determines if something is moving? Would you say if you feel it or if you see it moving?
I mean, on a basic level.
If you know it's moving, if you know it's moving, that's it. You know it's moving because it's moving. It's kind of just a self-fulfilling thing in itself, isn't it? If something's moving, you know it's moving.
Yes.
Like I'm to even the word movement is something because it's an action that something is doing other than what you're doing, probably being stationary, or maybe you're moving and something else is moving. But you know that there's a difference between movement and stationary.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because human beings can sense acceleration, but not motion itself.
Of course, that's why when we talk about the elliptical nature of us around the sun around the galaxies, and all this, that, and the third, we're asking, how come we don't feel it?
Yeah, those would all be accelerations, correct?
Either way, I'm not into like the the little like magic trick games. Like, well, if you look at your ceiling fan and it's spinning, it's your room that's really moving. Like, no, you can't convince me of that, dude. My ceiling fan's moving. I see it moving. I look and see planes flying across the sky. You're not gonna convince me that I'm the one moving. Birds flying, that type of thing. So it's like, why should I now start looking at the sun that's moving and say, nah, my house is really moving? Like, that's crazy.
Because as a human being,
hold on, Creation. Where's Jim? This is the point, Creation Bear. He's saying he can't tell if it's moving or not, but that means you can't either. You say he's making a quadruple negative. He's saying you can't tell if it's moving or not, so he's gonna say it is. I mean, that's like the highest level of insanity, bro. You can't make this up. It's a quadruple negative.
That is kind of funny if you think about it.
It's not can't tell. Typically it's no one presumed or had any reason to assume in history that they were moving.
Why would you begin to think that?
And then heliocentrism came about, and I'll keep it as mild as I can. Heliocentrism came about, and some people, for whatever reason, said, hey, you know what? We're moving. Yeah, you know what? We have the power to put the calendar forth that would basically support this movement of the cosmos. Sure, let's do that too. Then 400 years later, somebody like Edwin Hubble admits we don't have any justification for saying that we're moving, but that's what we have to do. So the bottom line is, it's ridiculous. Sorry. Well, you get the point.
I mean, imagine my neighbor coming to me one day and be like, hey, man, I discovered my house is actually moving. It's like, dude, you'd be like, what? What are you talking about, man? Nobody's house is moving. No matter which way you think about it. Some people will try to explain it away like, well, no, your house is clearly, it's not moving. It's like, rooted. But, compared to the earth, they try to explain it away. But it's like, no, it's not moving in either way. If you put a Monopoly house on a treadmill, it's still moving. That'd be like the earth. If the earth was a globe spinning, your house would technically be moving. So hell no, it's not moving. That's crazy.
Yeah, I like that example of a Monopoly house on a treadmill. That's a good example.
Yeah, that's what I always say to people in the chat.
Any port in the storm, Creation Bear. You're giving them more ways to get out of this.
There's no way, dude. You cannot convince me ever. It's like one of the most simplest ways to just pop the globe. It's like the earth doesn't move. If the earth doesn't move, it can't be a globe in space that moves. It's impossible. Sorry. Who cares about the shit?
Creation Bear.
But see, that's the initial claim. The movement of the earth, which is only 500 years old in idea, is literally the birth of the cosmos. For how things move in it. Is it ether? Is it a vacuum? There's not just the galaxy we live in. There's multiple galaxies. They're expanding. All of this was birthed from the idea that we're moving. From people who never gave any justification and shut people out.
Well, if it's moving, it's got to move in something, right, Eli? Yep.
Why are you teaching people that the earth moves when we know the creator didn't make things that way, and that's not what scripture says? Get out of the church. That's what they said. And then they said, oh snap, the people are mad. Condemn that thing that we set in motion and had the power to, it's crazy. It's wild what they did. And it's wild that it's wild. But the bottom line is that everything in your cosmos is birthed from the belief that the earth is moving. Forget that it's a globe. All of that comes later. But the movement part, like yeah, that's the first thing to attack. It's not. No, actually, you can attack it geometrically, or if someone asks, why would they lie? Then you can attack it historically. I mean, on both fronts, you fail. Is the earth moving? I don't know. Let's see what the people of the past who began talking about it had to say.
Sometimes there are situations where you're in motion, but you cannot feel the motion very well.
But that's when you start to play the mind game on people. That's when you start to take someone's mind, you start to like mold and see. Look, in this situation, you can't tell. So, in general, you can't tell. It's like, no, dude, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to fall for that.
After a year, listen. Here's the problem. After a year of saying the wrong thing about his own religion, though, when we've made it very clear to him that's called acceleration. He doesn't even. He's ignoring basic physics. It's called acceleration. It's not static speed.
But I've always said that human beings can feel acceleration, not motion.
He's ignoring Coriolis.
He just won't stop ignoring it. His own religion has 11 different vectors of acceleration, not just movement. So,
and they're small enough that we can't feel them.
There he goes. He just made it up again. It's just whatever they have to make up. Yeah.
But you give an example of no acceleration. Didn't mention anything about acceleration or offer up a rebuttal the first time it was mentioned, when I mentioned it and you went silent. But now you're saying it's so minuscule we can't feel it. No, my man, any acceleration would be detectable by a device, at least, if not by us, if we were moving.
Human beings do not have an infinite capability to detect the.
But you kind of just okay, my bad. Go ahead, finish that.
Human beings have some limit to how much acceleration we can feel. There's some threshold where we can't tell if there's any acceleration or not. That's all.
Yeah, but how are you going to validate the claim? So how are you going to validate the claim? Or I guess you can easily admit that is why our forefathers were saying, hey, there's no evidence for this. There's no actual way to prove or disprove it.
Yeah, all senses have a threshold: sight, sound, and.
No, but you're saying things that are truisms, but that doesn't mean that your belief is true.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but wouldn't this be the most acceleration ever? Like, it wouldn't be such a low. Oh, well, it's such a low threshold. Like, no, dude, this is like we're supposed to be going around the sun, which is going, around something else. Everything is flying, spinning, going crazy speeds. Really? Come on, man. Come on, dude. There's no way. There's
you mentioned speed. It's about acceleration, not speed.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't matter. It's like nothing's moving at all anyway.
Listen, it's not untrue that if something was below your tolerance of measurability for whatever sensory system you use, whether it be artificial or biological, that's not untrue. Okay, what is untrue is that is somehow a rational excuse for its non-presence. You can't be like, hey, my imaginary girlfriend isn't home today. Okay, I looked around your house. She's not there. Exactly. Therefore, she's real.
That was actually a solid example. Solid as hell. That's your logic.
I know, right?
Yeah, that being said, where's Matthew's evidence of these motions? Not the evidence that you wouldn't be able to detect if they existed, but where's the evidence that they do exist?
Someone remind me how much is the plane supposed to drop every minute if it's supposed to compensate for the temperature? What was it? It was like a 500 mile per hour plane. It's like, what was it, like 2,000 feet? What was it? Someone can remind me?
Oh, you're talking about Nathan Thompson's 10 flat Earth proofs. He did the calculations wrong in that one.
Oh, what's the real number?
I was gonna say, what's the right calculations then?
Yeah, so it's 8 inches per mile squared, and so you figure out how fast. Depends on how fast you want to say the plane is going. What, 500 miles
so
an hour?
we'll use that information not sort of accurate, maybe past 100 miles or so. But I guess in 1 minute it won't make a difference. So it's going 500 miles per hour, right? What I can't do it in my head. It's 500. That squared times 8 inches. I need to go to the calculator.
Is he roboting for you guys, or just me?
Isn't it? He was roboting a little bit. Isn't it just easier to demonstrate that there's no 15 degrees per hour spin? I mean, acceleration through space and all that, but like we can just hover over the ground and observe it not spinning in an inertial reference frame. It's
that
yes,
too,
sir. But listen, sir, that's what you would experience going 1.8 million miles an hour in space. That's exactly what we'd expect.
Dude,
So
just saying that number.
To summarize, the argument for curvature is, well, there's curvature, but we can't observe or measure any because, and the argument for spin is, well, it's spinning, but we can't detect it or observe it because.
Typical.
Exactly. That's how we know it's
we
real.
never measured
That's
it
how we know it's
moving. It's never been measured moving. No one's ever seen it moving.
Bro,
Never measured it.
So let's sum up the entire globe argument. Okay. We already know Earth's a globe. How do you know? Because.
Yep.
Just because. Yeah, just because. Yeah.
Because Robert Simon made a cartoon for NASA, and Buzz Aldrin said so.
And because
But then when
satellite
he
TV
says we
works
didn't
and
go to the
GPS
moon,
works
he
and
didn't
weather
say that.
satellites work.
Invalid. Satellites require radius. Get us your radius measurement, please.
Radius now.
Dude, you're trying to show me concepts of a house that you haven't built yet, man. No, I'm not buying the house yet until you build it, dummy.
So how come weather satellites are so accurate?
You don't have satellites without a radius. Please get us the radius measurement.
Yeah, that's on the surface.
The answer is
that's on
guys,
the
real quick.
surface,
The
by the
answer,
way. So
right?
If you're looking for curvature, you need to do that on the surface, not up in the air. Thanks.
Right. I want to point that out. So thank you. That is inside the climate. Yes, the weather satellites work because they're inside the weather, not in a magical vacuum. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry, Sonny. I guess we would figure out the weather by leaving it. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Again, this religion forces you to be this type of person. I don't know if you guys know who Charles Johnson is. 40 years ago said this religion turns you insane. You will lose your sanity.
Reprobate.
Bunch of carnies, Hank. I mean, Larry. No.
Matt, you find any curve yet?
I don't know.
What?
Nothing that would count in your mind.
What do you mean in my mind?
That's how it would work.
I'm talking measurable.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about like evidence that I would see as plausible, but you wouldn't.
Matthew, imagine.
I don't understand. Where's the disconnect, Matthew?
That's ridiculous.
A difference in opinion about the evidence.
Measurements aren't opinions.
No, I'm talking
Measurement
about.
Can't be an opinion.
I'm talking about like certain forms of evidence that I would find plausible, but you wouldn't.
Matthew,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're trying to convince me you have an imaginary friend. Like, but you wouldn't believe his name. It's like, dude, this we're looking for something that's concrete here. Something you can put on the table. You can sit back and let the evidence do the talking. We don't need to.
Yeah, just say what the evidence is instead of saying we won't believe the evidence.
That's ridiculous. Pretend like you're in court. Put your evidence in front of the judge. There's a YouTube listening. There's people listening in. Okay, forget this whole. You wouldn't believe my evidence. Put it on the table. Other people want to hear it too. It's ridiculous.
Well,
man.
wait a minute. Okay, Creation Bear. Okay, on top of that, though, let me point this out. Don't lose this. Which group is the group not saying we can't trust our eyes? Is it us? Or is it him? The irony of him telling you that you guys won't believe his evidence when he's the one telling you he can't trust his eyes. I love this religion. It's the greatest thing ever.
Say, Matt, one other thing. So, what can you describe what the Coriolis claim actually is?
Well, yeah. So Coriolis effect is an effect that happens when you have two different reference frames. One's that's spinning, and one's that not. It isn't.
Okay, well then, how'd you go about verifying these two reference frames?
You could use like a ring laser gyroscope, or you could use like a Foucault pendulum. They're different
Hold
ways to
on.
do it.
It should be obvious, shouldn't it?
Not really.
It should be two reference frames, one spin, one not, right?
It's going to be a very slight effect.
What's like
maintain angular
no one's
momentum?
spinning, one's not. That's huge at the equator. That's not a little bit. It's a lot of bit.
It's 0.00064 RPM, so it's not very much.
Yeah, but the velocity at the ground would be different by 1,000 miles an hour.
Do humans feel velocity?
If there's two
or
reference
acceleration?
frames, well,
Yeah, but you can see velocity.
Yeah, I mean, like I can see if something's going by me 500 miles an hour, if I've ever seen that.
Especially if you're off the non-inertial reference frame.
And RPM is measured at the axle.
Yeah, that would be right at the axis. I mean, offset from the axis, there'd be an awful lot of G-force too, I think.
Right.
We'd have shorter flight time.
I mean,
RPM is the same throughout the
right?
whole, from the axis all the way to the edge. It's the same. The RPM is the same.
Matthew, are you here as like the globe promoter just to get the conversation going, like Closet Flat Earther? Are you just
No,
trying
I'm here to help people who are listening, keep them from the deception of flat Earth by understanding.
I'm curious, what is your rationalization for why flight times are not shorter when you're flying opposite of the direction of the Earth's axial rotation? What is your rationalization?
Because planes fly in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere goes about the same speed as the ground beneath it.
How does the atmosphere maintain angular momentum?
You feel the atmosphere when you're in the plane?
Friction with the Earth.
The atmosphere has friction with the Earth?
Right.
Where have you seen
keeping the air going 1,000
air
miles an
that's
hour?
going beyond a quarter inch from the movement, or so, say, maybe even a foot?
What are you talking about? It's wind.
Where there's turbulence due to motion, like say over a car vehicle on the air. That would be two reference frames. The car driving through the air, and yeah, there might be turbulence at the location where the materials meet, but not like a foot away from that, or maybe two. Not.
Are you kidding me? You stood at the side of a highway when a truck goes by. You feel the air.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. That's okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like,
that undermines your point.
Okay,
Matthew.
behind it, it distorts more, and further to the side behind it.
Yeah, so the air is affected by physical objects like the mountains and
like the Earth.
Yeah, but not for miles.
For miles, on average, it is. Yeah.
Like the Earth, which you're presupposing is a globe,
right?
Which you don't have any measurements to support.
Right, guys. Okay, but allow the concession. He's admitting you can't experience Coriolis. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, guys.
It's true.
In general, it's so small that you wouldn't feel it.
There it is again.
Yeah.
That's a claim
So
to
we can't
knowledge you
detect
cannot
it.
know. You can't know that you can't feel it.
Hey, but Matthew, do you know when else we won't detect something? When it's not there, when it's not happening, when it's not
Right.
real. So that's
There's-
the baseline that you're working from.
I love it.
No, you're right. There's two different things. If you don't feel something, either it's not there or it's too small to feel.
Well, I'd say the default is it's not there until it's proven positive that it is.
That's
You can't
true.
know that you
The
can't
default would
detect
be
it in a
Occam's
certain
razor
situation.
that it wouldn't be there.
Yeah, okay,
You can't
thanks.
know you can't
I agree.
feel it in a certain situation if you've never experienced it at all.
Exactly. It's a
I'm sorry. The
quadruple
coefficient for friction between air and dirt is not enough to keep air going at 1,000 miles an hour. The coefficient of friction is not enough.
Correct.
That's a good word.
You don't need acceleration to keep something going. You only have to use acceleration to change speed.
He's contradicting his own claim again.
I'm using physics.
Matthew, Matthew, slow down. You keep whistling past this point. You cannot know, you would not be able to feel it, or it is too small to feel if you've never experienced it, which you haven't. Therefore, you cannot know that it's too small to experience.
That's right. It's either not there or it's too small, and you would have to figure it out some other way.
Okay, so you can see that you claim to know that it's too small to feel.
Right.
That's a false claim to knowledge.
Oh, I wasn't claiming knowledge. You were trying to use it as a proof against it, and I was saying no, you can't. It's too small to feel.
No,
Well,
Matthew,
what you are claiming is that the coefficient of friction between air and dirt or asphalt is enough to keep air moving 1,000 miles an hour.
Right.
And stuck with
Matthew,
it.
you said the assertion. You said the assertion. It is too small to feel. That's a claim to knowledge. You cannot know that because you've never experienced it, and no one ever has.
Yeah, that's why we use numbers and reason and logic to think about it.
What reason? What logic? Based on what?
Which further explains the claim to knowledge you cannot know. So when you go on talking about your math equations, you're going on to mathematically explicate a claim to knowledge you cannot know.
Yeah, we can measure
Even
how much.
mathematically, what he's saying doesn't work. He can't even
No,
explain
mathematically
it
it does work.
No, the air is not spinning because of friction. That's mathematically not correct. It's not correct according to physics. The highest coefficient of friction is 1, and that would be something like between rubber and asphalt. You're not getting that kind of a friction with the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's much less.
And the Earth. Yet it's keeping its angular momentum at 1,000 miles an hour.
How are we talking about the Earth moving again?
No, he's just going to reify it in terms of RPMs again. Wait for it.
You can't demonstrate it.
It's
crazy.
These buildings don't move. We already covered this. It's ridiculous.
But it's just a minuscule RPM, right? So there's no reason why you should feel it, right? Right?
Why do you
you can't tell it's there. That's how you know it's there. Yeah.
So Matthew, would you agree with me that a person who's 3 meters tall is pretty tall?
That's nobody's that tall. That would be very tall.
Well, what? Oh, yeah, but that's pretty tall, right?
Right.
But not really. It's only 0.003 of a kilometer. That's not tall.
Yeah. So if you're talking about can a person reach a kilometer away? No, they can't, because look, even the tallest person is less than 3 meters.
But if you've never seen anyone that tall, that means someone that tall exists.
Matthew, you know, no. You know full and well the point that he just made. It's a reductio ad absurdum. You understood what he said.
Yeah. Sometimes you use. It depends on which units you use. In different situations.
No. It doesn't matter what units you use. He reduced your position to absurdity. His point, I'm going to explain, but you already understand it. Okay. You already understand that what his point is that relative to something else, which you have not experienced, you want to say that it's small and insignificant. But you can't claim that it's small and insignificant or undetectable if you have no point of reference. Meaning you cannot know it is an insignificant phenomenon. You would barely feel it if you've never felt it, if you've never experienced it at all.
I see what you're saying.
Or observed it in any way or measured it.
Yeah, so basically we have an idea for how much acceleration humans can sense. And then separate from that, we do some calculations to determine if the globe is real, how much acceleration would there be? And then we can look at those two numbers and see if we think that humans.
So it's
would be able to
imagination.
sense
Yeah,
it.
that's what. Yeah, you're confirming
Calculation.
The point. You're just imagining it all. Yeah,
Well, you're calculating, Matthew. calculating something you've never experienced. You have not seen it. You have not felt it. You have not heard it.
Well, beyond just astral rotation, what about the other motions? What about all the other motions that are really, really fast?
So we can calculate all those too and see if they would be big enough
Oh
to heal.
my god.
So you just the word calculate and you can avoid all of reality. Yep.
Yep, exactly. You don't need to measure anything, just calculate everything.
I hear a
So Matthew, I think you understand the point, but you're like, which is what all humans do. I'm not condemning you from doing this. I mean, it's a bad thing, but I'm not condemning you for doing this. All humans resist attacks against the most fundamental beliefs. But I think you are intellectual enough to understand what is being said to you is that you are appealing to calculations to try and substantiate that which you have no substantial experience of. You cannot substantiate what is unsubstantiable. So you appealing to mathematical explication does not substantiate what you have not empirically experienced, doesn't substantiate a claim you have not substantiated.
Okay, let me
Just further
make sure I
explaining the
understand what you're
claim
saying.
doesn't substantiate what you're saying. In
I
order
think
for
he's
you to
saying-
demonstrate what you claim to know, you must show us, demonstrate that the phenomenon is real. Don't go on talking about math and don't go on claiming that it's so insignificant that you wouldn't experience it, which is really a euphemistic way of saying I have no empirical evidence that this phenomenon I claim to know is real is real.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we're not. So I'm saying that we as humans can't sense it. And so we don't use that as a proof for anything. Instead, we use other logic and reason to determine that the Earth is
So what
spinning.
is your proof?
Well, he assumed his globe. That's what all of us prove.
We can see the stars move.
But you're
so
seeing the
this-
stars move. You just said
so
it
you just
yourself.
said
The stars are moving.
There you go.
I see my ceiling fan moving, so therefore my
Plus, we see the stars move. Plus, we know that they're actually stationary, fairly stationary.
How do you know that they are stationary?
They're
don't
so
know
far
that.
away and they can't move faster than the speed of
You don't
light.
know that either.
See, no, guys.
How did you measure the distance to the star?
He's admitting that he's not. Guys, do you want to get the concession? He's admitted he does not trust his senses at all. That's what he's admitted.
And
Yeah,
I trust my senses somewhat.
He's rationalizing everything he actually sees.
And the hugest concession you just made, Matthew, was that
We know the stars are still because we see them moving. Oh my god.
the stars are moving. He made a huge concession. The stars are moving, and he admitted it himself. He said,
"Yes, he did."
Hold on. He said, "You know you're spinning." Well, you know, but you don't know because there's no measurement or sensation of any motion. So you're talking about both. You're saying
Okay,
you know.
let me give an analogy. It might take two whole sentences, though.
You don't know.
If we're in a
Don't
very
interrupt him.
smooth,
Let him finish.
if we're in a very smooth car, and we're asking,
if
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I know where you're going with this. Can I give you my analogy? If I'm just sitting still,
because you haven't heard this guy for 2 years.
yeah, I know where he's going with this. I want to
be
give him my
respectful to
analogy.
one another.
I want to give him my analogy. I know where he's already gone with this. He said this a bunch of times. So here's my analogy. Check it out. If I'm sitting still, I don't experience any movement. True, right?
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so Matthew,
No, really moving.
it's already been explained to you more than once. I can tell by the tone of others. But let me say this to you. Appealing to the motion of the stars simply does not necessitate the conclusion that the Earth is spinning. It simply is a non sequitur conclusion, because it is entirely possible that the stars are moving and the Earth is not.
Right.
That is it. It's that simple.
But the stars are so far away that if they were moving, they'd be moving faster.
How do you know
If. It's called a slippery slope.
Okay, you appeal to a hypothetical if the stars are. Okay, if that were the case and that would be the case, how do you know that is the case?
No, wrong, friends. Hold on, friends. Okay. He shot himself in the foot because standard physics nowadays recognizes that the far-reaching stars out in the universe are going faster than the speed of light. So he's full of crap.
I don't know about any of that.
Well, there's
Yeah,
that, but
really.
still, with his
No,
argument,
hold on, hold
to
on.
address his
He said he
argument.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. Okay, now he said if the stars were far away, they'd be going faster than the speed of light, and that's a problem. Yet in the heliocentric model, they already concede that the stars that are far away are going faster than the speed of light. This is one of the reasons why they had to invent dark matter.
Nobody
That's fair.
says
But
there's nobody that says
let's
their
answer
stars are
him
moving faster
because we're
than the
talking to
speed of
him.
light.
Okay, with that being said, that's fair. That's a valid point. But let's answer Matthew because we're talking to Matthew. So Matthew, with that being said, with what you just said, that's simply an appeal to fantasy. You began your counter argument with the word "if," which concedes that this is a mere hypothetical. It's not a claim to knowledge of reality.
Yeah,
You
you
can't
guys are
appeal to
saying,
that which is
hey,
not real to substantiate your claims to knowledge of what is real.
It also goes down into a slippery slope fallacy where you have to have all these perfect things that you have to assume to go right and then come to the conclusion.
I say there's no way to know actually any distance of a light in the sky with no frame of reference. That's my statement.
Well, especially when your starting point is that assumed radius that can never be measured.
Yeah,
it can be
so-
calculated, not measured.
What can you lean on though? You can't lean on calculations. It's not sturdy enough.
Sure, you can. Well, you
It's not sturdy
calculate all
enough.
kinds of stuff.
No, dude, you can't. That's like saying you can lean on your blueprints when you're. No, you need to build a foundation. You can lean on that. You know, your back's a little tight. You can lean on that foundation. You can't lean on your blueprints. That's paper, bro. Come on now.
Yeah. There's a
Matthew,
difference between. Go ahead.
Matthew, you really need to appreciate something. With all these various points of debate that we have gone through multiple times, you are subscribing, please understand that you are subscribing to a paradigm which is so epistemologically bankrupt, it is not even funny. When these people try to set forth their cosmic paradigm, they appeal to real empirical data, but then totally misinterpreted through their a priori theory of the empirical data, which is the very antithesis of it. And then the other half of it is completely unsubstantiated and also more a priori unsubstantiated, unsubstantiable, unjustified, unjustifiable, more assertions. It's just totally contrary to the proper way of any epistemology to ascertain knowledge about anything, let alone the cosmos. You must take that to heart and stop
So
letting
I
these
would
people
agree
rebuke
that this whole debate is basically a question of epistemology, how we know what we know. That's a good point you bring up. That is the key issue.
Okay, so when we are trying to scrutinize our claims to knowledge, either from our side or from your side, anyone's side, they must meet the criterion for truth. You must have a valid epistemology.
Right.
Okay, but if you don't have a valid epistemology, you're very likely to not come to the right conclusions.
Agreed.
And if you don't meet the criterion of truth, then you failed to meet the criterion of truth. Therefore, you cannot claim that what is being said is true. So after all these points that we go through, back and forth in debate, and you are a very respectful, cordial debater. I want to give you that. After all these points of debate that we go through, we have exposed over and over again either an incoherency, the lack of correspondence to reality, empirical inadequacy, and or lack of justification.
I think you've done none of those things for any of those points. In fact, I think
Wait
it's
a
the
minute.
opposite.
Hold on. Time out. Let me get something in real fast. Okay. So, Matthew, you guys claim that science doesn't prove anything.
Right.
But yet, you guys have observational science. But you can't trust your eyes. So, how do you have observational knowledge if you can't trust your eyes? But yet, we're the crazy ones because we're saying, like, hey, maybe you can trust your eyes. And maybe you can, through a process of elimination, prove things. So if you can't prove anything and you can't trust your eyes and all you have is observational knowledge, even though you can't know anything, who sounds like the crazy one?
Okay, so trusting your eyes is not an all or nothing thing. You use it in conjunction with logic and reason to make sure you're not falling prey to any kind of preconceived notions or to biases or optical illusions.
Yeah, but your logic
Matthew,
and reason.
wait. Pause. Because Larry's point is so passed again. Matthew, you understood. I know you're more intelligent than this. You understood what Larry said. You tell us, breath number one, you cannot trust your eyes. Breath number
Sometimes.
two, we do, sometimes fine. Breath number two, we do observational science. These two are mutually exclusive. If your eyes cannot be trusted, you cannot gain observational knowledge. If you
That's
can
all
gain
or nothing
observational
thinking.
knowledge, your eyes are trustworthy.
No,
You
it's
cannot
not
hold
one
both
or
these
the
premises
other.
in conjunction with one another. They do not comport.
Yes, they do. One, it's not an all or nothing. Trust your eyes always or trust your eyes never. It's using it in terms of logic and reason and determining when to trust your eyes and when not to.
Okay, the problem with your logic and
I
reason,
agree with
though, is
that.
it always reduces to a simple assumption of the thing that you're trying to prove every single time.
And
In other
I
words,
would
it lacks justification, is Central's point.
I would suggest what it depends on is if a flat earther is saying it.
No, it depends on whether it matches the rest of reality.
Okay, well,
so with the point that, and I agree that there are no uninterpreted facts. This is true. We interpret what we observe, right? This is true. Now, when we address the a priori theory that interprets the observational empirical data, we point out either an inconsistency or empirical inadequacy. We don't observe what we claim to observe, and or the theory is unjustified. It's neither falsifiable nor verifiable. Now, we've gone through the points multiple times. Now, no matter what we say, how many times we say it and how we say it, it's not going to persuade you. So it really comes down to this. Are you going to finally scrutinize what you believe, all things, including the cosmos? Or are you going to continue to just devote yourself to it in spite of all the arguments that are irrefutable that have been levied against the cosmic paradigm?
So I like your idea of constantly scrutinize what we believe. I think that that's an important skill and a good practice to kind of keep yourself sharp. And so I try to do that. I try to scrutinize what I think and what I believe and see if it's right.
All right, let's scrutinize something.
Disagree there.
As
Let's scrutinize
for
something
trusting
then
your
instead
eyes,
of going around in
Gregory,
circles.
So
Gregory, let me
Matthew,
give you an
a little while
example.
ago, you said you're not here to answer our questions. You're here to save people from the globe, some kind of deception. Is that what you said?
You heard that like
okay, do you tell your students that when you teach
Yes,
them?
I do. I teach them
You
that
tell
the
them
globe is that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Do their parents who are paying 40 to 50K per year or even per semester know that you're telling them that?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, every single high
That's the
school,
original
college,
sin.
every
Education.
single university on Earth and every country teaches the globe model.
Okay, cool
It's not
story.
But
unusual.
do they say that? Does every single university have that as part of their credo? That you have to save them from deception, not answer their questions?
All of the universities teach the globe model. I don't think they put it in there
And
in writing.
evolution. So evolution is true also, Matthew, right? Yeah.
Not all schools teach evolution, no.
Oh,
My school
yeah,
doesn't.
keep making stuff up. You're
Right,
just making
Matt.
stuff up as usual.
Right,
Okay.
Friends, you going to go at an actual point within his own paradigm or not? As he said, that stars going faster than light is a problem. In the heliocentric model, they have galaxies away from each other faster than light, which means the stars within them are going faster than light.
That's not what that means. Those two things are
Oh,
separate.
that is what that means. Think about this, friends. What Matthew just said is that a galaxy moving faster than light doesn't mean that the stars inside it are going faster than light.
No, if you're driving north on the freeway at 50 miles an hour and your friend is driving south 50.
I see.
So,
Could
Matt, I just want to
finish one sentence, maybe?
I just want to finish my point, and I'll shut up. That if you tell your students that you're there to save them from deception, not answer their questions, then you have no right to call yourself an educator.
Oh, I
or
answer
an
their
academic.
questions. No, I don't
You have
just
no
tell them
right.
what to think. I help them.
You're a disgrace to academia.
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry. That's what the purpose of academia as it's set up, and probably at least for the last 500. That's
yes, the current
that's how
fake academia. Yes.
So I mean, you can't knock him for doing what his job description entails. I don't even know why.
I'm saying if he was a true academic, true educator.
No,
So he's not. He's an indoctrinator.
but under that scrutiny, nobody who actually has the title. Listen to what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
Nobody
I'm
who
going to
has the
close.
title actually is then.
Okay,
You know
you
who
can
the
be his
people
lawyer.
are,
I'm saying,
educators? You and I. So I'm just saying it's meaningless to sit
it's
here and
not
argue
meaningless.
the fact that. Well, I mean, why are you
I'm
telling
going
him
to,
as if you can point to a teacher that isn't doing that? That's the
I'm
point I'm
pointing out
making.
to people on the stream so they can see this hypocrisy, and you can defend him or whatever. I'm
So
talking from
there
the
is no
ethos.
there is no hypocrisy because the job description of a professor is to do exactly what he's doing.
I mean, if you go to most of these places, they do say that they're there in the spirit of actual scientific inquiry. So I'm pointing out that it's not actually the case.
Yeah, they say that, and then they fucking go teach pseudoscience.
Yes,
Anyway,
that's what I'm pointing out.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. We don't have. Let's just.
Okay.
The
You can
points of
elaborate.
both of you two don't actually conflict. They actually agree with one another.
Ding ding ding.
Speaking of that, Matthew, okay, who cares? Matthew was about to explain to us how a galaxy that contains stars, which is moving faster than light, means somehow the stars within it are not moving faster than light.
Okay, so it wasn't. I wasn't going to explain that. I was going to explain how the relative distance can be more than the speed of light, even if individual galaxies are not moving faster than the speed of light. By giving an example, if you're driving 50 miles an hour north and your friend is driving 50 miles an hour south, then you are moving away from each other at 100 miles per hour, even though neither of you are going to get a speeding ticket.
So, Matthew, are you saying the stars do move?
I'm saying that the distance between
I
stars
appreciate
can
his
increase.
point. It's a good point, Matthew. Damn.
But Matthew, the distance that's developing between the two vehicles will be occurring at a greater speed, which is what we don't see with Coriolis when planes are flying in the opposite direction of the Earth's spin.
We're talking about stars, not Coriolis. So for the cars,
okay, two
those
cars, the
stars
Earth,
are
and
moving
then
away
and
from
then
each other at 100 miles an hour.
We really did start at Coriolis. Well,
Yes.
curvature, really. Or any evidence?
Y'all
Of
are
the
getting
claim?
wild, incoherent. Let one. I mean, if it's gonna be incoherent, I mean, I don't care who speaks to him. Just make it one person because we've jumped. Gregory had a great point. Then somebody else jumped in and it was lost. Then AI made a good point. Now you're talking about some other shit. Yo, one of you guys have the conversation.
And if anyone chimes in, chime in relevant to what is being talked about.
Yeah, let's get the one point to a conclusion.
What do you want to speak with, Matthew?
I think my point was right off the back of Gregory's point. He was talking about knowledge and what you can know, right? And then I started talking about their methodology of knowledge, and how they claim they can know, but there's no such thing as proof, so they have no knowledge. And then the way that they come about it is observational science, which means observational knowledge, but they can't trust anyway.
Well, so let me explain what I mean by trusting my eyes. So, for example, I'm looking at my cell phone right now, and I believe and trust that there are invisible radio signals coming out of my cell phone, but I can't trust my eye. My eyes don't tell me that, so I can use other methods for determining.
A cell phone is evidence that the radio signals exist and are working.
Making a point about my eyes. That's all I'm talking about.
Yep.
Well, when can you make practical use of the speed or rotation or curvature of Earth?
Central. He just said something he can't see is why he trusts his eyes. Congratulations, guys.
No, I said that
that's a very good example to demonstrate your point. You appeal to something you can't see to demonstrate that you can see, gain knowledge about what you see.
Oh gosh.
My point is that my eyes don't give me accurate information about whether my cell phone is emitting radio waves or not.
You can detect them. Where can we detect Earth
you appeal
curvature?
to something you can't see instead of appealing to something you can see. Your example doesn't work. It's the very opposite of what you're trying to prove.
Also a false equivalency.
Optical illusions are an example.
That's why
like
you have
I said,
observational science.
Like I said, and I'm not going to say it again, shut the fuck up except for one person or maybe two. Unless you're going to make a point. Like, you can't. Okay, the caveat was, okay, you can make pertinent points, but not 5 Yo, pick a person.
May I go?
I don't know. Y'all decide.
I guess I'll go.
Well,
So
don't be
Matthew,
quiet. And then when one person starts talking, no, decide now. Everybody's agreed that Gregory's going, or does anybody have a contention? Great. Go ahead, Gregory.
Matthew, the example you appealed to is the very opposite of what you're trying to demonstrate for your point. You were trying to say that I can gain knowledge by observation, and then you appeal to something you cannot observe to demonstrate that you can gain knowledge about what you observe. I think that was a accidental tactical error in your argument, but
I
that's
just
what you
meant that
did.
there's a mismatch between our eyes and reality sometimes. Mismatch one
There's
direction
also
or the other.
there's also a mismatch between the things that you're comparing, though, because you can detect
Did
and
I just
measure
say?
radio wave.
Yo, what did I just say?
Well, I thought we were on to the next thing, so
No. What did I just say?
gotcha.
Again, Matthew, I can't make this any more simpler. Let's back up. Okay. You claim to gain knowledge through observation. I agree. And so does academia. But they're not consistent with that. And Larry's earlier point is that he's exposing the prima facie absurdity with the two premises that were being given. I think it was by you earlier. I didn't hear earlier. You cannot hold these two premises in tandem with one another. You cannot hold the premise, number one, that your eyes are trustworthy to gain knowledge, and number two, we gain knowledge through observation, and then say we can't trust our eyes. You have to give up one of these premises if you wish to be coherent.
Okay. I would compare it to eyewitness testimony. Sometimes we can use eyewitness testimony and sometimes we can't. You can't just throw out all eyewitness testimony or accept all eyewitness testimony. Similarly, we can trust our eyes sometimes, and sometimes we recognize that there are optical illusions and other things going on. So it's not an all or nothing thing. That's my only point.
Yes, this is true. That's fine. So about the stars, like AI was trying to get back to earlier, right? You claim to know that the stars are moving, and academia particularly claims to know that the stars are moving at the speed of light. Okay. That claim to knowledge must be demonstrated. Now, we all know, we're intelligent enough to know that such a claim is a posteriori claim to knowledge. They claim to know this a posteriori fact of the universe that we can observe the stars moving at the speed of light, right? How do you know that if we don't observe that?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm unaware of any mainstream science that says the stars are moving at or above the speed of light. So I'm not sure where that comes from.
Okay.
Okay, quick caveat.
I mean, that's fine.
Quick caveat. It's the whole reason why they needed to invent dark matter. So I don't know how this eludes you.
I hear what you're saying. I think you might be referring to the idea that the stars are moving away from us. The relative speeds with the expansion of space may be higher than the speed of light, but I don't think anybody thinks that stars are moving within their own medium faster than the speed of light.
Slow down.
Somebody better pick that apart.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about it. First of all, the story goes that the expansion of the universe happened faster than the speed of light, which is why it's flat. So it can't be that, yeah, it expanded and it's still expanding at the speed of light, but the things within it are not. Because the things within it is the expansion into whatever it is space is in you guys' mind.
Yeah, so I agree. That type of stuff's pretty esoteric and hard to understand, and I'm not a cosmologist, so I can't.
No, it's not hard to understand. You can't have an expansion of something faster than the speed of light or something moving faster than the speed of light away from the central the central the you know what I'm saying, wherever the
great
you can't
attractor.
have that and things. No, I can't even remember right now. But the bottom line is you can't have things moving from a singularity. There you go. At faster than the speed of light, and simultaneously, that's that that's the stars aren't moving at the speed of light though. Like, okay, they were formed, but when did they slow down?
Let's pause for a moment. Do you understand his point, Matthew? It cannot both be A and non-A at the same time.
Yeah,
It
that
cannot be
makes
true
sense.
that the stars are moving at the speed of light and not moving at the speed of light at the same time.
Right. And I think that
Especially
I
from
don't
the
know if
beginning of the
anybody
universe.
says that they're moving at the speed of light.
But Matthew, okay, so that's his point.
I just told you.
That's his point. According to the cosmogony of this cosmic paradigm, there was a primeval atom with no dimensions, right, occupying no space, that exploded. Haha, cool story. And all this material is expanding into what? At the speed of light. And is continuing to do so after billions of years. Hence, the stars are moving at the speed of light. Because they've been doing so supposedly since the beginning of the universe several billion years ago. So you do know that people believe that the stars are moving at the speed of light, because they've been saying this for several decades now, that they have been moving at the speed of light since the beginning of the universe.
Okay.
I hate to interrupt, and I hate to play devil's advocate. Excuse me, Matthew. I think you're falling a little bit short, so I'm gonna help you out. So they say that the space is expanding faster than the speed of light, and in fact, it's increasing. It's actually picking up speed, and that's why they had to come up with the dark matter. But the material itself, the matter, is not moving faster than the speed of light. Just wanted to get the correct pseudoscience down. So Matthew, that was an olive branch. Please continue.
Okay.
No, that was well explained, and I think that yes, I don't know much about cosmology, but I do think that that's what their story is.
Well, then let's go with that then. Space is expanding.
Allegedly.
I'm sure you're intelligent enough to follow this, because this is very metaphysical now. Because cosmology and cosmogony, these are metaphysical. These are not merely physical, like trying to study, solids and liquids and gases and things like that. Okay. Space is expanding.
Right.
How is space expanding? How is space itself expanding? Not a thing in space expanding, but space itself expanding. How?
A, I don't know. B, because God Almighty and His providence is doing it, and I don't know how it works.
Amen, if that was the case, right? But let's critique this. See, now let's critique it. You see, space doesn't expand. Perhaps space within a thing does expand because the thing is expanding. And so, of course, the space within the thing, whatever it is, of course, we can easily imagine a cube, a box with hollow, with space in it. And the cube expands in its dimensions. It grows larger in size. And the space, it grows also. Okay. But supposedly, the universe is a void. It's just a massive void with things in it. Okay. So there's no container in which we are in. So if there's no container in which we are in principle, either space is infinite or it's finite, but the extremities of the thing in which we are in, with the space therein, we don't know. So really, the academic cosmic paradigm is also enclosed. If they hold the premise that space is expanding, because the only way space can expand, the only way you can get more room in something is if there is a thing with room in it that is growing. So it's really not enclosed cosmology versus unenclosed cosmology. It's just one enclosed cosmology that is much bigger than the other.
Yeah, I have a way of explaining this. So first of all, it is sort of mysterious, and I don't know how it works. But if you think of the surface of a balloon, as as the balloon is blowing up, the surface itself is getting bigger and bigger. But imagine that it's just a two-dimensional universe, and it's just the surface that matters, not like the air inside the balloon or whatever. And so, in that sense, it's reality itself is expanding, and that's the best explanation or analogy I've heard people to describe what they think is going on. But I will confess that I'm not 100% sure that really is what's happening.
No, that's you're already conceding you don't know. So that's why I'm just inviting you to critique. So with your example with the balloon, right? That's a three-dimensional object, and it is finite, right? A concrete entity that's three-dimensional, finite with space inside it. The space in the balloon can expand when the balloon expands, but there cannot be an expansion of space within a thing if there is no thing in which we are contained.
Yeah, the analogy would be if the surface of the balloon is all that exists, that there's nothing else that exists, but it's expanding still. And maybe the analogy carries to the fourth dimension. If our three-dimensional universe is expanding,
my goodness,
maybe
friend.
it's going into some other.
The problem is that any 2 points on that as it expands are carrying with it the speed of the expansion. So if you call the speed of the thing of the dot on the balloon the speed of light, and then you carry the speed of the expansion as well, you're then breaking the speed of light, no matter how you want to slice and dice it.
Well, we moved past that point.
Yeah, possibly.
He already said he doesn't know about that.
Yeah, look, him knowing is irrelevant, right?
Well, we moved on from that point. That's my point. So now we're talking about just the metaphysical principles in this paradigm now. So Matthew, to finally wrap up so I can stop running my mouth, do you understand my critique? This cannot be an unenclosed void in which we exist in with all the solids, all the humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas flying around in this void. That cannot be the case, and simultaneously if space is expanding if we're not enclosed in something with space inside it.
Yeah, I get your
critique. If space is
critique,
expanding,
and
that
I think it's
necessitates,
fair.
it presupposes that we are inside a container.
Yeah, I get your critique, and I think it's a forceful critique. I'm not sure how to answer it. And first of all, because I'm not a cosmologist, but people who are cosmologists, it seems like they wave their hands a lot and make up stuff. So I'm like a little skeptical on what they say. Anyway.
Very good. Very good.
But the globe Earth is a part of the cosmology. Cosmology isn't a part.
That's true.
I don't even know how you said that. I don't know.
So Elijah's point is that if you're skeptical about the cosmogony, right, that they tell us about the most macroscopic scale of the universe, then you should be skeptical about the globe, because the globe is a consequence of a supposed cosmogony with this sort of aspect. The globe is a consequence of this primeval atom explosion in the midst of an unenclosed void that somehow also has space expanding in it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that the globe is a natural consequence of that cosmology of an expanding universe. But I think that
not by necessity, not the globe, not by necessity. Like, I'm just saying that's the paradigm.
Yeah.
So if you're skeptical about the beginning of their cosmogony, you should also be skeptical about the present result of their cosmogony.
Right. I think that there are other ways to get to the globe besides that path that they got to. I would say God created it. So
tell us.
Yeah, but what globe?
I would say God created the Earth to be a globe shape.
Can you measure that for us?
Yeah, we talked about this like an hour and a half ago.
And you didn't demonstrate how to measure it?
No, the conclusion was that there is no way to directly measure the curvature or the radius. Instead, we calculate it based on other.
I thought you said people are above space taking pictures of the globe of the continent, and we can measure the continent and the ground beneath us and see that and reference it when we're looking at the globe from space. You're saying we can't do that now?
That's a separate question. Measuring the radius is one question. Whether or not the Earth is a globe is a separate question. They're related but separate.
Matthew, did you say God made spheres?
Yes.
Where's the sphere?
Can you tell me which God and where is in which religion is?
Wait. Hang on. That's a good question, but let's not, scatterbrain the man. So earlier, Matthew, you said we cannot measure the radius.
I said we cannot
Am I
directly
correct?
measure it.
Well, is there anything there
Right.
to
I mean,
directly
whether you add the word directly into the sentence or not, you're saying the same thing. Okay. I mean, unless you want to explain how you quote unquote indirectly measure the radius.
So direct measurement would be like, here's this table. I want to directly measure it. I take this yardstick and then put it right up next to the table and read how big it is. That, sort of physically touching something would be involved in directly measuring something. But some things we can't directly measure.
Why not?
So as opposed to that direct measurement, how do we quote unquote indirectly measure the radius of the Earth or anything?
I use as an example the indirect measurement we use to get the height of Mount Everest, even though nobody has ever taken a tape measure up there. We use other types of measurements and then use calculations. So in that case, trigonometry. In the case of the radius, there are other techniques.
If I may,
What are those indirect measurement techniques for the radius?
I don't
The
know.
simplest example is one of the earliest, that if we assume the Earth is a globe, then we can use sticks and shadows to determine the radius.
How about something that doesn't
Pause.
assume your conclusion?
Pause.
Yeah, hold on.
Did you hear what you just said, Matthew?
Mm-hmm.
If we assume, that means if we presuppose what we're trying to prove to be the case, then we can prove it to be the case. Do you
Right.
see the epistemological error in that method?
As I
We
said
can also
earlier, there's two
assume
separate
that the
questions.
sun is close.
Gregory, can I
Hold
say?
on, guys. Just Gregory. Hold on 1 second. Just let Gregory go. Gregory's talking about one specific thing. Just let him finish it real quick.
Yes.
So
okay,
remember what
go
you
ahead.
said? So if we assume, presuppose, presume that what we are trying to prove is the case, then we can prove it to be the case. Don't you see the error in that epistemology?
The way you put it, that would be an error. What I tried to make clear earlier is there's two separate questions. A, is the Earth a globe? And B, if the Earth is a globe, then can we measure it? And I was describing B, that if we assume it's a globe, then we can measure it. Now, fair enough, we need to first answer question A, whether it is a globe or not, but we can't use that measurement to prove one way or another.
Well, I asked you the question, how do you measure it indirectly? And then you gave me B to demonstrate how we do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that not what you asked? You asked B?
So your method of measuring the radius is to assume, presuppose, presume that the Earth has a radius.
Right. Same with
Even though when
I'm
you go
going to
out
use.
there to try and measure it, you don't find curvature at all, let alone any curvature to measure a radius thereof.
Okay, so again, to use my analogy, first I would have to assume that Mount Everest is higher than me in order to use trigonometry, in order to calculate its height using trigonometry. That's
You
a
can
separate
observe.
question. Yes.
You can observe Mount
Yes.
Everest.
Let me finish. Yes, you can observe that Mount Everest is higher than you, and that's question number one. Is Mount Everest higher than me? Okay, it is. Question number two, how much higher? Same thing with the globe. Question number one, is the Earth a globe, yes or no? That's a separate question. Then separately, question number two is, if it is a globe, can we measure it? And I was answering Gregory's question about question number two.
Right, of course. So we don't need to repeat this anymore. We got it. In principle, if it is a globe, then we can measure it.
That's right.
Again, including the question A, is it a globe? So
Okay,
in order for us to measure the globe, it must be a globe.
Right.
But if we don't find it to be a globe, then we can't measure a globe because there is no globe to measure.
Right. Then it would be nonsense. If it's not a globe, then all those measurements would be nonsense.
Okay. So then when we go out there and practice the method, this epistemology, we don't find the globe. The answer to question A is no.
I think we do. Like you see the if the sticks and shadows, they work.
Can I ask you my question now, please?
Go for
Is it going to be on the same? Is it going to be on the same line of questioning? Because when he talks about measuring the height of the mountain, he's using trigonometric principle, right? And one of those is that the floor you're standing on, measure the angle from you to the mountain up to its peak. That in order for you to do that, would have to be a flat base for the measurement. Because if you're measuring to the mountain and then to the top of the mountain, you're getting these angles. If the ground was curved in any way, you wouldn't get the right height. And then your calculations would be off for trying to figure out the distance to the horizon, which is what Albert Rooney was doing. That's what he was doing. But you can't get a elevation angle that uses the ground if the ground is curved.
Another problem with
that's
the
the whole key
comparison,
thing.
though, is Matthew, you can observe Mount Everest, you can see it, you know it's there. Where in reality can we observe the Earth curvature?
That's besides me killing the because we're still in the step of, well, my indirect measurement is an elevation angle measurement. Like that's where we're at, not anywhere else.
So your calculation depends on Earth being flat anyway.
There's that point. So to pick up where we were, right? With the example that you mentioned, Matthew, and that Elijah just explicated, and that Central also chimed in on, right? With that example, the answer to question A is that yes, there is a mountain, and yes, it is taller than you, and yes, it is on a flat horizontal baseline to enable you to measure the angle of elevation. Okay. With the globe, question A, is the Earth a globe? Is there a globe to measure? No. So question B is rendered moot.
Right. So if you answer no to question A, then question B doesn't even make sense. I agree with you there.
So in order for you to get started with question B, in order for it to not be moot, you must first find the globe.
Right.
You go and find the globe, you fail to find it because there is no Earth globe to be found.
You found Mount Everest globe, where the curvature.
Mainly by looking in the sky, but I know you guys don't like that.
The wrong direction. Is that where you found Mount Everest, by looking in the sky?
Sort of. A little bit up in the sky. I mean, it depends on how close you are.
Doubt that very much.
You know that's absurd. I mean, we don't need to belabor that point. You know that's absurd.
What? That looking in the sky is absurd?
Right. When I ask you to go look in the drawer for my socks, I'm not asking you to look in the refrigerator for some Baskin Robbins. Like you're looking everywhere except where I told you to look. You're looking
because
like especially the very antithesis to where you need to be looking. If I want you to look down and then you look up, you have just contradicted antithetically what I asked you to do. So don't look up to measure what is below where you need to look down.
Yeah, fair enough.
I need to mention this because you do a lot of begging the question, and it's a logical fallacy. Okay, now here's the problem. When you look to the sky, actually, what they say about the sky is, here's what's going on in the sky because of what the globe does. So you can't say anything about the sky proves the globe because the globe informs us what the sky is doing. Can't look to the sky to prove.
In other words, what they've taught us about the sky is presupposing the globe.
Can I ask him a question finally?
Go ahead, Sasha.
Go ahead.
Matthew, do you know anyone else who proved with the sticks and shadows apart Eratosthenes?
He was the first, and you can do science experiments, and anybody could do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I want to. Okay, great. Let's go like this. Let's take an airplane. Let's go to Africa today or tomorrow, and you and me, and let's.
Yo, cash at me $5, bro.
And let's take two sticks, and let's take talkie-walkies. We will have it. We will be technologically a little bit, only we will have phones, nothing else. And then then you will start to walk, or I will give you a camel that you are not walking. And then you will go 500 miles straight line. And then you will tell me, Sasha, are we straight? I will say, yes, we are straight. Tell me now, how is the shadow? And you will tell me, and I will tell you, and that's the Eratosthenes experiment. It's easy.
Very close to that, but yes.
Yeah. It's logically easy, and it's that. Let's do it.
Okay, and your point is what?
Let's do it on 10 miles.
Well, I mean,
and you walk
the shadows will be different.
Why? Well, we are on a straight line, man. Because when you
Sasha,
when you go away.
Sasha,
sorry,
people have done this though. What's the point? Like,
what's
people have did different iterations of it. Like, Meme has his thing. It's obviously not actively what you're talking about. Fix the thing and the problem with it. Then there's
I want to see that video. What are you saying now, Elijah?
Well, with the not knowing, if you pretended that you didn't know where the light source was, then you could manipulate the shadows from the sticks on the piece of paper to be exactly the same, whether it was flat or curved.
Yeah,
and then John, not QE, the other John, he literally actually did measurements. Literally went out of his way, making strings taut in his kitchen to literally get angles to measure the circumference of his floor. Like, so it's a method that can be done. The question is it epistemologically correct?
Yeah, that's a good question. Can I back up and answer Elijah's earlier question?
I'm saying only.
Yeah. So Elijah and Gregory and I were talking about.
I don't want. I'm sorry. I don't want Sasha to.
Sorry. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah.
I'm saying it was done on the small scale. It was never done like Eratosthenes did. Never ever did that experiment.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody
that is true. I don't know anybody who's actually did it. People are always saying, "Oh, we took like 15 people and it was even grander," but nobody's done exactly. That should be something like somebody like Vertassium does. We're gonna take a plane today to, you guessed it, Cyrene. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why they do that for everything else? Why can't they do that for the thing that we're actually questioning? They don't do nothing about it these days. Let me tell you.
That you're suspect.
The proof in the globe is a refutation of flat Earth. That's all you'll find. Nobody's
on
gonna be like,
Veritasium, as big as that channel is.
I met him, the guy from Veritasium. I met him at a YouTube channel conference.
Oh wow!
Nice. I like that guy.
Yeah, Derek.
I like him a lot.
Okay, so I want to answer what you guys were saying, just in general about looking at the ground versus looking at the sky. You're right that when you ask questions about the ground, the most natural thing to do would be to look at the ground. However, the difference between a perfectly flat Earth and a really large sphere are so slight that it's hard to tell just by looking at the ground, and it's hard to distinguish between the two. And that's why we Globers say, well, then we got to look up in the sky. And let me give you an example of an analogy. If you're driving in a car and you're trying to determine if the car is moving or not, if it's so smooth, it's hard to tell, then maybe look out the window. Or let's say we were ants crawling around inside the car. We can't really tell from just crawling around the ground of the car what's happening. We look out the window and see if other things are happening out there relative to us. And so I get what you're saying, but that's why we look at the sky to answer some of these questions sometimes.
No, we're not saying that looking at the sky is forbidden.
You hold on. You use examples to illustrate your point,
Yeah, to make it easier to hear.
which we've already understood. The problem is you're not validating your premise. You're just telling us what it is, and then you're describing what it is, and you're giving examples of what it could be. And it's like, yeah, but what we want is the validation of the premise in the first place. Like we know what it could be, but there's also another problem, and the problem is it's either it's it's completely flat, and it being the sphere of the size is ultimately relatively the same, and it's like, well, no, that's the problem with the reimagining of the definition of level, because something is either level or it's not level. And so
those are mutually exclusive.
When we're talking about things being level, you can level a picture frame. Well, actually, yeah. How would you level a sphere? It would always be level. If you put it on a level, regardless of what orientation the sphere itself is on, it would still be on that level. But the problem is there's a difference definitionally between something that is level or straight and something that's deviating from that. So to say it could be either, we just can't tell, so we should look at something else, is why you can't adjudicate the matter, because actually the very first step of what should be done is something that you think is unnecessary for whatever reasons.
I was going to address that
for whatever reason.
So I'm kind of going to reiterate what Elijah was saying. So the first thing I was going to say was, looking at the sky is not forbidden. Don't misunderstand us. Secondly, when you say they're very hard to distinguish from one another,
right?
You know that's prima facie, again, absurd on its face. I don't need to be a mathematician to understand a basic geometric fact about all concrete entities, is that they either are curved or they're straight. That's the fact about all concrete entities. They're either curving or they're straight. That's it. That's an absolute dichotomy about all concrete entities. Right?
Yeah, agreed.
And they're obviously distinguishable. They're easily distinguishable. A little child can distinguish the difference between a straight line and a curved line.
Not if
between a straight line and a circle.
Not if they're really slightly different.
Listen, should the entire thing be perceivable, should you perceive enough of the entity or entities in question, the difference between a straight entity with a straight surface or a curved surface is easily distinguishable. So to say that they're very difficult to distinguish or indistinguishable is to make a prima facie absurd obfuscation about the geometric question, about the entity in question. Okay. If it is really the case, that we cannot determine, that it's very difficult to determine the difference between a straight line and a curved line, there would be car crashes everywhere.
Again, it's
there would
not
be
all
no
or
traffic.
Nothing. You're right. It's not. If we couldn't understand the difference between straight and curved, you're right. That it would be chaos. But I'm not saying that we can't ever determine it.
Here's the thing. They're just definitionally and diametrically opposed, and that's why they're only defined because of the nature of their difference.
In essence, a straight thing is obviously different from a curved thing. Now, let go of the caveat. You keep bringing in this caveat that perhaps in a situation where it is difficult to perceive the distinction. Well, of course. But still, in principle, without anything obfuscating what we're trying to observe, the entity we're trying to observe, okay, in principle, it is entirely easy. There is no difficulty. There is no straining. There is no strenuousness to observe the difference between a curved object or a flat object. Okay. So we understand that. Let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be. Occam's razor. Okay. So we know the difference between a curved entity and a straight entity. Now, then you look up at the stars to see whether or not the Earth is a entity with a curved surface or a flat surface. Okay. The reason this is bad is number one, you're looking in the wrong direction. Number two, when you interpret the motion of the celestial bodies around us that we observe, it is determined by the shape of the Earth that you believe it is. Your interpretation of the motion of the celestial bodies is determined by the shape of the Earth you presuppose.
Right.
So when you presuppose the Earth is a ball, you're going to interpret the celestial bodies to be moving, quote unquote, around the surface of the ball.
Right.
No matter how far away you believe the stars are, and no matter how big you think they are. But if you presuppose that the Earth is a level plane, then you're going to interpret that they're moving in an orbit above the face of the Earth. So when you say, look at the stars, they're moving around us, that presupposes the Earth is a globe. If you appeal to the motion of the stars to substantiate your belief that the Earth is a globe, that is presupposing what you should be proving once again.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Generally, when we look at the sky, it's not so much about the motion, but about the relative locations of things. So if I look up and the sun is in my sky, but you're 4,000 miles away and it's beneath the horizon for you, to me that generally one explanation would be that the direction of down is different. The ground is not parallel between those two cities. So that's an example of why looking in the sky could tell us something about the shape of the ground.
I mean, once again, so with that example, it just is a particular example of what I just explained earlier in principle. You interpret that celestial body movement to be the Earth moving around the surface of a sphere, or the Earth moving around the spherical surface of the sun, rather than the Earth is going out of view, being obfuscated by the point where the sky and the surface of the Earth meet, obfuscated by the limits of your perception. Rather than interpreting it as the obfuscation of the limits of your perception, right? Because of the limits of your perception, you interpret it as the Earth going around the surface of the sun, or vice versa. Well, again, it's relative. You got to remember relativism. So again, your interpretation of the motion of the celestial bodies is determined by your presuppositions about the shape of the Earth. That's why, when appealing to the celestial motions of the celestial bodies, that was redundant, the motion of the celestial bodies, when you appeal to those things, it presumes the shape of the Earth. It does not prove it.
Correct.
Yeah, let me give you an example of what I mean.
Well, Matthew, you already gave me an example.
That's
so if you give me
example.
if you give me another example, you're just going to give me another example that coincides with my previous a priori in principle point. So if you give me another example of the celestial motions, another example of celestial bodies moving, then you're just going to be doing once again what I'm critiquing. You're presupposing that your interpretation of the motion of the celestial bodies proves that it's a ball, even though it doesn't prove it. It presupposes it.
This example doesn't have to do with motion or location. It has merely to do with the size of something, the size of the moon.
Okay.
And
He said that he said that he had to presuppose it, though, because the ball is so big that it would be indistinguishable from flat, but that's not the globe claim. The globe geometry is far from indistinguishable from flat, so he wouldn't need to do that in the first place.
I mean, if he wants to contradict academia, go right on ahead. I mean, we can't stop him. So whether his argument is in favor of the academic paradigm or it's different from the academic paradigm, he still has to bear the burden of proof. But your point is still valid.
I would say to an individual person just looking with your unaided eyes, it's hard to tell the difference. But obviously, if you measure things and take pictures and do careful calculations, then you can see the difference.
You're looking with aided eye equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
A 1.2 mile horizon shouldn't be a problem for us to find. That should not be indistinguishable from a flat world.
Wait a minute. I'm okay. Maybe you didn't think it through, but so I'll say what I'll say, and I'll allow you to respond. So you said with the unaided eye, knowing that the number one proof we've been talking about being Black Swan is a video captured by a P900. Why did you say with the unaided eye?
Because you need a P900 or video in order to see differences that would make a difference between a globe and a flat Earth.
Which is what we do see.
Right. But those differences are sort of magnified. If you zoom in on the horizon, like in the Black Swan, you're zooming in on a small, tiny arc length. It's not very, just a few degrees or less.
But can we stop and appreciate the fact that I mean, I'm really more concerned with you trying to juxtapose us looking at stuff versus the scientists that actually make observations, make calculations based on different observations over periods of time when our position isn't looking at stuff. That's kind of whack.
What point are we talking about now?
Well, I posted a picture of the moon in 30, 60, 90 degree triangle. I'm curious what you guys think of it.
We don't know. So I assume that because we don't know, we would have to safely assume that because of perspective, those rules don't apply, which means the only logical deduction that one could make is that it's so far away that there would be no difference. Presupposing, again, that there's nothing wrong with the paradigm because of what we see. And that what we see proves the thing you're trying to prove is like circular as heck, man.
So I guess you'd have to say that the moon does not obey the law of perspective. That would be the way to get around that.
Well, I mean, my point stands. You're going to presuppose that the only logical deduction from all of this is that it must be what academia says it is.
It's like this: presupposing that the Earth is flat when the moon is directly over Guatemala City, then it is twice as far from Montevideo. That's the presupposition. If the Earth is flat, we would expect to see that the Earth is that the moon appears smaller, but in fact, it appears the same size.
Are you strawmanning? Are you not aware that there's an
That's the
Atmos?
makeup.
You know where there's an Atmos, right?
That's why I kept the degrees to be above 20 degrees above the horizon. Ancient mariners would try to not shoot stars below 20 degrees because the atmosphere would distort locations. But above 30 degrees, we wouldn't expect that much distortion.
I'm not talking about refraction. I'm talking about diffraction. Oh, sorry, divergence. Excuse me, divergence.
Is
So what
divergence
happens
enough
when light?
to make the moon appear twice as big as it is?
No, but it is enough for it to make it stay the same size as it's moving in different locations. Because as things get further away, they appear smaller. As
Right.
light travels further away, it diverges and appears larger. Kind of like when Ram Skiba was looking at Chicago from 50 miles away in Michigan, right? Those buildings look huge, but they were 50 miles away. And then when he got there and he actually took a picture of the real buildings, they were almost like the same apparent size. That's odd, right? Because 50 miles away, you would expect the buildings to be itty bitty tiny little buildings, right?
Right.
But when he took a picture of it, they were actually, good size. It's not like he had to zoom in a whole lot to get the, images. If you watch
Yeah,
the whole video,
zooming in
he
makes things
caught some,
bigger.
right. He caught some people that were in front of him, like out in the water. Accidentally, he caught them on camera, right? And then he compared it to like the size of what he took the pictures when he actually got to Chicago. He didn't actually step foot in Chicago, but when he got to the Chicago area, right? And you looked at the buildings and they were like almost the same size. Now, does that help what I'm saying? I think it does. Because as it gets further away, yeah, it appears to get smaller, but as the light travels further, the light diverges and spreads out and appears to get larger. Whatever the object is appears to get larger. So this phenomenon, I don't know what to call it other than cross-canceling apparent size.
Got it. So the moon could be twice as far away but appear the same size. Is what it boils down to.
Yeah. So that's the thing. We're talking about like, seeing something up there and going, is that what it is? Is it what it appears to be? Is it where it appears to be? And then when we get there, is it still going to be there? Or was it actually ever there? So you're kind of like, throwing darts with beer goggles on, right?
Yeah, I admit that my argument assumes that the moon is an actual object that obeys the law of perspective. I mean, because that's what it looks like through a telescope. But if it's not that, then all bets are off, I guess.
Yeah,
May I have the next
again, not to insult you, with your reference to this point regarding the moon, it doesn't necessarily demonstrate that the moon is a humongous rock orbiting around the Earth, which is supposedly a ball.
Yeah, I'd like to have the next point.
Go ahead, Elijah. I will have to leave in about 10 minutes, so let's do Elijah's point, and then I'm going to take off for a while. I got to feed the dog and do some stuff.
Okay, I'll make it quick then, or I'll attempt to make it quick.
We'll see.
So, the Earth measures flat. There is no discernible curvature between point A and point B at lengths that are beyond the limits of the geometric foundations of the globe. So, seeing as that's the case, we see what we see, which is what you're asking about, right? So, now, you said presupposing that the Earth is flat, why does the moon appear the same size for both cities? Again, if I say I don't know, and you say, well, with perspective and because it's a rock, we know that this doesn't make any sense. Therefore, the Earth doesn't measure to be flat. Is ultimately what you're saying.
Right.
But that doesn't follow.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The reason it follows is because in the globe model, the moon is not different distances away. It's basically the same distance. Maybe it's off by like 0.5% or something, but they're basically the same distance away from those two cities. And the reason they are different angles in the sky is because the ground is tilted different directions than those two different cities. And so that's why it does say something about the shape of the ground. The ground in Montevideo is not parallel to the ground in Guatemala City. That's the alternate claim.
Once again, you're doing the very thing that we critiqued earlier. It simply begs the question, because with a phenomena you observe in the sky, that is the moon, that does not necessitate the conclusion that this is happening above the surface of a sphere. This could very well be happening above the surface of a plane.
Right.
And there are other entities in the air, right, gaseous or whatever other non-solid and non-liquid entities in the air that is changing the way we perceive the moon. And the moon isn't necessarily a humongous rock moving up there.
Right. Yeah.
So once again, it simply presupposes your conclusion, your appeal. The argument, what is this? The inductive argument is weak. It simply does
It's
not.
I'm sorry. I
strongly
don't mean
substantiate
to.
the conclusion.
Yeah, I don't mean to presuppose anything in this case. In this case, I'm saying, hey, the moon appears the same size in these two different cities. Let's look at two different explanations for how that could be. Here's the flat Earth explanation, where the moon is twice as far from one city as the other, and here's the globe Earth explanation, where they're the same distance. And then look at those two explanations and see which one explains a phenomena better. So we're not presupposing one or the other. We're looking at two separate explanations to see how they work.
Yeah, that's fair. You can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Considering,
problem
I mean, that's doing what we urge you to. That's doing what we urge everyone to do: is scrutinize both positions. Very good. Yes.
Right. So the observation is
But
the moon appears the same size.
But the problem is the Earth measured flat.
Well, so measuring the Earth and measuring it flat or not is one line of research and one line of evidence, and that is separate from this other observation. They, of course, are both talking about the same thing. But I'm saying if we look at this one observation, then we use that observation to see which description predicts that the moon will be the same size.
Well, Matthew, when we directly observe and measure the Earth to be flat, level, then appealing to anything else as though the sphericity or flatness of the Earth is still in question is absurd.
So once you measure the Earth as flat, then all other evidence is moot and doesn't count one way or the other. Is that right?
Correct. If you directly measure and observe the Earth to be a level plane, if that's what you see and that's what you measure, there is nothing else that can be appealed to refute that conclusion.
Got it. So no other evidence counts one way or the other. That's what I thought. Okay. It's interesting for you to actually articulate that, but go ahead.
Depends on the evidence, Matthew. If you're talking about like evidence that, is something that you have to assume or, along those lines, a direct measurement's a direct measurement. That's like saying, I just measured my kitchen table and it measures 48 inches by 36 inches and I put a level on it and it's perfectly level. And then you're going to try and find some way to refute that. That is the exact ridiculousness that he's talking about.
Right. And if you did find something that refuted it, you'd have to figure out why do these two things not match?
Well, hang on. So keep God Rockin's example. God Rockin, let me build on that with the table.
Sure.
So the table, we observe and measure the table to be flat. The analogy I'm building is that, so we measure the table to be flat. That's the flat Earth. We observe and measure the table to be flat, and then you, Matthew, come along and say, "Well, let's pause a moment. We see this lamp above the table swinging back and forth. I think that calls into question the flatness of the table which we observe and measure."
Right.
You see, that doesn't follow.
He says, "Right, you need to be institutionalized, dude."
You see, so regardless of the lamp swinging back and forth above the kitchen table, which we observe and measure to be flat, the fact it is impossible for the swinging lamp to even call into question, let alone refute the observation and measurement that the table is flat. Hence, the Earth is observably and measurably level, flat, a flat plane, regardless of what the lights above the table, the Earth, is doing.
Welcome to second grade.
So Matthew, go feed your dogs. It was a pleasure talking to you again. Please call me.
Yeah, we'll do it sometime. And Elijah, we'll talk sometime.
Us and Elijah, you and I and Elijah. It'll be great.
Have a good one.
God bless you.
That's good.
God bless you. We'll see you next year in 3rd grade.
God help you.
Right, Matthew? We'll see you next year in 3rd grade. What he just told you. I mean, it's well, duh, right? Who gives a shit about the light above the table if you just measured the table? How's the light going to affect the measurement of the table? Por favor.
But if you have phone, QE, you know, you cannot see the radio waves, but radio waves exist.
What the hell does that have to do with the price of friggin' hog legs in Bangkok?
That's right.
All I'm saying is I better have the right light above my table before I build one again, I guess. Right? It matters what type of light I put above it to make sure I can build it flat, I guess, huh?
Hey, Rocket, you don't want to hurt you. You don't want to bang your thumb on a nail.
Yeah. I know one thing I'd like to bang my hammer on. Somebody's head.
Elijah, you still there?
Yo,
You see my DMs?
no, I'm doing something.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm going to help you reconfigure those notifications if it's the last thing I do.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Maggie!
What's up, QE? What you doing, man?
Just busting Matthew Learns for about the 875,000th time.
Yeah. Is he still in here?
Consecutively.
No, he had to go home. He had to go feed his dogs. End his day.
Oh, by the way, Matthew Learns, you numpty dipshit. Your little prediction, it wasn't a scientific prediction. How many times we have to tell you about that? Scientific prediction is a hypothesis. I'd suggest for you to watch the science presentations on Ballbuster starting tomorrow at 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK. We'll start out with episode 1 or part 1. I suggest you review those. My word.
And you think after all this time he would have gotten it straight already?
No, they can't do it. No, prediction. Prediction. We predict it. Our models predict our prediction. Yeah. Like, what? Are you fucking Gene Dixon? Edgar Casey? Jimmy the Greek?
Yeah, a model that has nothing to do with reality. It's going to predict a prediction of reality. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
prediction's a hypothesis, man.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying the model is nothing but fiction. The entire model anyway.
A model in
is
science
fiction.
is actually a scientific theory. So they're going to have a hypothesis and experiments, which they don't even know what those two terms mean, let alone provide one. Their pseudoscience priests don't even know what it means. The word hypothesis or experiment, they don't fucking know. They have no idea. I've been asking this question to PhDs. I ain't bullshitting you. For better than 13 years. Not a single one could give me a viable scientific hypothesis regarding anything, let alone their field. Regarding anything, they don't even know what it is. They have no idea. I'm not bullshitting you. Bring one in. I'm telling you, bring one in. I'll show you.
Well, it sounds like to me university indoctrination is just very strong.
No, you got pseudosciences.
What is it then?
No, you got pseudosciences claiming that they're
they
science.
indoctrinate
Because
them. Yeah.
just relax, God Rockin'. Now you'll get the
Yes,
story.
sir.
All right. So what happens at university, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because you got pseudosciences, right? You got paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology. Yes, I'm still laughing. And yeah, whatever that is, theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, right? You got all these in these buildings, and above the archway, it says science, right? So when you walk through the fucking archway or underneath the archway, you're automatically in science. But it has nothing, they have nothing to do with science whatsoever. Natural science, nothing, zero. So that's how they Jedi mind trick them. But if you walk into an actual physics department or a biochemistry department or a genetics department, not saying that everything under those fall under science either, but they got a portion of them that do, right? There's a big chunk of them that are actual sciences, natural sciences. That's where the difference is. So you can't throw everything out with the bathwater. Don't do that, because I'm going to give you your ass in a sling. Quick. I'm done.
Well, the only point I was trying to make you is that, like, the things you just described, like you walk in the door and it says science and science. That's the indoctrination I'm talking about. These people think that they walk in these buildings, they think automatically that they are working under the umbrella of science, real science, natural science, whatever. And it's just not the case. And when, obviously so, because you've explained that to us over and over, I understand what you're talking about perfectly. I mean, I do. I get it. But when these people go to these universities all these years, nobody explains that part to them. Nobody tells them what the real deal is. They're indoctrinated to believe they are working and they're doing science, which they're not. It's
yeah, the ones I mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even their thinking is radically skewed. Like, here's an example. This dude, Chronic, talks about he's a doctor in astrophysics. He's going to set up an event to teach flat earthers physics. Physics 101. And he said his claim or his hypothesis was the reason why people are flat earthers is that they don't know physics. So he's offering free physics classes. You just ask for
Who
a
is it?
role. Chronic.
Chronic. Who's that?
Yeah, he's a Gem Panda goon. Talks about he works on the Hubble.
That's not science. Well, he's a numpty dipshit anyway, because whether the Earth is flat or a sphere or not is not a scientific question to begin with.
But this
so,
is but
there is no buts after that.
No, I mean his thinking. His thinking is skewed. Because his claim was no flat earthers will take his class, because otherwise they won't be a flat earther. Anyone who tried to sign up for it, he just banned them and said that they were a troll. Yeah, he wanted you to write out some application about what you expect from the class and whatnot.
I expect him to know what a hypothesis is. Bring his dumb ass in here. Let's see if he knows what it is.
Yeah, he won't. He won't leave any place where he doesn't have mod perms.
Yeah, he better not.
John, can I?
He's a fucking clown, just like all the rest of them in there.
His whole shtick was his claim, his hypothesis. No flat earthers will join it. Oh, okay.
I don't need to hear anymore. He's nonsensical. He's a fucking pretender clown. Straight up. I just showed it.
Yeah.
What Do we need more? I don't think so. You ever listen? You ever look at that meme? It has beaten a dead horse. I don't do that. Except if it's Matthew Learns.
You'll pound that guy into oblivion.
It's like in a few seconds. It's like effort. I told him I could do it in my sleep. Any single claim he has, scientific, logic, anything, doesn't fucking matter. It's over. It's that easy. It's just fucking child's play.
Take a dead horse to the cemetery.
Yeah, it looks like we got some people in here. I don't know. Have you guys talked to them? We got Big J. We got Chamber. Who else is in here?
Get him, Meggie.
Let's see. Pecurious. There's a red pill. And Platter. Those are the new people that we got in here. How y'all doing? I think I need to unmute these guys. I haven't unmuted them yet. Let's see. Big J, are you there? Hate the iPhone 13. All right, let me unmute. Chamber, are you there?
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, man, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I like to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Oh,
Interesting. What? What's your vested interest in talking about it? You hear about the information online and you decided to come in and talk to us about it, or do you have an opinion one way or the other? What's your
I mean,
story?
we know the shape of the Earth is constantly changing.
Constantly.
I like how he said that. We know that.
Yeah, this is the pee drinker, dude. Why not just go talk to Snack? I
Hang
gave
on.
you links to the servers.
We've had this. Hold on, Craig.
He caught Miggy unawares because most people not going to talk about shape of the Earth, and he said, "Well, I want to discuss the shape of the Earth." Miggy, he got you sideways, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect somebody to say that.
He had me roped in for a second. I couldn't wait to hear what he was going to say.
The shape of the Earth is malleable, huh?
Yes, well, we know the Earth is not solid, so it's constantly changing its shape.
He's got a frog in his pocket? You got a frog in your pocket?
I don't know, man. I don't know about this we business.
Who is we?
Anybody that understands the English language.
Right. Gregory, are you here?
I'm not included.
Is Gregory here? No, he's not.
You got a live one here, Meggie.
We've been on this merry-go-round a couple of times.
Yeah,
He's not.
What is with this restraint, QE? Why are you holding back right now?
No, this guy.
I feel like you want to bounce on this guy.
No. This guy is he's on his own cosmology. He's not really he's not a threat. The threats are the ones who stand by their bold claims. Now, those are the ones that you unleash the hounds. This guy. Yeah, no, he's just a believer right now. He just believes his own cosmology. It's just really not to me. I mean, it's just a belief. I'm looking for the guys who relish in the fact that they know that the Earth is a globe. Oh, those are the ones I look for. But he can mute himself if he likes. No real big interest to me. I really want to see if Big J's in here. Obviously, I muted him, but he didn't answer. So you can try again. See. All right. Big J, are you there? You have control of your. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
Really well. What brings you to the server?
I honestly don't remember. I've just been in here for a while.
What the fuck?
I was waiting to hear a deep, like, testosterone voice with Big J. I was like, what?
Yeah, I know. Big J doesn't sound like Big J. It sounds like Little J. Anyway. Have you? I mean, were you looking at the topic of the shape of the Earth, and then you decided to stroll in here and see what we're talking about, or?
Yeah, sure. I like being in like really active discussion servers, and usually flat Earth discords in particular. They usually, I mean, they're usually like this, where like you have like 30 people just kind of sitting here, and I like listen to the discussions and all that.
Well, I just got to warn you, this is the major leagues. So everything that you've been to about the shape of the Earth or a conversation of the like are piddlywinks. They're nothing compared to what the intellects in here can challenge you on. So brace yourself. I would say brace yourself, because if you don't know your stuff in this room, you're gonna find out really fast. So the thing is, like, a lot of people have a concept of what they think the Earth is in the cosmology, but they don't have an idea of how wrong they are from the concept of what people have been taught, right? So they carry this presupposition of what they think the Earth is, and so with this information, they think that they're correct, and they can't be, proven wrong. So I would say that because of that, there's a lot of pride in these conversations from the people that come from the heliocentric globe Earth paradigm. I don't know what you stand on right now, whether you think the Earth is a globe or not, or maybe you don't have a vested interest and it doesn't matter to you either way. But I would say that it's good for you to challenge yourself in what you currently hold as a belief, because perhaps maybe you could learn something as far as what you can perceive reality to be, as in using your senses, right? So I would say, just to get to know a little bit about what you know, do you think that the Earth is a globe, or do you have a concept of what you think cosmology is, or just to get the kind of an understanding of what you might perceive?
Well, I mean, I was, taught growing up it was a globe. I don't really know nothing about cosmology or astrology or astronomy or whatever you want to call it, but I don't really have a vested interest either. I just like to listen to people talk about it.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because we've been taught that the globe is the paradigm in which everybody understands the Earth to be, as far as what they think it is, right? So, and we challenge that idea by way of physical demonstrations and being able to do line of sight tests and things where people can actually verify that it's not a globe. So there's certain things that people can look at here, and deeper topics like QE will be able to go over a bit more in depth, so you can see how they're wrong. So it's pretty in depth, and a lot of knowledge that people talk about in here can give you a better insight, so that you're not misled. But yeah, as far as topics go, we really challenge people, and if you want to know more about it, you can ask questions about it. But definitely be inquisitive, want to know, ask questions, and it would stand to reason that if there's evidence to the fact that the Earth isn't what you were told that it is, then you can actually stand on that truth, and it's objective. So
Yeah, fair enough. I'll keep my mind and my ears open in here.
for sure. And if you your mic isn't muted, so if you want to ask any questions or whatever, you can do so.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm just going around the room. I think you're probably the only one that's in here that's new. Let me see. KC. Oh, have we talked to Platter? I don't think we have we? Oops, sorry. I just muted you. Go ahead.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think it was probably about a year ago on Gab that I maybe clicked on a flat Earth link, and then ever since then it's been like, where's this been all my life? And about a month ago, I don't know how I came across one of QE's links on YouTube, and I've just been working my way through all the Ballbusters talks and the debates, and it's just no turning back. I think, like they say, once you go flat, there's no turning back. So I'm in.
Fellow Flatty, welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you're following the good information online, and you click on the links. Make sure that check out QE's channel and support him if you can, because these guys are putting content, man, that are essential for people who are want to stay in the know, I would say. So, just be updated with their content. You always I know one thing for sure. Knowing QE, you'll never be steered wrong. So you want to stick to the facts. You want to stick to what can be proven. And so, yeah.
That's it. I just had like his words in my head every time. That's just observable science, observable and experimental. Because I live on the shore of Lake Ontario, even though I'm from Ireland, as you can tell. I live on the shores. I live on the shores of Lake Ontario now in Canada, so I can go out there and see Toronto about 30 kilometers away, and it just defies what their curve calculator says. So it's like it doesn't work. There's not 300 feet of missing Toronto skyline from where I'm standing.
That's good. You looked into it, huh?
Yeah, and it's great because you just don't have to take their word for it from images from space. You can go out and do your own observations and experiments. So,
yeah, that's great.
What do I do with this? It does not match what they're telling me, and then the other main points that the vacuum. I just can't believe I bought it for so long. I think a lot of us feel that way. How did I not see it sooner? Would it be fair to say, that in the last 5 years or so many of us have woken up to this? I just wonder why in the 1980s or the 1990s or 2000s that there weren't more people. That kind of seems to be exploding now that we're all waking up to or maybe it's just me.
I think there was that just as many people back then. It's just we didn't have these platforms to reach out to each other like we have today,
Yeah, the social media aspect of it it ramped up for a while. How fast people were really passing off the indoctrination, because we had movies and billboards and just like advertisements of like the globe, and even the vernacular was all about globe paradigm. So everything you thought of and spoke of was all globe, and so the social media aspect of it backfired on them when people started to really talk about like, what is the shape of the Earth really. And so the movement kind of really took off around 2014-ish, something like that, 2015-ish. And it really started to make some headway. And so now there's a good thing there's a server, that's actually stands above, the rest. And there's a lot of channels and there's a couple of other servers like QE server and Nathan Oakley's and all them. Like they can really stand above, like to be the cream of the crop of people coming into the knowledge of, what truth is and such. So,
I think they've overplayed their hand too. Like in the last 20 years, with certain stunts they've tried to pull, there were obvious hoaxes. And back in like my grandfather, for instance, in his day, like he was aware, but I don't think he really ever tried to reach out to that many people because in those days in the 50s, people weren't ready to have that. They couldn't handle that conversation. I don't think. I mean, seriously, I don't think. I think it's just a different, times change, things change. And like I said, I think a big part of it is just the stunts that they pulled. And some of them lately have been so blatantly obvious. And I think that actually, well, I don't know. I wonder if they do that on purpose, though. I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Well, in the 50s, they were still doing lobotomies. So even if people had the ability to have the conversation, I think a lot of people would be scared to have certain conversations unless they were deemed crazy, right? And then people started poking around in their frontal lobes.
Not only that, my grandfather was the type of man, he did not suffer fools well. So if he tried to have a conversation with somebody and said the wrong thing, he'd punch them right in their fucking mouth in a second. So that's probably, that's how they were in those days, eh? Well, at least that's how my grandfather was. Anyway, I digress.
I think a lot of people, this is me talking to other people and myself, I think a lot of people, since what's been happening now for 27 months in the world, in the United States especially, in the world, that we've we've solidified ourselves into the fact that we've been lied to about everything since kindergarten, at least, if not before that. And we've just basically said we're mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore. And those people who are already flat earthers before 27 months ago have had had their views strengthened, because there's people coming into the flat earth movement now that are saying we agree with you and we're going to grow in numbers. And I think a lot of us have a big fire in the belly that we've been lied to for our entire lives, and we're just not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, it's good. Sometimes you have to feel like you have to break out and stand up and say something. Otherwise, who else will if you don't? But yeah, we continue this pursuit because we know that it's a noble cause. It's something that people don't often look at, in everyday society. People don't stand up for truth anymore. We've got a lot
One
of
thing that I can't. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done.
no,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm finishing up. I'm just talking about like how if it's not us, then who, right? And
Yeah.
so far as I know, if you're enlightened with truth and you're able to discover that this earth isn't what they've been telling you, then you have to impart that truth to others. And if they don't, like I mentioned before, you plant those seeds, and sometimes you gotta use a hammer. Other times you use a little glove, little kid glove. But it just depends. The situation calls for whatever you have to use. I mean, that's what you use. Every case is different.
I wonder
But
why they allow us to have this conversation even, and why when they started doing all the social media blacklists and stuff and kicking everybody off, why are we still allowed to have these conversations in these platforms? Because you would think this is the number one fundamental most important lie of all.
because they don't
But
need to do the work, Polly. The
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said
I didn't catch that.
they don't need to do the work. They don't need to stop us. Other people that believe the globe would stop you. You think their army is all around us, man. Like
Yeah.
we're surrounded. We're the minority. There's like you think you're gonna get off that easily telling somebody that the Earth is not a globe? I don't think so. Look at all these visceral anti-flat earthers that come at us every day. The same garbage, and they don't use something new or come at us with something different. It's the same old recycled nonsense. They don't have no other arguments. Recycled. I mean, you're
Yeah.
still fighting the same old arguments from back in 2015 that were completely demolished back then. They're still talking about those. I mean, Star Trails, the Sexton argument, what is it, Total Station, or they're trying to make it sound like they have like a new angle at how they look at things. Or now the new one is they're in here and talking about a specific subject, but they're not talking about the shape of the earth. They'll tell you, "Oh, I never made a claim to the shape of the earth," because they know once they do, we're gonna nail them to it. They're gonna be like, "No, the claim is this." Well, I didn't talk about the claim. I'm only talking about this thing over here. I'm only talking about evolution. They do they're weasels, man. When it comes to it, they're not sticking to the claim, or they'll play the flat Earth card. Well, I'm a flat earther, so I believe the Earth is flat. And once they're in there, then they'll sneak their little agenda in here and start talking about whatever they want. The little side agendas, how they don't think that the Earth was created. That's all like it could have just happened. So
Right.
it's don't try their tactics, but if they step foot in this server, I mean, I could see right through all of that, because the people that stand by truth, they're not going to be talking nonsense. They adhere to truth. It's just the way it goes.
It's so
So
crazy though to have that type of mentality, because like me and you, we're not gaining anything by telling people what we're trying to tell them. Like I'm not. Nothing's going to change if I change one glober and flip his head upside down. My life is not going to change. Nothing. I don't gain anything really from it. Although I feel like good because I help somebody. But other than that, You know, so it's crazy how they come in here and attack people, and they're so, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense, and they think we're stupid, but they
It's
don't
funny how
understand
you
is
said
we were all just that stupid at one point because we all believed in the sphere at one point.
Yeah, it's funny how you said that their foot soldiers or the army is everywhere, and it's funny because even people that aren't part of the Globe Army, just normies.
No,
I mean, I talked to my neighbor, and
I'm sorry. What?
about it, and the first thing he does is bring out his phone and said, "Look, here's the Earth." He pulls up an image of,
Yep.
of the Earth, and so he's playing the role of one of these foot soldiers, and he has no. I mean, it's just all of a sudden he knows instantly what the Earth is, and he's going to show me what it is. Use his phone. Look, here's the evidence. Blah blah blah. And he's not even. He's probably never even discussed it before in his life. But as soon as you mention it, boy, he's right on showing you what he thinks is. He's been taught here. You're mistaken, because
Hey,
that's strange to me.
hey, Miggy, do you anybody have the Black Swan video, like the original, the one that's like an hour long? And if you could you like post it real quick?
Didn't somebody request that earlier? Wasn't that kid requesting that when I was in here earlier? The original one.
But I want to send it to my buddy because I used to have it, but
Oh.
because I got it from there, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Like somebody's got the original. Isn't it in the video section down in the bottom, Rod?
I'll go take a look.
I'm sure it is. I want to say I'm willing to bet that it is. Yeah, I think we got Neffy that was in there. Neffy, do you have control of your mic? Because I unmuted you. Naffy. I said Neffy. Naffy. Naffy, are you there? Who is that? Looks like Putin riding a bear as the avatar. What's up, Naffy? You can hear me? No? Okay. We got Precurious. Precurious, are you there? Let me unmute you. Precurious, you have control of your mic?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. How's it going?
All right.
Just unmuting people, welcoming them to the server. And I see you don't have a role, so I would assume that you're brand new to the server.
I've been here before.
I knew that, man. Creation bit. Come on down. Nah. Yeah, welcome to the server, man. We're just getting used to unmuting people's mics, talking to people, so
Yeah, whoever played that was hilarious.
Creation. He's always playing it. So yeah, what brought you to the server? Precarious.
Oh, I've been here before. So Friday night. I guess I'm not typically on here Fridays, but I'm always listening in.
Okay, well it looks like you have a red pill there, so obviously it probably signifies that you taken the red pill, so to speak.
Yes, sir. I've been awake. I don't like using the term woke. I've been awake since.
Got a negative connotation, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it does because of all the political stuff. But yeah, I've been since 2016, or excuse me, 18. So,
Dude, where the hell am I looking, Miggy? I don't see nothing saying video.
Can anybody in here direct fraud to like the Black Swan original footage? The 2 oil rigs. If you guys have it, you do me a solid. You point in the live stream voice text for him. So yeah, no.
Sorry.
What was that, Paulie?
I was just gonna say he just made me think about something when he said woke and how it has that negative connotation now. I wonder if we shouldn't give that up and we should keep using it because we started it. But then
I know, but
another movement took it over, and now it has a negative, kind of like the same thing with the rainbow. I mean, what is the rainbow? That's a symbol of what? Creator, right? And what did they do with it? Who took it?
yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
we
They're always taking shit from us,
yeah,
and we
but
allow it.
yeah, I know, but like it's to us, it's not so much that word or whatever that really means anything because at the end of the day, they're gonna take anything that anybody uses and turn it into whatever they want. So the thing that we focus more is the evidence of the information that
Yeah,
we're
and
given.
yeah, I realize it's not like that big. It's not that important, but like I feel like it doesn't stop there. There's so many other things just beyond words that they just
Right.
take, and we
But
just give it up. You know?
here's the thing though. If they are claiming that, test the metal. Test that metal. Oh, you're woke? All right, sit down. Let's have a chat. You know, like so you said
Yeah,
you're woke, right? So now we're gonna find out to see how woke you are. I mean, if you say you're woke. Anyway, yeah, if they're claiming it, because there was a guy who came in here who was a concave earther, that he was the most enlightened, and he said that uh that the globe Earth is the first level, flat Earth is the second level, concave Earth is the third level. That's when you're the super enlightened. He was a
Yeah,
stupid.
I was here for that. I remember.
Were you here, Polly?
Yeah, I was here for that.
How
That
dumb was
that was
that?
great.
Was it the dumbest conversation? And then I got after him and I was lecturing him and he's like, "Why are you lecturing me, man?" I was like, "Dude, because you need it. Nobody's ever talked to you this way. You've been entitled little brat for as long as you've been." Yeah, dude, I can't believe this guy was actually saying that he knows more than anybody in the server, and he doesn't know anybody in the server. For him to even be saying that, he just automatically assumed that he knew more than anybody in the server. I mean, that's I don't know. So yeah,
Arrogance, maybe.
oh yeah, it was super arrogant.
Hey, that's the whole philosophy is there's always somebody bigger than you, right? Always.
Yeah.
So never assume you're the smartest person in the room or the biggest person in the room because there's always somebody whatever than you.
Yeah, but he wasn't assuming it; he was declaring it. There was a difference.
I got you.
He was saying he was the smartest in the room, and I was like, "What the hell is this guy?" Anyway, yeah, I was really trying to talk to Precarious, but yeah, we got sidetracked there. But Precarious, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen you in here, so that's why I was kind of seeing where you were at with this whole thing. But do you know who QE is? I mean, do you know who I am? Do you know who anybody is in here? Like,
Yeah, I do. I'm not great with names, but
okay,
yeah, I do. I recognize your voice.
all right. No, man, I just want to give you a platform to be here and kind of have discussions with everybody here. I mean, if you're, the term, red pill or woke or however you want to call it, like, we don't know where you stand exactly, but obviously people here, we adhere with the, with truth. So making sure that everybody's not, because there's ideas that people might have that would consider themselves red pill or woke, but come to find
I'm
out,
so woke.
yeah, is that you?
Super woke. It's of
What's
course.
up, man?
Hello.
I was hoping you'd be back. It's Friday night, man.
I'm so woke.
Yeah, I think like the wokest you can be is honestly just acceptance of your ignorance, because like ultimately we don't know anything. Like whether I mean, even when it comes down to the earth, like we don't quote unquote know anything. We can make measurements and hypothesize, theorize, but we don't know these things.
Well, I beg to differ, but I mean that's what I was saying. I think you need to stick around long enough to figure this out because there's this
Well, I
idea.
mean,
There's this
you
idea
can
that we
know
can't. Well, hang on,
you don't know
Precarious.
how that practice goes.
There's this idea that we can't know anything, and that's a very dangerous place to be at. I'm just saying because if you can't know anything, then all bets are off, right? You really don't know anything at that point. You might as well, not make any claims or say anything. because you invalidate yourself by saying that we can't. So yeah,
you can't even say if you say you can't know anything, then you can't say that you can't know anything because you don't know that.
I mean, I don't think that's what he was saying, right? I think it's more along as of what he was trying to say was, accepting your ignorance is the beginning of wisdom, right? But it's only the beginning, because after
Larry,
that, you start.
Larry, you're speaking for people.
Well, that is what I meant, though.
But Larry
Yeah,
doesn't
I
know
can do
that.
that
He can't possibly know that.
I kind of got the gist of what he was trying to say.
No, I get it. I'm just messing with you.
Like, he's not saying that he doesn't know if he ever ate food.
I do know it's flat. I know it measures flat, and I know the globe is a lie. I know what the fiction is and what the truth is, but outside of that, like what this realm is, you can't really know what this realm is.
Well, you can. You just got to figure it out.
You can know it's not moving.
Or like what's outside of the firmament. There's really no way you can know that unless you go there and prove it, make your measurements.
Yeah, but no one's making a claim about that, though.
Oh, that's not true. The globeheads are making a claim about it.
Oh, I mean, like we're not. We're not.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait. No, people
Some
are
of us
making
don't
a claim
even
about
claim firmament. You know what I mean? I don't even know if outside. What do you mean outside? What if there is no outside?
There has to be an outside.
Why
You
not?
have a gas pressure. Gas pressure is an evidence of a container, or is evidence of a container.
Yeah, but what if the container is all that there is?
I'm not saying it's not.
Mm-hmm. So,
but there has to be an outside. If there's a container, there has to be something outside of the container.
Perhaps.
Even if it's the nothing from the never-ending story, it's still something.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is obviously something, or else it wouldn't be called anything.
You think the sun is inside or outside of the firmament?
I have no idea. I think it's
mean?
outside, but if they're, I have no idea. But I think
Yeah,
it's outside.
I was going to get to my next question. Doesn't the Bible say that? I'm not sure, but doesn't it say that it creates two objects in the firmament? One for the day, one for the night. I don't want to misquote the Bible, but
Yeah,
you'd have to tell me.
Verse 14, Genesis, talks about it. But we're going along the lines of biblical narrative, and then there's that, and then you have to go to the part where you're using empirical evidence, which you can't know that.
Right. Yeah.
So where's oh yeah. So Deuce, Big J's in here. She's just kind of hanging out, listening. I think it's your first time in here, Big J. Is that right? She might be AFK. She was one of the other persons that I spoke to that unmuted their mic. I was going through here and seeing who's on.
Mm-hmm.
QE's in there kind of hanging out, but I didn't get any reaction from Naffy.
What's up, Naffy?
He or she didn't answer.
Naffy, please.
Pretty sure Naffy's a dude. I've spoken to Naffy before. They can correct me, though. I'm willing to be corrected. Fucking kind of dead for a Friday, huh?
They could be rocking and rolling, man, but
nobody's fighting over the mic, that's for sure.
They don't make Fridays in here like they used to.
No.
Where's the ladies?
Yeah, was it ladies' night today?
Early.
I'm here, but I don't know if that counts. I always miss ladies' night, so I can't really count for the ladies' night thing.
For everybody looking for ladies, they have an app for that.
I'm just saying, I try my best to join ladies' night, but I generally only get in here at like 8:30 or 9, and ladies' night's already over. So I always miss ladies' night, which sucks because I like to talk to
Hey,
the ladies.
ladies'
Looks
night
like
is
you're
always
running the
around when
show
you're
tonight.
around. Okay, it's always
You're gonna
ladies'
run.
night when you're here.
Yeah, you're gonna run the
Right.
show tonight. Then all yours.
Thank you, Creation Bear. Is that who said that?
Yes.
Yeah, I will run the show tonight, man.
Hey,
I-
No
can I
pressure.
go back?
No. Gotcha.
Can I go back to a previous topic from about 15 minutes ago?
No.
Yes.
No.
Stop living in the past.
15
Live it.
minutes ago. Okay.
Come on. Well, what was your topic 15 minutes ago?
I think we were talking how they're letting Flat Earth, be able to have a discussion on Discord and other places. I think Flat Earth is still considered fringe to the psychopaths who run this world, but they have really clamped down on here and on IG and on Twitter and Facebook on the thing that they've been consumed with for the last 27 months. So I think they're giving Flat Earth a break while they push the other agenda down our throats. So that's just what I was thinking. That's why I can basically say anything on Facebook or IG or here about Flat Earth, but I've been banned for life on Twitter because I spoke up against something that been 27 months in the making now.
Yeah.
And Facebook and Facebook will ban you right away if they see anything. And then IG always has these little disclaimers down below where you should go to get more information on and stuff like that. And
I don't know anything about any of those platforms because I don't have any of those.
I just think they're giving Flat Earth a break because their agenda is somewhere else.
Well, have you thought of it
Well-
this way? What if they want you to know it's flat?
Our Discord is still deranked from the searches, from the Discord searches.
Shadow ban.
Well, it's just deranked. Like the top flat Earth are the top flat Earth Discords are Great Debate Community, Under the Dome, Grand Debate Terminal, World Conspiracies, the Party Bunker, and Comedy Club.
Freaking ground.
Nathan Oakley.
I have something. I think that it's Flat Earth obviously is incredibly censored, but I also think that over the past years they've been spying on people so much so they know how marginalized it is. But I mean, I work on something else that's pretty heavily censored, and since I started looking into the Flat Earth, like now I'm pretty sure my computer, I mean, I don't know, I can't say for sure, but like every time I go, and I've tried to shut it off and do things like that, but every time I go onto Twitter, it pulls up this, I mean, and this was like months and months ago, it brings me to the page of a guy who wrote like, do you still believe that we went to the moon? And then like same thing when I pull up my YouTube account, it pulls up a flat earth video like right away that I'd only like watched once that wasn't even, I don't think, on somebody's channel. So there's like, I think there's weird shit going on like that, but people are still so like, even from this other thing, it was, a free Assange thing. And I've seen like over the years, like basically since he was taken, even within that movement, that's like people who are looking at, I mean, really serious truth shit that a lot of people think is conspiracy. Like even with that, with all the stuff that they've pushed out over the past few years, it's just been, you see the divide. And this is like one that I think is really important. And I think it's like, I mean, it is the missing link because a lot of these people who are in independent media, if they were to wake up to this, then they would see like their current global analysis, which is already pretty damn good, would be like complete in a way. You know what I mean? Because this shows that like pretty much, 1984 basically started like when the book was written. I mean, in a sense, like at least we could say since, the space race or whatever. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. To me, I do think it's like it's way important, and we could probably, but they think that they have it like effectively censored. And I have that experience even trying to talk to people in my own life, which I've been pretty lucky. Most of them are decently open-minded to look at it, but they won't necessarily take the leap. And I think it's like a really like unique person, at least at this time right now, that's able to do that. Because one, you have to love the truth, but then two, you also have to have a certain sense of like moral compass in order to be able to, do you know what I mean, accept that and get out of that lie. Because that's a really, that's a deep one, like since you're a little kid. So
Yeah, no, you're 100% on it with that, for sure.
And hey, maybe now it is ladies' night because hey, Casey's chiming in.
I think a lot of the I think a lot of the process, is to come to realize that there was never a Cold War. There's not nuclear weapons. There was never a space race. All those things were fabrications. One connecting dot is obviously the Treaty of Antarctica, but it's just the lies that we've been thrown at. In 1984, which was Richard Burton's last movie with John Hurt. Richard Burton played O'Brien and John Hurt played Winston Smith. That is the perfect movie for today. But sadly, the TV stations and the cable stations will never play it because it's too close to the truth.
You said that well, and Casey stated everything she said very well, because literally, okay, we are living in a time where all of these fictional, crazy science fiction novels, and not of like going to space and stuff, but these scientific, not like of these dystopian existences, we are actually seeing this shit come to fruition. And I would say, I don't know, there's a large majority of people living, I can't say for other countries, but in America, people are just living like they always do. They just are like, oh man, they're not seeing the big picture yet, and they can't understand what's happening around them. And we are literally living in that book. We're seeing this happen in our life. And it literally blows my mind that your average person just is going about their day-to-day life and don't see it. Like, how can you not see this?
Well, the Bible says that people will be eating and drinking, right, to the very end. So,
man,
yeah, I think Americans have been seduced beyond recognition. I mean, I'm sitting here while I'm listening here. They got the Dallas Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors on TV, and people are just loving their NFL and their Major League Baseball. Now we got the NHL playoffs and we got the NBA playoffs, and people are so seduced by things that are around them, whether it's materialism, but this sports thing is just when you look at what's important. I mean, the sports that I don't care if it's high school, college, or professional, it matters none. And people just put such an emphasis on it. It's just
honestly,
I'm just gonna drink my beer and watch my damn sports now. Come on, man.
That is the old school. Give them their bread and give them their circus. Okay.
Honestly, have no idea who the people are who you just mentioned.
I
like,
used
I
to
don't know
love
who
to
the
watch sports.
Golden Ear
I'm
Warriors
right here,
are.
But it is just given. We're basically back to the old Roman days. Give them their bread, give them their circus. That is, and people are still in that mindset. A ton of people, they cannot think for themselves. All they can do is, oh, my favorite team's on tonight. Let's see if they win, and sit down eat their potato chips and go to town watching their sports team, and that is their wind down. Instead of like my wind down, I went and watered all my plants tonight, and I took care of stuff around my house. My wind down is very different because I know what's coming. And sure, I will be 100% honest with you. I'm not growing near enough to even sustain me and my husband. I can't. I'm living in a rent house. I'm growing everything in buckets. But I'm doing the best I can to at least try to grow something. And because I see what's coming, and most people don't have a clue what is coming.
That's kind of a knee jerk reaction to think that you're going to be able to take it on yourself or grow yourself out of what's coming. You're not.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I
need-
don't have the land. Like literally, you would need at least an acre of land, at least, maybe
Shauna,
two.
Right. I'm not done yet. What you need to be growing is the community around you. That's the important thing.
And I am trying to do that. Like everybody I know, like my mama. My mama, her and my dad, they're super Fox News watchers, and they're so into the ideology of government will take care of you, this kind of whole ideal. And I told my mama like 2 years ago, I was like, you've got to put a garden in because they've got the land to be doing something. And
right,
anyway.
but they're honestly, if you're looking to your parents, they're probably too old to do anything.
No, but I go over there like every weekend. I've been planting plants at my mom's, just where we went and tilled up some stuff. I'm trying to help her. And she actually is starting to wake up and realize, oh shit, a lot of people are talking about we might be going into a recession. I'm sorry, people. We are already there, and we're possibly looking at depression. This is, and it's, this is probably not the right place to have this conversation, but listen, shit's really, I know a lot of people. I'm not a prepper. I've never been. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I've only been awake to flat Earth since 2016, and I wasn't a conspiracy theorist before that. So
here's a shocker: if you're a flat earther, you're a conspiracy theorist.
I know, but listen,
if you're a flat earther, you're a prepper. Sorry.
I'm just saying.
Stop saying you're not. Listen, you've got those words stuck in your head as bad things. To see through the lies and realize that those things that they're telling you are not just opposite; they're completely. They've turned you around so much that they've got you thinking that the truth is a lie. And you have to theorize about a lie. Conspiracy theorist, that's a dumb name. And then prepper, like there's a whole religion in Utah that says that you have to have a year's worth of food in your pantry as part of their religion, the Mormons. So like prepper, that's a weird word to call somebody like a squirrel or somebody who's
or an
like
ant.
Farmer. Or a farmer, or anybody who like prepares their world, or anybody who has a life savings, a prepper. What the hell? How's that a negative?
I get you. Listen. I'm just saying I was not like this until 2016, and now I'm just like, and I've been telling my mom and dad since 2016. Shit's fixing at the fan. And yeah, a lot of preppers have been saying that for 20 years. But
they were always right. They just didn't know when.
They didn't know when.
They were always right.
And if you can see what's going on right now around you, if you can pull your head out of your ass long enough to see what's going on around you, because most people can't. But if you can see the number that they tell you inflation is a complete lie, because I'm not sure if last time you went to the grocery store, but everything that I can see has almost doubled in price.
When's the
that's
government lying to you, Shauna?
all the time.
Nah, they would
Whenever you
never.
hear them.
Come on, dude. They never lie. Come on, dude.
Whenever you hear them, that's when they're lying to you.
Exactly. And so my mom finally was like, okay. She was like, well, I wasn't even concerned about planting a garden until you and Matthew started talking to me about doomsday and everything. And I was like, Mama, we've been literally told this day was going to come for like 2,000 years, and it's just, we didn't know when it was going to come, but we're supposed to look for the signs and the seasons, and all the signs are there right now. Like, Venezuela
honey.
crashed. Venezuela was one of the most, it was a huge powerhouse. Venezuela was huge, and they were thriving, and all of a sudden they got hit just like we're getting hit with our economy. And it was bad. And they're still trying to recover, You ever watched any of those people that made videos afterwards living in Venezuela? They were like, man, I wished I would have had a huge bag full of lighters. There's a ton of little things that they were like, I had this and this and this, I could have there's these little things that people don't think about.
Yeah. And they also needed like really strong leadership. They could have used Biden, stuff like that. Oh man. Thriving.
You're hilarious. Anyway, I'm just saying, what is crazy is most Americans think they think we're so above that that we're so better than everybody that we could never go through something like that.
Well, yeah, we have Biden.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, clearly we're better.
We have democracy. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Can somebody please tell the president to stop biting my neck?
Go, you know the thing.
Was that Larry or was that Dave?
I think you can have it. I think you can have a discussion on a different channel down the way here, and not on this server, but on a different one. Like some people go to was America ever great? When they say MAGA, make America great again. My question is, when was America ever great? And it's so fun to have these discussions with people that maybe still believe in America, or America was great at one time. It's fun, and it's just my opinion.
Well, my opinion is that, and still is that America was set up as an experiment, 100%. It was.
I like the sound of that.
I think America was allowed to be, what do you want to call, incorporated back in 1776, 1787 by a bunch of people who never even lived here, as a way for a few people to get filthy rich, and that's just about it. And they've controlled our elections and all that since 1776, 1787.
Now,
And it's been one big psyop called the United States of America, and that's just, again, I can have a long discussion about this, and
now,
I'm always open to it.
Me and you have all the same opportunities. This is America. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I can't even keep a straight face. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question for you. I thought that America was all kind of, normal letters, capitals at the beginning of each word and small letters all across the board until 1913, when I thought that's when it became incorporated.
The fun thing about America in 1776 is that the black man himself, I'm not talking about women at all, the black man himself didn't get a chance to vote in national federal elections till 1870. And then they threw a poll tax on him. And then in 1875 they introduced the red shirts, which was a paramilitary group to keep the black guy down, to keep Blackie down. And then when those guys morphed into the KKK, and so we had Wilson showing the birth of nations at the White House in 1915 or 16. We had a march. We had 4 million members of the KKK in a country of 111 million in 1920, which would be 12 million today. And then women didn't get the privilege to vote until 1920.
What does that have to do with the incorporation?
Well, the whole thing was made to allow rich guys, mostly rich guys, to become filthy rich. You can see that all the way through the 1800s, the robber barons of the late 1800s and the early 1900s.
Well, yeah, I get that, but from my understanding, America didn't become an incorporation until like the early 1900s, when they actually had to sell out because they were broke.
Well, in 1913, with the Federal Reserve, was the official sellout. But it happened a long time before that.
So from the foundations, you're telling me that we were incorporated. We didn't even have birth certificates. So how would they incorporate all of the citizens if that we didn't have this sort of system to incorporate everybody as an employee?
Hey, you said it
I'm just
yourself,
saying.
right? It was set up to be an experiment. So, I mean, you said
Well,
it.
it was set up to be an experiment. I absolutely 100% believe that. But I don't think it became incorporated until the late 1900s.
How can you have an experiment, Shanna, in freedom and liberty if only the white guys can vote for almost the first 100 years of it?
Well, that was pretty typical across. That was pretty typical across the entire world. Okay, literally everybody says, "Oh, America's so racist." Listen, racism was going on across, and it still is going on across many parts of the world. And it wasn't white people selling black people to Americans. It was black people selling black people to Americans. Okay, they were selling their own people.
Preach.
You had the first president, well, the first puppet of the United States died. He had 126 human beings as slaves. You had the third president of the United States had 603 human beings as slaves as the time, when he lived. You had Andrew Jackson, the seventh president of the United States, who had 161 slaves at 2 plantations when he died.
And it does not say all these people were black either, does it? Because a lot of them were Irish.
All I'm saying is that our history, we're as brainwashed on the right as the left is. And we have things like the American flag and the Star Spangled Banner and the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance came about in the 1950s because we were fighting the evil atheists, Soviets over in the USSR, and we put under God in there because we were under God and they were atheists, and we had to protect ourselves against their nuclear weapons. When they didn't have any nuclear weapons, neither did we. And so we hid under our chairs in our schools because we were afraid of a nuclear exchange, and it was a total psyop. The whole United States history has been a psyop, and for at least 100 years they've been planning what started in 2020. and it's in full blown view right now. And again, I can go into this for a long time, but people on the right are as indoctrinated as people on the left in the United States, and
I agree with you 100% about that. 100%, I agree.
I was part of that until 2 years ago. I went to the Trump rally in American Airlines in October of 2019. Around 20,000 almost screaming Trump people. They filled the whole place up. I got out of there and I was high as a kite. I was high as a kite the next day too, and it was like I know what that feeling is, and when I see it, I go, please don't be that way. It's not necessary. It's all a fraud. It's all a hoax. It's all a psyop. Don't play in their game because they're all the same bird. One has a right wing, one has a left wing, but they all serve the same main part of the bird. And the main part of the bird is pure evil.
Have you seen this new? I think it's going to happen. I think they're getting together from May 22nd to the 28th of the International Health Organization with the WHO, and they're going to be signing a treaty.
I think that's a discussion for down the biblical or health channel.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
because we're getting into a place that maybe we shouldn't talk about, because if I talk about it, then I'll be putting cognitive dissonance.
I'm just saying people need to look into it and say, what is going on? This is like, these people have not been voted in by the people to be doing these things, and they're fixing to start making mandatory laws worldwide. What?
If voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it.
I know. I'm just saying.
And that's been our history with the white guy from 1787 to 1870, with the black man until 1920, and with
I'm only
everybody
saying
since
that for the
1920.
normie that thinks their vote counts. They should be up in arms saying, well, we didn't vote for these people. Who are they? Who are they to say I have to adhere to what they say? We don't even know these people. Who the hell are they to tell me what to do with my life? But that's how I feel about the government too, across the board. Because I am a listen.
There's the United Nations recognizes 206 nation states. There are not 206 nation states. There are no governments. There are a select few families that we never vote for and never see on our TV that have run this world.
Everything.
That have run this world since the end of the Great Roman Empire, and it's been 1,500 years, and they've governed everything, and they've picked a few puppets to run their affairs for them. Those puppets we're a lot more familiar with. We still don't see them on TV. You have to go down a little bit further to see those puppets, and so it's amazing. When I came to realize the last 27 months wasn't what I thought we were told it was, and then I found out about flat Earth, and then I found out about nuclear weapons and the Cold War and all that stuff. It's just like, then I looked at America, what we consider America, and
so
it's just like
you've only just recently, Jim, woke up to the stuff.
Well, I woke up to flat Earth in November this last year.
Wow, really?
But the thing that gets me is when I went to the Trump rally in October of 2019 here in Dallas, today I wouldn't like that person very much, because that person.
But hey, bro, you gotta.
Hey, I gotta give you kudos and clap. I'm clapping for you right now for waking up in the time you did. And you sound really like you've done a lot of research and educated yourself. So I'm super happy for you. Super happy for you.
I just come to realize that my first vote was a 125-mile trip to Peoria, Illinois, back in 1980 to write in proudly for Ronald Reagan. And I stood outside of where I went to school for 2 to 3 hours to wait for him to come by in his caravan so I could get within 30 feet of him, which I did. every 4 years I would play this little emotional thing with myself, which I really did in 2016. And it was just like, I was part of the cult for over 4 years, the Orange Guys cult, and it was just, I never got to Q, but I was part of the cult, and it was eye opening. It was eye opening when March 17th came, and then into June when I found out that what things were really going on, and I just told myself I'm not going to vote in 2020, and I sat out and I said screw it, and I haven't been involved in politics or politicians ever since, and I'm a lot happier that I'm not. I concentrate on what's going on the last 27 months, and I concentrate on what we're doing here and talking about, and I get some exercise, and I try to be happy.
I will tell you this. Even though in 2016, I was like, the earth is not a ball anymore, and I was very hesitant about going and voting. But I did. I voted for Trump because there's no way I wanted Hillary Clinton to be president. That's the only reason I voted. I was like, that's going to be a real hell shit show, so I went and voted for Trump. I will be honest, I did do that. And then I didn't vote the next time either. I was like, this is stupid bullshit. They're going to put whoever they want in there in the first place. And even if the vote did count, either person is somebody they selected. They're like, well, either one of them will work for us. We can still, manipulate them to do what we want them to do because they're a puppet. I realized that. And, but it took me a while to get there. Because I hadn't even gone down the rabbit hole of Twin Pines. I hadn't gone down the Twin Pines rabbit hole yet. I'm trying to speak in code, if you know what I mean. Twin Pines,
It's interesting, the families who've been running this world for a long time. They intermarry and they stay together, and they it's basically a very closed system, and they control 93% of the world's wealth. The 20 families control 93% of the world's wealth, and so those families long ago would have picked George Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Andrew Jackson. They would have picked them all, every single one of them. And it's no different than picking Don or Joe or Barry or George 41, 43, Bill, Ron. There's no difference today than it was 225 years ago.
No, there's no difference.
Representative.
I agree with you 100%. And that's this is why I told you I had to step away from the left and right paradigm, because I know now it took me 6 years, No, it didn't take me 6 years. It only took me a couple years, like halfway into Donald Trump's term. I was like, after I watched a lot of other videos and educated myself about some stuff, I was just like, this system is broken. People are voting and they're just being lied to. That's what it really broke down to me, is everybody's being lied to across the board, period. And I was tired of being lied to. And I just said, no more TV, no more news, none of that bullshit. I didn't need to hear any of that crap anymore.
It was interesting in the movie 1984, which was Richard Burton's last movie. He died in 1984 before the movie was released. So it's interesting that he was kind of in charge of making friends with the people he eventually ended up torturing, and John Hurt, who's famous for having the alien come out of his chest in Aliens with Sigourney Weaver in 1979. He was Winston Smith, And it's interesting that Winston Smith, he was tortured in 2 or 3 ways in a building called the Ministry of Love. And it's so apropos to today. You know, what's good is bad, what's bad is good, what is truth is a lie is a truth. And
Now,
it's so
Winston is the one that chose to go kill himself, right?
well in the movie he doesn't kill himself. He just ends up playing chess in a local pub. After he's been after him and his ex-girlfriend have been totally re-educated. He ends up I think playing chess in a local pub. I think that's how the movie ends.
I don't know why I'm thinking he was the guy that, decided to go basically get euthanasiaed, and he's got all this beautiful scenery around him on like these TV screens.
I may have missed that part. I just remember that when he got re-educated and his girlfriend, who he wasn't supposed to see, got re-educated. They got together at a pub, and they were just playing chess, and it was like they never knew each other. And it was just really, I mean, 2020, here we are in 2022. It's just 38 years later. And the fun thing about John Hurt, Winston Smith, his job in the movie was to destroy old news that the regime or the government didn't want to have out there, and to burn it. Actually, put it in a furnace that was right there where he was working, and put in the what the government wanted as far as the official history.
Oh,
And
I'm so sorry. I apologize. I was mixing that up with Green Soylent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Solvent Green. Yeah. And
Yeah.
so I tell everybody to go watch 1984, and unfortunately the TV, even though Richard Burton was very famous, he married Elizabeth Taylor twice.
Twice?
Yeah, he married her twice, and out of the 7 marriages, 2 were to Richard Burton, but they'll never play 1984 on TV, and they'll never. You can rent it on TV. They'll never allow you to do that. And so, you can go to YouTube and buy it for $4 or, Amazon Prime and get it and watch it. But it's never allowed on TV. And that's why I tell people, the truth will never be televised. If you want the truth, you don't watch TV. You don't watch Fox, One American News.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah,
you can't handle the truth.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And the truth is never to be found on TV. Exactly.
Yeah, it's really not. And that's why I just like we don't have TV anymore. We still have a TV, but most of the things we watch on my TV are things like my husband can pull up stuff on his phone. Like we have watched 1984 because he can pull it up on his phone from some obscure, site or whatever and play it on our TV. So we
there you go, using big words like obscure. Come on, man.
I'm just saying we do still have a TV. I still have a TV, but we don't.
Even TV is a big word. That's a double consonant.
We don't have cable. We don't have cable or anything like that. Like all of my family have cable, and I swear every time when I go to any of their houses, they've got the news going on in the background, even if they're not watching TV. It's just going on in the background. So they're
good for them. It's good
so
for
they're
them.
subliminally being messaged all of this bullshit constantly. And I'm like, why? Just turn that shit off. It cannot be good for the brain. Even if you're not paying attention to it, you're being bombarded with the message that they're talking about, right? Just turn that shit off. Turn it off.
Yeah, that chicken good.
Lumpy, you barely were coming through, man.
Oh, I said this stuff can't be good. Hey, what's up with Jacob Rothschild? Isn't he a Glober?
Are you making fun of me?
No, talking about Jacob Rothschild.
Because I was like,
no,
I know
man, you're cool to listen to.
yeah, y'all. I know I freaking freaking screwed up the other night because I was like, man, I know this name. And I was like, man, I know this name. Who is this guy? And y'all had to explain to me. And I was like, okay, my bad. Yeah, duh, Rothschild. But literally, come on.
No, there's somebody in the chat. There's somebody in the
Sometimes you just
chat.
have a brain fart.
Shanna, there's somebody in the VC with that name. He's got the
Okay.
PFP and everything, but he's on server mute. Someone must have muted his ass earlier. I
Well,
don't know.
somebody
listening past.
yesterday
Here's
was talking about a Rothschild, and I was like, "Oh, I know this name, but I don't know who it is." And so they had to explain to me who they were talking about yesterday. So I, felt like an idiot.
It's
Hey,
all good.
wasn't
You can
he the
just be
guy
like,
that went on to say like do like foul stuff? Wasn't he the one yesterday?
what?
I don't know.
Didn't he say some foul stuff when he got muted?
Oh, well, on my screen it looks like he was server muted, but it also shows he has a listening pass, so that is also potentially why he is server muted.
There was someone yesterday. I thought it might have been you.
It might have been me.
I saw you, Shanna,
Hit him,
walking
girl.
in.
Not you.
You saw me what? I'm sorry. Said you saw me doing what?
Walking in the rain.
Yeah. When did you see me doing that?
And we'll never be the same.
Hey, I got a lot of videos, so I'm sure there's a couple where I'm walking in the rain because I'm in Texas. So
I think it's going.
yeah.
I think it's going over the FDS. I don't even know that song, but I think it's a song reference, Shanna.
Yeah,
You know,
but he probably has seen me walking in the rain.
You know what's interesting about Texas? That the western part of Texas gets 10 inches of rain a year on average, and the eastern part of Texas by Louisiana and Houston gets 55 inches of rain a year. So
And I live
yeah.
I
And
live in the
you
middle.
live in the dry
And
part.
it's bastards.
I don't live in the dry part. I live in the middle.
Yeah, you live in the middle. I mean,
I live between.
I think we were talking yesterday, the day before, that if every American moved to Texas, every American, 331 million, would get a half acre of land, and the other 47 states it'd be empty.
But a lot of those Americans that lived in the, I'd say, cut it down the middle of Texas, in the western side of Texas, would be totally screwed because you can't do shit with that land.
Yeah, and I'm trying to walk to the yoga studio. I'm trying to give me
This-
I'm trying to walk to Whole Foods, y'all. Come on now.
Now, do you actually practice yoga? Do you do yoga?
There's this free yoga class they do out in the park here by my house. It's awesome. I only do it outside for real. And free.
You don't always practice yoga, but when you do, you got your yogurt.
The point about the land thing though is like when you get in a plane, you start flying away from the city. You notice like there's like tons of land, not that many people. Everyone's crowded up in the cities and stuff, you know.
Yeah, there's tons of land. When they want to say we're way overpopulated, this is ridiculous because our
Yeah, they just
population
want all the nice
could literally be 10 times what it is and still not be overpopulated.
Everybody wants to be in San Diego.
No, what's wrong with you?
You ain't been then, huh, Shanna?
I have been to San Diego once in my life.
Oh my goodness. Take me back. I'll go. I understand. I see why everybody wants to be there now.
I was 18. I was 18 years old. I went and watched my, at the time, fiance graduate from boot camp from Marine Corps boot camp. And I didn't even get to see the ocean.
Missed out.
I went and watched him graduate, got back on the plane, flew back home.
Yep, I did that before. My buddy went to the military, went to Chicago, didn't see anything except for that. But yeah, San Diego, wow. I mean, I'm sure there's some other nice places in the world. I'm just from the States, so this is what I know. But, you know, from a city, I'm from the Midwest, so when I spent a month in San Diego, my mind was just blown.
What
The
what
ocean,
state?
all that
What state in the Midwest?
I'm from Cincinnati, son. So
Yeah, I grew up in Peoria, Illinois.
Hey, Creation Bear, when were you here?
September of last year. See, the thing is, Sonny, I just jumped off Discord. Otherwise, I would have hit you guys up. I would have come and saw you guys. But
That's all right, man.
no, I missed out on a good opportunity there for sure. But no, I had a blast, man. It was 10 out of 10. It was great. But it was also during the, the narrative, and they were talking, man. They had some crazy headlines, like before I got my ticket to fly back home. They were saying, well, if you don't have your juice, then you're not going to be able to fly. All this stuff. So I was like, all right, I need to get the hell out of here. So I did have
Yeah,
to fly back home.
there was like protests all the time. That was pretty
Yeah.
rough, man. That was
I
like
met
pretty
some people on the
crazy.
boardwalk that were like protesting it and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. So I wonder if we cross paths, Sonny. That'd be crazy, huh?
I don't know. We might have.
I rode my bike a lot down the beach. You're a little bit south of San Diego, right? Just a little bit
I'm right
above.
in the city. No, I'm right in the city.
Oh, nice. Well, I was all over. I had a car, so I was all over that joint.
Right on. Yeah, I ride my bike up by the park a lot.
I stayed in Pacific Beach. My buddy was in the military, he was in the military, so he does work on that base over there in Coronado. So that's
Pacific
why.
Beach, that's a wild place, huh?
Sheesh.
You should see that in the summer.
Oh, I did. I mean, it's
I guess-
September. My buddy was telling me that summer starts late,
August.
a little bit late after. Yeah, he said like.
July through October.
Yep.
It's the hottest time.
September, October. Yes, September. I was the whole month of September. I was there, so it was like, whoo. Sheesh. It was epic, man. But anyway, yeah, I did some, did a little bit of long distance observations over there on the beach and whatnot. So made sure to use my time wisely. Saw some crepuscular rays and all that good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
I
Sonny.
should have went up and saw the Black Swan rigs. That would have been dope, but I didn't do that.
Those are way up in Santa Barbara, though. Those are like 200 miles north of us.
Oh, okay, that's kind of far, huh?
Yeah, maybe 300.
Hell no. All right, I'm never mind then.
I don't know. Flatterday, how far are you from LA? 100 miles?
If the traffic's good, I'm like 45 minutes north of Hollywood.
So it's like 100 miles?
Yeah. So
70.
right when you're like your exit past the Black Swan exit, there's a sign that says 81 miles to LA. Or 88, I'm sorry, 88 miles to LA. So it's
like
I guess
it's like 110 from San Diego to LA and another 80, so it's 200 miles.
Man, I love that you just call it the Black Swan exit, dude.
I think they should make it the Black Swan exit.
It's actually San Ysidro exit, but it's ironic it's in SB. The BS is in SB.
Wow. Oh, right.
They came out with something in the independent newspaper probably like a year or a little bit less after the Black Swan thing came out, and it showed a black swan on the cover, and it said these black swans were just showing up at the bird refuge, and they didn't know where they came from.
What?
Yeah, it's so weird, bro.
We know where it came from, right? Flatterday.
It was strange, bro. I was like, oh.
Who's letting the black swans over there? Someone brought them. QE.
Right.
Sent the bat signal. The swan signal.
Just QE with a bag of black swans, dumping them out over there. Maybe not.
No, you know what? Hey, you know why I think they do stuff like that? Is because if somebody from anywhere around the world types in Black Swan Santa Barbara, it's going to show that article. It's going to keep rerouting you that article. You know what I mean?
Ooh, good point.
So annoying. Are we giving them more credit? Like, are we?
No, we don't give them enough
Are we
credit.
projecting? We're giving them so much credit. Damn, that's crazy if they do that.
Or
Don't
not
ever
enough credit.
underestimate your enemy. It's better to overestimate than underestimate.
That is true. I agree with that. That is true. But like, damn, wow, man.
So I'm at the Yale physics department trying to find educators, and it isn't quite like all the other schools I've been to. Can't
You're
really
at
find
Yale?
them. Yep.
Yeah,
I was
that's
at
the
MIT, and I can't find any individual educators or professors there either. They're both private, and they lay out
Yeah,
their web
especially Yale.
pages different. I can't find any
Yale's the most private
individuals.
school everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
you know what?
wanting one of them. I'm gonna go look around again.
Hey, take some pictures of the Skull and Bones fraternity, bro.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah,
Take some pictures of the
go
size
there.
of the building.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably has some type of symbol in its sizes. There's probably stuff.
There's not too many pictures on the internet of that many perspectives of the Skull and Bones fraternity building. It's like a red brick
Well,
building.
I'm not really there. I'm on the webpage looking for the
okay.
instructors. I'm trying to find the instructors to email them to come here.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Silence will be deafening. I'll make screenshots
I
of all the.
admire your tenacity and your optimism and your effort.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying. These are the people we need. I imagine QE would get on quick.
Hey, who's to say though? Who's to say that that homeless person or that gang member that you see on the streets in front of a liquor store doesn't need the information more? You know what I mean?
I do that all the time, man, in the public. I talk to people a lot about this. I literally needed this avenue because I had other avenues that kind of were real speculative in information, but I got dialed in with this. For the last year with Nathan Oakley and QE and here. Anyway, yeah, it's time the academics come and give us some attention. It is time. This will be my 5th school I've done, guys. Each one of them at least 10 emails.
They don't want to smoke, dude. They don't want to smoke.
Yeah, that's it. So who you guys want to talk to? We have Molotov, no roles, server muted, of course, and Urn Bonds, also no roles. Looks like a hippie. Which one do you want to talk to? Molotov sounds. Da-da-da-da. And next we have Molotov. He might be kind of. Go ahead, man.
Moment in space time you've all been waiting for.
That's right. Here we go, folks. Molotov could be a little explosive.
He's coming in hot. He's coming in hot.
Molotov, are you there? Hello?
You know, Earth is a planet wandering star.
Can you turn your mic up just a little bit? I have you at 200.
Break up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
Molotov. Did you turn your mic up? Hello?
All right,
okay,
then.
well, you're not. Are you going to speak, Molotov? Okay, you're back on server mute then. Okay, have fun. Anyway, Urn Burns.
Work on a flat Earth.
Urn Bronze, are you there? Urn Bonds. YRNBNDZ. Yarn Bonds, are you there? I see you lighting up.
How would gravity work on a flat Earth? I'm just curious.
How would a motorcycle work on a tricycle?
Is that a serious question? How would gravity work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
How
Well,
would
don't
Santa
we?
Claus fly without a sleigh?
I don't fucking believe in Santa Claus.
And if my aunt had balls,
That's
That
good.
nigga
I don't
fake
believe
as
in the
shit.
globe.
How would you compare them?
Yeah, what?
But don't
It's
you
just
don't you need to know
I'm
what
being
gravity
serious. I'm
is
not
first,
making any
though?
jokes or anything. I'm just asking how would it work on a flat Earth?
But when you
Can
say
you?
gravity, what do you mean?
Yes, thank you.
Well,
Like
we
the
have to get
laws of gravity,
No, but
Newton's
we
hold on.
can't
laws,
we
Hold
can't
on.
just say
inertia, all that shit.
by gravity. I mean
Hold on.
gravity.
Hold on.
What do
We
you
need to
mean?
get to the bottom line of this. First of all, we need to establish if Earth is a globe in the first place.
But aren't you a flat earther? So what?
But you don't even know what that means, though.
Well, you're saying that how does something work on a flat Earth? You're assuming it's a globe, apparently. So where's your proof of the globe?
I'm not saying anything about the globe. I'm just saying how would it work on a flat Earth?
How does
But
it?
you
How
don't know
does
how it
what
works
work?
on a
Can I
globe,
say how does what work
bro.
again?
Bro, you don't know how gravity works on a globe, though.
Same way it does on other planets. The way that we could send probes and shit to Mars.
All right, well, why
Other
don't you tell us how it works
planets.
then?
So you're
The same
reifying
way that
the
we have
globe.
satellites orbiting the Earth
Oh, okay.
You're
and other
reifying the
planets.
globe by saying you're
Okay.
reifying the globe by saying other planets. So that's a reification fallacy.
Crazy.
Urine, just let's get a just definition. Why don't we start with a definition?
Listen, if a satellite takes pictures of
Bro,
other
that's not a
round
definition.
planets and pictures come out similar to
Bro.
what the
Round
Earth
doesn't mean ball.
would be with their satellites, how the fuck is Earth flat but all the other planets are round?
Round doesn't mean ball.
How are the other fucking planets
Urine.
globes?
Other your
Spheres.
reification.
The
So you're
same
assuming
fucking
Earth's
look,
another
nigga. Why does
planet.
it matter? Just because it's curved a
Urine.
little bit more?
Yeah.
The same
Urine.
shit.
You came in with one question and already chucked it out the window. So, which question do you want to ask? You're on to another question now.
What? How am I? What? I don't know.
You came in talking about
Good
gravity. Now you're asking about
question.
other planets.
Any others?
Well, what's your question, dog?
I'm literally on the same question. I'm saying
Well, you're talking about
gravity
other
with the
planets.
probes and shit works on sphere planets, Mars, all that shit.
Bro, we're just trying
Okay.
to
How
get
would you
you asked about
validate that?
gravity. What is gravity? Why don't you just define it for us?
Did you not go to school and read Newton's
You don't know.
3 laws
You
of
don't. You can't
physics?
define it. You can't put a definition.
Yeah, I
of
learned that shit in fucking 3rd grade.
Well, go on then.
Look at him.
They want me to explain it. But do
You
you
don't
know
know.
it?
So you gonna bring something up,
I
but you
told
don't
you.
know what it is.
You see, they say fuck you, all this extra shit. But as soon as I see something, I even cuss at it.
Okay.
That's
Why don't you
So you
show
don't
us
know
proof
how
of
to do
gravity
things.
first? You wanna?
niggas-
You're claiming gravity. So which type of gravity?
I don't remember gravity in third grade. That went a little bit later on in education.
But he's trying to flex
old
because he
as
doesn't
shit.
know what it
Gravity.
means.
Which gravity, urine bounds? Which gravity?
Of course.
When the apple fell on fucking Isaac Newton's head?
Oh, so you're claiming Newton gravity? Is that right?
The laws of gravity. It's the
Oh.
fucking Newton's 3 laws of gravity.
Okay, great. Did you
Physics.
know you're
Physics,
107
nigga.
years?
Oh my god.
Did you know you're 107? You
Bruh.
won't stop talking. You can't help it, huh? Well, do you know that Newton is 107 years out of date, been superseded in 1915?
Aaron, why you flexing? You don't know what gravity means, dog.
Do you know what gravity means?
Yes,
So you
I
don't
know
even know
there's
the two
two.
What does it
types of
mean?
gravity.
I at least
So
know there's two.
You're done with gravity. Got any other questions?
What does gravity mean? You say you know what gravity means. What does gravity
Well,
mean?
I know that you don't,
I want to
because
ask why I was banned for no fucking
it's been
reason.
5 minutes now. We've been asking for
I
definition.
want to know why I was banned for no reason.
Apples falling on people's heads.
I want to know why I was banned for no reason.
All right, how would a flat Earth work? Is it just straight?
Oh, so we're on to another topic. Okay.
No, we got two people talking through his mic, so he's out of here right now. Bye-bye.
Yeah, his other friend should just get on the mic.
That's
Get his
okay.
own account.
No, he's not going to have a chance now. It's too bad.
Yeah, why do you need somebody to hold your hand, bro? Come on, man.
So
That's
that was his buddy in the background talking while he was talking on the online.
Yeah, and that's against the
Oh,
TOSO
okay.
because of his attitude. I just gave him a
no
7-day
comment.
reprieve.
That's funny. Hey, tell mom I really love her. I don't want to talk to mom, but tell her I love her anyway.
See,
Yeah,
this
so
is the
if you
thing.
want
These
to,
goofballs come in here with their own ideas of gravity, their own ideas of flat Earth, and they ask us to defend their own ideas that they came up with. They don't know what gravity is. They don't know what flat Earth means. But we're supposed to defend the goofy, sloppy version that they came up with in their brain. No. That's why when I ask you to define it, you can't do it because you'll look like a fool in front of everybody. That's why you start talking about satellites and other planets and stuff like that. You know,
I know.
Well, you know when they say, "Remember when the apple landed on Newton's head?" it's like okay, that's you've been the brainwashing is complete.
Yeah, man. It's like you got a second grader asking second grade questions in a graduation class.
I will say one thing about Discord and bringing Globers on, and also listening to you good folks, is it does allow you to laugh once in a while in a time when it's kind of hard to laugh sometimes.
Yeah, that's true, man. Shoot. Persecuted.
I get the best laughs in my life here.
whoa, our feet are permanently up now. Like, there's no new debate. They're gonna come in. This guy's trying to flex with like gravity. It's like, dude, this is like 2015 questioning. Like, you just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You're not gonna figure it out, dude. Like, sorry, man.
Exactly.
He's thinking right now that we're a bunch of goofballs who are like thinking we're floating on a disc. That's what he thinks.
With a
That's what
totally
they.
false
That's
impression.
what they
Yeah.
always think. They always think that, and it's funny because they're thinking that we fell for the propaganda. Huh?
Mm.
Nope. It was you guys. It was you guys.
No, we're
Right?
fresh out
For
of the
it.
propaganda. That's all. We popped out of it.
The propaganda was the disc, though. That's what I'm saying. Like the disc that you see on YouTube and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're parading around like we fell for it. No, those dummies fell for it. This guy in the
Well,
chat.
that's like a layer of the propaganda. That the whole story is propaganda.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. But it's just hilarious, man.
I'm going to have to read that letter. I don't think I've read that letter. Do you have a link for that letter? Trying to figure out how to get the fuck out of this city.
Let me see if I can find the link for it. Curie references it quite a bit, but I'll look for it here and post it.
Thanks.
Oh shit! Oops, sorry, language. I just noticed this. I think it's $38 for 30 minutes to talk to this guy. There's like an area at the University of Florida where it looks like you can ask these guys questions,
Wow.
which is an educator.
But you have to pay them.
On the right side of the thing, it's like on another section of the page, but it's on the page. It's 30 minutes for 38. So like, I think it's, well, if I can get them on record
$1 a
doing
minute.
just empty claims.
Sounds like a stripper.
No,
So-
it's
$1
Gabriel
bills.
teaches online. Learn physics concepts with a college graduate is what it is.
Should go there and
And
ask them a
it's
question and throw them a $1 bill every time. Hey, what about this?
Yeah, right.
So we have teledoctors and we have teleprofs. That's good. I like that.
Right.
Hey, Lumpy, I was going to tell you, as a kid, I traveled from St. Louis to Chicago many, many times, and a lot of times on the train going through Peoria and all of those cities on the way to Chicago as a child. Probably before you were born, though, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
I was
not.
75.
Oh.
75.
You were born in 75?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was in just going into high school in 75.
Oh wow.
No,
Oh,
73. No, in 73. So look, I was on the train in, let's see, I was like from 8 to 12 years old. So
oh wow. That'd
it
be a
was
way
in
to
the
live, man.
60s. It was in the 60s, the mid 60s, mid to late 60s.
Yeah. You were that young running the train with your parents or what?
Yeah, sometimes on the train. You know what? Sometimes they sent me once at
Wow.
least on the train by myself.
Oh wow.
And my
Really?
aunt and uncle were
Wow.
there on the other side waiting for me.
Oh, you mean just like regular train tickets,
Yeah,
not like
like I was
jumping the
10
train.
years
Okay.
old. That all the people
I
go,
know.
"Oh, come on over here and have dinner with us." They were
Hey,
like,
do you want to
"Everybody's
get
really nice, man."
my
But it
my
could have went a
sister
different way.
was so my parents thought that I should get away from my current friends, so they sent me up to Alaska to Fort Richardson right outside of
Wow.
Anchorage. So I flew up there alone on the plane, and it was my first plane ride,
Wow.
and it was yeah,
That's outrageous.
yeah. But my sister was cool to live with.
It's all right.
The most scary thing up there would be the moose for sure.
Yeah, I've been to Alaska. I've been up into Seward, and I walked to the Exit Glacier in Seward.
You know, that's quite a long distance observation, actually. It's like getting up in the plane and being able to see basically the base of Mount McKinley, because that's
Yeah,
the case. Huh?
I said, yeah.
It is. You basically see the base of it by the time you get up. But anyway, yeah, we know it's a flat plane we're looking at. Anytime I've flown since being a flat earther and look out the window, it's a flat surface down there. It looks like a plane from high enough. Like even mountains look like just little things from up there, that makes it pan out like it's a plane surface, like you're
Right.
looking at something that's like almost like a, you know, well, I don't know how to word it. Like, I don't, but it looks like a plane from that distance to me whenever I look at it now.
And you know that like this curvature, if it existed, that drop off with mountains even more, it would appear like it would drop off even more than it actually did because the juxtaposition of the mountain's height.
Yeah.
Because you know how our eye works, we kind of look at the height of things.
Sonny,
Like,
you really like that word juxtaposed, don't you?
I do.
There's a lot to be done in this model, the model in reality. I could see using that word a lot in explaining these things. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
I don't know. I just kind of like phased out there. I didn't
Hey,
really.
you guys ever considered how things are converging even in open air? Like, have you ever watched the blinking plane on a clear night go into the distance and not be able to see the blinking anymore? Because our eyes converge in all directions. So we can't see forever any which direction, is what I'm trying to say.
So I guess what my understanding is once this whatever it is we're looking at a distance gets squished down so far that it's not high enough or it's not tall enough or wide enough for us to focus on. Is that about right?
I've heard angular resolution
Mm-hmm.
size claims. No, I haven't validated any of that, but I have watched like I would say in open air, blinking plane lights from obviously planes at night, and then not be able to see them anymore on what would be clear nights. And
Yeah.
yeah, if you guys can recall that in your mind at all, ever having seen that,
Yeah,
or
yeah. I
try to
mean,
pick.
and that's just the the inverse square law, right?
Well, I think it's the point, just like if you're looking down railroad tracks and they appear to
Yeah.
join. Now, that happens probably a little closer because that that joining point is narrowed by the tracks inherently
Mhm,
because
mhm.
they're narrow. So, but probably in open air, but it does happen in open air just like that.
It
That's
does. Yeah, it does, and it would
yeah,
just probably take longer because of its height. So because it's in the upper area of our vision instead of the
yeah.
railroad, which are in the lower
Li-
part, it's going to
Have you
ramp
ever
down. You're going to see
yeah,
it longer, like an airplane. You're going to see longer the blinking lights than you would a railroad track.
yeah, because the open it's open wider
Yeah.
in it by nature. But oh shoot, I had it. Oh, have you ever looked at a diagram of optical convergence and the explanation of how our eyes work? Have you ever looked at that? It's an
Mm,
interesting
I
thing
think
to
so.
see. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
I've
it should
seen it
be
on
in the
here.
images somewhere on the site here because it's literally explaining how things are converging in our view.
Right. It's about perspective.
Yeah. How did things end up with Matthew?
I don't know. I had to leave. I started getting aggravated, so I just like cut out when that happens.
I know I do too. And the guys got it, man. They got him. They're better at it than I am anyway. Yeah, aggravated is I do get that. Um I keep myself under control way better than I would on the YouTube chat, but the YouTube chat was just a mirror of this and who cares? I'm just a guy telling globe trolls to, eat horse pucky or something dumb
Yeah, and listen,
and
it's
then
not
blocking
really
them.
it's not really the discussion that was happening with Matthew. On this account though is where I got a little bit frustrated because I've listened to Matthew say the same exact things to hundreds and hundreds of people on here for 2 years. The
Yeah,
same things. So I'm
yeah.
listening to the broken record and a new person going over the broken record with this person. I'm like, I heard this record 100 times. I'm like, and then, and like, God bless Elijah. I mean, he's trying to do the right thing. I know he is, but he's saying, why are we having these discussions with anti-flat earthers where the discussion's going nowhere? With Matthew, that's exactly the way I see it. But no, it's okay to leave him on here doing that. So I don't understand that part. It seems like that's two different. It's like I don't know. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah,
Hey,
I've been around for a little. Oh, go ahead.
oh, I put down two things I was going to ask from this group through Sunday, and one of them I just posted on 14 after the hour in the voice text. Is that meme basically correct? Where you see the rocket above the Earth? Is the conclusion at the bottom correct, or how would you change it?
I don't know. Um, uh,
I think that's pretty straight to the point. I think it's fine.
It's basically Newton's third law of motion.
Yeah, just
Okay.
well,
do that.
they're
Can
going to
that one
say
and
that the
move on to the next
oxygen is
one.
in the fuel,
Sorry.
so that one's kind of they can hand wave.
Maybe
But nothing
one.
to push against is
Yeah.
super important.
So maybe one is up in the air, but two is pretty much right on.
Nothing to push against is a big deal. It's like
Yeah.
having
Okay.
your car in the air and trying to drive it, like with the tires in the air.
Hey,
But worse even.
that's a great analogy. I might have to use. I'm going to borrow that one.
Yeah, borrow it. If it were, yeah, it's pretty much, uh, there's same difference. You need
Well,
something to push
yeah.
against in
Well,
always to make, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, well, thank you for that because it was. I'm getting into. There's this guy who has a IG lives and Instagram lives and I debated a Glober who's actually a shill for the narrative, on TV and everything, and he's pretty popular in certain circles in Australia. And I'm debating him for the second time on Monday, and
Hey, if you
so I'm going in as the flat earther, and he's going in as the globie, and we had that debate 2 months ago, and it wasn't a problem. But he thinks he's studied and he can do better this time. So
say, can
we're
I
going to do it.
interject?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you know much about the entropy argument?
I don't.
Oh, this was super important. They claim that there's a vacuum of a claimed value up there that they claim that they're working within that we
Entropy.
haven't been able to air pressure.
ENTROPHY. Mm-hmm.
Not. I don't think it's pH. NEN TROPY. George Porter does a pretty good analogy of it, but I can expand on what he talked about. Another way to think about it is like a hot glowing metal and how the heat dissipates, or air pressure filling volume. The claim that space can be adjacent to air pressure without a physical barrier is a violation of entropy. It's a major problem for anybody who understands science. So what you have to phrase the question is there an experiment you can cite that shows gas pressure without containment?
Yeah.
It's a huge deal for the whole globe model with space. So there's got to be containment to have air pressure. It's inherent. And then another one would be, is any claim of physicality based on angular size view, anything in the sky. That's all we know. We can't even verify that they're anything more than a light in the sky because we don't have a way to physically. So any claim to physical knowledge claims to physicality or any distances or any information like that, when you can't hold and deal with the subject you're claiming information on, is inherently false. And there's good he'll use logical fallacy wrapped into a logical fallacy to try to make his argument. They have to every time. Every point they try to make.
Yeah. Thank you. I have heard, and I might be wrong, that there have been studies here on this good earth of putting something in a vacuum to prove that it can't move at all if it's in a vacuum. Like outer space. Of course, outer space doesn't exist, but I've heard there's been studies that they've tried to make something move in a vacuum like they claim they do in outer space. Is anybody aware of those studies?
I heard a rumor about them. I've heard about it. I don't have any first-hand knowledge of the source material or anything.
Yeah, it was just something that I heard that somebody said that I didn't have a chance to ask them, and I figure if anybody knows, it will be you good people on here. But thanks for that information on entropy. Very much appreciate it.
Also, any claim of a downward bias in gas is a violation of entropy as well, because that would be a reorganization of the gas to make a change in what entropy is expansion of gas. So to reorganize would be similar to like a knife getting warm on its own, because that can be described as entropic. So
I think this guy on Monday is I think he's a big shill, and I think he's not all that intelligent, but he has a huge ego, and I think it's not going to be that big a deal. I would love to in time. I'm kind of in that new mode that I like to talk about a lot. Like I like to talk about what's been going on for the last 27 months a lot too. So I'm kind of in that mood that anybody who wants to debate me on either subject is like, okay, let's go do it. and my goal, it probably will never happen, but my goal is to get across from Danny Faulkner and debate him one on one. Outside of YouTube, I think YouTube is a fascist platform, and so I would love to end up across from him sometime. Just not right now, but in a month or two to actually go with him at this stuff, because he is such an egomaniac. As a self described Christian, he is so into himself. It's just ridiculous. I guess he comes on here once in a while, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I guess somebody said he's Danny 57 when he comes on. I don't know if that's right.
Sounds right.
So thanks for all the information. I very much appreciate everybody on this server.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank
Get
you.
out there and have fun debating.
Yeah, it's in our current age, it's fun to get out there and be mentally challenged. So that's why I do it.
And just remember, you're not talking to the guy, right? This Australian guy. You're communicating to the audience. So
Yes.
no matter what he says or does, if he shows his ass, right, makes a fool out of himself and tries to trigger you, this isn't about you. Right? It's about you getting the information out to the audience. So no matter what he does, except for talk over you, right? If he just constantly talks over you and doesn't let you get an argument out, then start calling him out and say, why are you such a coward? Why won't you let me speak? Why are you afraid? Why are you such a yellow belly sissy? Let me speak. Let me finish my argument, right? As long as he doesn't do that to you, right? As long as he's just, kind of doing the Glober tactics, like call him out on the tactics and just deliver your argument. And no matter what, stay cool and calm and collected. And then that's all you're supposed to do in debate.
Yeah,
Get
I
your
know
argument out.
Yeah, I know a couple months ago there was 55 or 60 people that were listening. So I have no idea if there's gonna, what kind of crowd they're gonna have on Monday. But it was, for an Instagram live for the person who hosts it, he doesn't have a big following, but he has a decent following within Australia. So there were 55 or 60 people that were listening a couple months ago. So, that's okay. That's people that you can reach that you normally wouldn't reach.
Can you do shout outs?
To Discord?
Yeah. Here.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I can do a shout out to 24/7 Discord and tell them that I've learned quite a bit from being on here for about a month now.
Discord's wanting to be promoted, am I correct?
Yeah, I'll do that on Monday. Absolutely. The two guys that we did an Instagram live with last night, two flat Earth guys. One lives in California, one lives in Seattle. We did a 90-minute one last night, and I told them today. I typed them and I said, hey, and I sent them the link for Discord. And I said, join. Just very easy to join. You'll be interviewed, but just click the link and follow the instructions. But again, thanks for everything. Well, as long as it's relatively quiet here, can I tackle my second question that I wanted to ask by Sunday?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Anybody hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I think my mic's breaking. I got to get a new one. Jim, I just wanted to add. There's a Discord channel called Earth Awakenings. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't. I'm not real familiar with Discord other than this server.
You can find it really easy. And if you're looking for any kind of practice with arguments or debates or anything like that, there's some pretty staunch Globers in there that are always hanging out. They're ready to go at it. So.
And it's called Earth Awakenings.
Earth Awakenings, yeah, they're on YouTube as well.
Okay.
You can find them on the
if you want to get used to their tactics.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I think
VIP partners.
I think listening to Matthew for the last couple of weeks was interesting.
Can we record it?
Record what?
What goes on? If I were to go there, it would be.
If you go there, you can just record the YouTube live.
Oh, okay.
And they're not going to give you a copyright strike because at the end, when they record their video, they delete it.
Oh, that's how they work. Okay.
Okay. Well, there might be some gold that comes out of these things, you know.
So, let me ask you a newbie question. Off of this server right here, what do we type in to get Earth Awakenings, or where do we type it in?
Go to YouTube.
Oh, go to YouTube and type it in. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
It's easy to find, easier than YouTube. You can find it on the VIP partners at the top of this Discord.
Okay.
It's got a little handshake emoji.
VIP partners. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great information. Thanks. So can I bug you for my second question that I had that I was going to ask by Sunday, but we're kind of quiet here. Can I ask the next one?
Go ahead, bro. Nobody's talking.
Oh, okay. Here, let me get to my notes. Thank you for tolerating my questions here, my inquiries.
Oh.
They say that gravity is 9.8 millimeter meters squared, 9.8 meters squared, and I have gone to Google, and I got two separate answers on the exact same request. If you have a 10-pound bowling ball that is the same size as a soccer ball, which obviously is probably less than a pound, and you drop them from 100 feet, I have heard that the gravity gods say that they will hit the ground at the same time. But that doesn't make sense. You would think the 10-pound one is more dense than the soccer ball, so the 10-pound ball would hit the ground first from 100 feet. So is that right, or are the gravity gods right when they say they'll hit the ground at the same time?
All the 9.8 meters a second squared is an agreed upon rate of falling. So not everything actually falls at that speed, even in a vacuum. And I'm about to post a video, if I can find it, of a guy who went to a drop tower, which was a vacuum. He put a bunch of elements in a box and fastened the camera to the box and dropped it, and you can see that the elements are falling at different rates. There it is right there, 10-second video. So, the next thing you need to understand is we're the ones that are claiming that if you drop stuff, it's going to fall down. Right? They're the ones that have it down. They claim that you can drop things a certain way, and it'll make rocks orbit each other for, 100,000, years, like 4.54 billion years, right?
Yep.
So they're claiming gravity does that. It makes balls fall around each other without ever bumping into each other, right? Our claim is specific gravity. You might want to write that down, also known as relative density. So here's the claim. If an object is taken out of its place of rest, like a rock, out of the river, and it's moved out of equilibrium and then released, if the object is more dense than the medium it's in, it will go down and seek its equilibrium. However, vice versa, if the object is less dense than the medium, it will go up and seek equilibrium.
Yes.
So this is specific gravity. Everybody knows about this. Anybody who's ever played with, ping pong ball or rubber ducky in a bathtub at 2 years old, they got this figured out, right? So that's our claim, specific gravity. Now, they won't deny specific gravity, but what they're going to say is that they're going to rub their word gravity all over density, right? And then you have to say, well, prove it. Prove that density has got gravity involved, because we're claiming that this is gravity, and then you're going, yeah, but, so then they got to prove it. So this is the way I understand gravity, is it's part of entropy. So entropy basically says, if you got high pressure and you open the container like a propane tank, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. If you got a hot cup of coffee and you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, the heat is going to radiate out until it reaches equilibrium. If you got a dead battery and a full battery, you take them out of the cars and you hook them up, by the next morning, all of the high energy is going to flow to the dead battery until they're both halfway charged or have reached equilibrium. So the final step of this is that an object in a medium, depending on its relative density between the medium and the object, will seek its equilibrium, and it will either rise or it will sink. So here's the scientific experiment. Isaac Newton gets hit in the head with an apple, but it's raining that day, and it falls in an aluminum pail, right? Well, what's it going to do? It's going to float, right?
Yep.
So what happens if somebody busts a 22 shell at the bottom of that bucket and all the water drains out and it quits raining? The apple's going to sink, right?
Yep.
What caused the apple to sink? Well, you manipulated the medium that it was in, changed it from water to atmos or gas, and the buoyant force was no longer capable of keeping it up. So you manipulated the buoyant force, and it caused the apple to go down. Or you manipulated the specific gravity, or whatever you want to call it, relative density, and it caused the apple to sink. Now, they want to say that it's the bending and warping of space-time that causes this, but can you put, this in a laboratory experiment so we can call it science? No, because where does this, fabric of space-time exist besides in their heads? Nowhere. You don't experience fabric in a vacuum, because what is a vacuum? A privation of material? No matter? In other words, no thing? So this space-time concept is literally metaphysical, meaning not physical, meaning not material. So I will give you this, and I hope that you take it with you.
I
Use
will.
it well.
Yeah.
And I will also give you this. As soon as I pull over. And
I went to Google, and and I put in some parameters, two objects, different weights, same size, and it was pretty interesting that one came back, said when you drop two objects with different weights from the same height, they hit the ground. And the one answer was because Earth gives everything the exact same acceleration, objects with different masses will still hit the ground at the same time if they are dropped from the same height. And then I go over to the other one. Does weight affect the speed of a falling object? And they said the simplest answer is no. An object's weight usually will not change its falling speed. For example, you can test this on dropping a bowling ball and a basketball from the same height at the same time. They should fall at the same speed and land at the same time. That's two different answers to this, basically the same question. And it's just like, okay, the smart, the brain, my 10 brain cells tell me that the 10-pound bowling ball is going to hit the ground before the basketball does if it's dropped from 100 feet. That's what my 10 brain cells say. But then they say that, what gravity is, 9.8, meters per second squared, that, they'll hit the ground at the same time. And I'm going, no. So can we kind of say that the bowling ball would hit the ground first before the basketball?
no, they do hit the ground at about the same speed. But the thing is that when they put it in the vacuum, all that does is strengthening our claim, right? Because when you put it in a vacuum, what are you manipulating? The medium, right?
Yeah.
So they want to remove the medium so that they can get a better test. That's exactly strengthening our claim. Their claim is that the space-time is pulling on this object, and that the bowling ball has more mass, so it takes longer to start, to move, to fall, because it has more mass. So mass is the resistance to inertia, right? So they're claiming that the reason that it hits the ground at the same time in a vacuum is because you're removing all of the variables, right? In this case, the cause, which is buoyancy, and they're removing the atmos or the gas, which causes friction and terminal velocity and manipulates the falling speed, right? So when they do this, they're like, haha, that proves gravity. Yeah, it proves specific gravity because you made the objects the densest thing in the vacuum, and when you did that, it caused them to go down because of the lack of buoyant force. That's exactly what we claim. Thanks for proving our point. They're claiming it has to do with the warping and bending of space-time, but you'll never see them attempt to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time. However, you can manipulate the medium, specifically the buoyant force. Does that make sense to you, bud?
Yeah, I'm learning this. I'm definitely going to watch what you sent me. Thank you. At my age, it's sometimes good to see things 2 or 3 times before it actually gets embedded in my brain.
Right. So it's like history, like propane tank. What happens when you move an object out of its point of rest? It's going to seek equilibrium, right?
Yep.
So if you take, let's say water, and you crack it with electrolysis, and you create hydrogen, and then you put it in a balloon, right? You remove the hydrogen from its point of rest, and then you cause a chemical change. I think that's the correct word. And then you put it in a balloon, and you let go. It's going to seek its equilibrium, which is way up in the sky somewhere. So there is no downward bias, right? Because isn't water like the most abundant element in the world? Not element, resource.
I bet
like
so.
more water than anything else. Right. So every time, the ocean gets struck with lightning strikes, you know, and then you have to ignore the water cycle, right? If everything has a downward bias, what about the rain cycle? What happens with evaporation?
I'm not
When the
real
phase
sure.
change happens,
Yeah.
when the phase change happens, the water turns into gas, right? It's no longer liquid; it turns into a gas. Then it starts rising up and becomes clouds, right?
Yep.
And then the static electricity, the lightning, clumps all the water together. And when that happens, it condenses and goes through another phase change, turns back into liquid water. Well, at that point, it's the densest thing around, right? So when a person tries to jump out the window and try to self delete, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you think the Atmos is going to hold them up? No.
No.
But if they were to jump into a pool of water, they'd be perfectly fine, wouldn't they?
They would be doing really well.
Right. They might even reconsider their deletion. So
And if
yeah,
they jump,
the way I see it,
if they jumped into that salt water they have over in the Middle East somewhere, they might actually just float on top of it.
or if you got a fat man, if a man
Yeah.
weighs 500 pounds, he does not have to kick his feet or move his arms or hold his breath to float perfectly still with his head above water, just in regular water. So yeah, if you remove the water from the pool, however, it's going to cause the man to go down. If you add the water back again, it's going to cause the man to rise up. So that's the real gravity. I don't get a lot of chance to talk about it, so thanks for asking the question.
Hey, thank you for your very detailed answer, and thanks for sending me that information. And I don't know names, so I'm going to assume that you're Larry, right?
That's right.
Thank you, Larry.
And what's your name? I think I saw it a second ago. Jimmy?
Yeah, Jim. Uh-huh.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Well, thanks very much.
Welcome. Wish I could have told that other guy earlier when he asked how does gravity work on a flat Earth, because that's pretty much it. So now the real question is, what causes density? So what causes these atoms or molecules to be so tightly packed? What would be the cause of that? So we know that gas particles, they have this elastic bumping where they bump into each other, right? And gas does not like to be tightly packed, especially at room temperature. So what makes gas different than something like gold or lead, right? Well, it's makeup, obviously, but gas is not a conductor, is it? So there's not a whole lot of electrostatic charge going on in gas, I guess, unless you turn it into plasma. But without that electric charge, gas just likes to do whatever it wants to do, which is usually fuck off. But when you talk about other materials, like mercury, mercury is extremely dense, and you can make iron or an anvil float in mercury. And I gotta say, I never would have believed that until I got into this conversation. But yeah, what makes mercury different than helium? Well, doesn't mercury work really well with electric charges? Electrostatics? So could that be the cause of things, compacting so dense together? Well, they're going to say it's gravity, right? Which would be the bending and warping of space-time. Good luck proving that, Glovers, by the way. I don't know how you would manipulate that to show that it's the cause. But it makes a lot of sense to me that, gold being extremely dense, a superconductor, right? The electrostatics would cause, this element to be, tightly compact, like way more tight than rain clouds. So, what causes density? I'm not claiming that I know for certain, but you can't prove that it's the bending and warping of space-time. So when they just slap, gravity on density, like label it, it's like, wait a minute, you can't just do that. You can't just say the reason for this is because, concepts of space and time, an abstract idea, right? Something that exists in your head only because it's metaphysical, and there is no fabric in a vacuum. Thanks for listening. And shout out to what's the kid?
I could listen to you all day, Hank.
Yeah, but they don't let me talk all day, bro.
When you talk, I literally just imagine Hank Hill, like, giving some, like, wholesome, like, message from the show. Have you actually watched the show? Or do people just tell
Yeah,
you?
actually, yeah, me and my family watch it. It's a pretty wholesome show. I
Yeah.
like it.
It's like, it's probably, like, I'd say it's my favorite show, actually. Anyways. Is there a Glober in here?
Yep.
Or-
I don't know. Anybody want to step up?
How come this Jacob Rothschild guy, what's his deal? Like,
He's muted. Let's see what happens when he gets unmuted. Is this Jacob Rothschild? Are you the drinker?
guess he needs to get woken up. I mean, he's probably pretty old.
That's totally the guy from the Simpsons.
Jacob Rothschild's probably like 100 years old, right? He's like,
Something like that.
the dude's, he's probably like 300 years old.
They have really good health care, so they live forever.
I guess you could call it that. They have a specific medicine, let's say. The Lord Rothschild. Oh, I'm sorry. He's the Lord Rothschild, according to Wikipedia. Oh, he's only 86. Huh, well. Okay.
He's back on server mute now. He had a chance.
I got a breaking news. A Boeing spacecraft just docked with the International Space Station today. I just want you to know that. CNN reported it.
Oh, money well
Damn.
spent.
I guess that's it, boys. Pack it up. Wait, are you serious? Boeing?
Yeah, I have when I'm talking to you good people on here, I usually have the TV on very, very, very low. So so every once in a while I go over and I see CNN because I always like to know what the enemy is thinking. And if you want to know what the enemy is thinking, you watch CNN. So at the bottom they had that little headline along with a little capsule, in the picture. It was like, okay.
Oh wow, it looks like that's that escape pod from Star Wars. The Boeing thing.
And now they have Musk hopes to sell internet and satellite tech to the Amazon, and they showed one of his rockets going off.
Oh man. These guys are compensating for something. All these rockets shooting them up. It's like,
and the thing is, I would have believed them 2 years ago.
oh yeah, no, dude. Like 2 years ago, I would be like, wow, that's so cool.
Oh.
Wow, they really docked them. Yeah. So where's the evidence that they actually docked them? Do I dare click on the New York Times? No, I'm not doing that. Let's go. Oh, they have a video. Wow.
CNN is like going into the opponent's halftime in a football game, walking into the opponent's locker room at halftime and listening to what they're going to plan for you in the second half. Because if you want to know what the enemy's thinking, what they're going to do to you, you watch CNN, because whatever they report usually happens 6 to 12 months later.
See, the thing is, you think they'd be smart and they wouldn't like broadcast their plans, but their philosophy or whatever, their religion actually is so stupid. Like they have to tell you what they're going to do. So you're actually right. Like they'll just tell you what they're going to do on CNN. Yeah, this looks fake as hell. This video of the docking, it's like has a NASA logo, and it just looks like exactly like the Star Wars movie. Like they just have some toy models that they like film with like, I don't know, some kind of filter so it looks more like real. It looks more fake, so it looks more real. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what's their agenda with this? It's just like, just to push the space story.
They had 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, it's the drive Boeing stock up. Sorry, what?
2 weeks ago, it was on a Saturday. And for some reason, I was watching C-SPAN or channel surfing C-SPAN, and they had Bill Nelson, who used to be a Democrat senator from Florida, U.S. senator from Florida. He's now the director of NASA, and he was on there on a Tuesday, and he's there, and they're talking about 2023 appropriations for NASA, and I'm just kind of sitting there going, Okay, whatever. And then they had a lady. Right behind him that was wearing one of those things that they've been wearing for the last 27 months. And it's just like, I took a picture, and it's just like, there were so many lies and deceptions in that one photo. It's just like you got talking about NASA, and then it said the Honorable Bill Nelson. It's like,
Oh
okay,
boy.
whatever, honorable. And then they had the lady, sitting behind him, and it was just like, there's so many lies and deceptions in this one photo. It's just ridiculous.
I bet she's not even a lady. It's like they
She
can't
had a
even get
mask.
that.
She had something over her face, so who knows what it was? Who knows who he or she was?
Oh man.
But when I saw
It's-
that, it just hit me as like, my goodness gracious. I mean, the two biggest psyops in the world are right there on my TV, for one picture to take in.
Yeah, I hope it's in a history textbook one day. Like, when real history gets written again, which hopefully happens sometime soon. But
Right.
I seriously think like they just wait until a historical event is out of living memory, and then they just immediately like change it. It's like Mandela effect or whatever. Like they're just waiting. They just wait for all the eyewitnesses to die out, and then they'll just immediately change it. Like they're waiting literally. Like I'm sure they did that like with the Civil War. Like they were keeping track of like the last Civil War survivors. Then there'll be last World War II survivors, last World War One survivors. So
Probably.
they're gonna like in 100 years they're gonna be like, yeah, like we were always saying the Earth's flat. Like it's like, yeah, like oh yeah, there was like a few like opponents of the globe model, but yeah, no, like mainstream science, like NASA was sort of examining both theories. Or I don't know, like what they're gonna say. But
2 or 3 days ago, I broke down and spent $5 on Amazon Prime to watch Behind the Curve, because I knew I was going to be asked about it sometime, and it was just like the biggest hit piece on flat
yeah,
Earth ever. And they had Mark Kelly, who was an astronaut,
right,
and
right.
and now he's U.S. Senator from Arizona, and he was on there just ridiculing flat earthers, and why do I even talk about him, and blah 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 blah. And I don't know how people feel about Mark Sargent, but I think he's a clown, and Patricia Steele's a clown. That's just my opinion, and so other people may have different opinions. I saw Mark Sargent about a week ago on YouTube. He had an opportunity with a mainstream media somewhere, a man and a woman, to talk about flat Earth, and it was about a 10-minute interview that they gave him, and he went on there, and I didn't know much about him, so I was kind of expecting him to kind of stand up for flat Earth. He had opportunity after opportunity to talk about numbers and how the globe is off and how the flat Earth is on. He did none of that, and he had opportunity after opportunity to do it, and it was just like I was so disappointed. And then when I saw him on Behind the Curve, the big guy, the flat earther, and then I heard he was a member of the Flat Earth Society. It's like, okay, that's a controlled opposition group. That's a controlled opposition group, and it was just like, and then at the end, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but at the end, he was wearing that bow tie with lights around it, and he was wearing glasses with lights around the rim. Talk about a clown! I mean, my goodness gracious! And the whole thing, was, is Patricia Steele and Mark Sargent going to hook up? Are they going to move in together? Are they going to move to the same city? Are they going to start dating? It was like.
Hey, bro, I got to interrupt you. Even though a lot of us not agree with the stuff that you're saying, we try not to disparage flat earthers on here because if we get to like a real nasty downward
Okay,
spiral.
No problem.
So even though he is a card-carrying member of the Flat Earth Society, and I've taken a snapshot of him scratching his eyeball through his glasses, which he later said that his glasses were a prop, that he doesn't need glasses. a prop to make them look smarter. So yeah, I mean, even though some of us might agree with you, we try not to talk
Okay.
about other flat earthers.
I won't. Thanks for the information. I won't do it again. Thanks.
Yeah, he's the only one in 7 years that joined the Flat Earth Society and got a card. But he says that he did it before he realized that they were a bunch of like disinformation agents. And to be fair, I didn't know that they were disinformation at first. In fact, if you go back and you watch that video from like Flat Earthers from like 1982 in the UK, those were like the Flat Earth Society people. And they're the ones that said the Earth is a disk rising through space at 9.8 meters a second squared. That was one of the first Flat Earth videos that I watched. And I didn't know that it was propaganda at the time. But I watched that in like 2015, early 2015. So, Mark Sargent and Potatoes, sometimes they got good stuff. Patricia, I think you called her Steele. I think her name was Spear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might have made a mistake there.
Patricia Steer.
Yeah, Patricia Steer. A lot of people really like her. So if you were to talk bad about her, you might, make a whole bunch of enemies on accident in this server. So I would rather us all get along and stand on the common ground that, all of us in the server can agree on 3 things, except for the Glovers that are in here. It's flat and level. We're not moving. And they lied to us about the vacuum of space and outer space. We can all agree on those 3 things.
And Matthew says it's a belief. Yep. Totally.
Is he here?
I believe Matthew is mentally impaired, so
I think he might have a slight autistic thing to her, Asperger's or something. He's, I've met him twice. I mean,
I think it's a special skill. Like he trained himself to not get like mad or flustered.
I still think he's here to help us.
Trained myself to do that.
He's here to help
Sorry,
us.
go ahead.
He's here to help us sharpen our arguments.
Right.
Yeah, because who else is brave enough? Platypus wants to be like a mod one day in this motherfucker. He never comes in. He never debates with us.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he just hides in the chat.
Yeah. So who else debates with us? Like, you guys may not like Matthew, but all he's doing is repeating the narrative. And who else is brave enough to come in here and do it other than, Matthew, and every once in a while rolling my boulder?
Yeah, rolling my boulder.
That guy he's done. He used to be more reasonable.
Yeah, he was a little bit of a schmo the other night, man. He was being a schmo. Like it was like Monday night or something.
Yeah, he was being very ornery. That's right.
Yeah.
Stormfire, you trying to say something?
Yeah, I'm having mic problems. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your mic, electronic.
Yeah, I think I broke it.
It sounds better now. You're good.
Must be refraction.
Speaking of, that's exactly what I was going to bring up.
Let's do it. Let's do this. Oh, now we can't hear you.
Shit. I think I got to give up. This damn mic is broken.
All right.
It's
go find
Well,
it.
you can hear me. Larry, are you still there?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I do hear you guys.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, if you're there, Larry, I hope I don't but
shit.
Yeah. It's globed up. Yep.
It's globed up, man. Your mic's all globed up.
Who, me?
No, Stormfire. Yeah, and he left. It's globed up beyond comprehension. We should, like, what's the foobar? Goobar. Like, globed up beyond all recognition.
Globed up beyond all recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goobar.
Glue bar.
Glue bar.
That's hilarious.
You guys want to get smurfed up on these Smurf berries?
Get some more what?
You want to get smurfed up on these Smurf berries?
Smurf. Smurf.
I miss Smurf. Wherever you're at, Smurf, come back and see us, bro. We missed you the past few Fridays.
Who's that?
Smurf, you know,
Murph?
the guy who's always laughing and joking around, drunk on the soda.
You guys, I'm impersonating Glop Phobe over here.
I see that, man. You got to do a better job than that.
Why?
Your mic's, I don't know. There you go. You're getting it. You got to say.
Danny, I don't think that you know what you're talking about.
You got to say. You got to say. Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature? There you go. Now you got it.
Oh, that's the way you do it. So I came to visit my the love of my life sitting next to me here, and so I had to create a new Discord account because I forgot my password and blah blah blah.
All right, you're good. Sound good.
Yeah, this is the laptop.
Shit, I don't know. I wouldn't know my password if I fucking. I wouldn't have no clue.
Okay.
I feel you. Man. Yeah, to rejoin the server. Yeah.
On this computer, yeah.
Cool. Well, is everybody good? I listened to Ladies' Night. It was interesting. It was
Anything happen? I missed most.
Quite entertaining. Matthew came in there at the end.
Oh. No, I came in when he was there, but none of the ladies were. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just nice.
Somebody wanted to say something to me. Whatever happened to the guy with the broken mic?
Stormfire, you got it figured out?
Stormfire, have you unglobed your mic?
No. He's got a Glober mic. It's just not working.
It's just shutting down, just going cognizant.
Oh, there it is. Hello.
My cord is all fucked up, so I'll just stay muted. No worries.
All right.
I just had a really good conversation with Miguel.
Okay, that's good.
And the biblical chat is pretty good. Pretty good convo. And darn it, I wish I'm bad at remember people's names. I suck at that.
You gotta write them down. We were gonna.
Oh, it was Platter, and Miguel.
All right. Excellent. There you go. We're gonna talk about refraction. I think we were leaving off.
Yeah. Oh, was there a question or?
I mean, I hear all these claims, man. It just drives me nuts. I'm like, it's going up, it's down, sideways. You can't see. Yeah, it's just like fucking gravity. There's no way. I mean, you can see the Skunk Bay video. Okay. Yeah, no shit, man. It's just atmosphere or fucking, it's just gases and the tide going up and down, and it's getting warmer and it's getting cooler. I mean, it does distort the shit.
It's atmospheric distortion.
It distorts the shit out of the image, but it doesn't fucking lift perfectly beautiful images up over a fucking curve. You know what I'm saying?
That's impossible. Right. There's no way that's going to happen ever. And if anybody wants to claim that, please post an experiment. Post an experiment where you can put those things into an experiment and show that you can do that, because I think that's impossible.
Take a boat out, take a car, do on a road, flat road, something.
You know, I may not
Gonna be like,
100%.
oh, there's a perfectly good Porsche right there.
I may not 100% agree with Rob Skiba. Rest in peace, Rob. But he and his friend went out to prove that shit was real. You know.
They did, man, and I appreciate Rob doing that video. I kind of cleared it all up, and all the Globers shut up after that.
That's right.
And they won't bring that picture up. I'll be like, no, I'm staying away. That's fucking kryptonite.
Yeah, exactly. But none of these Globies can go out and say, well, they can't go do an experiment to prove it otherwise. That's it's impossible because listen, Globies, which I used to be one of you. We all used to be one of you. I love you guys. Wake the hell up and see the facts in front of you. These things are happening and you want to ignore them. You can't ignore them forever. It's going to slap you in the face one of these days.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it be when you die or not. I don't know. You know, it's good. They're going to realize it someday.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I would love to see a beautifully perfect building appear beyond the fucking curvature. That would be cool. But it doesn't happen in reality. And I just hate it when they go, well, things refract and they go up and down. What? Fuck off.
I just can't imagine anyone seriously believing the Chicago skyline is displaced because of water droplets in the air 1,700 feet. Like, there's no way they can actually believe that. They're just saying that.
You should only see like the very tip top of the what used to be called the World Trade or the Sears Tower. Maybe you could see that little bit of that one, but you could see the whole damn city. So fuck off.
You know, I heard an argument today. I don't know if any of y'all know who Blair White is.
No, definitely don't.
It is a she is a trans woman.
Okay.
Ruh-roh. Okay, but okay. But she was talking about how people on the leftist side don't want to they don't want to see the truth because if they admit to that, then they're going to lose a lot of their benefits and stuff or whatever. And I mean I'm only using this just as an example.
You mean like their Gibbs me debts?
Yeah, you know, like.
Hey, Shauna, have you been drinking?
Not at all. What are you talking about? Stop messing with me. Stop messing with me.
I can't tell at all. It's just I couldn't tell.
I'm just saying, Blair White. He is a trans woman.
What the?
He is a trans woman.
Flat earther? That's all I want to know. Are they flat earther?
What the hell is even
Listen, listen. They actually like to put a good point out there is that people don't want to come to damn, excuse me.
I'll have what she's having.
People don't want to come to an awakening because they would rather stay
ignorant.
They would rather stay in their ignorance, and they would rather stay.
Gesundheit. Sounds like you're sneezing.
They would rather stay and their point where the government is taking care of them. And if damn it,
Gesundheit.
thank you. If you are in the point where the government is taking
out.
care of you,
that shit.
You cannot. Oh.
Shit, you're smashed. Oh my god.
Bless you.
God bless
you. She's a bit hammered. Yeah, I mean,
You cannot.
I
You
usually cut
cannot
myself
speak
off.
out against it. Do you understand? So that's why a lot of these people get hostile when you're bringing up things like this, because these people are.
Yeah, most people are. I don't know what do you call them? Sleeping? I don't know, man.
They're sleepy.
They're very well taken care of, man. The system it's pretty good to them. A nice car, a place to live.
Yeah, they like the nanny system.
They got. They don't have to. They don't have to go out and slaughter the pig for dinner. Try doing that. Let me know how that works out. Or a chicken. Chicken. No, you just go to the store and get it, man. They're fucking lazy, man. Those people are lazy as fuck. Created a lazy society, man. Go to work, come home. That's about it. Go to the grocery store for your food. Yeah. They wouldn't have made it, 100 years ago. It'd have been fucked.
Probably even like 20 years ago when there wasn't DoorDash or whatever.
Yeah, or they wouldn't have made it without a cell phone or fucking Google. That's for sure.
Oh man,
I mean, dude,
I like
people. I love these fucking cucks come on here and go, I know everything, man. What do you know about refraction? Hold on. They're like, refraction. Well, it says it's a disturbance in the atmosphere, man. Fire out. Like what? What? That's all. Yeah, they wouldn't have made it in the 80s.
Do I like the internet and all? But I just think back to the time before the internet. I just feel like everyone was happier and everyone was more self-sufficient, and even further back. It's like,
yeah. I mean, you're real definite about dude. Okay, Friday night, 8:00. We're gonna go to Joe's Bar Grill. And then we're gonna, so and so's having a party, and we're gonna head over there. And then after that, we're gonna check it out and probably end up at the mall or what. You'd fucking make a plan.
You go out,
and then you would go out and execute the plan. And
instead I'm stuck in here with you guys. No, I'm just joking.
You ever stuck on Discord, man? Great. No.
I mean, it has its benefits because then you can meet people that you would probably never have met.
No doubt about it. Yeah, these platforms like this have changed my life. No doubt about it. And they're good. It's good.
And I guess the Flat Earth Awakening probably would not have happened, at least to the scale it did, without the internet.
Yeah, and that's right. 2015-ish. I mean, everybody was starting new channels and putting out all kinds of content for 3-4 years before that. I mean, YouTube and Google Hangouts and doing live stream hangouts and Discord, all this shit came along, man, in the last 11 years. And it really took off, man. The whole Facebook was before that, but it was just, here's what I had for dinner. Check it out. I'm like, fuck. Really? Ugh. The only reason I got on Facebook, man, was to find some old friends so I could hook up with them. And that's about all. I go on there once a month and just go, did anybody leave me a message? Nope. Okay, I got to go. I just can't handle it. There's something with their layout or their page. If I stare at it more than like 10 minutes, I start getting like dizzy. I don't know what kind of weird subliminal shit's going on in there, but
disorienting.
It's weird.
They're trying to shorten everyone's attention span, so that we're like flies. We just need something new every 2 seconds.
Well, TikTok has been ace at that, man.
Oh
Really.
God,
I'm not
TikTok.
sure TikTok, and everybody shares their TikTok videos on Facebook and YouTube, and it's all TikTok and trying to lead everybody. TikTok, like really shorts. It's like when you watch those shorts, like they don't even finish their videos. It's just like, oh, click on my thing to actually finish the video, and it's just like, the guy can't even. Now I clicked on the video, and it's just so dumb. You know, the shorts. Wow, man, it's just weird. I mean, like people can't come to listen to what we have going on here. We talk for hours on end about real stuff, real information that, refraction or flat Earth. People come in, but they can't even pay enough attention to take a shit. So anyway, it's weird to me. People come in here and just can't even pay attention to actually understand what we're talking about. And evidence, I heard somebody yesterday that there was a couple of people that people were talking to yesterday that couldn't even follow the conversation. They've been watching too many damn TikTok videos.
What's the average TikTok videos you watch while taking a shit? I'm just curious.
Probably about 50. I ain't gonna lie, I do enjoy like the skateboard videos, of like little shorts of the skateboard flips and shit, and just weird shit. I mean, I love some of the shorts, but I can understand why people just like, you can't keep my attention for more than 30 seconds. Then you're broken. You're broken.
You're done. Yeah, it's weird, man. I got TikTok one day. My buddy's like, dude, there's a lot of flat earthers on there. Check it out. And I was like,
yeah, 30-second flat earth videos cut off. Okay.
I get this fucking app, right? And I'm laying on the couch, like just trying to get my way around the format or whatever. And I'm like, okay. I start watching videos, right? And then I look up, man, and like 4 hours went by. And I went, oh, fuck. This has got to go. I got fucking sucked in for like 4 hours. I couldn't drop it, man. It was one killer.
No, I know. You just scroll. Yeah, I mean, you get addicted.
Yeah, it was fucked, man. I'm like, oh yeah, fuck this, man. This is.
Hey, let me ask you something. Is my microphone too loud? Because when I listen back to myself, it sounds like my microphone.
Sometimes you're a little. You sound good. Do I sound good? Am I good?
No, you sound great. I just want to make sure.
I back it down
too intrusive.
Like 3 dB.
Yeah, I already turned the gain down a little bit. Let me turn it down.
2-3 dB should do it.
Cool.
That way you can scream and you're not.
Yeah, when I get excited, I'm not just distorting everything.
Where's the curvature? Where?
Well, it's like sometimes when I make a point, I'll get really close to my microphone, and then
there you go. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm about 2 foot away right now, and so
that's cool, man. I
the only time you get loud, Helio, is when you try to overtalk somebody. Just trying to talk at the same time as you, and you gotta step it up a notch, so that you're a little bit louder than.
Yeah, I do get excited. You guys already know.
Hey, it's yeah. Thank you. We
I
love
just want to make sure that my microphone's level with everyone else. I don't want.
Speaking of excitement, man, I was listening to Ladies' Night, and there was this lady who I didn't catch her name. I wasn't looking at the stream. I was just listening on YouTube. But she just got back from Florida, and she was just like super fucking pumped and happy and just rocking it. She was into the music, and she was. Do anybody know her name?
Talking about Tracy Van, are you?
Tracy, that's it.
Yeah, Tracy. She's in California, bro.
Yeah, she's like so enthusiastic, awesome. Man. I was listening today, just like smiling.
That's the first time you heard Tracy? She's been here for a few years.
Yeah, first time. I think I've heard her like once before, but she was like super excited today. And
yeah,
it was
I love Tracy. She's got like such pure energy when she comes on.
Yeah,
she's like a little ball of lightning, right?
Yeah, she came in and rolled the house, man. I said, dude, let's get this thing going. We got flat earth the fuck out of these people. I was like,
I always love Tracy.
I like that attitude. Bring that.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a good vibe, no doubt.
Shout out to Tracy Van.
Anyway, shout out Tracy. I hope she's listening.
I
She
think
might
he was
be,
going
but
to try to pick up Sonny and take him out there to the old little meetup.
well,
So you might get
Sonny
to
and
meet him in
Tracy have
person,
met
bro.
before. They've talked
I'll
about it
take him,
several
son.
times. You know,
Don't
because
bring him.
they're really close to each other. Sonny and Tracy, they've met before. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Cool. Well, maybe she'll come down
Yeah,
for
I'd like to
meetup
meet Tracy.
on the June 18th, man. Hopefully.
Yeah, she said she's going to work out a deal with Sonny.
I still got to put together a promo video for that meetup shit. I'll get to it this weekend or something.
Cool. Yeah, you guys got to set up a
I
SoCal.
gotta get it. Gotta get the word out and get it spread.
What if too many people show up? What do you do then?
It's a beach, dude. Too many people can't
Oh.
show up.
I
Just
guess
go to
they
the
camp
beach.
in the water.
Yeah, there's a good 100 yards between the house and the water, and we can hang out there. We'll be fine.
I set up a meetup one time.
I hope too many
in
people
my
show up.
area, and I expected
wanna
like
see-
15 to 20 people. I reserved the table, and there was
Yeah.
8 people, and they were like, "Is this all we got?" And we're like, "Yeah, go ahead and just open that other table up because I thought there would be more people."
Yeah.
So I don't even reserve it anymore. You know, it's just like, dude, we're gonna meet up at this restaurant.
There's a disproportionate number of flat earthers in Texas and California. I don't know what it is, but it is a large number of Texas flat earthers and California.
Could just
I
be
thought it would be
population.
more like Michigan, from the Great Lakes region.
Well, Midwest has its share, man. I get that, but
I haven't met any in California yet.
dude, man, I've been to, I don't know, 5, 6 meetups. I ran a thing called Flat Earth Hollywood for summer 2018.
SoCal
Yeah,
is California's a big
we
state,
had
so SoCal is a little different. I mean, if you got a lot of
we had a flat smacking event every Saturday night the whole summer of 2018. It was great.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm
it was
too far
fun.
north, probably. Down south, you're more.
You know what's
close to
really
everything.
great? Even it doesn't matter where you live. I mean, with this platform and on Facebook and stuff, if you want to have a meetup, we'll support it. We'll promote it.
Yeah, I love that,
Sergeant,
man.
If
Absolutely.
you have a meetup, you can just email March Sargent.
Yep.
He'll put it on his channel.
He's put at least 3 or 4 of my meetups on there.
We always
plus
have a
Flat
great
Earth
meetup.
Hollywood.
It could be anywhere from 6 to 20 people. You know, and when you meet up at a restaurant, you have the whole freaking restaurant talking about flat Earth, bro.
That's true. I went to a bar one night after a meetup, and there was about, I don't know, 20, 30 of us. And David Weiss was there. It was weird, man, because by the time we left the place, every picture in every fucking corner, there was a sticker or some fucking handout for Flat Earth, dude. And that place was.
Well, it's just like what happens is like even if you don't announce it, you just like announce it to the people that are going to come. You get like 8 people. You're just like, I need an 8 top or whatever. The waiter or waitress is bussing your table or getting your orders and shit. They start saying, "Oh, well, that's a table full of flat earthers." They start telling all the people in the restaurant, and then other people start talking about it in the restaurant.
Yeah. We had people coming over to us going, "Oh, dude, man, we live on a ball," and we're just like, "Dude, okay, whatever." But I'll tell you what, man. They used the term "research flat Earth," and it was pretty common, early flat Earth stuff. And I just want to say research the globe because it's just total bullshit, man. I would rather have that sticker. If you research,
tell people that now.
If you research the globe, man, you will fucking just start shaking your head, going, "What?"
You can't just tell people to research flat Earth now. By the way, go research flat Earth, and then they just go type it in.
I think Anderson. I think our best approach is to just say, "Look, research the globe because it's ridiculous."
I agree.
Dude, that might be a good idea.
There's so many people who have come in here lately and said, "Hey, man, why are you here?" Well, I was looking into the globe and it's ridiculous. Even there was a guy in here today who was like, "I've been looking into it for a couple of weeks. The globe, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's
Have you heard
right.
of this globe thing, man? You should check into it, dude. It's crazy.
It's like we're fucking hauling through
That's
space at
true.
millions of miles.
To be honest, we have a lot of on the fence people that they're like they don't often come in here into the voice room, but they're defending or just taking a look at what.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
I
like,
don't know what the on the fence role means. It's just like, are you
I'll
really on
tell
the
you,
fence? Or
Helio,
you're
man.
just defending the flat Earth every day. I mean, why are you still on the fence, bro? Because
Well, we've had a lot of people coming in asking good questions, being legit. But we've had some trolls too, of
yeah,
course.
sure. Everybody has their own method of
I'll tell you,
reaching
man.
to
Overall, it's good, man. It's a good place. Come in. Anybody listening on YouTube, man, the link's in the description, man. Check it out. Come up to VC check-in, and we'll check it out.
A couple hours ago, I shared it on some Facebook groups too. Hopefully, we'll get some people in here.
Yeah.
There's a Effie dating group. If you're on Facebook, whatever, there's an Effie dating group there as well.
Yeah. I heard of this guy, Chad Chaddington, man. He was trying to put together this thing called, it was like a dating site, and it's called Clown World.
Anyway, this one has like
name for it.
almost 3,000 members, in there, and it's pretty active.
Damn.
And so I posted it in there, and I said, "Hey, man, we actually had some people that met here on this Discord." And I was in the chat, I was just like, come talk to real flat earthers, and then I shared this Discord link and the YouTube channel. Come on, man, let me finish really quick. Anyway, somebody responded, and she said, "Isn't that where Witsit and Kai met?" And I said, "Yes."
That's right.
Oh, and then I posted their wedding picture. So yeah, maybe we'll get some more people to come in here. We'll get some more women and want to meet some flat earthers, inside the server.
Yeah, what happened to ladies' night, man? Ladies' night used to be like banging.
Well, tonight, ladies' night wasn't that bad. I mean, we had a couple.
Tonight was good. Tonight was good. Last few weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks, it was kind of like okay. It was a little lackluster.
Hey, you're gonna have to be patient, Larry. You're gonna have to be patient, bro.
It'll build. It'll grow, man.
How about Larry? How about you make a show and see what happens?
Nobody wants to come to my show.
Dude, I guarantee.
Speaking of shows,
we do the Larry show. People will show
up. Just going to show up. Hey, what happened last week with precious metals, man? Did I miss it?
No, we're not going to go into that. That stuff is in the works, and yeah.
Okay. Are we back? Are we back on? Is PMT back?
It's sort of back on. We're still in the works with that. Don't.
Oh, fuck's sake, man! Yeah. That's the best show. No. I mean, for me, man,
I want people to respect it, and and I want it to be good. And so we'll see tomorrow. As far as I know, it's still on.
All right.
But
we'll find out
there's
tomorrow.
Some
man.
minutia in the background. We'll see. Hey, bro, yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Hey,
it's
wait,
cool if it's not.
Let me ask you something, Flat Earth Dude. Do you want to be one of the hosts for it?
I usually am available Saturday mornings from 9 to like.
That's too early. It starts at like noon.
Well,
like 1 o'clock. Well, I guess on the East Coast,
9 o'clock
it's
west.
like 10. Is it 9?
10. Is it 10?
Yeah, I think it's 1 to 3.
10. So 10 o'clock Western.
Noon. Yeah, it's noon Central
in the morning,
time.
dude. It's in the morning, bro. 10 o'clock my time.
So it's 10. Yeah, it's 10. You want to be one of the hosts because we're as far as anyone wanting to host it, it's kind of up in the air. I mean, it's kind of. I shouldn't even probably be saying this. Is kind
I'd
of
like to host it. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah,
but if you're willing to, I mean, yeah.
Hey, can I just do a couple and see how it goes, and then take it from there? How's that?
Well, I recommend that you contact AI Overlord.
AI.
Yeah, AI. He's kind of
Okay.
he's been talking about
Yeah, whatever, man. Be
yeah,
happy
just
to
message him and
host
say,
at least a couple, man.
sure,
Just
sure, yeah.
sure. No problem.
Would you be
That'd be fun.
willing to do it tomorrow?
I'll come up with a question. I
Sure.
got a couple of them, man.
Cool. That's just AI Overlord. He's kind of, he's
All
kind
right.
of like,
When I
dealing
get
with
up in the morning, man, I'll put something in the chat or something.
Cool, yeah, because I love the show and I think it should continue. I mean, I don't.
Well, I just like that it's all the people that are gold, silver. It's just like everybody else can fuck off. We get to tell you to fuck off, and Larry.
Yeah,
Fuck.
all the mods just keep your fucking mouth shut.
we
It's
get
just
to
like
tell
ladies' night. It's
you
just like,
to
are you
fuck off.
a woman? Is this the transgender?
Hey, it's only the metal people, Mongos. Get out of here. Anyway,
No,
it's
I
fun.
like it too.
It's fun.
Yeah. Anytime we have a special event on here, it's always fun for a lot of people.
It is, man.
And it draws a lot of people here, and also it also gives other people opportunities to talk when moderators aren't involved. Even on ladies' night, I mean, there's a lot of lady moderators, but
right.
Like anyway. I mean, I want more special events. I want, if you guys can come up with more special events, then we can make that happen too, easily.
Mm-hmm. If you want to have a refraction night, go for it.
Refraction. We're going to have a special refraction show. We'll do that on, it's going to be a 30-minute show on refraction on Wednesday at 9:30 p.m. Central Time.
You only really need like 30 seconds to do that show.
Oh, no.
Dependent on the Earth radius. Where's the Earth radius measurement? Nowhere. Okay. No refraction then.
Yeah, that could be fun. Just like do it. All right, we're gonna have a special event tonight. We're gonna talk about different aspects of whatever their ideas are about globe and how they prove it. We could do stuff like, hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Tonight we're gonna have a 30-minute special about, and our special guest is Matthew Learns.
Yeah.
Am I coming in? Hello.
Yeah, you're coming in.
I'm coming in barely. All right.
No,
Hey,
you're good.
a sextant show, Flat Earth, dude. A sextant show. There's a lot of Flat Earthers that know nothing about that thing.
Sure. QE has done plenty of those, and we share those a lot. But yeah, it'd be cool for an event, just like the sextant. We could do a special show about the sextant. Yeah.
I think Nathan Oakley's done a couple. I don't know. I could be wrong.
A couple. Motherfucker's done like 20 on the sextant.
How many flat earthers in here know?
Well, we could do it here too, and people love talking about the sextant, so we could have a special event talking about the sextant.
How many flat earthers in here know the sextant
talking
argument?
about black holes? Just anytime you guys want to have
Am I not coming through?
You're coming through. I'm just saying, anytime you guys want to have a special event, just let me know. If
Yeah,
you
you
want
said
to talk
that several
about
times.
We're going to do the sextant.
Record it, I'll upload the video and share it everywhere.
You've said that. So how many flat earthers in here know the sextant argument? Any takers?
Are there any globies in here? Because I'm pretty sure most of the flat earthers know it.
Oh, well, that's what I'm trying to gather.
That's what he's asking, Elio. That's what he's he's asking for a flat earther.
Earthers that know the section argument.
Okay.
Indeed.
Well, I've never used one, so I'm not gonna go there. So
Hey,
I don't think you need to use one to know the argument.
You can really understand.
I probably don't need one to use one. I'm a visual learner.
So no one in here knows the argument?
The tangent lines needs to be at 90 degrees.
There you go. Hey, you
tangent
do
lines
understand
need to
it,
be
flat earth dude.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to. Something has to be flat in order to get the angle, man. Yeah, without
Come
the
on,
flat,
guys.
you're not
Surely
gonna
we. Come
gotta
on,
be
we've heard it
flat.
that many times that we surely know of the basics of the argument.
Just remind
Is there any minutia outside of that basic argument that could be a differential that would prove that the Earth is a globe?
No.
The instrument is not used on a globe. They didn't design the instrument to be used on a globe.
All right, but what does the instrument measure that wouldn't work on a globe? Come on, guys. It's an old argument by now.
The angle, man. Mez is the fucking flat angle, man.
Yeah,
It's fine.
All right.
It's a Pythagorean theorem, man. Come on,
It's
man.
a flat angle. I know.
All right, but what angle does it measure specifically?
Flat. Well,
no.
Come on,
What
it has a
angle
name.
does it measure?
Zero degree.
It doesn't measure distance. We know that.
Yes.
It just measures the angle from the horizon. Correct.
All right, okay, so what is that angle known as?
The azimuth.
No, incorrect.
Okay, my bad.
Attitude.
Sorry?
Attitude? No.
No.
All right, shit. I guess the flat earthers
Come on,
don't know.
guys.
Educate the flat earthers on what these questions are.
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
All right,
I'll give it to you
my
guys.
turn. My turn. Okay, so Huey said.
Larry knows.
All
Larry knows.
right,
What you
shit.
got, Larry?
Yeah.
Give us
Here
your
we go.
best guess on what he's trying to
Yeah,
get at.
it's not a guess. Huey said the only thing that we need to know is where's the curved adjacent. We don't need to know anything else after that, because if they can't provide a curved adjacent, then it's over. And the reason they can't provide a curved adjacent is because you need the right angle, right? Without that right angle, you're not going to get a correct measurement of angle of, what is it, altitude?
Close. Elevation angle is the
Elevation
answer.
angle.
There you
Yeah,
go,
so-
guys.
Oh,
Thanks for your help.
elevation.
Well, we were fucking
Essentially,
close.
we're talking about the same thing,
It's just a name. Yeah,
We
it's
were
just
very
like,
close.
Well,
we
we need to be precise with our terminology, and that's just what I'm getting at here. And this is
That's good.
I
That's
don't
good.
I don't speak here very often, and I'm not here to be a dick. I'm not here to be
No, sure, that really makes a
pedantic.
lot of sense. Continue. With your,
Yeah,
really makes a lot
I'm
of
just here because we say that we know the arguments, but whenever I press people on certain arguments, specifically in this server, I sort of get the same answers. It's vague answers and nothing's precise.
You don't stick around in the mornings, man. You
Hold
catch
on. The reason that we don't say elevation angle is because
Nobody wants to debate with us. Let the guy finish. He's right, though. Nobody wants to debate with us. Some of us hang around here all day long and don't really go check out other servers. We're a little rusty. And what he's saying is right. The last time he was here, I agreed with him. I still
agreeing with you, man.
Yeah, the reason we don't bring up the elevation angle is because that's the obvious point, right?
Except you didn't bring it up when I asked for it.
I know.
If it was that
but-
obvious.
yeah, but you're kind of asking in this kind of like way that's sort of, I don't know, putting people on the spot.
But
like,
in
we
their
described
mind,
what it was.
You have
in
to
their
ask who's
mind,
actually arguing.
hold on. In their mind, it implies the bottom line of the triangle being curved. Now it actually means the same thing in their model, right? Elevation angle. I don't use it because I assume a level stationary plane, but they're assuming a curved Earth. So the elevation angle would be the same in both ideas. So that's why it didn't come to my mind in the first place, because if you ask someone, that's a globe believer, they're going to say the elevation angles would be the same on a flat or a globe. So anyway, go on.
That's because they're assuming a flat baseline right on top of their curved Earth, a tangent.
I know that's why that shit doesn't even work in my brain.
Yeah, Yeah, it's like they pretend it's a globe, and then they go back to pretending it's what it is.
Well, on a globe Earth, it wouldn't be an elevation angle. It wouldn't be an angle at all.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, trying to tell a globey that.
I have.
But that's why they
times.
invoke the tangent, which is a flat baseline anyway. But
Yeah,
if it were
tangent's
really
a straight line too.
All
Yeah.
right, but a tangent does not represent the surface.
Exactly.
So if you're measuring an angle off an elevation angle with reference to the horizon represents the surface.
Yeah.
So so a tangent line does not represent the surface. It just
No,
represents
and-
one point.
There's no geometric horizon to draw a tangent to anyway, so it's just
That's
all
why their argument is completely confusing, and that's their whole disruption about the whole argument about measuring the tangent, elevation angle, all of that stuff falls apart when they can't tell you where the horizon is. Now, the flat earthers can tell you, hey, the horizon is not a defined point. It's actually a point where the sky appears to meet the ground. And it's not a physical point. It's just as far as you can see. You measure the elevation angle to the star versus the horizon. And when you travel toward it, it becomes closer, which absolutely proves that star is not freaking trillions of light years away. Come on.
All right, have you guys heard the Globers bring up a bubble sextant?
No.
Bubble
No?
sextant.
They have. The elevation argument is a weak argument. Plain and simple. It's the
Right,
only
but
weak thing of flat Earth.
Okay, so has anybody heard that argument come up that we
I
don't
have
need
heard it,
a
yeah.
Yeah? All right,
Yeah,
so
I don't know it that great, but I've heard it. Yeah.
So a lot of them, you'll hear them claim that in that scenario, you don't need a visible horizon. Would anyone agree with that?
Say it
No,
again.
because we don't know the
Repeat
argument.
it. Wait, what?
You can do it at
Repeat
night,
it
right?
again?
You can do it at any time of the day.
No, you can't. No, if you're measuring stars, you can only measure the sun during the day.
You can also measure stars during the day.
Really? On the computer?
No. In reality.
No, I don't see any stars during the day. So
Yeah, how's that work out? How do you do that?
If they're bright enough.
I did see the moon this morning, and it was pretty awesome. It was like a half moon. I saw it this morning when I was at work.
All right, but the crux of my argument was...
So you're a Gober.
Sorry?
Are you a Gober?
No.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tell us how you can measure stars during the day when you can't see them.
Well, like somebody mentioned, if they're bright enough, they can still be viewed.
Which stars can be viewed
I've
during
never,
the day?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what stars other than they call the sun a star. If you're talking about that one.
Sometimes you can see
the sun,
like near
Jupiter can be viewed during what you could term the day, but I mean that's neither here nor there.
It's here and there, man.
No, it's not.
I've been trying to.
Hold on. Inside the quote unquote solar system, you may be able to view Mars, Venus, Earth, Jupiter. Well, you can only view Earth from the ground.
Night.
But yeah, at night, Mars and Venus can be viewed sometimes. But the outer planets, you're going to have special instruments and everything. You're not going to be able to see stars from Earth during the day unless you're using radar arrays.
All
You're
right,
not going to be able
so
to see them with an optical telescope. You're going to have to use radar arrays and make predictions about background radiation.
Why are we arguing over this? You can see the stars.
Because he's
the
being an
wandering
idiot.
stars.
He's trying to say that we can see this shit during the day.
Yeah, I know.
Something smells
And I was
rotten in
about
general.
I was about to try to bridge the gap here, right? So he said
All
that we
right,
can
go,
see the
Larry.
wandering
All right, I'll
stars.
shut up. I'm going to listen.
You don't have to shut up, right? If you want to talk over me, go ahead. I'll just be quiet. But what I'm trying to say is we can see the wandering stars during the twilight hours. So yeah, we can do that. However, it's very difficult to see the regular stars, the fixed constellations during daylight hours. So moving on, he basically said we need to brush up on our game. But here's the thing: none of us really bring that up for an argument that I know of. Not a lot of people in here, except Quantum Eraser, likes to use that argument because when we get someone in here, we like to have long, drawn out conversations. QE likes to nip it in the bud, pack it, and send it on its way. So he's right. We do need to know the argument. We do need to be proficient in the argument, but we don't bring it up, and the Globbers sure as fuck don't bring it up. So it's kind of like I see his points, but at the same time, if we don't bring it up and the Globbers aren't bringing it up, do we really need to know the argument? Like,
Well, you will hear the Globers bring up the bubble sextant and how it doesn't require a horizon.
This is a really fun way for you to actually just say bubble sextant can do. What does the bubble sextant do?
Yeah, what the hell are you
Tell me
talking about?
Yeah,
Why don't
tell
you
me
tell us
about
what the
bubble.
Globers?
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
so we don't know what a bubble sextant does?
Yeah, why don't you tell us?
No,
Because
why
we
don't you
need to know.
tell us so we can understand how we're ignoring the bubble sextant because you brought
All
it
right.
up a couple times. Tell us how
All
it
right.
works.
So a Glober will say that a bubble sextant does not require a visible horizon. And in essence, they are correct. But a bubble sextant does establish a horizontal. So it establishes a theoretical horizon.
What the hell
using
is a bubble sextant? Can you tell
Hold
us what
on,
that is?
let him finish, please, guys.
What is
So
it
a-
though?
We
So a
asked him
bubble-
to explain it. Hold on. I
He's
want
saying
him to.
what it
I want him
does.
to finish the entire explanation before anyone responds. You guys mind if I want to hear it?
So a bubble sextant will establish a horizontal. It's normally used in aircraft where the horizon is not visible. So what it will use is a bubble level to establish horizontal. So that is what you're measuring that's what you're measuring the altitude, the apparent altitude of a celestial body in reference to.
All right. So a bubble sextant is used on an airplane, not on the ground.
Well, originally it was used in airplanes. It's not so much used these days, but it was used, quite heavily in World War II aircraft.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So
that,
so what they establish is a horizontal plane, and that's what they measure these celestial bodies in reference to.
no,
So-
dude. Why would you?
The reference point.
So the airplanes were moving across Earth in reference to celestial bodies? You just said that.
No, I did not just say that.
Yes, you did.
What I said was that they measure these celestial bodies in reference to a
With the bubble
theoretical.
sextant.
In
You
reference
just
to
said that. I heard you say it.
in reference to a theoretical horizon provided
Oh
by
my God, this fucking guy.
a bubble
See
level.
why I wanted him to finish his open statement about the bubble sextant?
He's saying they're creating their own reference point. Which is what
Exactly.
Isn't that what they're doing though?
I want him to finish.
Yeah, it's exactly what they're doing.
Point.
That's the whole purpose of
Isn't
using
that what
a
it
bubble
literally
level.
is?
Nobody uses that in practicality anymore. You're
So
talking about World War II, bro. We're freaking
Is the horizontal physical
70 years
or
later.
non-physical?
We can kind of figure
all right.
shit out.
I said they were predominantly used in World War II aircraft. That's not to say that they're still not used
Do they
today.
use them anymore in modern society?
They're not as predominant.
The
but
answer
they
is
are
no.
used.
The answer is no.
No, they're not as they're not in use.
But they can be used, right?
They absolutely can be used. Yes, whenever the horizon is not visible.
The artificial horizon to travel across the Atlantic to bomb
Helio,
Hawaii.
I'm not here to stump any flat earthers. I'm here, in essence, is to help any flat earther that's caught up in this argument.
No, sure.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Clovis.
I'm here as a teacher, as you are as well. But anyway, this
Right.
bubble
So-
section doesn't necessarily work. It doesn't work across on an airplane or across oceans while you're traveling. I mean, that's not what they used to travel across oceans. I don't know who told you that. I mean, it's kind of weird.
Look, bubble sections are almost exclusively used on aircraft when the visible horizon is not visible, right? So whether there be clouds or any sort of atmosphere in the way, that's when we establish a horizontal, which is the horizon, using a bubble
it's usually
level.
the redundant.
This is
It's the
very simple.
redundant artificial.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. It's the redundant artificial horizon. If the electronics were to go out, the bubble level is still going to be working. So yeah, they do use them still to this day because when you're talking about aircraft, you want to have redundancy, especially when it comes to the
You have
artificial
a
horizon.
barometer for altitude. Then you have the gyroscope for attitude. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, you're trying to make it difficult for people that are ignorant about this, but bro, this is
No, I'm not. I'm trying to simplify it, Helio, because you
cool.
will.
All right.
You
Well,
whenever
all right,
whenever
but it has nothing
No,
to do
not.
with the globe or flat at all.
It absolutely
It
has
actually
to.
establishes a flat plane.
The
Both
elevation
exactly.
gradient
elevation
is
and attitude
Jesus
establish
Christ.
a flat, level, stationary plane as you travel hundreds of miles. It absolutely does. So,
So
if you
my
don't
Australian
think so,
friend, do you?
then what are you trying to establish here?
My Australian friend, do you come from a server where there's constantly a lot of Globers in there debating?
Come again?
Hey,
Can you repeat that, please, Larry?
What server are you from, bro?
Well, I do have my origins in this server. I also
Yeah, but you don't normally hang out here because I don't hear you talk but like once or twice a week.
Yep. So normally I'm in Geo server.
Okay, Geo server is pretty heavy laden with Globers, so he's just trying to keep us on the up and up, right?
Yep.
Hey, thank you for sharing the information. Does anybody have any questions about, what is the gotcha argument that ends the bubble artificial horizon? How do you nip it in the bud?
Larry, I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because I've been muted for like the past hour. I've been trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
Well, I didn't mute you. I didn't know you were muted.
It's all good. I don't know what happened. I just turned my phone off for a little while and came back in. So, thank you.
Alright, so what's your
You can
question?
hear me. I don't
Yep.
have one. My question was just, can you hear me? I don't have a question.
All right, cool.
Because any question I could ask you, I already know the answer to, and you already know the answer to.
I don't
Coming
know
in?
about that.
Am I coming in?
I don't know everything. Yeah, I can hear you too, bro. Do you have a question for
Nice.
our Aussie friend?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Aussie dude, I don't know your name. What's your name, bro?
Lovis. We've spoken before, Hank.
Yeah, I know. I'm not good with names, bro.
That's okay.
You have to forgive me. So Globus, what's the argument so that we can end the Glober if he comes in here and tries to bring up the bubble section, please?
All right. So a glober will say that a horizontal is not necessary in order to acquire these angles. They will say that a bubble section will actually measure an angle off vertical. So they'll measure a zenith angle when this is not correct. In order to establish this zenith angle, you first need to establish horizontal, and horizontal can only be established on a flat plane. Definitionally. So you will hear them say that the horizon is not necessary, even though we all know that we measure these elevation angles from a reference point called the horizon, which we all know as flat and horizontal. So, and I've had this debate with several globers, and the vast majority of them have actually conceded that you do measure using the bubble sextant. You actually do measure off an artificial horizon, whereas a lot of them were originally their argument was no, you actually measure off a vertical.
So what you're saying is that if the flat earther is ignorant on how this thing works, what the bubble sextant is, then the glober is going to win based on our ignorance. But if we just simply understand that the bubble sextant is another artificial horizon, and that it's basically measuring out the horizon, and that's the thing that they're saying they don't need, but that's the thing that they're invoking. So that's how we get them.
Absolutely.
By lack of ignorance. All right, thanks. Anybody else got any questions for?
So if it's artificial horizon with the bubble sextant, then why does it matter what the Earth is doing?
Why does it matter what the Earth is doing?
Yes, why does it matter what the Earth is doing if they're creating an artificial manufactured horizon?
Well, the artificial.
If the Earth was a snake, why would it matter if I'm creating a baseline?
Because all right. So if they're saying that the Earth is spherical, then by creating an artificial horizon, you don't have a horizontal.
You created an artificial one, I thought. So the horizontal of the elevation angle, is it physical or is it non-physical?
The artificial horizon, is that physical?
The horizontal of an elevation angle, is it physical or non-physical?
It's not physical.
So is the surface of the Earth physical or non-physical?
It's physical.
So you're telling me something non-physical needs to be aligned with something physical?
No, you're creating a reference point.
Yeah, and that reference point, that non-physical reference point has to be aligned with the physical surface of the Earth?
Yeah, it corresponds to the physicality of the Earth. In order for you to measure a position, it needs to correspond to the actual physical Earth.
Why does it need to correspond? It can correspond.
Because
why does it need to correspond?
Okay, it needs to correspond because you're trying to acquire your position on that physical Earth.
No, you're not. You're trying to acquire a position from that artificial horizon.
Right, which corresponds to a physical position on the Earth.
But it doesn't have to.
For the calculations, you don't.
It can, but it doesn't have
needs to. No, if you want to accurately represent your position on said Earth, it needs to correspond.
If you want to do it accurately, but that's not.
But that's the whole point of actually acquiring an elevation angle.
Get an elevation angle on a globe, then.
No, you don't have elevation angles on a globe.
Right?
You don't have.
It just won't be accurate, right?
Look, you don't have elevation angles on a globe.
No. Just conceded that
you're not.
Inaccurate.
No, you're not. You're not going to watch videos this late at night, Addy. Come on.
This is circular, man. This is hands down the worst flat Earth argument of all time.
How is it the worst argument?
Because it's not scientific. It's not natural law. It's pure speculation. You're claiming that something non-physical has to be aligned with something physical. That's nonsense.
No. I'm saying that it needs to correspond. In order for you to get an accurate measurement, your horizon needs to correspond to an actual position.
You said accurate, not possible.
Sorry?
You didn't use the word possible. You said the word accurate. So it is possible.
I'm really not understanding what you're trying to get at here.
It's possible to get an elevation angle on a globe, right? It just won't be accurate.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You just said the word accurate, though. You didn't say
the whole point of celestial navigation is to accurately represent your position on said on that ground.
You just used the word accurate again. You didn't say possible. You hear yourself?
Well, the whole point, like I said, is to be accurate.
Holy crap.
No, it's not.
I don't know what's
argument
going
is that
on.
it's not possible.
Stop. Everybody stop, man. Stop.
I'm being devil's advocate, man. I'm telling you. They're going to wipe us up on this, dude.
No.
This is crap.
Okay, so can you please represent a elevation angle on a curved surface? Can you depict that in the live chat, please?
I'm not going to do that. Why?
Well, because you can't.
Dude, you just
Because
said
it's
they can
geometrically
create an
impossible.
artificial horizon. So
No. I want you to. I want you to.
artificial baseline. It doesn't matter what the Earth is doing.
Dude, I want you to depict if we are to measure an angle of elevation with a sextant, I want you to depict that occurring with a curved surface. Depict that angle of elevation orthographically.
I'm not going to do that. It's not my
because it's impossible.
claim.
Because it's impossible. But you're saying that this claim
argument has not been backed up.
No, hold on.
I don't have to
Instead of
back it up.
arguing about this, hold on.
I don't have to back it up.
You want to talk about something that's impossible? Is someone to use this this instrument that doesn't exist on an airplane? The one that you're talking about, the level. They don't use that when they're flying across Earth. They don't use that instrument when they're flying across Earth.
I'm not saying that they use that. I'm saying
really,
that it can be used.
Then why are you bringing it up?
I'm saying that it can. I'm saying that it can be used.
Really, in your mind, right?
Not in my mind. No,
really?
I can provide a citation.
Has anyone physically used this instrument in an airplane to fly across Earth?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Where?
Yes,
Where?
they have.
Show us.
World War II, man. If you lose all your power in your fucking plane, you whip this fucking bubble level out and you fucking use it.
Yeah, the bubble level.
All right.
Yeah, it's World War
You whip
II,
your bubble level out and you find out where the fucking horizon is, and you can only do that on a flat surface, and that's the
exactly
point.
true. Yeah,
For
sure.
fuck's sake.
If you use that, I actually agree with you on that. If you use if you lose all access to information that's coming, your radar and all that kind of shit, you have to travel across a level surface. But the bubble level, you'd have to lose your gyroscope, which is not a bubble level, by the way.
That's right. But if you lost everything, man, and you're going to try to figure out, whether the plane's level or not, you're going to look on the goddamn horizon with a level would be kind of a nice tool to have.
Yeah, especially since you're using an airplane.
So,
because when you're traveling hundreds of miles across a plane, you're going to want to know that.
If I was in a plane, you know what I'm saying?
But just to address
you might want to look. Here's a really brilliant instrument that they also have in the airplane. They have an altimeter. It kind of tells you how far above the Earth that you are, and then.
But I just want to say real fast. I used the bubble level today. Like in real life, I ordered a cell phone case, a screen protector to be exact. And the way that the glue sits on the screen to keep it from running all over the gosh darn place and running into the holes in your cell phone and clogging it up, you have to level the table. So I used the bubble level today, and I gotta say, it worked really well. I didn't throw it away.
You calibrated your phone using a level table with an actual bubble?
That's not what I said. I said I used the bubble level today that came with my cell phone case, screen protector, installation kit, and I didn't throw it away because I realized how useful it was. Because the bubble level gives you all the access you need to make sure that it's level. So instead of laying it down north and south, and then your bubble leveler again, east or west, you just set the bubble leveler.
And it kind of tells you where down is when you use a bubble level. It kind of tells you where down is.
Exactly where down is.
It's pretty simple. These idiots try to make it really complicated, but bubble level tells you where down is.
So just to address, I think it was Mr. Anderson that was contending my point.
Oh God, here we go again.
Well, I just want to make this clear.
What was your point? What was your point about the bubble, though?
You cannot have an elevation angle on a globe. Simple as that.
I agree.
Oh,
I think that you can't back that up.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
All right.
You cannot have an elevation angle
Hang on,
on a
Healer.
globe
Hang
because
on.
there's no such thing as a globe.
Please hang on. So, if Mr. Anderson contests this, can you please provide a representation of an angle of elevation with a curved baseline?
I think you missed his point completely. I think you missed his point completely, Corbin.
How about you back up your claim? Instead
It's
of
not my claim.
asking the person
It's
to
not
prove
my
something to
claim.
me.
All right. So, what is your claim? Or
all right, so
even if you're
He just said you can't get an elevation angle on a globe. That's his claim.
cool. If
Now
you're
back it
saying it's not my claim,
all
are
right,
you giving someone else's claim?
Okay, so that's a negative claim, but by
negative.
default,
I
you're by
promise you
default.
won't back your claim
Let
up.
me
I
fucking finish. By default,
put money on it.
by default, you're claiming that that can be achieved. Therefore, that's a positive claim on a globe. So please provide that evidence.
On you.
When did I make that claim?
Well, like I said, by default, if you are negating my negative claim, then by default, your claim is that that can be done on a globe surface.
On the globe. If you
so
can't,
please provide that evidence.
that would be some cool evidence, man.
Oh, you're saying
I want Mr. Hold on. He was asking Mr. Anderson. Can you guys let him answer?
So I got to prove the negative of a negative.
No. You have to prove the positive, the opposite of what I just said.
Or you can just say,
It's just ironic because you're the one making the claim.
So you can't do it, can you?
We don't even know what your claim is.
Guys, I know everybody's chomping at the
You're
bit.
claiming that the
Mr.
surface
Anderson.
of the Earth has something to do with a sextant, and it doesn't.
It absolutely does, because you're measuring an elevation angle from said surface, from the horizon, which is the surface.
From your location, though, it has nothing to do with the Earth.
It has to do with the horizon. It's the elevation angle is the elevation angle. The elevation angle references the horizon, which is the surface.
Okay, so you're saying if there's curvature, there will be less than 45 degrees in that right angle? Is that what you're saying?
I did not say that at all.
I'm asking you. Is that what...
I don't give a fuck what you're just asking me. Please, fucking
Is that why you're
reference the point I
saying you
just said.
can't do it on a globe? Because you need a right angle, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in order to actually acquire an elevation angle, you need the horizon, which represents the surface.
So what about the bubble sextant? What is that?
The bubble sextant establishes a theoretical horizon, which actually has to correspond to the surface.
So it didn't need a physical... It didn't need anything
right, so
physical.
if it's curved, you're not going to have a horizontal.
Yes, Anderson's point was that you did not require you just required an artificial horizon to do all the calculations. The bubble sextant
Sleepy, let him
artificial
handle it,
horizon needs to correspond.
I know it's hard for everybody to hold back, but I
It's
want
like
to hear
pulling teeth
Mr.
because you don't
Anderson.
understand. It's quite simple. That artificial
in your
horizon
logic, if
needs
the Earth
to...
has a grade, you
Let
can't
me
get an angle
finish. Let me finish, please. I'm
Sorry, you
halfway
paused
through a
for so
fucking
long.
statement.
I was still in the fucking
No, I'm not. I was halfway through a very concise statement.
Sorry,
that
go ahead.
artificial horizon needs to correspond to the surface.
No, it doesn't. Back that claim up.
Yes, it does. How can it not?
It can correspond.
If you're trying,
but it doesn't need
no.
to.
If you're trying to find your
know the difference between
location
need and can?
on, let me finish. If you're trying to find your location on said surface, it needs to correspond to said fucking surface.
This is sad, man.
Yeah, no, what do we experience?
That's a pathetic
Mr.
response.
Anderson,
The
in
Earth have to
reality?
do with the baseline that you've created, man.
Because,
the Earth
like
could
I
be
said,
doing a snake, and it wouldn't matter.
because like I
I'm
said,
creating
you
an
are
artificial
finding your location with correspondence to said surface.
So, if the elevation underneath the star is higher than me, I can't get an elevation angle then, because it's going to not be a 45-degree